So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to So we are back with a brand new movie on what if Harry was raised by his forbidden grandmother. Harry x Luna love, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. 4. Harry had been spending his summer playing Quidditch with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Living at the Burrow was a million times better than life at number 4 Privet Drive. Here he felt more loved in 5 minutes than he had ever been the entire 15 years he had spent with the Dursleys. After a few games of Quidditch, Harry told the others he needed a rest break and went inside to crash on the Weasleys' couch. When he walked in the door, Mrs. Weasley had given him a tall glass of water and enough snacks to fill him up before he had even eaten dinner. As he lay on the couch, his mind drifted back to Sirius. One thing about being at the Burrow was that he was distracted from thoughts about the dark world around him. If he was playing Quidditch with his friends, he wasn't thinking about Voldemort trying to kill him and having Sirius's murder a repeat in his mind. "Hello, Harry," Lupin said, taking a seat in front of Harry and setting a leather briefcase on the coffee table. "Professor." Harry nodded, sitting up. "There's no need to call me Professor anymore, Harry," Lupin smiled. Lupin's arrival wasn't out of the ordinary. One thing Harry had noticed since he'd been staying at the Burrow was that it was a lot like number 12 Grimwald Place in terms of the flow of members of the Order of the Phoenix. Although the Burrow wasn't the new official headquarters for the Order, it sure felt like it. Most of the time, Harry and the Weasleys would have a couple of Order members joining them for dinner, or Harry would come downstairs to one or more of them hanging around the house. "I've brought you something," Lupin said, opening his briefcase. He pulled out a large tin and handed it to Harry. Thanks," said Harry, examining the tin. "I think you'll find the contents more fascinating than the wrapping." Harry opened the lid, revealing a pile of enchanted photographs. In all of them, the occupants were moving, usually smiling, and occasionally waving back at him. He picked up the photo on the top to see his father, James, and Sirius hanging upside down from their brooms, while laughing. He smiled and picked up another. This one was of the 4 Marauders, all in their animal form. Harry laughed as Sirius's tail swept Peter off Lupin's back and onto the grass. "Professor, where did you get these?" "Sirius had them stored in his bedroom at Grimwald Place. I found him pulling them out on more than one occasion last year when I was staying with him." Lupin paused, rubbing his eyes. "I've been going through them myself lately. I thought you might like to see them." Harry gave Lupin a weak smile before proceeding to rummage through the photographs. He saw several taken from his parents' wedding. The picture Hagrid had given him his first year was also in the tin, accompanied by a similar one, including a 4th person, a blonde woman, no older than his parents. She stood in between his mother and Sirius. Her pale blue dress matched the color of her nails, and her long blonde hair fell in ringlets down her back. Her silvery gray eyes, Harry thought, felt vaguely familiar. As Harry continued to look through the pictures, he continued to see images of his parents, accompanied by Sirius, Lupin, and Wormtail. Most of the pictures were taken at Hogwarts, in their school uniforms, or their Gryffindor Quidditch robes. Others were of their time after Hogwarts. Towards the bottom of the tin, he found pictures including himself as a newborn, and what he believed to be about a year old. He found pictures of his parents holding him, putting him on small broom that hovered a foot about the carpet, and one of what he was sure was him as a 1-year-old riding on Sirius' back while he was in his dog from. However, as Harry flipped through the pictures, he couldn't help but notice the same woman, with the familiar gray eyes from the picture before. She was in almost every other picture, usually with his mother or Sirius. He paused when he picked up a photo of Sirius, himself, and the blonde stranger. Her hair was cut short compared to the picture from his parents' wedding day, but Sirius looked the same. The blonde woman was holding him in her arms, rocking him back and forth. She leaned in to kiss his forehead before looking back up at Sirius. Sirius gazed down upon her lovingly, before giving a smile and a wink to the camera. Harry felt this strange connection to the woman. He had never seen her before, but he could tell she, whoever she was, truly cared for him. Or, at least that version of him. He turned the photograph over. On the back, written in black ink wrote, "Harry, Sirius, and Tonnie. Harry's first birthday. Lupin, who is Tonnie. She's in a lot of these pictures." Lupin stared back at Harry with a look of surprise, then his face fell. The full moon was still weeks away, but Harry could tell that he was looking more ill than he'd ever seen him. His hair had more touches of gray, and he seemed paler and skinnier than normal. He was surprised Mrs. Weasley wasn't over there offering him sandwiches to put some more meat on his bones. This illness, Harry believed, was caused by sadness rather than the effects of turning into a werewolf. Sirius never told you about her? No. Who is she? Who is who? Ron asked, taking a seat next to Harry. Hermione followed behind him, sitting next to Professor Lupin. Harry handed Ron the photograph, pointing to Tonnie. Is this you and Sirius? Yeah. I guess it was too painful for him. Lupin whispered. Harry, he continued, speaking up this time, her name was Tonnie Lovegood. Lovegood? As in Luna Lovegood? Yes. Tonnie was Luna's aunt, and Xenophilius Lovegood's sister. Harry lingered on the word, was. Tonnie was her name. She was Luna's aunt. That couldn't be good. She's dead, isn't she? Yes, Harry, Lupin answered. Harry didn't think he could look any more depressed. But, the moment he said yes, it was as if a Dementor has swept into the room and sucked all the happiness out of Lupin. But Tonnie wasn't just Luna's aunt. She was our friend, your mother's best friend to be exact. Harry had always heard stories about his father and his best friend Sirius, but never about his mother having one. He glanced back at the wedding photo of the four of them. If Sirius was the best man, Tonnie must have been his mother's maid of honor. That's why she is in all these photos. Not exactly. Lupin paused. To your mother, she was a best friend. To Sirius, she was the love of his life. He dropped the photo as his hand, and felt his jaw drop to the floor. No wonder Lupin was surprised Sirius never said anything about Tonnie. How could he have never mentioned someone so important to him before? Harry was about to stop Lupin and ask, but the next thing Lupin brought a new wave of shock over him. To you, Harry. She was your godmother. Hermione let in a small gasp, as she cupped her hands over her face. Ron, on the other hand, looked just as Harry, jaw to the floor and frozen at hearing this new revelation. 3 years ago, Harry had been surprised when he learned Sirius was his godfather. Now, the shock of that moment didn't compare to this one. How could Harry have gone all these years without the slightest mention of his godmother? From what Lupin was saying, Harry believed Tonnie to practically be a marauder, just like his mother. In his 3rd year, Harry could see no one telling him about Sirius. Maybe the world didn't want him to know about his so-called murderous godfather that played a role in getting his parents killed. But Tonnie. What could she have done to keep people from mentioning her? My godmother. Why did she die? I know when my parents died I couldn't live with Sirius because, well, you know why, but her? What about her? You couldn't have lived with Tonnie because she died less than 2 weeks after that photograph was taken. Lupin sighed, pointing to the picture of Sirius, Tonnie, and himself. Harry took the photo back from Ron and began examining it once more. He watched as Tonnie kissed him on the head, pulling him closer as she did so. The longer Harry watched her, he felt as though he could feel her arms embracing him now. The edges of the photo were worn. He was sure Sirius had rubbed at the edges of the photo many times. The writing on the back was slightly smudged, and the corners had water stains on them. Someone, most likely Sirius, had cried onto the photo, causing the right corner to crinkle and fade. That was his favorite photo, you know? Both people he loved the most in the world in one picture. Did he always love her? Like my dad did my mum? For the first time, Harry saw the corners of Lupin's mouth turn up into a smile. Oh no. For the first 5 years they knew each other, they loathed one another. What? Really? But they look so happy here, Hermione said, picking up a photo of Sirius spinning Tonnie on the dance floor at what Harry assumed was his parents' wedding. How could they have hated each other for so long? Well, Sirius started it on the train in our first year at Hogwarts. Harry smiled. Of course, Sirius had started it. He'd met your father, and the two hit it off right away. About halfway to the castle, Sirius and James started talking about magic, and spells they could do. Sirius bragged that he could make someone's hair stand up straight on top of their heads. Your father didn't believe him, and told him to prove it, so Sirius chose, at random, an unsuspecting victim for his spell, and that person just happened to be Tonnie. Did it work? Oh yes, but a little too strong. Tonnie's hair shot straight up in their hair for 3 days. When she was sorted, the sorting hat was stretched to the max to fit under all her hair. Harry, Ron and Hermione all laughed, imaging the sorting hat stretched and complaining about Tonnie's hair. Well, that explains her hating Sirius, but what about the other way around? Tonnie was not going to take the prank Sirius pulled lying down. To get back at him, she entrusted the help your mum, who'd she'd met on the train, and a sixth year from her house, Ravenclaw. Together, the bewitched all of Sirius's quills to write only in pink ink. In addition, every time he dotted an I, the dot would transform into a heart shape. If Harry thought Sirius' prank was funny, he was sure Tonnie's was even better. Harry wished Fred and George were here to hear the story. He knew they would approve of his godmother's revenge. How long did it last? Ron asked, still laughing. 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Yes, all of the professors gave him funny looks until the charm wore off. Your father, Peter, and I made sure to make fun every time he had to write for those 3 weeks. His brother had sent him an owl the first week of classes, and Sirius refused to answer until the charm wore off 2 weeks later. I'm guessing that made Sirius rather angry with her. Tonnie's revenge started a war between the two of them. For 5 years, they would prank one another. The whole school was in on the war. Each of them would get help from anyone they could to pull off pranks against each other. The older they got, the worse the pranks. Usually, they involved earning the other person detention, loss of house points, and on rare occasions, hospitalization. Hospitalization. Hermione cried. How could they do that to each other? It was usually minor, earning a quick visit that lasted no more than a few hours with Madame Pomfrey. However, in our 3rd year, Sirius left Tonnie a box of chocolates from her secret admirer that caused her to puke slugs for 3 days. Harry remembered when Ron's spell on Malfoy backfired in their 2nd year, causing Ron to puke slugs. However, that only lasted a few hours. He couldn't imagine 3 days of endless slugs regurgitating from his mouth. Madame Pomfrey had a field day with that one. Oh, and your mother, she was furious. Looks like your candy worked. Lovegood wasn't in Transfiguration this morning, Peter said, running to catch up to Remus, Sirius and James. While carrying the Gryffindor case of Quidditch balls, the foursome was on their way down to the Quidditch pitch for Sirius and James to get some practice in during their free time. Someone told me she was in the hospital wing, puking into a bucket. Apparently, Madame Pomfrey had to put an extension charm on it because it kept filling up too quickly for her to empty it. James added, catching his golden snitch, then releasing it back into the air again. He eyed it, ready to catch it the moment it was close enough for him to grasp. That'll show her. Her last prank had me cleaning bathrooms with Filch every night for a week. Sirius shuddered just thinking of the memory. Dropping his bags on the ground, he took his broom off his shoulder, stepped over it, and pushed off from the ground. Come on up, James. Grab the quaffle. I want to practice before doing that stupid potions essay for Slughorn. James shoved the snitch into his pocket before mounting his own broom and joining Sirius. Remus and Peter remained on the ground. Peter laid back, resting his head on his bag, while Remus was making notes in his Transfiguration textbook. A few other books on Transfiguration peeked out of his school bag, including one from the restricted section of the library. He noticed it showing and shoved it back into his bag. If a teacher or a prefect happened by and saw it, he was sure to end up in detention for having a stolen book from the restricted section on him. Above Remus, James and Sirius were taking turns as keeper and chaser, trying to score on and block one another. Both were still in their school uniforms, but they had ditched their black robes on the ground. James had pushed up his sleeves and loosened his tie around his neck. Sirius, on the other hand, has completely disregarded his tie, and had his button-down completely unbuttoned, exposing his white undershirt. Yes, Sirius cheered, scoring on James. James dove after the quaffle, catching it before his hit the ground. He was on his way back up to Sirius when he heard his name being shouted from below. Sirius Black and James Potter, get your asses down here right now. Sirius and James looked down to see Lily storming across the Quidditch pitch, fuming. Can't you see we're busy, Evans? Sirius called. Besides, don't you have better things to do than yell at us? Why don't you go check on Lovegood? I'm sure she'd like someone to increase the extension charm on her bucket. Sirius and James laughed, but it only caused Lily to grow angrier. You put her in the hospital wing? Do you not even care? Oh please, Evans. She's put me in the hospital wing before. Do you not remember when she convinced Fang to attack me last month? You were there maybe an hour for a few cuts and scrapes. She's been in there for 2 days, Sirius. Calm down, she'll be fine. The charm will wear off in another 24 hours. She'll be good as new, James said, throwing Lily a wink. You know what? If you think she needs some company there, maybe you should join her. Lily unhooked the bludgers from their restraints in the case, and watched them fly after Sirius and James. What do you think you're doing, Evans? Are you trying to kill us? Sirius yelled, dodging a bludger. If you're as good of a Quidditch player as you think you are, you should be fine. We don't have any beaters, James yelled in an attempt to get her to call off the bludgers. Sirius dove to get away from the first bludger, flying straight through the center hoop on their side of the pitch. James performed a similar tactic as Sirius, and managed to get away from his bludger. On the ground, Remus was trying to hide his smile, while Peter was inching behind Remus, hoping he bludgers came his way, or Lily chose to enact revenge on them as well. Lily stood smirking, watching both Sirius and James flying every which way to avoid the bludgers. Sirius dove once again to avoid one bludger, and stopped a few feet above the ground, thinking he'd escaped. To his surprise, the second bludger flew in behind him, crashing into his left arm, knocking him off his broom. Sirius! James yelled, diving down to the ground, and hopping off his broom. As James tended to Sirius, Lily summoned the bludgers back into their restraints into the Quidditch box. Are you okay? I'm fine. Sirius grumbled, sitting up and rubbing his arm. It's just a bruise. Lily stormed over to the two of them, hovering over them. Before they could muster a word, she had her wand pointed at them, ready to fire. If you ever put Tonnie in the hospital wing again, I will personally end you, she finished, and stormed away across the grounds. Looks like we learned to never mess with Lily, Remus piped up, smirking. Shut up, Moony, Sirius groaned, throwing the quaffle at Remus's chest. She really did that to them? Harry asked, flashing Lupin a smile. Hearing that his mother single-handedly kicked both Sirius and his father's asses was quite impressive. Releasing the bludgers. He thought he'd have to try that next time Malfoy made another snide comment about Hermione's blood or Ron's family. When your mother got mad, there was no stopping her, Harry. Your father and Sirius got off lucky, I'd say. She could have easily put them both in the hospital wing. But, she held back. Truces and tutoring. So, if Sirius and Tonnie hated each other, how did they get together? Hermione asked, clearly confused. Harry thought the same thing. How on earth could two people that hated one another end up as happy and in love as they looked in the pictures that sat spread out on the Weasleys' coffee table? It's actually thanks to Professor Slughorn. What? Harry, Ron, and Hermione questioned in unison. A month into our 6th year, Professor Slughorn noticed that Sirius was struggling at potions. Potions was not his best class by far. Transfiguration and defense against the dark arts were his top subjects, and his potions grade failed in comparison. But, he had lucked out on his OWL and made exceeds expectations. The problem was, he was showing subpar work at most, and Professor Slughorn thought that if he continued at the rate he was going to fail his NEWT the following year. So, he recommended that Sirius get a potions tutor. Someone that could work with him in the evenings to help him bring up his performance. Let me guess, Ron started, that tutor was Tonnie. Right you are, Ron. Professor, I'm sure Remus can help me bring up my performance. I do agree, Mr. Black, that Mr. Lupin does exceptionally well in my class. However, I think that someone outside of your friend group would be better suited to teach you, Professor Slughorn said, glancing around the room. His eyes widened, and his lips curled up into a smile when he noticed another student had hung back, Ms. Lovegood. Tonnie looked up from her parchment. She had been hastily writing down notes about her potion and its uses. Yes, Professor? Would you come here for a moment? Tonnie nodded before proceeding to tuck her parchment into her advanced potion-making textbook and neatly resting her quill on top. Ms. Lovegood, I would like you to tutor Mr. Black a couple of nights a week until his performance starts improving. Oh, Tonnie looked surprised. Sirius shot her a glare, silently telling her to decline. Professor, I'm not sure that is the best idea. I am rather busy. Of course, you are. Well, I could make it worth your while, Ms. Lovegood. How about extra credit in my class? The better Mr. Black does, the more credit you will receive. How does that sound? Sighing, Tonnie agreed to Slughorn's request. If there was one thing that Tonnie Lovegood could not refuse, it was extra credit. Their lessons, twice a week, usually included Tonnie barking orders at Sirius, and Sirius either refusing or doing them wrong just to mess with Tonnie. Regardless of Sirius's efforts to sabotage the lesson in hopes of getting Tonnie to resign, and allow Slughorn to assign him a new tutor, he was progressing. Slightly. Halloween that year fell on a Tuesday, their typical study session night. However, the full moon also occurred that night as well. Sirius told us that he would study with Tonnie for an hour, then he'd make up an excuse to leave, and meet us in the Shrieking Shack before 8 o'clock that evening. Unfortunately, Sirius lost track of time. Okay. Now add 3 diced valerian roots and stir counterclockwise until the potion turns clear, Tonnie said while jotting down notes onto her parchment. While she was tutoring Sirius, she was working on her ancient runes translations. Every few minutes she would look up at Sirius to check his progress, and make sure he hadn't set the room on fire. Tonight's lesson was more relaxed than Sirius and Tonnie's usual lessons. Instead of arguing, Tonnie's focus on other work had allowed for a peaceful silence to fill the room. The only things the two heard were the scratching of quills against parchment, and the sound of Sirius's ladle occasionally scraping the sides of his cauldron. Due to the silence, Sirius could easily say this was his most productive lesson to date. Okay. Tonnie yawned, looking up to check his progress. She dropped a leaf into Sirius' cauldron, watching it burn and shrivel into ash. Great. Surprisingly, you have successfully made Draft of Living Death. Normally, an hour in a lesson with Tonnie felt like 4 to Sirius. However, when he checked his watch, he quickly realized it was almost 9, and he hadn't left to meet his friends in the Shrieking Shack as promised. Now, we can move on to, sorry, Lovegood. I have to go, Sirius said hurriedly. With a flick of his wand, he vanished the draft in his cauldron and scooped his textbook and ingredients into it. Wait, you're leaving? Yeah, that's what I said. Sirius began, pulling on his black robes over his uniform. His tie was undone, hanging around his neck like a scarf, and most of the buttons of his shirt were open, showing off his undershirt. Sirius felt his uniform constrained him. Every chance he had, he'd unbutton his shirt and loosen his tie if he hadn't already abandoned it completely. Tonnie, on the other hand, always dressed with purpose. While she did remove her black robes, her uniform was always in shape. However, she dressed it up with rings and bracelets. Instead of flats, as recommended, she wore ankle booties with a slight heel to them. Whenever she stood up to Sirius, she needed the extra height the booties gave her. He was much taller than her, at least without the heels. I'll see you on Thursday. Where do you think that you're going? Our lesson is supposed to last another hour. I'm not carving all this time out of my week for you to just up and leave whenever you feel like it. I'll do an extra hour on Thursday if you like, but I can't tonight. I can't just fit in an extra hour, Sirius. That's not how this works. I have to go. We can argue about his later. Sirius finished, rushing out the dungeon door. Tonnie didn't trust Sirius's leaving early. He'd always grudged through their lessons before. She took his leaving as a sign he was up to something, so she followed him. Oh no, Hermione squeaked, cupping her hands over her mouth. Hermione was right to yelp. Harry knew that could only end poorly. He remembered the story that Lupin had told him his 3rd year where Snape wandered into the Shrieking Shack because of Sirius. If his father hadn't stepped in, Snape would have ended up dead or turned into a werewolf himself. Tonnie followed Sirius at a distance, careful not to make too much noise. After a few minutes, she saw him climb up the stairs to the portrait of the fat lady. He slipped inside, allowing for Tonnie to breathe normally. He's just going back to his dormitory. Probably meeting up Whittleby, planning their next massive prank on me. Godric knows it's been a while since Sirius has pulled one on me. Come to think of it. Tonnie couldn't remember Sirius pulling a prank on her since before he started their tutoring sessions. She brushed it aside as Sirius being too busy with his lessons and other school work to focus on pranks. She had been keeping him busy 2 nights a week that he ordinarily could have used to plan her next trip to detention or the loss of 50 house points. She was just about to head back to the dungeon to collect her things when She noticed the fat lady's portrait open. She ducked behind a suit of armor just in time to see Sirius stepping out of it. He ditched his robes and his tie behind and was heading down the stairs. Tonnie took pursuit and followed behind him. Sirius was looking around in all directions, hoping not to see Filch or Mrs. Norris, as he crept down the hallway towards the front doors of the castle. Tonnie followed him across the grounds. "What is he doing?" she whispered, hiding behind a stone pillar. Sirius looked back as though he had heard her, then turned around once more and headed for the Whomping Willow. Tonnie had heard the stories of the Willow and knew that Sirius was walking into dangerous territory. Right as she was about to call out and warn him, she stopped. Right in front of her eyes, she saw Sirius tap his head with his wand and disappear. In his place was a shaggy black dog. The dog took off toward the tree, jumping over one of the swinging branches and vanishing through an opening at the base of the willow's trunk. To this day, I'm not sure how Tonnie managed to get past the Whomping Willow, but she did. Sirius, James, Peter, and I had agreed to stay in the shack that night. We knew with it being Halloween, students were bound to attempt to sneak out of the castle. Sirius hadn't been with us more than 10 minutes when I sensed her presence. I wasn't a threat to my friends while they were animagi, but Tonnie. She was human. The moment I sensed her, I could feel my mind slipping away. I chased out into the hall, finding her looking through the banisters on the steps. A moment later I had her pinned up against the wall. I would have hurt her or worse, but what? What happened? Harry questioned on the edge of his seat. Sirius happened. He attacked me, gave me a nasty bite in my side. Wait, he saved her life? Ron asked. Lupin nodded and continued. It distracted me long enough for Tonnie to get away. Sirius checked on me momentarily and left James and Wormtail to watch after me while he ran after Tonnie. I expected him to beg her not to say anything about him or me, but he skipped the begging and went straight to the yelling. Lovegood, Sirius barked, following Tonnie across the grounds. What do you think you're doing? Getting as far away from you and Remus. He's a werewolf. You're harboring a werewolf in the Shrieking Shack. Does Dumbledore know about him? Who am I kidding? Of course, he does. You couldn't keep that quiet. And you, James, and Peter. You're all animagi. Illegally, I presume. Will you shut up? What were you thinking following me? You could have gotten yourself killed. If you hadn't run out on our lesson, we wouldn't be in this mess. If you hadn't been so damn nosy, I'd be with my friends instead of out here with you. What you're doing with your friends is stupid, reckless, and dangerous. No wonder you're failing potions. I'm surprised you're passing anything seeing. As you spend your free time plotting revenge on me and spending full moons with a monster. If Dumbledore finds out about what you're doing, you could get expelled, and the Ministry can send you to Azkaban for being an illegal animagus. Sirius crossed over to get right in front of her face. Through gritted teeth, he said, I don't give a damn if I fail potions. Dumbledore can expel me if he wants, and the Ministry can throw me in Azkaban for all I care. But I will not let my friends spend one more full moon alone. Then he spun on his heels, transformed back into a shaggy black dog, and dove back into the tunnel to the Shrieking Shack, leaving Tonnie hurt, frustrated, and confused at what to do next. He didn't ask her to keep quiet. What was he thinking? That should have been the first thing out of his mouth. Don't tell anyone, Tonnie. It's not that hard. Harry groaned, thrusting his head in his hands. Idiot, he mumbled. Looking down, he saw a picture of Tonnie with her arms around a black dog, obviously, Sirius. He was licking her face while she smiled and giggled. At this point in Lupin's story, Harry couldn't see how Sirius and Tonnie could have gone from fighting on the Hogwarts front lawn to that picture at the top of the pile. It didn't make sense. What happened next? Hey, Lily. Where are James and his gang of misfits this morning? Tonnie asked, trailing beside her best friend. The girls were leaving Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall and on their way to the Great Hall for lunch. Alice told me Remus was in the hospital wing. I wouldn't surprise me if James, Sirius, and Peter were all with him. They weren't in herbology this morning either. All through lunch Tonnie remained quiet. Lily went on and on about how James had been surprisingly nice to her lately, although she didn't believe it. Lily was convinced it was some sort of trick James was playing. Tonnie's mind was too occupied to notice. She kept thinking of Remus lying in the hospital wing, a giant dog bite in his side. Was he okay? He wouldn't be injured if Tonnie had minded her own business and followed Sirius last night. On the other hand, she had every right to follow him. He was acting suspicious, and she was a prefect. She had to make sure that Sirius wasn't up to no good, which he was. The events of last night kept running through her head. Discovering the Marauders in the Shrieking Shack and her fight with Sirius just out of reach of the Whomping Willow. Everything had happened so fast. In the course of a night, she realized more about Sirius than she'd ever expected to. His speech about Remus. Him saying he'd rather go to Azkaban than let Remus spend another full moon without him. That was caring. Up until 9:30 last night, if you had asked Tonnie if Sirius was capable of such a thing, she would have denied it. Now, however, she'd seen that there was a caring side to Sirius she'd never seen before. Maybe he wasn't the worst person on the planet. Just one of the worst. What do you think, Ton? Is he up to something? Tonnie, are you even listening to me? Sorry, Lily. I've got to go. I'll see you later. Before Lily could protest, Tonnie was across the Great Hall and in the corridor on her way to the hospital wing. She didn't know what she was going to say when she got there, but all she knew was that she needed to talk to someone about what happened last night. The only people she could discuss that with were in the hospital wing. When she reached the hospital wing, she was met with Madame Pomfrey. Tonnie made up an excuse involving delivering Transfiguration homework to Remus and the others to get past her. Sighing, Madame Pomfrey reluctantly let her in. Walking up to Lupin's hospital bed, she saw he was sitting up, reading a book. He seemed oblivious to his friends around him. Beside him, Sirius was leaning back, sleeping in a chair, his feet propped up on Remus's bed. His arms were folded and his head rested on his right shoulder. He slept as if he was trying to look cool to anyone visiting Remus. On the other side of the bed, James was sleeping in another chair, using the bedside table as a pillow. His glasses were slipping off the bridge of his nose. At any moment, Tonnie was sure they'd fall off onto the stone floor. At the foot of the bed, Wormtail was almost completely on top of the bed, sound asleep. Sirius let out a soft snore, still causing Remus to jump slightly. He looked over at Sirius, checking to see if he was still asleep. He smiled softly, noticing he wasn't turned back to his book. A moment later, her presence, he glanced up, noticing Tonnie in front of him. Tonnie, he gasped, closing his book immediately. About last night, I'm so sorry. I was out of my mind. I promise I'd never hurt you. I'd never hurt anyone if I could help it. He tried to continue, but Tonnie cut him off. Remus, it's okay. I know you didn't mean to. Actually, I wanted to apologize to you. She what? Harry, Ron, and Hermione once again asked in unison. That was your godmother. Always full of surprises. Lupin laughed and continued the story. You do? Remus asked, clearly surprised. He rested his book on his lap, hanging on every word Tonnie spoke. If I hadn't followed Sirius, you wouldn't be in here right now. The four of you have worked out a plan to keep all of you safe. I ruined it by crashing your little Halloween party, and you got hurt. But I could have, he whispered, killed you. As you said, you didn't mean to. If I didn't follow Sirius, I would have needed saving, and he wouldn't have had to bite you. I'm sorry. Remus sat with his mouth hanging slightly open, speechless. He didn't know how to answer that. The last thing he expected to happen that day was for Tonnie Lovegood to be apologizing to him for his attempt on her life. He ought to wake up James, Sirius, and Peter. He knew they'd never believe him. He barely believed what was happening. So, what book are you reading? Tonnie asked, hoping to change the subject. Oh, it's a Muggle book for my Muggle Studies class, he said, finding his voice. We're supposed to write an essay on Muggle literature on the supernatural, and how it differs from wizarding life. Are the Muggles right about anything? Well, seeing as I've never known a vampire to sparkle, I'd say the Muggles are pretty far off. Both let out a light laugh, accompanied by a smile. Tonnie checked her watch, seeing she only had a few minutes until her Ancient Runes class. I better get going. The runes aren't going to translate themselves. Yeah, good luck. Tonnie turned to leave but stopped. Remus, one more thing. Will you tell Sirius that I'm still on for our lesson on Thursday? Same time, the same place, if he wants. I will, Remus confirmed. As she was leaving, Remus spoke up once more. Tonnie. Don't worry, Remus. I won't tell a soul. With that, Tonnie swept out the door and into the corridor. Well, I was not expecting that, Hermione said. Neither was Sirius, Lupin added. When I told Sirius, he didn't believe me. He was very convinced I had made the whole thing up. It wasn't until he had made it through the next day of classes without being expelled that he realized that maybe I hadn't dreamt it. Did he continue with the lessons? Oh yes. He was in desperate need of her help. Tonnie waltzed into the dungeon at 5 minutes after 7 on Thursday evening. She assumed that Sirius, if he was even coming at all, would be fashionably late, as usual. So, she didn't see the problem getting there a few minutes late herself. However, when she entered the dungeon, she found it was not empty. Instead, Sirius sat at a table, his cauldron ready and his textbook open to the instructions for the potion he was supposed to work on Tuesday night. You're late, he said when she walked in. You're early, Tonnie replied, taking a seat opposite of him and getting out her work. I was starting to think you weren't going to come. I figured you were going to be late. How was I supposed to know today was the day you'd actually arrive on time? She laughed. To her surprise, Sirius didn't have a snappy comeback. True. He agreed. You're going to pick up where we left off last time, right? Invisibility potions. Yeah. I noticed in class earlier this week you were close to getting it right. This was true. Her help so far had improved his performance slightly. However, in class, when he tested his potion on a rat, the rat appeared to look like nearly headless Nick's dead pet rather than disappearing. Hopefully with a little more practice, you can perfect it. Just like Tuesday night, the pair worked silently. Tonnie continued to work on ancient runes translations, while occasionally checking up on Sirius. Every once in a while, he'd ask a question such as, does powdered rabbit's foot work the same as a whole one? Would it give me luck? While the questions were slightly annoying, she also found them to be rather amusing on occasion. After about 30 minutes of pure silence, it was Tonnie's turn to ask the questions. How did you do it? Get the juice out. I did what you told me last time. I crushed it with the blade of my knife. Sirius replied, adding a few dragon scales to his potion. No, become an animagus. He immediately stopped what he was doing, and looked at her in surprise. Why do you want to know? Sirius asked, raising an eyebrow. Sheer curiosity, or do you want to become one? I dunno. Maybe both. Tonnie closed her ancient runes book and leaned against the table. I've read about it, it's not easy to do. No, it's not. We asked Professor McGonagall as many hypothetical questions that we could muster without drawing alarm. Plus, we spent quite a few nights going through the restricted section of the library. The restricted section? McGonagall gave you permission for that? Not exactly. Sirius trailed off, turning back to his potion. You sneaked in, didn't you? Regardless of how we got into the library, we did it. We spent hours upon hours in there, and in abandoned classrooms practicing. It took us a couple of years to get it right. Years? That's dedication, Tonnie said, sounding impressed. Well, we wanted to do it help Remus. So, it didn't matter how long it took to get it right, as long as we did. Tonnie thought about how long the three of them spent trying to figure out how to become animagi. It wasn't just dedication to become an animal to have fun and sneak around the castle. They were dedicated to helping their friend. Tonnie thought what she would have done if she was in his shoes. If Lily was a werewolf, would she spend years researching how to help her during her transformations? Tonnie realized that if there was one thing she learned about Sirius over her time working with him so far, it was that he was incredibly loyal when it came to his friends. Have you started your essay on the uses of dragon scales for Slughorn yet? He asked, changing the subject. No, I'm going to after I finish my translations though. It's bound to take a while. 12 inches. There aren't that many uses for them. How are we supposed to fill 12 inches of parchment on that? Right big. Tonnie couldn't help the corners of her mouth turning up into a slight smile at his comment. I haven't started it either. We could work on it together if you like. I'm sure between the two of us we can figure out something to fill up the parchment. Yeah, we can do that, Tonnie confirmed, turning back to her translations. 2 hours later, their longest, and most civil, tutoring session finally ended. Sirius had been right, and their two minds had come up with the best solution to filling up the parchment. Tonnie was sure her essay would land her an outstanding, while Sirius was banking on his giving him at least an acceptable. They rounded up their things, filled their bags, and headed back to their common rooms. They walked together in silence up the stairs to the main floor. Right before they were about to go their separate directions to their respected common rooms, Tonnie stopped them. "Can we agree to a truce?" "A truce?" Sirius asked, curious as to what she was asking. "On the prank war. At least on the massive try to get each other detention or worse pranks? What about little pranks? Those can be fair game. If I want to dye your hair blue or you want to fill my dormitory with owls, that's fine. But if we're going to work together, I think it's best we try to get along and not plot ways to get each other expelled." "A dormitory full of owls. How have I not thought about that already? I'm definitely going to use that." "So, you agree?" "Agreed," Sirius said, extending the 7-hour study session they called off the war? Ron asked. Yes. That did wonders for their relationship. Their hatred of one another started with the prank war. When they called it off, for the first time in 5 years they were civil. Actually, they started to become friends. Not that either of them would admit that to anyone. In their lessons, Sirius wasn't the only one learning. He taught Tonnie a few things too. "Really?" Harry said. "What could he be teaching her?" "So, the team needs a new beater and a keeper. Do we really think anyone off the list McGonagall gave me is going to be any good?" James asked, letting the snitch go. A moment later he had recaptured it, and released it again, ready to repeat. "You never know, Prongs. Maybe there's a few Gryffindors with secret, mad Quidditch skills," Sirius said, laying back against their favorite tree, resting his hands behind his head. "Let's hope so. The team has to be good. I don't think I could take it if we lost to Slytherin this year." "You couldn't take it if Slytherin beat us any year," Peter piped up. "What time do tryouts end on Saturday? I have a lesson with Tonnie at 7. "Another one? I swear you spend every waking moment with Lovegood," James said, making a difficult catch of the snitch. "I do not. You're joking, right? You've practically been spending all of your free nights with her? Just wait until Quidditch practice starts. The only time we'll see you is at meals. We're studying for potions." "Yeah, I doubt potions is what you really want to study when you're with her," Remus said, smirking without looking up from his Transfiguration textbook. "Shut up, Moony," Sirius grumbled, punching him softly in the arm. "Oh, look who's coming this way. It's your girlfriend," James joked, making kissy faces at Sirius. Just like he punched Remus, he did the same to James, except harder. "Ouch." James shot Sirius a smirk before directing his attention to Tonnie. "Hey Lovegood. Here to steal Sirius away for a study session? No. You can keep him until tomorrow," she told him before addressing Sirius. "I've asked Professor McGonagall if we could use her classroom instead of the dungeon. She's approved it. So, instead of meeting at Slughorn's, meet me in the Transfiguration classroom at 7. "Yeah, will do," replied Sirius. "All right. See you." She began walking away. "Oh, James. Lily wanted me to deliver a message. Watch your back tomorrow during tryouts. You'll be down a beater. She wouldn't want you to fall off your broom after you've been hit by a bludger." Tonnie winked at him before turning on her heels and heading back to the castle. "Looks like Evans is finally falling for me. I'm pretty sure Lily is the one that wants you to do the falling," Remus added, still not looking up from his book. James reached across Sirius to punch Remus in the arm, but Sirius didn't notice. He was too busy watching Tonnie walk away. A part of him hoped she'd turn back and flash him a smile, but she kept straight for the castle. On Saturday, a few minutes before 7, Sirius gathered his bag and his cauldron and headed from his dormitory to the Transfiguration classroom. He rubbed his arm soothingly as he stepped out of the portrait hole. Instead of James getting hit by a bludger like Lily wanted, Sirius had had the unfortunate fate of getting hit by one after a third year aimed directly at him. When asked what they thought of the students who tried out, Sirius was first to say the third-year boy had to go. When he reached the Transfiguration classroom, he wasn't surprised to see Tonnie had already arrived. Since it was Saturday, she wasn't in her uniforms. Instead, she wore a white turtleneck, with a short, high-waisted skirt and a pair of brown booties, almost identical to the ones she normally wore with her uniform. Draped on the back of her chair, she had a button-up leather jacket, with her wand sticking out of the pocket. Sirius waited in the doorway for a minute, watching her scribble down notes in the margins of her charms textbook. He wasn't sure why, but he seemed to like watching her work. A moment later she closed her book and looked up to see Sirius standing in the doorway. "Hey," she smiled. "You made it." "Yeah. Why the change of venue? Tired of the jars of eyes watching you?" "From across the room?" he asked, setting his things down on the desk and getting out his ingredients. "Funny, but no, the potion you'll be making tonight requires high ceilings. The dungeons weren't going to cut it," she said, taking a seat on the desk next to Sirius's. "Also, I wanted some more space. I've been teaching you all this time. I thought, maybe you could teach me something too." Sirius nearly dropped his jar of spider eyes on the charms floor out of surprise. What could he teach her that she didn't already know? "Is it true you can produce a Patronus charm?" she asked, answering his unspoken question. "Oh, yeah. I can," he said, wiping the gel from the spider eyes on his cuffed t-shirt sleeve. "A corporeal Patronus? Yeah, it's a dog, just like my animagus. Do you think you could teach me how to do it? I know it's 7th year stuff, but I figured why not?" "Yeah, I can do that," he agreed. While Sirius worked on his potion, he and Tonnie talked about their weekends. She told him she had spent most of it with Lily and Remus doing homework and patrolling the halls on their prefect duties. He was surprised to hear she'd been spending time with Remus. He hadn't said anything to him about it. Then again, since Halloween she'd been getting along with Remus pretty well. However, he was even more surprised to realize it bugged him she'd been spending time with him. It made him feel better knowing Lily was there too. Then Sirius told him about Quidditch tryouts, and about the 3rd year with as much Quidditch talent as a sack of rocks hitting him with the bludger. The conversation flowed smoothly. Occasionally, she'd correct him on his potion, or have him switch ingredients, but for the most part there weren't any interruptions. Just steady conversation. "Okay, time to test it," Tonnie said, picking up a dropper and sucking up some of Sirius' bright purple potion. "If we have the charm, Wingardium Leviosa, why do we need a levitation potion?" "A levitation charm requires concentration the entire time you want something to levitate. A levitation potion doesn't. Using the potion gives 5 minutes of continuous levitation," Tonnie answered, dispensing a few drops of the potion on Sirius' Transfiguration textbook. Moments later the book began to shake and the rise in the air. "It works," Sirius cheered. "Now you take some," Tonnie insisted, ladling some of the potion into a mug she'd transfigured from Sirius's quill. "What? You're kidding. Why did you think we need the high ceilings? You'll be able to fly for 5 minutes. Sirius eyed the potion suspiciously. It smelled like grape-flavored medicine mixed with acid. Following Tonnie's instructions, he held his nose and downed the potion on one gulp. Once he sat the mug on, he began to shake and hover in the air just like the textbook was. He rose higher and higher until he was high enough to touch the candle chandeliers. "This is so cool, Tonnie, you have to try this," he called, doing a front flip in the air, almost kicking the chandelier closest to him. Tonnie laughed, yelling, "Watch out for the chandelier, you idiot," before taking the potion herself and floating up to join him. For the next few minutes the duo did their best to soar around the room, do as many flips and tricks as possible while in the air. They were having so much fun, the only that stopped them was a quick bang. They stopped laughing and looked around the room trying to figure out what just happened. They pondered what was going on for a minute before realizing the noise was made by Sirius's Transfiguration book dropping down and hitting the desk. Wait, if the book fell then? Sirius couldn't finish before he fell to the floor, this time making a loud bang. The noise was so loud he was sure that if Filch was on this side of the ing in at any moment. Above him, Tonnie was giggling, making fun of him for not being prepared to fall. She spoke too soon, as if someone had popped the bubble holding her up in the air. Tonnie felt gravity pressing back on her. She let out a yelp and began falling to the floor. Luckily, Sirius was standing right beneath her. She fell right into his arms. There was a long silence as they were face to face, barely inches from one another. "Well, looks like I've saved your life twice now," Sirius joked, breaking the silence. "What?" Tonnie asked, jumping out of his arms and onto the stone floor. "I saved you once from Mooney, and now I've saved you from falling to your death." "Oh, come on, Falling to my death? You fell and you were fine? The worst you saved me from was falling and busting my ass. Okay. What about a thank you for saving my ass, Sirius? Tonnie rolled her eyes and mumbled a thank you to make him happy. They bottled up 2 vials of the levitation potion and then vanished the rest away. After cleaning up, they were ready to start the Patronus charm. Sirius waved his wand and the desks moved to the sides of the room, leaving a clear path for them to practice the spell. Okay, so the Patronus charm, as you know, fends of Dementors. Tonnie nodded, rolling up her sleeves. The spell you use in called Expecto Patronum. Tonnie stepped back and began whispering the spell over and over again. Just saying the spell won't make it work. You have to think of a happy memory. The happiest memory you can think of. Concentrate solely on that memory. Tonnie nodded, closing her eyes and trying to focus on her memory. Taking a deep breath, she raised her wand. Expecto Patronum. A silvery white mist rushed out of the tip of her wand for a few seconds. That's not bad for your first time, Sirius said reassuringly. For the next hour, she continued to try to the spell. Each time, the mist appeared for only a maximum of 10 seconds and then fizzled out. You're flourishing your wrist too much, said Sirius. Like this. Expecto Patronum. Unlike Tonnie's Patronus, Sirius's took form as the mist left his wand. In front of them, a silvery white dog ran ahead and then circled them. Wow. Tonnie's mouth fell open watching his Patronus. She followed it with her eyes as it ran around the room, jumping from the desktops and into the air before vanishing. How did you do that? I'll show you. Hold out your wand. As instructed, Tonnie raised her wand, once again ready to try, and failed to produce quality Patronus. Sirius stepped to her side, placing one hand on her waist, and the other on her right wrist to guide her. Tonnie swallowed hard, and felt her heart rate jump at his touch. Sirius practiced with her for a minute, guiding her how to correctly flourish her wand. Now, together. Expecto Patronum, Tonnie said, doing her best to concentrate on her memory, although this moment was still at the forefront of her mind. To her surprise, her Patronus lasted almost 15 seconds this time and was larger and stronger than it had been before. Much better, Sirius said, letting go of her and returning to sit on one of the desks. Try again. For another hour or so Tonnie practiced her Patronus. The longer she tried, the stronger it became, but it never took a form as Sirius's did. Let's take a break. Tonnie agreed, sitting down where she stood. Sirius's took the mug Tonnie had transfigured earlier, and filled it with water. Agumenti. Handing it to Tonnie, Say eagerly took it and drained its contents. Agumenti, she said, refilling it and returning it to Sirius. Once he had taken the glass, she laid down on the stone floor, crossing her ankles and resting her hands on her stomach. Sirius laid down beside her, resting his hands behind his head. McGonagall needs to enchant the ceiling like the one in the Great Hall. I'm sure she could do it. Can I ask you something? Yeah, go for it. What do you think about, when you do your Patronus? What memory do you choose? Sirius sighed, thinking it over whether to share his memory with her. You don't have to tell me. I was just curious. I ran away from home this past summer. Tonnie sat up on her elbow, giving him her full attention. My mum, she's not a fan of my friendship with blood traders, half-bloods, and muggle-borns. That on top that I'm not a Slytherin like every other member of family sets her over the edge. Every time I'm home I get shit for not being like the family, for not following in their footsteps. I just couldn't take it anymore, so I left. You leaving, that's the memory? No, walking out that door, dragging my trunk and my broom behind me was a pretty great moment though. Mum was outraged, and threatened to burn my face off the family tree, which I'm sure she did. But my memory is where I went, not leaving home. Where did you go? James's house. The moment I landed on their doorstep the Potters welcomed me in. They didn't ask how long I was staying, or why. They just accepted me, gave me their spare bedroom upstairs and told me join them for dinner. The Potters. They feel more like my parents than Walburga or Orion ever have. I didn't know you were living with James. I don't advertise it. For Regulus, he doesn't need the whole school knowing his brother has been unofficially kicked out of the family. Although, I'm sure burning the tapestry made it official. That's a really nice thing to do for your brother. It's not Reg's fault I walked out, he didn't do anything. Tonnie laid back down, and returned to staring at the ceiling. She couldn't help but picture Sirius running out of his house, with his mother screaming at him, shaking her wand, and calling him a disgrace to the family, while his Regulus watched from the foot of the stairs. He didn't deserve that. What memory have you been thinking about? Sirius asked, breaking the silence. When Zine and I were young, my mum would transfigure cushions into hares and we'd chase them around the yard. Zine and I would run around, and every time we would get close to catching a hare, we'd jump in. Before we could grab it, Mum would transfigure it back into cushion. When I was 7, one afternoon we decided to team up. We were going to pretend to go after different hares, but at the last moment we'd both jump to converge on one. Mum would be busy transfiguring the other cushion to catch ours. Did it work? Sirius asked, leaning up on his elbow as Tonnie had done. Yeah. You should have seen Mum's face when we held up the hare. She was so proud of us. Just as she finished her sentence, her smile faded. She died not too long after that. What happened? I think the Muggles call it cancer. I just know that magic couldn't cure her. She blinked hard before sitting up, trying not to cry. I'm sorry about your mum, Ton, Sirius said, taking her hand. I didn't know. I don't advertise it. She gave a light-hearted laugh, using Sirius's words. Zine and I haven't been as close since she passed. We talk of course, but not about anything important. Dad, I don't think he's ever fully recovered from her loss. He does his best though. Sirius reached up, brushing away a tear from her cheek with the back of his knuckle. I want you to try again. Your Patronus, I mean. Focus solely on your mum. He stood up, and offered his hand to help her up. Tonnie nodded, wiping away a few more of her tears before taking his hand. You can do this, Sirius assured her, stepping back. Tonnie raised her wand once more, focusing all her attention on her mum. She could see her laughing as she picked up Zine, kissing his cheeks. She felt her mum's arms wrapping around her, giving her the warmest hug she had felt in 10 years. I'm so proud of you, darling. I knew you could do it. I can do this, she said to herself, listening to her mother's words. I can do this. Expecto Patronum. Tonnie felt a wave of confidence fill her chest as a silvery white hair sprang from the tip of her wand and began hoping. Around the room, taking the same path as Sirius's dog had. Yes, Sirius cheered, punching the air. You did it, Patronus, until it disappeared. The moment it did, she rushed into Sirius's arms, hugging him tightly. Sirius almost fell backwards in surprise, but then wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close. Luna's Patronus is a hare, too, Harry said. It wouldn't surprise me if Xenophilus's was as well. I'm sure he played the same game with Luna as he had with his mother, Lupin said. Luna looks so much like her aunt. The first time I saw her in my class, one had to look again. For a moment, I thought Tonnie had just walked through the door. But, the first time I heard her talk, I knew she was just like Xenophilius. Sirius told me he went to live with my dad, but I didn't know that memory powered his Patronus. For a long time that was the memory he chose. It changed over the years. His others usually involved Tonnie or your parents. Recently, when he sent Patronus messages to Order members, the memory he chose was one that involved you, Harry. Thank you, Sirius, Tonnie said, happily, pressing a kiss to his cheek. It lasted no more than a second before she pulled away, turning away. After realizing what she had done, she pretended to rummage through her bag to hide her blush from Sirius. Sirius's face began to flush a light shade of pink as well. Subconsciously, he reached up to touch his cheek where Tonnie had just kissed him. The corners of his mouth turned up as he replayed the moment over in his head. The thought shook from his mind as he heard the classroom door creak open. Both Tonnie and Sirius looked to see who had wandered into their tutoring session, only to see the wooden door close by itself. At first they were confused. However, the next moment, out of thin air, Remus appeared. Dressed in his ragged pajamas and bedroom slippers with James's invisibility cloak draped over his arm. Sirius, who had seen this a million times before, didn't flinch when Remus revealed himself. Tonnie, on the other hand, jumped in surprise to see her classmate before her. Remus. What are you? How did you? You have an invisibility cloak. She turned to Sirius, noticing his calm state. Then it hit her. That's how you were able to get into the restricted section. You were invisible. How do you know about the restricted section? You know what? Never mind. Do either of you know what time it is? Both Tonnie and Sirius shook their heads. No, it's 2 in the morning. Tonnie, you're a prefect. If Filch catches you, you can say you were doing rounds, but you Sirius, he'll give you detention every night for a month for being out of bed at this hour. Their study session had been going so well that they had failed to check the time. They had been in the Transfiguration classroom for 7 hours now, practicing potions, flying around the room, working on Patronus charms, and learning about each other's happiest memories. Sirius couldn't believe it had been so long. It sure didn't feel that way to him. He felt as if he had just left Quidditch tryouts. He also realized that he had just spent forever with Tonnie, and enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. It hadn't felt as if he'd just been in a study session for all that time. It hadn't been work. It was fun. Seeing the shocked expression on Tonnie's face, Sirius believed she felt the same way. Look, gather your things. Sirius, you can wear the cloak. Tonnie and I won't need it. Both nodded as if they had just been scolded by their mothers. Tonnie slipped on her leather jacket, and pulled her school bag onto her shoulder. Sirius did the same, then wrapped the invisibility cloak around him, vanishing before their eyes. The three of them walked in silence as they made their way back to the main corridor. Tonnie muttered a quick goodnight to them both before parting ways and leaving Sirius and Remus to walk back to the Gryffindor common room. Once out of earshot of Tonnie, Remus whispered, "You must be really awful at potions." "Why do you say that?" Sirius asked, sounding offended. "Because 2 months ago, you wouldn't have spent 5 minutes alone with Tonnie, much less 7 hours. So, either you are worse at potions than Peter, who failed his OWL miserably, or you have feelings for Tonnie. Neither of those statements are true, Mooney. Like I've said a million times, Tonnie is helping me study, that's all. Besides, we took so much longer tonight because I was helping her too." Remus stopped at the base of the stairs, turning to face Sirius. "Why would she need your help in potions? She doesn't. I was teaching her how to do a Patronus charm." Remus seemed to be thinking it over, but still didn't seem convinced by his friend's answer. "How did you know I was still with her anyway?" "She doesn't. I was teaching her how to do a Patronus charm." Remus seemed to be thinking it over, but still didn't seem convinced by his friend's answer. "How did you know I was still with her anyway?" "James, Peter, and I were weighing up for you. The last full moon of the term is next week. We were planning our next adventure. When you didn't come back, we checked the map and saw you were still with Tonnie." Sirius's shoulders sank, not that Remus would notice. He'd been so caught up with Tonnie, he'd forgotten about making full moon plans with his friends. "James and Peter wanted to come with me, but I told them it was safer for me to go get you. You know they're going to ask you a dozen questions," Lupin said, before giving the password, Felicem Memoriam, to the fat lady, and climbing through the portrait hole. Sirius went straight up to bed, trying to avoid their questions. That only made it worse. For the next week, James and Peter asked him, and Tonnie, questions about their late study session. They finally dropped it when we had our next full moon outing. Who could blame them? The only person that wants to study for that long is Hermione. No wonder they didn't believe him. I wouldn't have, Ron added. Both Tonnie and Sirius made sure to end their study sessions around 11 from there on, to prevent another storm of questions. "Christmas in Hogsmeade. Mr. Black, may I have a word?" Professor Slughorn said. Sirius nodded, and told James and Remus he would catch up with them later. They waved goodbye before heading back to their dormitory. "What did you want to speak about, Professor?" "Well, as you know, you all took a practice exam last week." Sirius agreed, afraid of what was coming next. Tonnie had taught him loads. There was no way he hadn't passed his practice exam. "I haven't finished grading everyone's. But, I thought I would go ahead and give you yours." Slughorn passed Sirius his results back. After unrolling it, he scanned the page immediately for the score. "Professor. Looks like your lessons are paying off, Mr. Black. Ms. Lovegood seems to be an exceptional tutor." All Sirius could do was nod. His eyes were still transfixed on the letter at the top of the parchment. "Thank you, sir. I don't think I'm the one you should be thanking, Mr. Black." He rolled up the parchment immediately, and grabbed his cauldron off the desk and sprinted out the door of the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside the Great Hall, Lily and Tonnie were discussing their holiday plans. Lily, and her Muggle family, were going to spend the holidays at home. Lily admitted she wasn't looking forward to it. Her sister, Petunia, rather disapproved of Lily's wizard status, and would do anything to put her down. Tonnie, on the other hand, was hoping to spend time with her family. Although her younger brother, Xenophilius, was in her house at Hogwarts, she hadn't been spending much time with him lately. With his OWLs coming up at the end of the year, he'd been too busy studying to hang out with her. Not that Tonnie had time to complain. These days, all her free time was split between hanging out with Lily and tutoring Sirius. Tonnie. Their conversation paused when they heard Sirius yelling from the end of the corridor. Tonnie turned to see Sirius running towards her, waving a piece of parchment in the air. The closer he got, she could see the huge smile plastered on his face. Before she could ask him what he had picked her up and spun her around, saying, "I swear, Tonnie Lovegood, you are the most wonderful person in the world." "What did she do?" Lily asked, clearly as confused as Tonnie. "Look," he said, thrusting the parchment into Tonnie's hands. When she unrolled it, she saw in red ink a large O in the top corner, accompanied by the praise, "Well done. Outstanding. Sirius, this is fantastic," she said, throwing her arms around his neck and pulling him into a hug. Their hug lasted for only a moment, but she could already feel heat rising to her cheeks. "It's all thanks to you. I couldn't have done it without you, Tonnie. Thank you, thank you, thank you." He took a step forward, but changed his mind quickly. For a moment, there, he thought about kissing her out of excitement. Only on the cheek, of course. "I'm going to go show James and Remus. They won't believe it," Sirius said, thanking Tonnie one more time before he left. "Looks like you're going to have a lot of free time on your hands," Lily said. "What do you mean?" Tonnie asked, watching Sirius running back across the corridor. Out of excitement, every few steps he'd throw in a little skip. She couldn't help but giggle at it. He made an outstanding. That must mean he's not going to need your help anymore. Tonnie didn't know why, but her heart sank hearing Lily's words. Sirius told Tonnie and Lily he was on his way to tell us about his miracle of a pre-exam score. But Sirius didn't tell us about his outstanding. Instead, when we asked, he said he made an exceeds expectations. He lied. "Yes, Harry. But why would he do that?" Hermione asked, a look of pure confusion on her face. Harry knew Hermione would never have lied about her grade on an assignment, even if it was embarrassing. But an outstanding, that's something to brag about. Especially when you've been failing in the past. "If I had to guess, it would be so he could spend more time with Tonnie without being questioned by us." "All right. This round is on me," James said, getting up to persuade a young Madame Rosmerta into selling him 4 more butterbeers. It was winter holiday, a few days before Christmas. Although the Marauders had barely been apart, they still felt the need to meet up over the holidays. This would be the first of many trips to Hogsmeade, although sometimes they chose the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley, over the break. A few minutes later, James returned with 4 bottles in his hands. "I swear that woman loves me. She just gave me these, free of charge. Said it was a Christmas present." He laughed, taking a swig of his drink. The 3 broomsticks was almost empty except for the 4 boys. Besides them, a newlywed couple were wrapped around each other in a booth across the room. The boys kept making bets on whether they would pass out due to lack of oxygen because they were snogging so deeply. Other than the couple, a few others were sitting alone at tables, and Madame Rosmerta was chatting up an older fellow at the end of the bar. The boys had been absorbed in a conversation about their next meetup, which they were planning for the full moon this month, when they heard the familiar laughter of 2 girls. Turning around, Sirius saw Tonnie and Lily striding across the pub to a table on the other side of the room. Lily, hoping to get out of the judging eye of Petunia, had sent an owl to Tonnie begging her to meet up at Hogsmeade. Tonnie had happily accepted. Sirius interrupted James's planning on sneaking into the Shrieking Shack, to show him who had just arrived. "What are the odds?" James said, shaking his head, a smile growing on his face. "I'll be back, lads. I've got to go make Evan swoon." With that, he sauntered across the room to the girls' table. Remus and Peter were mocking James, acting out his conversation while Lily, ending it with Lily pouring a bottle of butterbeer over his head. However, the real conversation between the two seemed to be going quite well, from what he could see. His focus was mainly on Tonnie. Her long blonde hair was falling in her face, keeping her from noticing his starring. He watched her smiling while she tucked her hand behind her ear. James undoubtedly said something funny, and Sirius was glad he had. He felt a tightening in his stomach seeing her smile, one that he would not mind feeling again. Somehow, to everyone's surprise, James had talked Lily into a dance, and made his way out to the open space in the room. He called to Madame Rosmerda, who, at his request, turned up the music. Before Tonnie could catch him starting at her, Sirius looked to watch James and Lily. James spun her around the dance floor, pausing every once in a while to dip her. For those who had never met the two, they would never have known Lily had been turning James down for years. They appeared to be a couple, having a romantic moment together. "You should ask Tonnie to dance," Remus said, addressing Sirius. "I can't dance," Sirius replied. "Neither can James, but that didn't stop him from asking Lily," Remus said, gesturing to James, who had almost sent both Lily and himself to the floor after tripping over his own feet. "This could be your chance to tell her how you feel." "How many times must I tell you, Moony? Tonnie and I are just friends. Then you won't mind if I ask her to dance?" "Of course not," he said, hesitantly. "Fine then, I will," Remus said. Patting Sirius on the shoulder, he approached Tonnie, who was now sitting alone. "Could I have this dance?" Tonnie looked up to see Remus, extending his hand to her. She paused, unsure what to say. "It's not the full moon, I won't bite," he joked. She glanced over to the table Sirius and Peter occupied, noticing Sirius fixated on the wall behind the bar. A small part of her had hoped he would have been the one to come over and ask her. Redirecting her attention to Remus, she nodded and followed him to where James and Lily were dancing. Remus was no virtuoso at dancing. Regardless, he was much better than James. He and Tonnie swayed to the music, and occasionally he'd spin her around, usually a few times in a row. As they danced, Remus would whisper jokes about James's pitiful dance skills, and how he must have slipped Lily a love potion to get her to dance with him. Watching from afar, Sirius scowled seeing Tonnie laughing with Remus. He could tell by the smile that wouldn't fade from her face that she was having a good time. The longer he watched, the feeling he felt a few weeks prior about hearing that she'd been spending time with Remus returned. He refused to believe what he was feeling was jealousy, but he didn't know what else to call it. Nevertheless, they couldn't help but think that she was happy with Remus. Remus was one of his best friends. He knew how great of a guy he was. He was intelligent, caring, responsible, compared to the other three, and funny. Tonnie and Remus had a lot in common. They both always had their nose in a book if they weren't spending time with their friends, although sometimes even with their friends. They were both prefects, and were taking a lot of the same subjects. Sirius knew for a fact Tonnie was the smartest Ravenclaw in their year, and Remus, only rivaled with Lily, was the same. For Gryffindor, Sirius couldn't help but think, maybe they were made for one another. "Wormtail," Sirius said, turning to his left, "Moony hasn't said anything to you about Tonnie, has he?" "Only when mentioning how much time she spends with you," Peter replied, raising his bottle to his lips. "He hasn't said anything about fancying her, has he?" "No to me. I'm pretty sure you've got that covered." This time, Sirius was too focused on the small wave of relief washing over him to argue with Peter. "Why?" "No reason." Sirius redirected his attention to James and Lily. They were dancing dangerously close to the mistletoe. He was sure that any minute now, James would try to capitalize on the chance to kiss Lily. Instead of standing around to watch his failure, he wrapped his scarf around his neck and pulled his coat on. "I'm going to get some fresh air. Let me know if something excled Peter before stepping out the door, letting the Christmas music fading behind him. The cold night air stung Sirius's exposed cheeks. He pulled his scarf up over his nose and leaned back against the outside wall of the pub. The commotion in the bar was too much. He needed some silence to clear his head. But not matter how hard he tried to think about something else, anything else, his mind wandered back to a certain blonde. Sirius had only been outside in the cold a few minutes before he had company. Lily was pulling Tonnie out the door. He took notice of Lily's flushed cheeks, the dark green scarf clutched in her hands, and her unbuttoned coat. Clearly, she was rushing to leave. "Sirius," Tonnie said, stopping Lily from dragging her down the street. "What are you doing out here? Aren't you freezing?" "It's warm in there, I just needed to cool down," he lied, a shiver running through him. "You seem to be having fun. Both of you." He nodded too. Lily. Lily refused to look at him, and urged Tonnie to leave once again. "Yeah, we did. Looks like we're leaving. Happy Christmas, Sirius," she called as Lily began trying to pull her down the street. "Happy Christmas," he yelled back before heading inside, curious to see if James had a bright red slap mark across his face. Once again, he found the night full of surprises. Entering the pub, he saw James sitting at their table with Remus and Peter, a huge grin plastered on his face. "Padfoot, you missed it. I kissed her and she didn't hex me for it." For the next half hour Sirius sat, listening to James repeat over and over how he snogged Lily under the mistletoe. As far as Sirius could tell, the kiss had only lasted a few seconds, but Lily had indeed kissed him back. Her rushing out of the pub wasn't out of anger. Rather it was embarrassment, confusion, or a combination of the two that made Lily want to depart the Three Broomsticks immediately. As James told the story, Sirius couldn't help but think what could have happened if he'd listened to Remus and had asked Tonnie to dance. Would she have had a good time? What would have happened if he'd had the same amount of nerve as James and had kissed her? Would she have run out like Lily, or slapped him as Sirius had originally thought? He wasn't sure, but the more he thought about it, the more he began to think that his friends were right. Maybe his feelings for Tonnie were more than platonic. "You see, there were two reasons I decided to dance with Tonnie. One, she was my friend. Lily had left her to go dance with James, and it wasn't fair for her to have to sit alone. Secondly," Ron asked, waiting to hear his less noble reason. "I knew that it would make Sirius jealous." Lupin smirked. Sirius was right on the verge of realizing his feelings for her. He just needed a little push. "Why did I do it? What came over me?" Lily groaned, with her face in her hands. "How could I possibly think it was okay to kiss James Potter?" With that she sank her head into her arithmancy textbook. Tonnie rolled her eyes, and went back to her herbology homework. Since the night at the Three Broomsticks, Lily could not stop talking about the kiss. Repeatedly she would declare that the kiss was a moment of weakness, or completely embarrassing. She refused to believe that it was a rational decision that made her do it, and could not stop questioning herself. "Have you considered, and this is a long shot, but that you might actually like James?" The moment the words exited Tonnie's mouth, Lily let out a loud moan in protest. It was so loud that Madame Pants rushed over and threatened to expel her from the library if she didn't keep quiet. With that, Lily stopped her griping and went back to her work. "Have you started your transfiguration essay?" Lily asked, a few minutes later. "No, I'm waiting on Remus to start that one." Remus, Lily, and Tonnie had started a study group at the beginning of the year. Since they were taking most of the same classes, the trio thought it would be a good way to manage all their work and their prefect duties. At first both girls were skeptical of Remus, knowing who his friends were. But he grew on them quickly, and they spent most of their study time together. "Lily, Tonnie," Remus said, joining them. "Remus," the girls answered, although Lily's response sounded as though she was going to relapse into a fit of groaning. "Lily, that must have been some kiss you gave James. He won't shut up about it." He laughed. "You saw it, right, Remus? She kissed me back, I got." "Evans, to kiss me back," Remus mocked James, earning another moan, although this one was much quieter, from Lily. For the love of Merlin, I bet the whole school knows about it by now." "Oh, I guarantee it. James has had all of us spreading the word. So Lils, where are you and James registered? I need to know what wedding present to get you." Tonnie moved to kick him under the table, but it was too late. Lily had already whacked him with her arithmancy textbook and stormed out of the library. "You know she's mortified, right? You're only making it worse," Tonnie said, trying to suppress the grin spreading across her face. "I wasn't kidding. James really won't shut up about it. It's all he talked about over holiday. Do you know how many owls I received talking about what that kiss meant to Lily? I started throwing them in the fire the moment they arrived." Tonnie laughed, turning back to her ancient runes notes. "You know, I'm surprised to see you here. Don't you have a lesson with Sirius at 7? Tonnie checked her watch, seeing it was 10 till 7. We haven't talked about whether we're continuing them since he got his practice exam back. I mean, he got an outstanding. I didn't think he'd be needing them any. He got a what? Remus yelled, earning a death glare from Madame Pants. Sorry, he mouthed to the librarian before turning back to Tonnie. He got an outstanding. I didn't even get one. He didn't tell you. He told me right after he got it back from Slughorn. When he left, he said he was going to tell the three of you. Remus shook his head. No. How could he have gotten an O? Not that you're not an excellent tutor, which you clearly are if you can earn Sirius and outstanding. Tonnie sat, confused beyond belief. Sirius hadn't told his best friends about his amazing grade, and expected to be continuing their lessons. She had been sure that he wouldn't want them anymore. Why would he need to take time out of his week to dedicate to a class he was excelling in? And why wouldn't he tell his friends about that grade? They would have been impressed. Why wouldn't he tell you? Maybe he thought that if we knew, we'd want you to tutor us too? Could you only imagine? I don't think we'd get through that lesson without. Tonnie checked her watch once more, noticing she only had a few minutes until their scheduled lesson time. Remus, I've got to go, she said, stuffing her books in her bag. Can we work on that transfiguration essay tomorrow? Before he could agree or disagree, Tonnie was already halfway across the library. As she raced down the hall, she couldn't help but continue to check her watch. She knew for a fact she was going to be late. She just hoped Sirius didn't think she wasn't going to show. Tonnie wasn't sure why she was so eager to get to the lesson. Maybe it was because she hadn't seen Sirius since the Three Broomsticks, or maybe it was because she was excited to get back to their lessons. She had to admit, she missed him over the holidays. She had been tempted to write to him, but she didn't know what to say. They didn't have any lessons to talk about, and she didn't know if he thought they were close enough to send owls about. Updates on her life. Tonnie stopped, swinging open the door to the Transfiguration classroom. However, instead of finding Sirius waiting on her, the room was empty. She felt her heart drop into her stomach. Remus had been wrong. He didn't really need her help after all. She sighed, turning on her heels. Bang. Whoa, Sirius said, as Tonnie turned into his chest. Careful, Lovegood. Try not to och against Slytherin is coming up. Captain would kill me if I couldn't play. He laughed, walking through the doorway into the classroom. You came. Of course, I did. It's Tuesday, right? I'm here every Tuesday. He crossed over to his usual desk and began unpacking his bag. Sorry I'm late. James wouldn't stop asking me questions about Lily. Do you know if Lily is Avila? That would explain a lot. If she's not, then she's put some spell on him. He's out of his mind. I just thought, she began, disregarding his comment about James, that since you did so well on your practice examination, you wouldn't want my help anymore. The practice examination covered last term's lessons. I have a whole other term of potions to master before the exams. I'll need your help for that. Don't you think? Yeah, I guess you will, Tonnie said, doing her best to suppress her smile. The 1st of September 1977. You know, Harry, Lupin said, taking a bite of one of the cookies Fleur had brought by a few minutes before. Last spring Sirius and I told you that your parents starting dating in our 7th year. Yeah, after Dad deflated his head a bit. They were dating in our 7th year. But really, they got together at the end of our 6th. What happened? Well, Gryffindor had just beat Ravenclaw for the Quidditch Cup. That win had pretty much solidified the House Cup for us as well, so everyone was excited. We threw a big part in the common room, and well, 270 to 150. They may have caught the snitch, but we have the best damn chasers in the school. A 7th year yelled, earning a deafening roar from the crowd of celebrating Gryffindors. Someone had put a charm on the radio to where the entire common room could hear the rock music. A couple of sneaky 3rd years had found their way to the kitchens and brought back treats for everyone, including enough butterbeers for each member of Gryffindor House to have 2 or more. James, who had been the big scorer of the game, was being praised for his skills by everyone. Sirius could have sworn he heard several 4th year girls ask James if he had planned on joining a professional Quidditch team after he graduated next year. James smiled but brushed them off. Sirius could tell he was scanning the room for Lily. Sirius sat with Remus and Peter. Remus somehow was reading a book amid all the chaos and didn't seem to notice when an empty bottle of butterbeer came flying over his head. With the singing, cheering, yelling, and commotion, Sirius wasn't sure how he could possibly be concentrating on herbology textbook. Peter, on the other hand, was too busy eating all the treats in sight. At one point, he asked Sirius to count how many chocolate frogs he could fit in his mouth at one time. The answer: this is before he puked them into a first-year's bag, 17. Sirius kicked his feet up into Remus's lap, who didn't seem to notice, and tipped back another butterbeer. Although he played well, scoring almost as many goals as James, Sirius didn't really feel like celebrating, because of the match. Tonnie had cancelled their usual Saturday lesson. He'd seen her at the match sitting with Lily in the Gryffindor section. Even though she had been sporting a Ravenclaw t-shirt, he was sure he'd seen her cheering whenever he scored a goal. James! Sirius heard Lily shout. Gaining his attention, James turned around to see Lily rush into his arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck, congratulating him on the win. "You did it," she cheered as he picked her up and spun her around. "Hey, Moony," Sirius smirked, tapping Remus on the arm. "Look at Prongs and Evans." Remus looked up in time to see James setting her down. The two were inches apart, yet James didn't try and kiss her. Afraid of repeating what happened the last time the two had lip-locked, James was going to wait for Lily to make the first move this time. Luckily for him, he didn't have to wait long. A moment later, Lily had pushed up on her tiptoes to press a kiss to his lips. The room erupted at the sight. The two didn't seem to mind though. "About time," Remus said, seeing James tighten his arms around Lily's waist and pulling her closer to him. "Now we don't have to listen to him pine over her anymore." "If anyone asks, I'm headed to the library," Sirius said, getting up from his comfy chair. "You're going to the library? Who are you, and what have you done with Padfoot?" Remus asked, closing his book. Peter, who had stopped stuffing treats into his mouth, looked up too, clearly confused. "You're going to miss the party to study," Peter said. "You've never missed a party, ever. We've got exams coming up. You don't have Quidditch practice anymore. That's plenty of extra time to study for exams." Sirius looked back at James and Lily, still happily wrapped in each other's arms. They'd come up for air and were gazing at one another, both with huge grins on their faces. James tucked a strand of hair behind Lily's ear and whispered something to make her smile grow even larger than before. Remus noticed Sirius's stare and immediately knew why he was leaving. "Tell Tonnie we say hello," he said, returning to his book. "I will," Sirius replied, rushing up to their bedroom to retrieve his bag. About a few minutes later he came back through the common room, bag over his shoulder, and made his way through the portrait hole. "Have fun, but not too much fun," Remus called after him. Sirius rolled his eyes and continued his way. "Hey, is this seat taken?" Tonnie looked up, seeing Sirius standing across from her. "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at the party?" "Oh, I was," Sirius said, taking a seat. "I thought you'd like to know that." James and Lily have been snogging in the middle of the common room for quite some time now. "They're what? No way, I couldn't believe it either. So, did you just come here to relay the message?" "Not just that. I'm not really in the partying mood. I'd rather be here." Tonnie shifted her gaze to her books to hide her smile. "So, have you started studying for the Transfiguration exam yet?" "I haven't," Sirius said, changing the subject. Later that night, after they'd had studied Transfiguration for a couple of hours, Sirius walked Tonnie back to the Ravenclaw Tower. He claimed it was on his way back to the Gryffindor Tower, but really, he just wanted to spend a few more minutes with her. "You played really well today," Tonnie said, looking over to Sirius. "I know they were cheering on James the most, but I think your goals were more impressive. That one where you timed it so that the bludger would knock it in was wicked. I dunno how you did it." "Oh, that one," Sirius laughed. "That was sheer dumb luck." "Regardless, it was impressive," she said, beginning to walk up the staircase. Peeves flew over their heads cackling about Filch and was leaving a trail of dung bombs behind him. Tonnie sidestepped to avoid one, and ended up tripping on the step. Luckily, Sirius caught her hand, making sure she didn't fall. "Thanks," she whispered. They spent the rest of the walk in silence until they reached the door of the Ravenclaw common room. Tonnie reached up to use the brass eagle-shaped knocker. A moment later, the eagle spoke. I'm at the beginning of the end and the start of eternity. At the end of time and space, in the middle of yesterday but nowhere in tomorrow. What am I? Tonnie thought for a moment before saying, the letter E. The door swung open. Now that was impressive, said Sirius. Only when Tonnie went to walk through the common room door did she realize they were still holding hands. Neither of them had seemed to notice. Reluctantly she dropped Sirius's hand. Good night, Sirius. Good night, he replied, watching her step through the doorway. He smiled, looking down at his hand that had just been intertwined with Tonnie's, and made his way to a shortcut that he was sure would get him back to the Gryffindor Tower without being caught by Filch. He skipped the celebration so that he could see her, Hermione said, a smile of adoratio so sweet. That's how my parents got together, Harry asked. Yes, there was no coming back from that. Hey, Tonnie. Sirius called, spotting her across the hall. She waved back, before saying goodbye to her classmate and joining him. How'd your exams go? Good, I think. I know potions, transfiguration and defense against the dark arts went well, but divination. Let's just say I think I'll be dropping that subject next year. What about you? I think they went pretty well. I spent almost all my free hours this week studying with Lily and Remus, so hopefully, it paid off. I'm sure you were brilliant. You always are, Sirius said, loosening his tie. I know we don't have anything else to study for this week, but we could still get together. What about under that beech tree on the grounds? I'll bring snacks. We can make it a summer send-off. I'd like that. Hold on. Did he just ask her on a date? Sort of. It started off as the two of them, but it ended with your parents, Peter, and I joining them. Date crashers, Ron said, stuffing another cookie into his mouth. Ronald Weasley don't fill up on cookies. You won't eat any dinner? Harry heard Mrs. Weasley yelling from the kitchen. Sorry, Mum. Ron apologized, still chewing on his cookie. When she wasn't watching, Ron grabbed another and hid it out of her sight. Divination was the worst. I don't know how you stuck with it. Tonnie laughed, unwrapping a chocolate frog. Neither do I mean she predicted my death every other day, always in some different way, and nothing normal. Sirius said, resting his hands on his chest. He was laying on the ground with his head in Tonnie's lap. What was the last death she predicted for you? Well, it started off cool. I was supposed to die years and years from now, fighting alongside my friends, in a duel at the Ministry. That doesn't seem so bad, she said, playing with his long hair. That's what I thought. But, then she said that I'd die by falling through a black curtain. Death by curtain. Can you believe that? How the bloody hell is a curtain supposed to kill me? It's completely mental. I heard she's retiring in a few years. Maybe, the first years will have a new divination teacher by the time they're in the third year. Hopefully, Sirius said, closing his eyes. They sat in silence for a while, but it wasn't an uncomfortable silence. Instead, they were just enjoying each other's company. For the first time, when they hung out together, they didn't have something to do. It was nice, they thought. Tonnie continued to play with Sirius's hair and was now making an effort to braid it. He was so relaxed, she thought he might have fallen asleep. You. No, we should write this summer, he said, his eyes still closed. I'll still be at James's house, and I'm sure he'll be writing to Lily every 5 minutes. So, why not us? She stopped, messing with his hair, causing him to open his eyes. For a moment, when he looked up at her, he thought she was going to say, no, yeah, that would be great. Well, don't you two look cozy? A voice interrupted them. Looking over, they saw James, Lily, Remus, and Peter crossing the courtyard to join them. Sirius sat up, leaning back against the tree. Oh, don't stop on our account, James said, taking a seat next to Sirius, and throwing an arm around Lily. Remus and Peter spread out in front of them. Can you believe we're going home tomorrow? This year has flown by. A lot has happened this year. You two are together, Remus said, pointing to James and Lily. You two are friends. Shifting to Sirius and Tonnie, something I thought would be even less likely. Tonnie laughed, nodding in agreement. If you had told her at the beginning of the year that she would be here sitting here right now, she would have told you that you were mental. Now, she couldn't believe she had gone so long without his friendship. Really, without all of their friendships. Although she had been on good terms, if not friends with Remus last year, this year she had grown closer to not only Sirius, but James, and Peter as well. While her relationship with James and Peter was not nearly the same as with Sirius. She had learned to at least tolerate, if not enjoy their company, plus, with as much as Lily had talked about him this year, she thought she couldn't possibly know any more about James. They'd all grown up more since Halloween, and sitting here together as friends proved it. For the rest of the afternoon, the six of them cracked jokes and retold stories from the past year. Lily updated them on Alice and Frank's relationship finally taking off, while Remus told her the official story of how Tonnie found out about him being a werewolf, after Lily admitted to knowing about him since their second year. She was surprised, however, to learn that the other three were animagi. As they sat, Remus kept catching Tonnie and Sirius sneaking glances at one another. When night fell and they all walked back up to the castle, he mentioned it to Lily, who claimed she had seen them as well. "How long until they're the ones getting together?" she whispered to Remus, pointing ahead to where Sirius and Tonnie were walking closely together. "Can't be long," he assured her. "My mum knew, too." Of course, she knew. We'd talk about it whenever Tonnie was running late to study with us. She wasn't late often, but when she was we'd joke that she had been too busy snogging Sirius somewhere on the grounds to meet us. "I know you talked to Sirius about his feelings for Tonnie, but did you ever with her?" "Plenty of times, but just like your godfather, she denied it. She was more stubborn than your mother when it came to her feelings." At least Lily owned up to how she felt about James. Tonnie would say she and Sirius were just friends, but we all, besides Sirius, knew there was more to it than that. If they wouldn't admit to anyone about how they felt, then when did things change? Officially, the 1st of September 1977. And officially, 2 weeks before that. Lupin said, pulling a letter addressed to Tonnie out of the photo tin. "Tonnie, thanks for your last gift, it was great. I haven't laughed that hard since you came running out of Ravenclaw Tower covered in owl feathers." "I know, you're wondering why I think it's funny. You'll see it soon. We're all getting together at James's house on Saturday. Fleamont and Euphemia went on a work holiday without us, so we have the place to ourselves. We're all planning on apparating to Hogsmeade after we run out of butterbeer. See you Saturday." Sirius. That Saturday was the night everything changed for the two of them. Crack. Tonnie appeared outside of the Potter's house a few minutes before 6 o'clock on Saturday. As she approached the front door, she could already hear her friends laughing. Before knocking on the front door, she heard glass shatter. She couldn't help but think that Peter had let his butterbeer bottle slip through his fingers. "Come in, it's open," she heard James call as she knocked on the front door. "You do realize your door was unlocked and I could have been a Death Eater, right?" "A Death Eater wouldn't have knocked, Tonnie," Remus said, raising his bottle. "Fair point." She agreed, turning to James. "James, your hair." James's hair, although she could tell it was fading slightly, was bright pink. This was the surprise that Sirius was talking about in his letter. "That's what he gets for opening my package," Sirius said, entering the room with 2 bottles of butterbeer. "Hey, Ton," he said, handing her the bottle. "You opened his package?" she asked James, taking a seat on the floor next to Sirius. "I was curious. How was I supposed to know you had sent him a potion?" "Whose mist turns hair pink? Aren't hair-changing potions only supposed to last a couple of days? My hair has been like this for a week. I might have accidentally added a few extra valerian roots." "Accidentally? Yeah, right? I think it suits you, babe," Lily smirked, "messing up his hair even more if that was possible. You should keep it." James rolled his eyes. "Lovegood, please tell me it'll when starts." "It should. If not, tell anyone that asks that you're a metamorphagus and you're trying out a new look." James shot her a death glare. "Or wear a hat." "I'm definitely wearing a hat to Hogsmeade tonight. Please tell me somewhere in the pile is a picture of my dad with pink hair." Harry laughed, rummaging through the pile. "There should be," Lupin said, helping him look. "Aha. Here." He handed him the photo. Sure enough, his dad was glaring at the camera, although Harry could have sworn for a brief second when the picture moved. James's lips twitched into a smile, and Tonnie had her arm wrapped around Him laughing and pulling at the ends of his pink hair. She wanted a picture to prove that she had tricked the great James Potter. This is priceless. Ron laughed. The 6 friends had all managed to end up sitting on the floor the more butterbeers they drank. Remus filled in the girls on the Marauders' last full moon adventure. Dumbledore had told Remus of a secluded cave near Hogsmeade that would be good for his transformations. The foursome had spent the few days before the full moon camping out in the woods and then wandered around, within the bounds of the protection spells they cast during the night. Now that they were all of age, James told them the boys had been busy practicing as much magic as possible. Their trip to the woods for the full moon had not been their first. They'd spent many days there practicing spells during the day, and hitting the streets of Hogsmeade at night. They'd spent so much time there, Peter suggested they make an enchanted map of Hogsmeade just as they had Hogwarts. Next, James, Peter, and Sirius took turns transforming into their animagus forms after Peter had transformed momentarily to scare the girls. James as a stag in the Potter's living room was quite a scene. Lily, who had never seen him up close in his animal form, was both surprised and impressed by his magical skill. Lastly, Sirius transformed, appearing as a shaggy black dog in front of everyone. He ran around the room, jumping on everyone and licking their faces. Lily pet him behind the ears, making him stick his tongue out in pleasure. James pushed him off and right into Remus's lap. Remus didn't seem to mind. Going over to Peter, Peter transformed again, jumping on Sirius's back. Sirius bucked him off almost immediately, sending him flying onto the couch cushions. Peter reappeared a moment later, tumbling over with laughter. When he reached Tonnie, he knocked her to the floor. "Sirius, stop," she laughed as his fur tickled her neck. Seeing the scene in front of him, James smirked and tapped Lily on the arm. "Watch this," he whispered just loud enough for her to hear. He raised his wand pointing it at Sirius, and nonverbally thought of his spell. A moment later, Sirius, in human form, was on his hands and knees, straddling Tonnie. Their faces were merely a couple of inches from one another. They were frozen, breathing hard, and holding eye contact. James, Lily, Peter, and Remus were silent watching the two of them. Sirius's gaze flickered to Tonnie's lips, then back to her eyes. For a moment, he thought he was going to kiss her, but he came to his senses. Sitting back up, they saw the look plastered on James's face. Sirius rolled his eyes. "Very funny, Prongs." "I thought so." "He didn't kiss her." Hermione groaned, slumping into her chair. "If not then when?" Harry saw Hermione was clearly caught up in the romance of Lupin's story. But Harry had to admit, even though he didn't have nearly enough experience with girls, that would have been an opportune time for Sirius. "Patience, Hermione, it's coming." Later that night, the 6 apparated to Hogsmeade. This was not the first time they had been to Hogsmeade this summer. In fact, they all shared this booth on their last trip to the village of the last term. Since then, every time they were together they sat in their signature booth. Upon their arrival, Madame Rosmerda brought them their drinks, without being asked, since they were there so often, she had their order memorized. "Enjoy," she said, flashing the group a wink. "Tonnie, isn't that your brother?" Lily asked, pointing across the pub. Surely, Tonnie spotted her younger brother, Xenophilius, sitting at a table by the bar, snogging a witch, with short, dirty blonde hair. "Hey, Zine," Tonnie called, gaining his attention. "Get a room." The girl blushed a bright shade of pink before grabbing Xenophilius's hand and pulling him out the door of the 3 broomsticks. "Since when has Xenophilius had a girlfriend?" James asked, taking another swig of his drink. "Longer than you," Tonnie said. "They started dating at the beginning of last year. I only found out about it at Christmas when she sent him a gift, live nargles. He loved it." "What the bloody hell are nargles?" Sirius asked. "I honestly couldn't tell you." "Sounds like they're made for one another," James added, throwing an arm around Lily's shoulders. "Just like you and me, Evans." He finished, kissing her on the cheek. "Like I told Zine, get a room. If we were at the Leaky Cauldron I would have." He piped up, earning a smack on the arm from Lily. As the night went on, the crowd at the pub thinned out. Lily and Tonnie ducked out around 9 to swing by Honeydukes before they locked up for the night. They were taking their sweet time coming back, and the guys were sure they'd bought some candy for the girls to share without them. Or, as Remus suggested, they were talking about the four of them and didn't want to be overheard. Almost right on cue, as the clock struck 10, they came sauntering back into the pub, with 2 large bags in their hands. Instead of joining them, they walked straight up to the bar. For a minute, they chatted with Madame Rosmerda and handed her a wrapped package with a Honeyduke's label. The boys watched as Madame Rosmerda reached over the bar, throwing her arms around the girls' necks. Approaching the boys, James reached out for Lily's bag but was disappointed when she tossed it to Remus instead. Remus immediately pulled out a large bar of Honeyduke's chocolate, before James could protest. Lily was pulling him up from his seat. "You can have some after you dance with me," she said, nodding to Madame Rosmerda. Instinctively, Madame Rosmerda turned up the radio behind the bar. "And you," Tonnie said, taking Sirius's hand, "that goes for you, too." "Yes, ma'am." Sirius laughed, joining her. As she pulled him, Sirius turned back to look at Remus. Remus just shook his head and raised his glass, tipping it in Sirius's direction. Taking dance tips from James and Remus, Sirius spun Tonnie around the floor. Once, she spun right into his chest. For a moment, they stood still, looking up at one another, breathing heavily. Then, Tonnie's lips twitched up into a smile, and once again she grabbed his hand and this time, spun Sirius. He laughed and then, faked as if she had dipped him, kicking his leg up into the air. The radio switched to a slow song. At first, Sirius was unaware of what to do. He looked over at James and Lily and saw Lily wrap her arms around his neck, and sway to the music with James. Sirius, focusing back on Tonnie, saw her too wrap her arms around his neck. Just like his best friend, he swayed to the music, holding the girl of his dreams in his arms. Tonnie rested her head on his chest. Sirius only hoped she couldn't hear his heart racing. He caught Lily waving at him. "Kiss her," she mouthed repeatedly, and as if he didn't understand her, she leaned up and planted one on James for an example. "That's what I'm saying," Hermione said, on the edge of her seat. "Please tell me he listens to her." The song ended before he got the chance. "Are you serious?" Hermione yelled, tugging on her hair. "No, I'm Remus." Lupin laughed. "Sorry, Sirius would have killed me if I didn't tell that joke." When the clock struck 1 in the morning, Madame Rosmerda told the group she needed to close for the night. Reluctantly, they collected their things and left the pub. James and Lily lead the group, walking hand in hand. The road suit. Sirius and Tonnie walked awfully close, almost able to brush fingertips. But, neither of them made a move. "Well, I better be heading home. If I'm not back soon, my dad is going to send Xenophilius after me." She hugged everyone, leaving Sirius for last. As his hug lingered, they could feel the group's eyes on them, watching them. Very carefully, she pulled back hesitantly. "Night," she whispered before backing up, and with a loud crack she was gone. "You've got to be shitting me," Lily and Remus yelled in unison. "You were supposed to tell her how you feel," Lily said, crossing to smack him on the shoulder. "Ouch, Evans. You told us at James's before she came that you were going to tell her, tonight," Remus groaned. "I wasn't going to do it in front of you lot," Sirius argued, "then go after her. She's at home, Sirius. You're in love with her," Remus yelled, silencing Sirius. "She deserves to know, mate." "What if she doesn't feel the same way?" Sirius said, sitting on the stone wall. For the first time, the group could hear the fear in his voice. "I don't want anything to change." "Sirius," Lily said softly. She squatted down, pulling hands from his face, and gripping them tightly in her own. "That's a risk you have to be willing to take." Sirius inhaled a shaky breath before dropping Lily's hands. Crack. A moment later he appeared on the path up to the Lovegoods' front door. To his surprise, Tonnie was sitting on the steps twirling her wand. "Sirius," she said, standing. "What are you doing here?" "Tonnie," he began, approaching her. She met him halfway. "There's something I want to tell you. I just don't know how." "Well, I do. Oh, Godric, this is hard. Tonnie. You and I, we're friends. Somehow over the course of this year, we became friends. Don't get me wrong. I love being your friend. He stopped, and began to pace back and forth, trying his best to come up with the right thing to say. His hands were shaking, and he felt sick to his stomach. Normally he was incredibly confident, sometimes overconfident. But now, with Tonnie, he was scared out of his mind. "Sirius, what are you trying to say?" she said, stopping him in his tracks. Her bright eyes stared right into his, doing her best to try to figure out what was going on in his head. In a snap decision, he cupped both her cheeks, pulling her lips to his. His lips moved eagerly against hers, doing his best to translate his feelings to her through the kiss. Tonnie stretched up on her toes, and took a hold of his wrists, curling his fingers around the palms of his hands. They lost track of time to how long they had been kissing. For all they knew, it could have been seconds, minutes, hours. Honestly, it didn't matter. When Sirius finally pulled away, he left Tonnie speechless. She had kissed other guys before while at Hogwarts, but never had she been kissed with so much passion before. She stood almost frozen, unable to speak or move, still trying to wrap her head around what just happened. Her heart was pounding in her chest, and her mind was racing. Her head was begging her to reach forward and kiss him again, but her feet wouldn't move. To Sirius though, he took it as a sign of a mistake he had made. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have," he said, stepping back, before Tonnie could say a word. Sirius had disappeared, leaving her standing in her front yard alone. "Why am I not surprised?" Hermione said, sighing, rubbing her temples. "All of that build-up, and he leaves. He kisses her and he leaves." "I did tell you they didn't officially get together until September, Hermione." "I know, it's just, Lils, what are you doing here?" James asked, opening his front door to find his girlfriend standing in front of him. "Not that I'm not glad you're here." "What happened between Sirius and Tonnie?" "I've sent Tonnie 3 owls, and Sirius 2. Neither of them will answer me," said Lily, walking through the doorway. "Sirius kissed her." "Oh, thank Godric. I was worried he hadn't," Lily said with relief. "He kissed her, and then he left." "He what? Is he here?" "Sirius Black, get your ass down here." "What did Sirius do this time?" Euphemia asked, walking out of the kitchen and joining the couple in the sitting room. "Mrs. Potter," Lily squeaked, looking mortified. "I didn't realize you two were back from your holiday." "Oh, don't be embarrassed, dear. Now, what happened with Sirius?" James told her what happened between Sirius and Tonnie. "No wonder he's been shut up in his room all week," she sighed. "I'm going to go talk to him," Lily said, apparating up to Sirius's bedroom. Crack, she appeared in Sirius's room. "For the love of Merlin, Evans," Sirius jumped. "I could have been naked." "You haven't been answering my letters. I want you to tell me what exactly happened with Tonnie." Sighing, Sirius agreed. He recounted the events of that night just as he remembered it. Lily sat on the edge of his bed, listening intently. When he finished, she said, "You should have waited, Sirius." "I did." She didn't say anything. "I did what you said. I took the risk, it just didn't pay off. I'm going to go see her. I have to find out what she's thinking." "You can't. She's on holiday with her family in France, remember?" Lily sat with him a few more minutes, doing her best to reassure him that Tonnie did feel the same way about him, but he ignored her. When she realized he stopped listening, she left him be and returned downstairs. "Did you fix him?" "He's not broken, James." "Yes, he is. He's heartbroken." "This isn't a joke." She was cut off, as Remus appeared in the middle of the room. "Remus, please tell James he needs to take this whole Tonnie Sirius situation seriously." "Did you just tell him to take Sirius seriously?" "Not you two. Sorry. Look, I've talked to Sirius, and I've sent Tonnie almost a dozen letters. I am taking this seriously. But, I still don't know what happened. We were sure that if he went and saw her, he'd come back boasting that she was his girlfriend." "You were wrong. We shouldn't have been," Lily said, pulling at the ends of her hair. "Remus and I know how she feels the same way about him." "Did she specifically say that she was in love with him?" "There is more than one way to say, 'I love you,' James. So, no. I know my best friend. Have you seen the way she looks at him? It's not the same way she looks at you or Remus. I've seen her search for him in the halls, and the smile that appears on her face when she spots him. When he compliments her or even mentions that he'd rather be spending time with her, she turns away to hide her blush. Also, she turned down William Macmillan, who she had been talking about forever, when she asked her out last year. Macmillan asked her out. Yeah, after the Hufflepuff-Slytherin match. That was during first term. Even then, I knew she had to have feelings for Sirius. There was no way she'd turn down Macmillan if she didn't. What about you, Remus? What do you think? She does spend a lot of time with him. Remember that first Tuesday after we got back from the winter holiday? Lily, you left early because you were in denial about James? You were? James asked, unable to hide his smirk. Oh, shut up. Anyway, when I told her Sirius would be waiting for her to have their lesson, which she thought they had finished, she practically ran out of the library to go meet him. And when we all went to the Three Broomsticks a few days before Christmas, I kept catching her looking at him while we were dancing. Oh, and don't forget that date we interrupted at the end of the last term. It might not have been an official date, but you saw them. Even you admitted, Prongs, that they looked like a couple rather than just friends. Also, I don't know if you know this, that night that you went and retrieved them from the charms classroom at 2 in the morning, Remus, for a minute there, Tonnie thought he was going to kiss her. He caught her. After her levitation potion wore off, and they were awfully close, Tonnie told me, she kind of hoped he had. She never mentioned it again. That was the same night Sirius told her about living with you, James. He never tells people about that. James agreed. He had never, once heard Sirius inform anyone that he wasn't living at home. Sirius had even told his younger brother, Regulus, to keep the news quiet. And Tonnie told him about her mum's death. She's only mentioned her to me a couple of times, and we've been best friends for 6 years. She has to really trust him to tell Sirius that. Okay, so she feels the same way. Then why didn't she say anything when Sirius kissed her? That's what we need to find out. Lily and I continued writing letters to Tonnie. Even James sent a few. We were hoping maybe she would reply out of annoyance. She didn't. Lily placed a charm on the Lovegood house to alert her the second anyone stepped foot on the premises. So, the moment that Tonnie arrived home, Lily was going to apparate there and confront her. Did it work? Your mother was a brilliant witch. Of course, it worked. On the Saturday before the Hogwarts Express left to take the new and returning students back to school, Tonnie, Xenophilius and their father returned home. Loaded down with their luggage from their trip, plus their new school supplies they had just picked up in Diagon Alley, they walked one by one out of the fireplace, dusting soot off their clothes. Since none of the three particularly liked flying, and Xenophilius was still not of age, they chose to travel through the Flow network. Mr. Lovegood had arranged for them to be able to connect their fireplace to one in Paris due to his close friendship with the French Minister of Magic. The Lovegoods had barely been home a minute when Xenophilius spotted Lily making her down the path to their house. Tonnie, what is Lily doing here? Aren't you going to see her tomorrow? Tonnie ran outside, already knowing what Lily was going to say. Before you start yelling at me, I should have written you back. I just needed some time to think. Needed some time to think? Tonnie, we've been worried sick about you and Sirius. I've heard his side of the story, now tell me yours. For the third time, Lily heard the story of what happened 2 weeks before. That kiss, Lily. I've never been kissed like that. Was it bad? No, not at all. It was excellent. There was so much warmth and passion behind it. I tried to say something afterward, but I couldn't find the words to describe it. He left me breathless. By the time I finally figured out what to say, he had already said that he'd made a mistake and disapparated. He regretted it, Lily. No, he didn't. When you didn't say anything, he was scared. He thought he messed up, that he'd lost you. Sirius Black, scared? He's not scared of anything. There is only one thing on this earth that scares Sirius. You. He was terrified to go after you that night. Remus and I pushed him to do it. But now, he doesn't think you feel the same way about him as he does about you. But I know you do. Don't even try to deny it, Tonnie Lovegood. You've done it long enough. Tonnie remained silent, trying to wrap her head around what Lily was telling her. Look, Ton. You can sit here and contemplate whether I'm right all you want. But, the truth is, you're going to have to see him tomorrow on the train. He put his feelings out there. You ought to return the favor. Lily flashed her a smile, before squeezing her hand and disapparating. The 1st of September 1977. That was the day she had to see him on the train. You said earlier that was the day everything changed for them, officially. Yes, Hermione. Lupin smiled. When we boarded the Hogwarts Express, Sirius and Peter went and booked our usual compartment while James, Lily, and I made our way to the prefect's carriage. As head boy and girl, your parents lead the meeting. Also, it was James and I's first time at seeing Tonnie again. James? What are you doing here? Tonnie said, stepping into the prefect's compartment. I'm the head boy. Dumbledore has lost his mind, she laughed, giving him a quick hug. Congrats. Although as she slipped past Remus, she did whisper, it should have been you. Remus smiled, taking a seat next to her. It looks like my potion wore off, Tonnie told James, noticing his black hair was prominent again. Yeah, it completely faded a few days ago. Dang it, Tonnie said, snapping her fingers. I should have added a few more Valyrian roots. James shot her a glare and proceeded with Lily to go over the prefect's responsibilities. Once the meeting ended, the four proceeded back to their compartment. Lily and James walked hand in front of Tonnie and Remus. You didn't answer my letters, Remus said, just loud enough for Tonnie to hear. I know. I'll tell you about it later. I just have to do something first. Remus nodded, before stepping into the compartment. Oh, here comes the head boy and head girl. Sirius taunted, throwing a few of every flavor beans at the couple. He got annoyed when James caught one in his mouth and cheered on his victory. James, Lily, and Remus sat down, joining their friends. Tonnie, however, remained in the doorway. Sirius, she said, gaining his attention, can I talk to you for a minute? Of course, Sirius said, swallowing hard. As he stood up, all eyes were on him. Tonnie slid the compartment door closed to give them a little privacy. Tonnie didn't have time to say anything before Sirius started rambling. Tonnie, again, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kissed you that night. I think you're amazing. How could I not? You're stunning, intelligent, and an incredible prankster. But, you're also one of my best friends, and I don't want to do anything to jeopardize that. She didn't let him finish. Tonnie had pulled him down by the collar of his shirt and kissed him. Just like their first kiss, the passion between them only grew the longer they continued. Tonnie could feel that any butterflies in her stomach has completely faded and had been replaced by the fire to kiss him. Although surprised at first, Sirius wrapped his arms around Tonnie's waist. Tonnie wove her fingers through his long hair, doing her best to make any space between them disappear. After a while, they broke apart. Breathing heavily, Sirius rested his forehead against Tonnie's. Now it was his turn to be speechless. Tonnie rested her hands on his chest. Sirius was sure she would be able to feel his heart pounding. His heart was racing so fast he was sure it was about to come right out of his chest. I don't want to just be friends, Tonnie said after catching her breath. From what this lot have been telling me, she pointed to the compartment without shifting her gaze away from Sirius's, neither do you. No, I don't. He breathed, leaning back in for another kiss. This time the couple could hear the cheers from their friends through the compartment door. Smiling into the kiss, Tonnie pulled her wand out from her pocket and nonverbally cast a silencing jinx on the four of them. Sirius, following her lead, flicked his wand and drew down the blinds over the door. A minute later, Lily had successfully used the nonverbal countercurse and the group had resumed heckling Tonnie and Sirius. Now look whose turn it is to get a room, James called. Happily, Sirius answered, taking Tonnie's hand and walking into the compartment. He took a seat between James and Lily, pulling Tonnie down into his lap. She giggled and resumed kissing him. Mate, we've been waiting on this for so long, we honestly don't care. Remus said, smirking. James, Lily, and Peter cheered in agreement but then proceeded to pelt the two of them with every flavor beans. Tonnie's advice, finally, Hermione said, it took them long enough. That kick started one of our best years at Hogwarts. Now with James and Lily together, and Tonnie and Sirius, the six of us spent almost all our time together. Instead of Tonnie and Sirius's private lessons, we created one big study group and spent long hours in empty classrooms studying and practicing, and teaching the girls spells we had learned during our animagus research. Hogsmeade usual booth, and often ended with staying late and sneaking back into the castle via the Honeyduke's cellar entrance, and occasionally the Shrieking Shack. Although, Filch confiscated the map at some point that year, and we had to resort to coming back on time. Full moons were still just as entertaining as before. Except for this time, we'd come back from our trip the next morning and tell the girls about our adventure over breakfast. Did they ever think about becoming animagi with you? Tonnie became one. Legally, after we graduated. With Tonnie officially joining the group, we had an extra prankster. We pulled pranks on one another. They were small ones to comply with Sirius and Tonnie's truce. Also, we pulled them on other people. This time, if anyone asked, there was no throwing people under the bus. We still go detention that year, but not nearly as many times as we had in the past. Sirius and James really enjoyed having Tonnie on board so that they could prank Snape. Tonnie had never forgiven Snape for what he called your mother. She hated that she had been friends with him for so long, and gladly helped Sirius and James prank him. We had enough fun our 7th year to distract us from what was going on outside the castle walls. The war was raging, and people were dying, kidnapped, and controlled every day. I think part of the reason we enjoyed dueling during our study sessions was to prepare us for what was coming. After hearing that Dumbledore was building an army, we all agreed that joining that Order of the Phoenix was the best decision for us after we graduated. Harry hadn't really thought about his parents growing up in a war zone. He imagined them checking the Daily Prophet every morning like Hermione, scanning the pages for anyone they knew that had been murdered. They'd formed a group to practice spells just like he had last year. Except, this time, theirs wasn't illegal. But what impressed him was that through all of it, they managed to be happy. Really happy. He was glad. Their 7th year at Hogwarts was one of the last few years of his parents' and Tonnie's lives. He had only hoped they had enjoyed it. James and Lily got engaged on the last Hogsmeade trip of the year, and they were married right after graduation. What about Sirius and Tonnie? Did they get married? They were going to. They got engaged on Christmas Eve the year before you were born. Your parents had just told them they were pregnant with you. We had a lot to celebrate that Christmas. But they didn't get married, not like my parents. At the time, we all thought that the Wizarding War couldn't last much longer. Tonnie wanted to wait until after it had finished to get married. Sirius and Tonnie had always taken things slowly, unlike your parents. Your parents were only 18 when they got married, and 19 when they found out you were on the way. Harry thought about his life over the next few years, if he was even going to have one. With Voldemort trying to kill him, he couldn't be sure. He couldn't imagine being married in 2 years, or about to be a father in 3. Especially not during a war. Besides, when they got engaged, a lot had happened in the year and a half since your parents got married. The Wizarding War was in full swing, and they were all very active in the Order of the Phoenix. Also, on top of her order duties, Tonnie had gotten a job at St. Mungo's as a healer. A healer? Doesn't that take a million NEWTs and OWLs to qualify for? Ron asked, sneaking another cookie into his mouth. Are you forgetting Tonnie made all outstandings on her exams? Tonnie had always wanted to be a healer. The job at St. Mungo's was her dream job. Dumbledore had even helped her get it. He recommended her for the position. She was still devoted to the Order, but she had to split her time wisely. Dumbledore tried to place her on duty with Sirius as often as possible since he knew that she would be working long hours at the hospital, and would have very little time to see him. Amid everything, she felt there wasn't any time to plan a wedding. They could have eloped, Hermione added. Sirius had thought about that, but he knew Tonnie wanted more. She had already bought a wedding dress. Here, Hermione said, handing Harry the picture she had been holding. Tonnie had been standing with her back to a 3-way mirror, smiling and throwing a bouquet of pale blue flowers into the air. Her white dress, with lacy bell sleeves, reached the floor. A tailor was on her knees by Tonnie's feet, tapping her wand against the train of Tonnie's dress. A crown of the same blue flowers sat on top of Tonnie's head, a veil attached to the bottom of the ring at the base of her head. Her hair was still blonde. In the reflection of the mirror, Harry saw his mom taking the picture. Although her eyes were covered with the camera, Harry could see her smiling. He could tell she was thrilled for her best friend. She knew they were going to get married one day. So, she went dress shopping with your mom, and Pandora, Xenophilus's girlfriend. Hey, Mum wanted me to tell you all dinner is almost ready, Ginny said, entering the room. What are we looking at? Who's the girl in the wedding dress? Harry's godmother. Now, shush, Lupin's telling a story. Hermione told her. Ginny, although confused, sat down with them to listen to Lupin. "Maybe we should finish the story after we eat," said Lupin. "No," Harry and Hermione shouted in unison. Ron's stomach was growling. Even after all the cookies he had been snacking on. "Okay," Lupin said with a laugh. "I'll continue. The following summer, you were born, Harry." Remus, Peter, Sirius, and Tonnie had been sitting in the waiting room on the delivery floor of St. Mungo's. Every time they hear a baby crying, the four would look up to the door, waiting for James to come out and bring them the good news. Tonnie, who worked on this very floor of the hospital, hated sitting in the waiting room. She was still in her healing robes. They were white, with pale blue stitching that matched her nails and her shoes. Normally she was patient when it came to waiting on babies. She did that all day, she could handle it. But with this baby, the birth of her godchild, any patience she had disappeared about 5 minutes since she entered the room. Since she was an employee, she tried flashing her name badge to enter the back rooms, but they wouldn't let her. No working on family, they'd tell her before sending her back to the waiting room. Sirius, Remus, and Peter seemed just as nervous as she was for the Potter baby's arrival. The moment James walked through that door, everything was going to change. No longer were they going to taking spontaneous trips and get drunk on fire whiskey on Friday nights at James and Lily's. Not that they've been able to do that as much lately. Dumbledore had been assigning them more shifts for the Order, including during their Friday night get-togethers. Then there was the matter of the Order and the Wizarding War. All of them, including James and Lily, were terrified of bringing a baby into the world right now. They knew he, or she, would be in danger from the moment they were born. Tonnie and Sirius couldn't help but fear for their godchild. Sirius was in the middle of changing the color of his shoelaces repeatedly to pass the time when James came through the double doors leading to the delivery rooms. His hair was messier than usual, if that was possible, and he was rubbing his hand quite profusely. Tonnie knew Lily must have been squeezing it rather hard during the labor. Almost every mum Tonnie had seen when she delivered a baby had done the same thing to their husbands, usually while cursing at them for causing her all the pain she was in. "Well?" Sirius asked, all four of them rising from their seats. "It's a boy." The group erupted with cheers before they enveloped James in a massive group hug. A minute later, after James wriggled his way out of their arms, he brought them back to Lily's room. Entering the room, the first thing Tonnie looked to was the newborn curled up in Lily's AEP, but his tiny lips curled up into a satisfied smile. He had a mop of black hair on his head that was already sticking every other direction. She knew he was going to look just like his dad. "James. Lily. He's perfect," Tonnie said, sitting on the edge of the bed. "He is, isn't he? We did good, Evans," James said, pressing a kiss to his wife's forehead. "Do you want to hold him?" Lily gestured to Tonnie. She nodded profusely, stretching out her arms. Tonnie gazed at the baby in her arms with complete awe. She had held her fair share of babies since working at the hospital, but this one, her godson, she couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. She leaned down, kissing his forehead. She stood up, walking over to Sirius. He held out his finger, and the baby boy sleepily reached out and latched his itty-bitty finger around Sirius. Sirius' smile now matched Tonnie's. He hadn't even held the kid yet, and he already knew he'd do anything for that baby. "Have you picked a name?" Tonnie asked, passing the baby to Sirius. "Harry," Lily said, talking James's non-injured hand in hers. "Harry James Potter." "Harry James. I thought your ego went down when you deflated that big head of yours," Sirius said, smirking at James. "It was my idea," Lily added, looking up at her husband. After Sirius held Harry for a while, he handed him over to Remus, who looked terrified to hold him. He tensed as Sirius laid Harry into his arms. Harry stretched, reaching his arms up over his head, and yawned. This only seemed to scare Remus more. When Harry opened his eyes, Tonnie could finally see the resemblance to Lily. Just like his mother, Harry had her piercing green eyes. Remus flashed Harry a toothy grin, which made Harry laugh. "You're not going to break him, Moony," Sirius reassured him. But Remus quickly passed him to Peter. The moment Harry was placed in Peter's arms, he began to shriek. Peter looked mortified and rushed him over to James. Once back in his father's arms, Harry calmed back down. "I guess he doesn't like you, Wormtail," James laughed, rocking Harry back to sleep. Watching James and Lily fawn over their newborn son, Sirius wrapped his arms around Tonnie and pressed a long kiss to her temple. She reached up to hold his hands in hers. "How perfect is our godson," he whispered in her ear. "I hope you say that about our kids one day." She smiled, still unable to keep her eyes off Harry. "I don't know, Ton. They're going to have trouble topping, Harry. I just know it." "Yeah, they are," she agreed, squeezing his hands. "Sirius and Tonnie loved you just as much as your parents, Harry. There should be some pictures from the hospital in that pile," said Lupin. Ginny helped him search, pulling out photos with the date marked, the 31st of July 1980. "Oh, Harry. Look how cute you were," she gushed, holding up pictures of Harry as a newborn. Looking over Ginny's shoulder, Hermione agreed, awing over a picture of Harry in Lupin's arms. While the girls were busy gaping over those pictures, Harry was focused on one of his parents and his godparents. His mum was still in the hospital bed, holding him, while his dad was standing beside her. On the left, Tonnie and Sirius mirrored his parents. Both Sirius and his dad had their arms draped over the girl's shoulders. The picture moved as his mum and Tonnie fawned over him, while James mouthed something to Sirius, accompanied by a wink. Harry wasn't sure, but from what he could tell, his dad had said, "Just you wait." Tonnie and Sirius were your primary babysitters. Whenever your parents needed a break, they'd send an owl, and one, if not both, would do everything they could to clear their schedules to come to take care of you. I helped occasionally, but as you can see from the picture in Ginny's hands, I'm not the best with babies. "I bet you were great with Harry, Remus," said Hermione. "Not nearly as good as Tonnie was. But at least I was better than Peter." Harry thought about what Lupin had said about him crying when Wormtail had held him. Even then, Harry could see Pettigrew for what he really is, a rat. "Know enough about my babysitting skills or lack thereof. This story isn't about me. It's about Tonnie and Sirius." "Tonnie, you have a visitor," the witch at the reception desk told her as she came by. "Thanks, Melinda," Tonnie said, dropping off a chart at the front desk. With the flick of her wand, the parchment filed itself away into the cabinet behind the reception desk. When she turned the corner, awaiting her was Sirius, with a bag of take away from the leaky cauldron under one arm, and a blue rose in the other. Tonnie felt a blush creep up on her face as she approached him. "You didn't have to bring me dinner," she said, giving him a quick peck on the lips before hopping up onto a stretcher. "Thank you." "It was my pleasure," Sirius responded. He clipped the end of the rose with his wand and tucked it behind her ear. "Plus, I wanted an excuse to see you. Since you are working late delivering baby wizards and I have duty for the order tonight, I won't get to see you until the morning." "You are so sappy," Tonnie joked, taking a bite of her chip. She held it out, letting Sirius bite off the end of it. "But, I love it." "So, whose baby are you delivering tonight? Anybody I know? Molly and Arthur Weasley's." "Are you kidding? Another Weasley baby? How many does that make?" Tonnie chucked as she counted the Weasley children on her fingers. 7. "This will be the fourth I've delivered, assuming we're right and there is just one baby in there instead of two like when she had Fred and George." "Wait a minute. Tonnie delivered Fred, George, and Ginny?" Ron asked, amazed. "And you, Ron," Lupin said, smiling. Her favorite part about being a healer was getting to meet the new baby wizards. "After Tonnie delivered Fred and George, your parents requested that any more children they have be delivered by Tonnie as well. And the rest of you were boy or a girl?" Sirius asked, stealing another chip from the takeout bag. "It has to be a girl. Arthur and Molly cannot be that unlucky to get another boy." "I'll take those odds. One galleon says it a seventh Weasley boy." "Deal. Is that all I get if I win, a galleon?" Tonnie smiled, wrapping her arms around Sirius' neck. "What else do you want? If I win, I want my one lonely galleon, plus 2 pumpkin pasties from Honeydukes." "Okay, I can arrange that. What about me? What else do I get? What else do you want?" "Well," Sirius started. He stepped closer, speaking in a whisper now. "If I win, I want to get started on making a baby of our own." Sirius closed the space between them, kissing his fiancée passionately in the middle of the hallway. The portraits on the walls gave mixed reviews of the scene in front of them. Several gave cheers, Others begged for the couple to get a room, and a few turned their backs or walked out of their frames to visit their neighbors. "We talked about this," Tonnie replied breathlessly after they pulled apart several long minutes later. "Once this is all over, once Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix have stopped Voldemort, we'll make this." She held up her left hand, gesturing to the diamond ring on her finger, "official, and make as many babies as you want. I promise," she said, kissing Sirius once more, "but not as many as the Weasleys. I do not have the strength that Molly Weasley has." "Sure, you do," Sirius joked. "If you want to do the birthing, be my guest. Then we can have 100 children if you want." "No thanks. I'm okay with 2 or 3. That's plenty of friends for Harry." "Much better," Tonnie smirked. "Who is on duty with you tonight?" "Moony. It was supposed to be Arthur, but since it looks as if his emergency is that baby Weasley is in such a hurry to get out, I guess Remus will do." "Oh please, you're ecstatic that you get to partner with Remus." "Okay. I might be a little happy about it," Sirius said, doing his best to hide his smile. He couldn't. He could never hide anything from Tonnie. "Well, you tell Remus to bring you back in one piece. Got it? You do the same for him." "I couldn't be in B no. Just come home to me, okay? I'm expecting my galleon and my pasties." Sirius rolled his eyes before giving her another kiss. Checking his watch, he saw that he had 5 minutes to meet Remus at the ministry if he was going to be on time. "I've got to get going, and you have a baby to deliver. Keep me posted on baby Weasley, okay?" "Of course, I will." She smiled, giving him one last kiss goodbye. "I love you, Sirius." "I love you, too. I'll see you in the morning." "See you in the morning," Tonnie replied, letting go of his hand. With a loud crack, he was off to the ministry. Lupin sighed, pausing the story. But Sirius didn't see her the next morning. When he got home from duty, he arrived at their house to find her parents and you, Harry. Not Tonnie. Harry could tell by his ominous tone what was coming next. Glancing over to Ginny and Hermione, they too had realized the story was about to take a dark turn. "Okay, dinner is ready," Mrs. Weasley said, joining the conversation. "Oh, who brought photos?" she said, leaning down to examine them. She clutched her chest, letting out a painful breath when she saw the photo of Tonnie in her wedding dress sitting on the corner of the coffee table. "Tonnie Lovegood. That's who you're talking about, Remus. Lupin just told us she delivered over half the family. That's pretty wicked that Harry's godmother did that." "She did more than just deliver you, dear." She turned to Harry, still clutching the photo tightly in her grip. "Harry, we owe her everything." "What do you mean by everything?" Harry asked, noticing Mrs. Weasley's glossing over. "I'm knackered, Sirius. I should really be heading home," Remus said, following Sirius through the door of his and Tonnie's house. "You can sleep on the couch if you like. Tonnie won't mind. Do you want any breakfast?" Sirius asked, hearing Lupin's stomach growl. "Now that you mention it, I wouldn't mind something to eat." "Hey, Tonnie, I'm home," Sirius called upstairs, before heading into the kitchen, Lupin on his heels. No answer. "She's probably asleep. She's been up all night waiting on Molly Weasley to pop, again." "How many does that, James?" Sirius looked away from Remus, seeing James, Lily, and what he thought to be Harry, wrapped in blankets in a carrying basket on his kitchen counter. Lily was clutching James's arm tightly, and rubbing her eyes. It appeared as if she had been crying. Although James's eyes weren't red like Lily's, his face was sullen, and his hair more unkempt than ever. He must have been running his hands through it repeatedly. While Remus sensed his alarm, Sirius didn't seem to notice. He kept a cheery smile on his face, as he ran over to rub Harry's head and give Lily a quick side hug. "What are you doing here? Did Tonnie let you in? Would you like any breakfast?" "I was just about to whip some up for Moony. I'm not as good at cooking spells as Tonnie is. She's trying to teach me, but I'm nowhere near as good as she is." "Sirius," Lily choked, suppressing a sob. "Any news on the Weasley baby? Is it a boy or a girl?" Sirius asked, still moseying around the kitchen. He picked up a frying pan, and with the wave of his wand, conjured uncooked bacon from the fridge. Within moments it was sizzling. "A girl. Damn, I owe Tonnie a galleon. It's a good thing we went ahead and got those pasties this morning, Moony," Sirius said, pointing to the brown paper bag on the countertop with his wand. She'll be expecting them. Out of all the things she wants when she wins a bet, she goes with pumpkin pasties. He laughed and continued frying the bacon. Sirius, Tonnie isn't upstairs. Oh, well, she must still be at the hospital. Sirius, Lily shouted, eyes now brimming with tears. Sirius looked up from the pan, noticing for the first time just how upset Lily was. There was a long pause, as silence fell in the room. Sirius removed the pan from the hot eye without looking down it at. He just stared into Lily's glassy eyes, unable to speak. What's happened? Remus asked weakly. Lily opened her mouth to speak, but couldn't form the words. Tears began streaming down her cheeks as she buried her head into James's right arm. James inhaled a shaky breath and reached up to grasp her arm in an attempt to console her. Prongs? Sirius asked, barely audible. A group of Death Eaters attacked St. Mungo's last night. Sirius gulped, not taking his eyes off James. He felt a hand on his shoulder, most likely Remus's. Since it was so late, there weren't many people on her floor. Maybe a handful at most. Lupin paused the story, inhaling a shaky breath himself. Harry could tell where this was going. He knew his father had horrible news about Tonnie for Sirius and Lupin. Well, Lupin was almost tearing up just telling them about it. Tonnie was taking Ginny, the new baby Weasley, to the nursery for the night. Sirius, the Death Eaters came after the newborns. Sirius felt his knees begin to weaken. He kept trying to think of the best possible scenario that James could say. Maybe Tonnie was alive but just injured during the attack. Critical condition even. He didn't care what happened as long as she was still breathing. He could only hope he was right. Dolohov. He tried to kill the babies, but Tonnie shielded them. She was always good at shield charms. She had to be. During the years that she and Sirius were feuding, she had to be on guard for random spells during charms and defense against the dark arts. She never knew when Sirius was going to, accidentally, cast a jinx her direction. That's good, Sirius said, weakly. She saved the babies. Yes, she did. But, James paused, hearing another loud sob being muffled by his sleeve. She stunned Dolohov. So, she's okay, Sirius said, a small wave of relief flowing over him. However, that disappeared when James shook his head while blinking back his own tears. Sirius. Dolohov cast his spell. Tonnie's hit him. Sirius felt Remus's hand tighten on his shoulder. Remus knew what was coming. Sirius did, too. He just didn't want to admit it. Prongs, please. Please don't say what I think you are, Sirius begged, dropping his wand on the counter. James. I'm so sorry, Sirius. She's gone. No, Sirius protested, shaking his head. He was gripping the countertop fiercely. His eyes were filling fast with tears, and his whole body shook with grief and anger. He couldn't believe it. He didn't want to. You're lying. She isn't. She can't be. Sirius, Lily sniffed. We would never lie to you about this. How do you know? Who told you? Arthur did. When the Death Eaters attacked, he went to go get Ginny. He saw Sirius. He saw Dolohov. No. Remus tried to reach out to him, but Sirius shook him off. He continued, no, repeatedly as he paced back and forth across the kitchen. Sirius's outburst had woken Harry, who had now begun to cry. Lily picked him up and carried him out of the room, trying to rock him back to sleep. As she left the room, James tried to console Sirius as well. He scurried around the counter to hug his best friend, but just like Remus, Sirius pushed him away. No, I don't. Sirius, we're here for you. She was our friend too. We know how you must feel. No, he refused. No, you don't. Your wife is in the other room, breathing. You have no idea how I feel, James. We loved her too. Remus began, but he was cut off at the loud crack of Sirius apparating. He just up and left? Harry asked, surprised. Lupin nodded, wiping away a tear from his eye. Where did he go? Everyone in the room was listening intently to Lupin's story. Even Ron had stopped trying to sneak food out from under his mum's nose. He was too focused on what was coming next. Sirius reappeared across St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries. His heart sank as he saw the dark mark flashing above the building. What James said was true. There had been an attack. But, maybe, just maybe he wasn't completely correct. He crossed the abandoned street and banged on the window of the abandoned storefront. "I'm here to see Tonnie Lovegood." He'd used 1,000 times before. He visited the hospital to see Tonnie so regularly, half the time the mannequin in the window just nodded and let him through. "I'm sorry, I cannot help you, sir," rang the familiar voice. "Tonnie Lovegood. She works here, please let me in." His voice shook with every word he spoke. "I'm sorry, I cannot, Molly Weasley," he shouted, giving the name of a patient he knew would be in the building. "I'm here to see Molly Weasley." "Welcome to St. Mungo's," the voice began. Sirius didn't wait to hear the full speech. He was already diving through the window and racing to Tonnie's floor. He followed the familiar path he took to see her the night before, doing his best to squeeze between the crowds of people on the first level. As he ran past, he heard the cries of people all around him. The waiting room was overflowing, and the exam rooms were filled. Witches and wizards moaned in pain or wept for loved ones that had fallen. On his way to the stairwell, he saw Frank Longbottom with a gash on his arm, oozing blood. A healer stood over him, wrapping a bandage around his bleeding arm. Frank spotted Sirius and tried to call out to him, but it was too late. Sirius had dismissed his call and had pushed past the door, bolting up the stairs. When he reached Tonnie's floor, the first thing he heard was the cries of a familiar voice. "Where is my sister? Please. I need to see my sister. I know she's here. She works here." A tall man with long blonde hair and bright yellow robes was begging the receptionist for information. There were other people on the floor, crying and tending to the wounded, but his screams were high about the rest. "Xenophilius," Sirius yelled, gaining his attention. "Sirius," he cried, running towards him. He wrapped his arms around Sirius and began sobbing uncontrollably into his shoulder. "I heard what happened. I had to see for myself. But they won't let me see her." Before Sirius could say anything to either comfort, question, or join Xenophilius in his grief, he was tapped on the shoulder. "Sirius." "Xenophilius." He heard a voice say calmly. Both men looked up to see Albus Dumbledore standing behind them. "Come with me." Sirius and Xenophilius followed Dumbledore through the crowd of people. He simply waved at the witch at the reception desk, and she allowed them to pass through to the back rooms. They walked for what Sirius believed to be an eternity before they reached the very last room at the end of the hall. The moment Dumbledore opened the door, Xenophilius fell to his knees, and once again crumbled into a mess of screams and tears. Sirius on the other hand stood frozen in place. The second Dumbledore opened that door, any hope he had left disappeared. The realization that the love of his life was lifeless on the hospital bed in front of him caused him to finally break down. He crossed the room, and took Tonnie's left hand in his, and let the tears stream down his face. The diamond ring on her left hand twinkled under the light of the numerous candles filling the room. Seeing her ring reminded him of the conversation they'd had the night before. "Once this is all over, once Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix has stopped Voldemort, we'll make this official, and make as many babies as you want. I promise." A promise she never got a chance to keep. The thought that the life he was going to share with Tonnie had vanished with the swish of a wand. "I'm sure the two of you had heard the stories," Dumbledore began, as calm as before. Although, there was a tone of sadness in his voice this time. "Tonnie sacrificed herself to save the lives of 7 newborn babies. Her loss is felt by all of us in the Order of the Phoenix, as well as the parents of those 7 children she saved. We will all be forever grateful for her. She should have been safe." Sirius cut him off. "I was on duty for the Order. I was the one in danger. She was here. A hospital. The only safer place is Hogwarts. She should have been safe. I know that. She asked me last night to come home to her. I should have been worried about her coming home to me. How did this happen? I knew Lord Voldemort was a monster but killing children. I didn't think that he would be capable of sending his goons to murder children. And Tonnie just got in their way. In Voldemort's eyes, Tonnie was nothing more than collateral damage. I believe that Lord Voldemort sent his Death Eaters to try and wipe out a new generation of wizards that would help the boy from the prophecy stop him one day. He didn't succeed, Sirius. Although she wasn't on duty for the Order, Tonnie gave her life so that Voldemort could one day be defeated. Her sacrifice will not be forgotten. Instead of Dumbledore's words bringing Sirius comfort, they only caused him more pain. He bowed his head over Tonnie's body and continued to allow the tears to fall. He knew that she would have rather died than let those children get hurt. He knew that she signed up for this, but that didn't make him feel better in the slightest. Dumbledore, Remus spoke, entering the room. I'll stay with them. I'm sure you need to have a meeting with the minister. Thank you, Remus, Dumbledore said, before bowing out of the room. Remus approached Sirius, laying a hand on his shoulder. This time, instead of pushing him away, Sirius pulled his friend into a hug. As Sirius cried into his shoulder, Lupin did his best to console him, while letting a few of his own tears fill the room as well. At that moment, when Harry looked at Lupin, he saw the shell of a broken man before him. For the first time, he realized just how much he had lost. 15 years ago, he lost all his best friends James, Lily, Tonnie, and at the time, Peter. As well as losing Sirius, by thinking he'd betrayed his friends. 3 years ago, he got Sirius back and realized he'd been hating the wrong friend for 12 years. And then just recently, he lost Sirius again. He could tell that telling Harry this story was both helping him remember the good times and reliving the excruciating loss of the people he cared for most in the world. She saved my life, Ginny said to herself, just loud enough for Harry and Mrs. Weasley to hear. She looked to her mother, who was nodding her head and blowing her nose into a handkerchief. If she hadn't been there, and your father had tried to rescue you, he might have died too. Sirius was devastated after her death. He threw himself into work at the Order, doing everything he could to find and kill Voldemort. And once he heard the prophecy was about you, he volunteered right away to be your parents' secret keeper. He didn't want anything to happen to them, or you. Not after he just lost Tonnie. But he was wrong. He traded the position of secret keeper only because he thought it would help you, James and Lily. If he had thought, for even a moment, that Peter would have betrayed them, he would have suggested the task for someone else. I should have chosen you, Remus, Sirius said, going through his tin of photos. What are you talking about? Chosen me for what? Remus asked, looking up from his book. The two friends were sitting in the kitchen at number 12 Grimmauld Place. Sirius, for what Remus thought was the 100th time, was going through his magical photographs. Remus had been keeping the photos safe for Sirius since he went to Azkaban. But, he returned them to him when he came to his house after the end of the Triwizard Tournament the previous year. Remus had been staying at Grimmauld Place as often as possible to keep Sirius company. However, when Sirius was lonely, he'd look back through the photographs, reminiscing about the life he had before Lord Voldemort took everything from him. Secret Keeper. When I thought that I'd be the obvious choice for the Secret Keeper, and I made the change. I should have chosen you. Not Wormtail. Lupin straightened up, closing his book. Sirius, you couldn't have known. I thought about it, you know, before I chose Peter. Maybe if I had chosen you, they'd still be alive. Maybe Harry would have. He could have lived a normal, happy life. Even if I was the Secret Keeper, Voldemort still could have found them. James and Lily still would have sacrificed themselves for Harry. You know that. If he found them after I chose you, I could have raised Harry. We could have. I think Professor McGonagall would have retired the moment she realized a child raised by the two of us was going to Hogwarts. Sirius gave Lupin a quick smile before looking back at a photo of James, Lily, and Harry. He wouldn't have lived with those horrible muggles. Even though he didn't have James and Lily, he still would have had a family that truly loved him. Harry's thought of Sirius at his lowest point of his life. When he was taken to Azkaban, two of his best friends had been killed because one had betrayed him. His other best friend hated him because he thought he'd been the one behind the murder of his friends. He lost the chance to be a godfather to Harry. He was branded a murderer and a supporter of the one person he hated most in the world, and to top it all off, he lost the love of his life a few months before. No wonder he survived all that time in Azkaban. He had been drowning in a sea of unhappy memories. The Dementors couldn't hurt him anymore if they tried. The next moment, a large tawny-colored owl flew in through the kitchen window and landed in front of Harry on the coffee table. Who is sending post this late? Mrs. Weasley asked. Harry noticed a thick white envelope attached to the owl's leg. Harry recognized the writing on the envelope immediately. Dumbledore, he said, taking the envelope from the owl. The owl didn't wait for a response and flew off the moment the letter was free. What does it say? Inside the envelope were 2 letters rather than 1. The smallest one, Harry opened first and read. Harry, shortly after you were born, Tonnie Lovegood sent me this letter with instructions to give it to her close friends, family if something were to happen to her. At the time of her death, I had misplaced the letter. I've recently recovered it. I thought you might like to hear from your godmother, Albus Dumbledore. He's given me a letter from Tonnie. What? How did he? Lupin began, taking Dumbledore's note from his hands. Read it, Harry. Dear Lily, Zine, Sirius, James, Remus, Peter, and Harry. If you're reading this letter, something had happened to me. As much as I hate that, there is something I need to tell each and every one of you. So please, don't stop reading. This is important to me. Lily, you've been my best friend since I was 11. You've always been by my side and had my back. I always could count on you, and you, me. When Sirius told me about becoming an animagus for Remus, the first thing I thought about was you and me. Was our friendship strong enough for us to become a legal animagi if it meant helping each other? It didn't take me more than a moment for me to know you would be willing to do that for me. I want you to know, I do it for you. Best friends go above and beyond for each other. Through the good and bad, the highs and the lows, boyfriends, and breakups, we've depended on one another. You're more than just my best friend or my future maid of honor. You're my sister. I couldn't have asked for a better person to be by my side for so long. Thank you. Love you, Lils. Xenophilius, thank you for being the best brother I could ask for. When we were kids, we were inseparable. The memory of us jumping on the rabbit's cushions is still my happiest memory of both Mum and you. After Mum died, we grew apart. I noticed it, so did you, especially when we went to Hogwarts. We found new friends and relationships. That's okay. I never told you this, but I always enjoyed coming home for the holidays. Because it meant I got to spend more time with you. I know we were in the same house and school, but both of us had lives outside of one another. At home, it was just you and me again, out in the garden jumping on cushions. I hope if you're reading this that we've grown back together. Your family is about to grow with the arrival of your son or daughter in the winter. I hope I get to know her. Family is the most important thing, Zine. Never forget that. I love you, brother. Sirius. Where to begin? Damn you and your great potions grade until our 6th year. If you had just failed earlier, we would have had more time together. In all seriousness, yes, I realize what I just said. I'm glad I stayed after class that day. If I had just decided to look up my question in the library, we wouldn't be where we are now. All those years we spent hating each other, while the pranks were fun, I can't help but think what we could have been if we had just stopped fighting and gotten to know each other earlier. At the same time, I don't regret falling in love with you when I did. My 6th and 7th years at Hogwarts were the best years I had spent there. That's due in large to you. I hope you never have to read this. I hope that we get married and have a handful of kids that can be friends with Harry. I hope we get to grow old together like Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel, except maybe not as long as them. 600+ years is a long time, but maybe not too long with you. If I don't get that chance, there are a few things I want you to know. You have made me happier than I could ever imagine. The way I feel with you doesn't even compare to anyone else I've ever been with. I think that's why it took me so long to admit I was in love with you, because I'd never felt that way about someone. And lastly, if something happens and we don't get married, I just want you to know I've considered myself Tonnie Lovegood Black for a long time. I don't need a ceremony to tell me that. They say you're supposed to love someone until death do you part. Not even death will stop me from loving you, Sirius, James, Remus, and Peter. The 3 of you have surprised me more than you'll ever know. When I first came to Hogwarts and loathed Sirius, I inadvertently felt the same towards you. I shouldn't have. I don't know how I managed to go all of those years without being friends with you. 3. Remus, we had a little bit longer together, and I'm grateful for that. You helped me figure out my feelings for Sirius, and that alone has changed my life forever. The 3 of you are like brothers to me. I can't Imagine the rest of my life without you three in it. I know any of you would come to help me when I needed it. Your friendship means so much to me, and I can't thank you enough. Love you guys. Harry, I'm writing this and you've only just been born. It only took one look at you for me to fall in love. Harry, I hope to get to know you. I hope to be there when your Hogwarts letter comes and for holidays. I hope to be able to give you advice for girls, and the best ways to study around the castle. I hope to be someone you come to when you're happy or sad. You may not be my flesh and blood, but Harry, you are so loved. I don't know how much time I'll have with you. You may never get the chance to know me. If that's the case, here's a few pieces of advice your godmother can share with you. 1. Be strong, Harry. The other people in this letter are some of the bravest people I've ever known. Learn from their example. Be courageous. Stand up for what you believe in, even if someone disagrees with you. 2. Be smart. Make wise decisions, don't be rash. There is nothing wrong with a plan. Just ask your dad and his friends. They made monthly plans, and no one ended up getting hurt. Fingers crossed nothing has changed. Make a plan and don't complete it alone. Everyone needs people in their life they can trust with their plans. Let the people that care about you help. 3. If you love someone, let them know. You love them as a friend, let them know. You love them in a romantic way, let them know. The weight that is lifted off your chest when you tell them how you feel is more rewarding than you know. I promise you won't regret it. I hope that none of you have to read this, but if you are, I want you to know that my life may have ended, but I will not stop watching over you. Keep I know when people say, insert dead person's name would have wanted you to be happy. I mean it. I want you all to find happiness, even in my absence. We'll meet again, one day. Until then, I love you all. With all my love, Tonnie. Wow, Ron said, breaking the silence that filled the room. Harry reread what Tonnie had written to him. She had only just met him and he knew from what she was writing that she loved him as his mother would. He found himself crying as well. Harry couldn't help but think that anyone that loved him would end up dead. His parents, Sirius, and now Tonnie. Who was next? Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. The Weasleys, Tonks and Mad Eye. Dumbledore? Lupin? Harry turned to Lupin, who was doing his very best to wipe his eyes with a napkin. Harry could tell that hearing Tonnie's last words had hit him hard. He had shed a few tears before. By now Harry could tell he was having difficulty hiding his emotions. Harry reached out and gripped Lupin's arm. She wouldn't want this, Harry said, gaining his attention. She wouldn't want us crying over her. She'd want us to keep living our lives, to be happy. The way we were talking about her earlier, laughing, remembering her happy memories. That is how she would want to be remembered by us. The same goes for Sirius and my parents. You're right. Lupin sniffed. That's what they would want. He looked up to Mrs. Weasley, who had finally stopped crying. Let's eat. Mrs. Weasley nodded profusely and rushed off to the kitchen. Everyone followed behind her except for Harry and Lupin. Lupin, can I keep these for a while? Harry asked him. I've already made copies for myself. Those are all yours. He patted Harry on the back and walked with him out to the garden where 2 large tables were set up to fit everyone. As Harry sat down at the table between Ginny and Ron, he realized lucky he was to have these people in his life. Even without his parents and godparents, he still had a room full of people that loved him. The Weasleys and the Order were his family. Standing up, he raised his glass of pumpkin juice. All eyes were on him. I just wanted to take Tonnie's advice. I love you guys. Cheers, everyone said, raising their glasses. Before Harry sat down, he looked up to the sky, raised his glass one more time, and whispered, this one is for you, Tonnie. Halloween, 1981, Sirius. Where are you going? Tonnie cried, tears streaming down her face. Less than an hour ago, they had learned that their best friends, James and Lily Potter, had been murdered. Their killer, none other than the greatest, deadliest, dark wizard who had ever lived, Lord Voldemort. Headmaster of Hogwarts, and leader of the Order of the Phoenix, Albus Dumbledore had sent his Patronus to deliver the message. Not only had their friends died, but their 1-year-old son, Harry, had survived the attack, killing his parents' murderer in the process. I have to find him, Tonnie, he betrayed them, he can't just get away with this. Him. Sirius was referring to was one of Tonnie and Sirius's closest friends, Peter Pettigrew. Originally, when James, Lily, and Harry went into hiding, Sirius had been chosen as their secret keeper. His job was that he was the only one allowed to know their location. After accepting the position, Sirius began to think that he was the obvious choice. Lord Voldemort and his followers, the Death Eaters, would have easily guessed that James and Lily entrusted their safety with him, and would do anything to break him to get their whereabouts. Thinking about the safety of his fiancée, Tonnie, and of his best friends, Sirius chose at the last minute to give someone else the job. Peter Pettigrew. He chose Voldemort over James and Lily. That traitor. After hearing about his friends' deaths, Sirius concluded that Peter was the only person that could have been responsible for leading Voldemort to them. Furious at his former friend, guilty about his decision, and devastated at the loss of James and Lily, he wanted to seek out the person that betrayed them all. Voldemort could have tortured him. Sirius. We don't know what happened, Tonnie said, taking his arm, hoping to stop him. Sirius angrily wriggled from her grasp. He should have died rather than give up James and Lily. I would have. You would have. He should have too. He threw on his coat and began marching to the door. Tonnie pushed past him, throwing herself against the door. If he really is leagued with Voldemort, he won't hesitate to kill you, Sirius. Please, Peter is a coward, and a rat. The moment he sees me coming he'll be begging for mercy rather than trying to kill me. Not that he could anyway. Please. Tonnie begged, clutching his face in her hands. Don't go, Sirius. I just lost James and Lily. I can't lose you too. This time she spoke more softly. With every word, Sirius could hear her voice breaking. Please. I have to, Tonnie, said Sirius, speaking calmly for the first time. I love you. With that, he stepped back out of her reach and apparated. Tonnie's back hit the door and she slid to the floor. Hugging her knees, she broke down. Hot tears streamed down her face as she sat grieving over the loss of her friends, and worrying if the man she loved was going to come home to her. Tonnie lost track of how long she had been sitting in front of her front door. All she knew was that waiting for Sirius felt like an eternity. Her head ached from crying, and her eyes stung with tears, but she refused to move until he came back. Crack. Tonnie jumped up the moment she heard it. Flinging open the door, she expected to see Sirius walking up the garden path. Instead, she felt another wave of distress wash over her as she saw her friend, Remus, approaching her. His eyes were bloodshot and his body pale. He was still recovering from the full moon a few days before as well as dealing with the grief. Remus. Tonnie choked, running into his arms. He didn't hesitate to wrap his arms around her, doing his best to console her. As she cried into his shoulder, he too couldn't help but let a few of his own tears fall. Neither of them noticed the cold, autumn night air and held each other tightly. No more than a minute after Remus appeared, another crack alerted them someone else had arrived. Turning around, they were surprised to see Albus Dumbledore walking towards them. He dropped his head, taking a deep breath before meeting them. Tonnie, he began, reaching out to clutch her hand. Remus, I'm glad you're here. There are many things I need to tell you both. Tonnie nodded, telling them to follow her inside. After they took their seats into the living room, Dumbledore conjured a bottle brandy and 3 glasses. He offered 2 of them to Tonnie and Remus, who both refused. Tonnie's stomach was in knots. Brandy would not help her. As you both know, James and Lily Potter were found dead in their safe house in Godric's Hollow. Harry, however, survived the attack, coming out of it with only a scar. Where is he? Tonnie asked, thinking of Harry for the 100th time that night. The moment she heard about James and Lily, her first thought was to her godson. What had happened to the precious little boy she loved as if he were her own? Hagrid is bringing him. He paused, taking a sip of this drink. I assume you would like to take him. If not, I can arrange for Hagrid to bring him to his aunt and uncles. Tonnie agreed before Dumbledore could finish. Tonnie knew Harry's only living relatives were Lily's Muggle sister Petunia, her horrid husband, Vernon, and their son, Dudley, who was not much older than Harry. When Lily appointed Tonnie Harry's godmother, she made her promise that in the event of her death, if Tonnie was still living, she would raise Harry rather than Petunia. I thought so. Hagrid will be here shortly, but before he arrives, I have something else important to tell you, he said calmly. Tonnie swallowed hard and clenched her fists so hard she thought blood might start spewing from marks her nails were leaving on her palms. Sirius has been taken to Azkaban. What? Tonnie and Remus shouted. Why, he has been charged 13 people, including Mr. Peter Pettigrew. He didn't do it. Sirius would never kill anyone, Tonnie yelled, rising to her feet. Yes, he believed Peter turned James and Lily over to Voldemort, but the others, he wouldn't. There are witnesses. They're lying. The Ministry believes Sirius to be a servant of Lord Voldemort's and that he was the one who led him to the Potters this evening. They're also under the impression that Mr. Pettigrew came to confront him, and in an act of violence, killed Peter and 12 others in the vicinity. They're wrong. Tonnie stood over Dumbledore, shouting. Dumbledore, unfazed by her, remained calm in his seat. Remus tried to pull her away from the headmaster, but was unsuccessful. Sirius loved James and Lily more than his own family. He would never do anything to hurt them, or Harry. Tonnie, I too find it difficult to believe that Sirius would be capable of such accusations. But, I do not have any evidence to prove that Sirius is an innocent man. The Ministry knows that Sirius was their secret keeper. They have witnesses that put Sirius at the scene of the 13 murders, as well as what is left of Mr. Pettigrew, his finger. The evidence does not favor him. I'll testify on his behalf. The Minster has declared that Sirius will be imprisoned without a trial. He can't do that, Remus declared, getting angry as well. Unfortunately, Remus, he can. Dumbledore sighed, and set his glass down on the table beside him. I will do everything I can to help Sirius, but I cannot make any promises that he will be set free. With Peter dead, Lord Voldemort defeated, and witnesses to the crime, it will be difficult, if not impossible to help Sirius. Tonnie felt the tears welling up in her eyes again. To Tonnie, knowing that Sirius was alive and going to suffer in Azkaban was almost worse than if Dumbledore had told her he had died. Remus wrapped an arm around her shoulder, pulling her to his side. She could hear him sniffing, trying to be strong for her. The roaring of an engine persuaded them to return outside. On the street in front of them, Hagrid had pulled up on Sirius's borrowed 2-seater motorcycle. Wrapped in blankets in a sling across his chest, Tonnie assumed was Harry. Oh, Harry, she cried, rushing to Hagrid's side. Now resting in his enormous arms, she could see Harry laid fast asleep. His messy black hair had been patted down by the mass of blankets around him. On his forehead bore a newly formed, bright red scar in the shape of a lightning bolt. Stretching out her arms, she said, "Give him to me, Hagrid." "I'm not sure I should give, I am Terrier," Hagrid said, pulling Harry into his chest. "What do you mean? I'm his godmother." Is wah," Sirius said too. "But he could hurt those people. Don't you tell me you believe for a second that I would hurt Harry, or Sirius. We love Harry as much as we would our own child. Dumbledore wouldn't have told you to bring him to me if he thought he wouldn't be safe." Hagrid looked to Dumbledore, who gave an assuring nod. "I'm sorry, Tonnie, I He sobbed loudly, placing Harry into Tonnie's arms. "I can believe they're gone. James and Lily, they were family, you know. And with what the Ministry is saying about Sirius, I dunno what tear believe. Tonnie, Harry is going to need you now more than ever. Everyone in our world will know his name. He'll be known as the boy who defeated Voldemort. You'll have to help him handle the fame. Keep him safe and protected. I don't think this is the last time we will see Lord Voldemort." As Tonnie gazed down at the sleeping boy in her arms, she felt nothing less than the urge to protect him. Lily and James had given their lives to keep him safe, and somehow, some way they were able to do it. Tonnie would not let their sacrifice be in vain. "How is he alive?" Remus asked, watching Harry over Tonnie's shoulder. "How could he fight Voldemort and win?" "I have my suspicions, but I am not sure just yet." The four talked for a few more minutes before Dumbledore disapparated, and Hagrid rid Sirius' bike off into the night. "I always thought that if it came to this, I'd have Sirius at my side. Remus, I don't know if I can do this on my own," Tonnie said, looking up at him through glassy eyes. "You don't have to. I'm not going anywhere." 10 years later. 10 years later. "Harry, are you ready yet? Arthur and Molly are going to be soon." Tonnie called upstairs, as she cleaned up the remains of breakfast. She hurried around the kitchen, spelling the dishes in the sink to wash themselves, and broom to sweep the floor. She was mainly keeping herself occupied, trying not to think about the day. In less than an hour, she would be kissing Harry goodbye at King's Cross Station as he left for his first year at Hogwarts. For the first time in 10 years, she would be separated from Harry for more than a few days. She was dreading the 3.5 months without him. She knew he had to go to school, and that he would be happy officially learning magic with his best friend, Ron. That didn't mean she liked that he was leaving. "I'll be ready soon, Tonnie," Harry yelled back. "Molly and Arthur aren't even here yet. Let him take his time. He's just as nervous as you are," Remus said, sipping on his cup of coffee and flipping through his copy of the Daily Prophet. "I doubt that," Tonnie said, sitting down next to Remus, leaning against the table. "He's been ready to go to Hogwarts from the moment we told him about it. Remember when he was 6? He stole one of your jackets and ties, found a stick on the ground and pretended he was off to Hogwarts. He turned the sofa into a train and everything. Don't forget about the stuffed owl that he had carrying his homemade Hogwarts acceptance letter, written in crayon." Lupin smiled, folding up the newspaper. "Exactly, he's thrilled." "I'm not." Glancing down at her watch, she noticed. "The Weasleys were supposed to arrive any minute. Will you go see what's taking him so long? As excited as he is, I'm surprised he hasn't been waiting by the front door for the past half hour." Lupin passed her his coffee cup, noticing her taking a large gulp from it, before proceeding up the stairs. When he got to Harry's room, he expected him to be last-minute packing. To his surprise, he had seen Harry's trunk packed, waiting on the door with his pet owl, Hedwig, resting in her cage on top. Harry, on the other hand, was across the room, sitting on his bed, twirling his wand with his fingers. Remus noticed that was something Tonnie did as well when she was feeling overwhelmed. "Harry," Lupin said, kneeling in front of him, "what's wrong?" The excited little boy he had sent off to bed last night was not sitting in front of him. "I heard you and Tonnie talking last night. She's scared." Remus tilted his head up, making eye contact with him. "How much of that did you hear?" he asked, fully knowing what Tonnie had said last night. "Dumbledore said we haven't seen the last of Voldemort, Remus. What if he comes back this year? What if he tries to hurt Harry?" "Enough. Are you scared?" "No," he said, messing with the zipper on his hoodie. "Should I be?" "Harry, Hogwarts is the safest place you could be. If Lord Voldemort comes back, you'll be safe at Hogwarts. The only other place that could be safer is Gringotts." "Yeah, Hagrid said that. When Harry, Tonnie, and Lupin went to Diagon Alley on his birthday a month ago, to get his school supplies, they had run into Hagrid at the bank. Harry had overheard Hagrid ask the goblin at the front desk to take him to Vault 713 to retrieve a package for Dumbledore. When Harry asked him what the package was, he told him it was top secret, Hogwarts business. He had said Hogwarts was just as safe as the vault for it. "It's Tonnie's job to worry about you. I wouldn't be surprised if she hadn't written Professor Dumbledore already and asked for regular updates on you once you arrive." Harry smiled, knowing that she probably had. "Now let's go." Lupin waved his wand and the trunk and Hedwig's cage flew down the stay front door. They arrived downstairs just in time for Molly, Arthur, Percy, Fred, George, Ginny, and Ron to file through the door. Harry immediately approached his best friend, Ron, who was bouncing on his toes, ready to head to the train station. "Whatever you do, don't mention Percy's badge, okay? He won't shut up about being a prefect," Ron whispered to Harry. Harry nodded, checking out the shiny P on Percy's sweater vest. Over the years, Molly and Arthur had given Tonnie and Remus, at their request, their fair share of parenting advice. Neither of them had been prepared to be parents in the slightest when Harry was dropped off on Tonnie's doorstep all those years before. Since then, Tonnie and Remus had grown particularly close to the Weasley family, and spent many nights at the Burrow. Luckily for Harry, he got to grow up around the Weasley kids, becoming friends with them from the get-go. Ron, who was his age, was easily the closest to him. For weeks, they had been writing letters about how they were going to spend their first year at Hogwarts, and trying to determine if Fred and George's advice for them was true or not. "Do you really think there is a giant squid in the lake? Does Professor McGonagall really pick favorites? Do the ghosts actually choose one specific student to haunt? Not long after they arrived, everyone filed into Mr. Weasley's Fort Anglia. Mr. Weasley had enchanted it with an undetectable extension charm so that everyone, and their trunks could sit comfortably in their seats. Tonnie, who had never been in the car, seemed very impressed with Arthur's charm. When they arrived at King's Cross, Mr. Weasley double-checked to make sure no muggles were around before telling everyone to pile out of the car. Seeing a group of 9 plus 7 trunks, 2 owl cages, 2 brooms, and a rat cage was bound to draw attention from muggles. Most likely, they would not believe that the Weasleys owned a clown car. Harry, who had never crossed the barrier into platform 9 3/4, was shocked to see Percy and Mr. Weasley run through the stone column. "Cool, right?" Lupin said, patting him on the back. After all the Weasleys ran through, it was Harry's turn. "Are you ready?" Harry nodded as they broke into a run, leaving Tonnie and Remus to chase him through. When they came through, they found Harry staring wide-eyed at the scene before him. A huge smile was plastered on his face. He ran to put his luggage on the train before returning to Tonnie and Remus. Tonnie pulled him into a hug so long as to which Harry was afraid she wasn't going to let go. "Okay. I want you to send me a letter right away once you find out what house you're in. Ravenclaw, I hope." Remus coughed, but Harry could have sworn it sounded like a muffled version of Gryffindor. He flashed Remus a smile before turning back to Tonnie. "But we'll be proud of you wherever you go. Stick with Ron, and keep your head up. People are going to stare. They know who you are, and I'm sure they'll ask you a million questions. You don't have to answer them if you don't want to. Listen to your professors, even Professor Snape." She stopped to glare at Remus, who was rolling his eyes at the mention of Snape. "Keep up with your studies, and try not to get into too much trouble." "Too much trouble? Are you kidding me? He's James's kid, and he was raised by you and me. It wouldn't surprise me if he received detention before he went to bed tonight." "Don't listen to Remus," Tonnie said, noticing Harry's smile fade in the slightest. "You'll be fine. Try to write as often as possible, okay? I know you'll be busy, but just do your best. Don't worry about anything. Everything is going to be fine. You're going to be fine." "You sound like you're trying to convince yourself, not me," Harry said, earning him a high five from Remus. The conductor yelled, giving them a 2-minute warning to hop aboard. "I love you," Tonnie said, pulling him in for another hug. "I love you, too, Tonnie." He let go of her, to give Remus a hug as well. "And you, Uncle Remus." The whistle sounded, and Harry waved goodbye before jumping into the stairs and running to his compartment to meet Ron. "He'll be okay, won't he?" Tonnie asked, leaning her head on Lupin's shoulder. Instinctively, he wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. "Of course, he will. I wish they were here to see this." Without even hearing their names, Remus knew who she was talking about. "I'm sure they're watching over him, Ton," Remus said as they waved after the departing train. "Owl updates first year. Has the post come yet?" Tonnie asked, pulling her long blonde hair up into a ponytail. "The prophet came, but no letters yet," Remus said, once again, reading the paper. "They'll come soon. Sit down, have some coffee before you go back to work." Back to work was right. After Tonnie and Remus had dropped off Harry at King's Cross, she had to apparate to work immediately. Her job at St. Mungo's as a healer was quite demanding. Since she delivered babies, her hours were quite sporadic. The moment she arrived at the hospital yesterday, she was rushed to a patient's room to deliver her baby right away. Her next patient, a single mother who appeared to be no more than 18, held her attention until the wee hours of the morning. Her labor took all day, and she didn't produce her twin boys until almost 3 a.m. the following morning. Tonnie would have passed her on to another healer who was working the night shift so that she could get some sleep, but the girl, Melanie, reminded her of Lily. Her long red hair and green eyes had caught Tonnie's eye the moment she walked through the doors. She was younger than Lily when she had Harry, but not by much. She couldn't help but feel for her. So, she stayed late to deliver the twins. Tonnie was running on coffee and 4 hours of sleep, trying to stay awake. She was due back at work in half an hour. Remus flicked his wand and poured Tonnie a cup of coffee, and refilled his own. He took a long yawn before raising his new cup to his lips. Remus had stayed up late the night before waiting for Tonnie to come home. Over the years, they always did that for one another. Whenever the other was out late, they'd stay up to make sure they came home all right. When Tonnie finally came through the door, she apologized profusely for keeping him up so late, but Remus, although tired, didn't seem to mind. The next moment, Hedwig came fluttering through the open window, and landed in front of Tonnie. She nipped happily at Tonnie's hand as she untied the scroll from her leg. It's a long one. Tonnie and Uncle Remus, it's only been a day since I left, but so much has happened. The ride on the express was great, for the most part. Ron and I shared a bunch of sweets from the trolley and met a couple of new people. I know you guys have mentioned the Longbottoms before. I met their son, Neville. He's barely been here 24 hours and he's lost his toad. I'm glad I have an owl instead. We rode across the lake on the boats, and Uncle Remus, the picture you showed me in Hogwarts A History does not do the castle justice. Now, for the part that you've been waiting for, the sorting. The hat debated for a while, longer than I thought it would. It chose Gryffindor. Sorry, Tonnie. Ron got sorted into Gryffindor too. What a shocker. So did Neville. That one actually surprised me. But Malfoy, that bloke we met at Madame Malkin's, he went Slytherin. That's a good thing too. He came up to us on the train, and let's just say that we aren't fans of each other. Day one and I already have a nemesis. Wasn't my dad that same way? The feast was brilliant. I don't think I've ever seen Ron eat so much in my life. I met nearly headless Nick too. Oh, and the Gryffindor common room is as great as you described, Uncle Remus. I am disappointed I don't get to see the Ravenclaw common room though. I know Tonnie said it has the best views in the castle. Maybe I'll get to see it one day. Before you ask, I have had people talking about me. But I can handle it. We have a flying lesson coming up. I can't wait to get back on a broom. I'll send an update soon to know how my classes are going. Love you guys. Harry P.S. Uncle Remus, I haven't gotten detention yet. Wait until after potions. I'm sure Snape will happily give me one. Harry left out the details about his scar burning and his nightmare. He knew it would only cause Tonnie to freak out, and he didn't want her to worry any more than she already was. He told himself that if it burned again, he'd write to Remus to ask for advice. Gryffindor. I knew it, Remus cheered, folding up the newspaper. He's just like James, she said, rereading the letter to herself, almost hearing Harry's enthusiasm. What about Snape? I swear if Severus takes out all his anger for James out on him. If Harry tells us Snape is bullying him, just send him a howler. Not that I think Harry will complain to us about it. Tonnie knew he was right. Knowing both Harry and Snape, she was sure Snape would provoke Harry, and then given him detention for Harry's sassy comebacks. Besides, even if Harry had told her directly of Severus's torment, Dumbledore wouldn't fire him. For some reason, Dumbledore trusted him completely. At least a howler might embarrass him enough to back off for a while. Harry sent updates and questions about Hogwarts frequently. Usually, if the week had been uneventful, he'd write on Friday to say hello. However, with Harry Potter at Hogwarts, the uneventful weeks were slim to none. For the first half of the term, Hedwig made the journey from Hogwarts to the Lovegood Lupin Potter residence with regular owl updates. On the morning of September 20th, Hedwig brought not only one letter from Hogwarts, but two. Tonnie and Uncle Remus, Professor McGonagall got me a spot on the Gryffindor Quidditch team and a broom. A Nimbus 2000. It's bloody brilliant. Yes, I know you need details, Tonnie. We had our first flying lesson this week. Madam Hooch had to take Neville to the hospital wing because he broke his wrist in a flying accident. Don't worry, he'll be fine. When he fell off the broom, he dropped his remembrall. Malfoy, being the prat he is, stole the remembrall and flew off with it. I couldn't just let him take it and hide it from Neville, so I went after him. He tried to throw the ball, and I flew after it and caught it. McGonagall saw from her office, and she dragged me off to meet the Quidditch captain. Wood says that I'll be the youngest seeker in a century. Can you believe that? I'm expecting a response on how irresponsible and reckless it was for me to chase Malfoy. But it all worked out. I'll write soon. Love you guys. Harry P.S. Has there always been a three-headed guard dog on the third floor? You know a lot of magical creatures, Uncle Remus. Where would you even get one of those things? Professor McGonagall bought him a broomstick. My guess that's what this next one is about. Remus said, picking up the second letter. It's her handwriting. Ms. Lovegood and Mr. Lupin. I'm sure you will have received a letter from Harry this morning regarding his position on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The team is incredibly lucky to have a talent like Harry. When I saw him flying yesterday, I thought for a moment my eyes had failed me and James Potter was flying outside my window. If Harry did not tell you, I have already provided him a broomstick. Please, do not feel the need to pay me back for the broom. I will only return the funds to your vaults. Consider the broom a gift. Minerva McGonagall, we've been saving up to buy him a nicer broomstick, but a Nimbus 2000, that must have cost a fortune. We have to pay McGonagall back. When it came to money, Tonnie and Remus only consulted the Potter's vault at Gringotts when it came to spending money for school. While James and Lily had left Harry a large sum of money, both his guardians agreed to keep the use of the funds to a minimum until he turned of age. So, the only time that Remus and Tonnie opened the vault was once a year when it came to spending money on Harry, school supplies. Harry did, however, manage to talk them into let him take out a little extra as an allowance. Everything else for Harry was paid for by Remus and Tonnie's, mostly Tonnie's, paychecks. They didn't make much, although more than Arthur and Molly, but they'd provided fairly well for Harry. He had never done without something he needed. Harry had been using an old clean sweep for a while now. But, since first years weren't allowed to even bring broomsticks, much less play on the Quidditch team, Tonnie and Remus thought they had more time to save up for a nice birthday present for Harry next year. Like Minerva said, he was quite gifted on a broom. They knew for sure that he'd make the time his second year. You read the note, she won't accept it, Remus said. Will we have to do something to repay her? That was way too generous of a gift. Needless to say, the next morning at breakfast when Harry received a congratulatory owl, Minerva McGonagall received a large package with her favorite tea and biscuits, as well as a bundle of lilies. Another letter from Harry came the morning after Halloween. Tonnie and Uncle Remus, I don't know if Professor McGonagall wrote you about Halloween yet, but seeing that I haven't received a howler from you, I'm assuming she didn't. Before I tell you, promise me you won't get mad. Ron and I were only helping Hermione. So, basically, Ron and I fought a giant troll and might have destroyed the girls' bathroom. Remember, you said you wouldn't get mad, or I told you to anyway. No one was hurt. We beat the troll, saved a life, and McGonagall gave both Ron and I 5 points each for doing so. And now, Hermione is our friend. Please don't send a howler back. Love you guys. Harry, he fought a troll and lived to tell the tale. James would have been proud. Are you serious? He could have been hurt, Tonnie cried, imagining a troll flattening Harry with his club. He could have died. He didn't, Tonnie. He's fine. Was fighting a troll instead of going to get a teach reckless and impulsive. Yes. But, he did it to save his friend. Both you and I would have done the same thing for our friends. He's only 11. He doesn't need to go risking his life against a troll. The professors should have handled it. It looks like Harry and Ron beat them to it, Remus said, laying a hand on her arm. There is no use worrying about it now. It's over. No need to suffer over it. Save the howler for now. I don't know how I'm going to make it through the next 7 years if he's going to go off and fight trolls. She sighed, promising herself she'd send him an owl from the hospital about safety and a small amount of praise for being able to take down a mountain troll. The 10th of November rolled around with another update. Tonnie and Remus, the first Quidditch match of the season was yesterday. We won, 170-60. Boy, do the Slytherins play dirty. I caught the snitch. I nearly swallowed the snitch, but that still counts. I did nearly fall off my broomstick. But I'm fine. No need to worry. Christmas holiday is coming up. I'll be home soon. Love you guys. Harry, like many times before, Hedwig delivered a second letter, this one addressed to only Remus. Whenever Harry had questions or concerned he thought might worry his guardians even a little, he thought it was best to write to Remus instead of Tonnie. Remus was more likely to write him back with an answer to his random or hypothetical questions than Tonnie was. If Harry's thoughts of questions were concerning enough, he'd mention them to Tonnie. Usually they were minor, and nothing to worry Tonnie with. Uncle Remus, completely unrelated to my previous owl, but what do you think about Snape cheating at Quidditch? Would he ever try and curse a student to win the match? Also, I thought you might get a kick out of this, but Hermione set Snape on fire. He's fine, but he did freak out for a moment. Professor Quirrell was nearby, and he was so spooked, I thought he might jump out of the stands. One more thing. Have you ever heard of Nicholas Flamel? Write back when you can. Harry, the concerned expression Remus wore from reading the first few sentences into a grin. Remus gripped the edge of the table to hold himself up as he doubled over in a fit of laughter. An image of Severus Snape trying to put out flames on his billowing robes, had him clutching his sides from the pain of laughing so hard. What is so funny? Tonnie questioned, raising an eyebrow. Harry's friend Hermione. You know, the smart one. Remus grinned, wiping a tear from his eye. She set Snape on fire. She what? Tonnie asked, doing her best to choke down her laughter. This is serious. I shouldn't be laughing. Remus tried to act concerned, but couldn't help himself. More like, this is something Sirius would do. For the rest of breakfast that morning, the two discussed how Sirius would have pulled the prank to catch Snape on fire, how James would have helped him, and how Remus would have been trying to stop them. The Invisibility Cloak disclaimer. This chapter includes some passages from Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. I have modified some of them, but all rights to those particular passages go to J.K. Rowling. First year Harry came downstairs Christmas morning to find Tonnie and Remus waiting for him. Remus was curled up in a chair by the fire, a thick blanket wrapped around him and his nose in a book. Across from him, Tonnie was in the exact same position, except curled up on the couch. Harry noticed the two were reading two copies of the same book. That wasn't uncommon for his guardians. Oftentimes, one or the other would start reading one, and end up convincing the other to read it as well and end up in long discussion about it. Basically, a two-person book club. They tried to convince Harry to read with them occasionally, but Harry typically turned them down in favor of practicing flying or flowing over to the Burrow. Good morning. Merry Christmas, Harry. Tonnie smiled, slipping a marker into her book before setting it down beside her. We were starting to wonder if you'd forgotten what day it is. How could I forget Christmas? Harry laughed, giving his godmother a hug. Would you like to open presents before breakfast, or after? Harry raised an eyebrow, silently asking, what do you think? Very well, go on. She patted him on the back, before reclaiming her seat on the couch. Harry took a seat by the tree, rummaging through his pile of Christmas gifts. The Weasleys' hand sent him a homemade sweater, like usual, and as well as a box of Mrs. Weasley's signature fudge. Hermione had gifted him a parcel of chocolate frogs while Hagrid had carved him a flute. Xenophilius and Luna had kindly sent him an early edition The Quibbler, as well as a funny-looking necklace on a long chain. Both Tonnie and Remus had been gifted one, too. According to the note they'd attached, the necklace was supposed to keep the Nargles at bay. Harry wasn't sure was Nargles were, but half of him thought they too had imagined them. Tonnie and Remus had given him a few books on Quidditch, as well as new Gryffindor jumper. Tonnie had magicked Potter on the back to make it an unofficial jersey. There was photo on the flow that had both his dad and Sirius in older jerseys that looked just like his new one. Harry hugged it close for a moment as he started up at the picture, before pulling the new jumper over his pajamas. However, there was one more unexpected gift. Who is this one from? Harry asked, picking up the mysterious package. It's not from me. Did you? Tonnie looked to Remus. He shook his head. No, open it and find out. As instructed, Harry unwrapped the present, seeing a silvery fabric fall from the wrappings and into his lap, along with a note. Your father left this in my possession when he died. It's time I returned it to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you. There's no signature, Harry said, dropping the note and picking up the shiny fabric for a better view. What is it? It's James's invisibility cloak. Remus answered, lips parted in surprise. It's been missing all these years. I can't believe Dumbledore has had it all this time. Without questioning how Remus knew Dumbledore had sent the cloak, he threw the cloak over his shoulders, watching his body disappear. Wicked. He grinned, looking up to a smiling Tonnie and Remus. Turning to Remus, Tonnie said, the four of you got up to so much mischief with that thing. It might have come in handy once or twice. Once or twice. She scoffed. More like every night for your entire 7 years at Hogwarts. Don't forget you used it to. Yeah, But that was mostly to sneak off with Sirius without being caught by Filch. Tonnie smirked. I did not need to know that, Tonnie. Harry faked gagging and dropped the cloak from his shoulders. Oh, please, the cloak is fine. We only used it to get past Filch, nothing else. Knowing Sirius, you should probably still have it cleaned, your friend. Hermione probably knows a spell. Remus winked at Harry, earning him a smack on the shoulder from Tonnie. Have fun with the cloak, just try not to get into too much trouble with it, Tonnie told her godson, taking a seat beside him. Too much? Have you given up on me being good? No, you're good. But, you happen to attract trouble better than golden galleons attract a niffler. It seems that the ability to attract trouble runs in the family. Harry smiled, before disappearing under the cloak once more. On Harry's first night back at Hogwarts, he lay awake in his bed, staring up at the curtains. As much as he tried to go to sleep, he couldn't. He was itching to take the invisibility cloak out for a real adventure, not just for scarring Tonnie and Remus by popping out of thin air. As much fun as that had been, we wanted something more. Realizing the perfect place he could use the cloak, he slipped out from his bed, pulled the invisibility cloak from his trunk as quietly as possible. When he got to the bottom of the stairs, he wrapped himself under the cloak and headed for the library. Neither he, Ron, or Hermione had had any luck with finding out any more information on Nicholas Flamel over the holiday, and what better way to spend his first night out with the invisibility cloak than by sneaking into the restricted section of the library for some midnight research. Oddly, he felt this is something that both Tonnie and Remus would have used the cloak for. Harry had been searching the restricted section for all of 5 minutes. Before managing to awaken one of the books. Was he supposed to know library books scream like banshees? If so, he knew the moment he pried open that book and nearly dropped it to cover his ears from the screeches. He closed the book, shoving it back into its cubby, and sprinted for the exit, just barely getting past Filch. That Merlin, he was invisible right now, or he'd have detention for a month for sneaking into the restricted section. He ran down the hall as fast as his feet would carry him, only hearing Filch's voice grow nearer. He would have kept running, but another voice stopped him. Now accompanying the caretaker was none other than Professor Snape. Keeping quiet, he scanned the corridor for an exit. Luckily, he spotted a door not too far from him, that if he hurried, he might make it into before calling attention to himself. Harry dove through the open doorway into the empty classroom. He held his breath, waiting for Snape and Filch to pass by. In luck, they did, not bothering to follow him into the abandoned classroom. Waiting to be sure the coast was clear, Harry decided to look around the classroom. Across the room, out of place, was a tall mirror with a detailed golden frame. In the moonlight, Harry could read the inscription across the top. Arised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on Hoosie. However, this was an unusual mirror. As Harry approached, he could tell the mirror wasn't reflecting the room or himself. It wasn't until Harry was directly in front of it did he finally see it. The invisibility cloak fell from his hands to the floor as Harry dropped it in shock. He turned to look around the room, to see if they were really with him. But he was alone in the room. Turning back to the mirror, he saw them. Along with mirror were 5 others. Unlike in real life, the mirror shows 2 people standing behind him, his parents. He recognized them from countless pictures. Standing next to them, he could see why everyone said he looked like his father. They had the same messy black hair that couldn't be tamed, and both wore glasses, although his father's were thicker and square-shaped instead of round like Harry's. Then there was his mother with her long red hair and bright green eyes. His mother's eyes. You look just like your father, except for you eyes. You have your mother's eyes. She smiled back at him, and laid a hand on his shoulder. Harry reached for his shoulder, hoping to grab onto her hand, but got a handful of his pajama top instead. But Harry's parents weren't the only ones in the mirror. Beside his father was a tall man with long black hair and gray eyes. He had one arm tossed over James's shoulder, and the other wrapped around Tonnie. The smile on her face as she looked up at him helped him recognize Sirius. Sirius's reflection winked at Harry and grinned before looking down to Tonnie and directing her attention up to Harry. She leaned into Sirius's side and wrapped her arm around Sirius's waist. Harry had never seen her smile as brightly as she was in the mirror. Tearing his eyes away from Sirius and Tonnie, he saw the last reflection in the mirror. Uncle Remus. Remus stood next to his mother, wrapping one arm around her shoulder, and the other hand stuffed in his pocket. He too wore a grin Harry had never seen before. Sure, Tonnie and Remus joked around and told stories at home, but they'd never smiled the way they were now. The happiness across all of their faces looked as if it would never fade as long as they were all together. Harry couldn't help but smile too as he gazed into the mirror. There was something comforting about having all of them around him, and he never wanted to leave. He wasn't sure how much time had passed since he entered the room, and he didn't seem to care. That was until a noise stopped his starring and brought him back to reality. If Snape and Filch were still on the hunt for him, they'd find him eventually. To keep from being caught, pulled on his invisibility cloak, and bowed out of the classroom, promising his family he'd come back soon. The following night, he brought Ron with him when he came back. Harry dashed over to the mirror, throwing the cloak to the floor. He gazed up into his mother's eyes and beckoned Ron to follow him. See? I can't see anything. Look, it's my parents, and Uncle Remus, and Sirius and Tonnie. It's all of them. I can only see you. Look in it properly. Go on, stand where I am. Harry's family faded as he stepped away from the mirror. Now with Ron standing in front, he could only see his best friend's reflection. Ron was thrilled, grinning from ear to ear. Look at me. Can you see all your family standing around you? No, I'm alone. But I'm different, I look older, and I'm head boy. What? Harry stood dumbfounded. Ron began to explain his version of the mirror, but Harry could barely hear him. He was lost in his own confused thoughts. Why didn't the mirror show Ron the Weasleys? Why would it show him alone and accomplished, rather than surrounded by the people that love him? Was something wrong with the mirror? Was it even the same one? Of course it was. A mirror as big and elegant as that one couldn't just be replicated. Do you think this mirror shows the future? Ron's question pulled Harry from his thoughts. How can it? My parents are dead, and Sirius is in prison. Let me have another look. You had it all to yourself last night, give me a bit more time. What's so important about you holding the Quidditch cup? If you want to hold one, go borrow one from the trophy room and you can spend all night gazing into the bathroom mirror. Unlike you, I can't just use an ordinary mirror to see what I want. Now move over. I want to see my family. Don't push me, Ron began, but they heard a nose coming from the hallway and immediately stopped their bickering to silently hide beneath the invisibility cloak and sneak back off to their dorm before someone getting caught. For the third night in a row, Harry found his was to the magical mirror. He dropped the cloak and fell to the floor, still gazing into the mirror. As much as he loved Ron, he didn't understand what this mirror meant to him, what seeing his whole family meant to him. So tonight he was going to be alone. Or so he thought. So, back again, Harry? Harry almost jumped at hearing the familiar voice. He sighed, knowing he'd been caught, and turned around to see the headmaster sitting on a desk behind him. Instead of Dumbledore being angry for catching Harry out of bed, again it seemed, he was surprised to see his professor smiling. I didn't see you, sir. Strange how nearsighted being invisible can make you. Dumbledore replied, pushing himself off his desk and crossing to sit with Harry. The old headmaster did his best to muffle his groan as he dropped the floor. So, you, like hundreds before you, have discovered the delights of the mirror of Arised. I didn't know it was called that, sir. But I expect that you've realized by now what it does. Harry shifted his gaze away from Dumbledore to the mirror. He locked eyes with Sirius, who cocked a grin and winked at him. Harry couldn't help my smile back. Not exactly. When I look into the mirror, I see my family, all of them. My parents, Sirius, Tonnie and Uncle Remus. They're all with me. And it showed your friend Ron himself as head boy. Harry turned to him in surprise. Before Harry could question Dumbledore, he said, I don't need a cloak to become invisible. Harry made a mental note to ask Hermione if she knew that spell, just in case they ever need to be invisible and were without the cloak. Knowing their luck, that spell might come in handy one day. Now, can you think of what the mirror of Arised shows us all? Harry thought hard for a moment, but still didn't understand. What could him seeing his family, and Ron being head boy, possibly have in common? Unable to come up with an answer, he shook his head. Let me explain. The happiest man on earth would be able to look into the mirror of Arised like a normal mirror. That is, he would look into the mirror and see himself exactly as he is. Does that help? It shows us what we want. Whatever we want. Yes, and no, it shows us nothing more than the deepest and most desperate desires of our hearts, Harry. For Ron, who has always been overshadowed by his older brothers, sees himself alone, with the accomplishments that make himself the best of them. As for you, someone that has lost their family, you see yourself among them. But Professor, I still have a family. Tonnie and Remus, they're my family. They take care of me, they always have. The mirror shows you, your complete family. You may have Ms. Lovegood and Mr. Lupin, but with your parents deceased and your godfather incarcerated, your family is not whole. Dumbledore answered. Do you understand now? Harry nodded, looking back up at the mirror. In the glass his mother squeezed his arm, and pressed a kiss to his cheek. Harry couldn't help but run his fingers against his own skin, where her lips had touched mirror Harry's. However, this mirror will give us neither knowledge or truth. Many people before you have sat in front of this mirror, enthralled with the images it shows. Some have assumed it was a trick of the eye, or dream, and left the mirror alone. Others have stared before it, night after night, and wasted away. Some driven themselves mad with the desires the mirror holds. I do not want you, too, to fall into the trap of the mirror of her eyes. That is why I will be moving the mirror from this room tomorrow. What? No, Professor. You can't, Harry almost yelled, clutching the fabric of the invisibility cloak beneath him. He could hear the desperation in his voice. This is the only time I'll ever see everyone together. Photographs of my parents or Sirius are one thing, but this. He held glass, this is different. They're here with me. I will never get to meet my parents. Sirius is most likely going to be in Azkaban for the rest of his life, so I won't get to meet him either. And while I may have Tonnie and Uncle Remus, I don't have them like this. When I look into the mirror, their whole demeanor is different. They're happier than I've ever seen them before. They're not hurting or grieving or stressed. In the mirror they have the life they deserve. You've just proven that the image in the mirror is not real, it's simply a dream. It does not do well to dwell on dreams and forget to live, Harry. After this mirror is moved, I must ask you to not go looking for it again. If you ever do come across it again, you will not be prepared for what the mirror holds. Now, as it is most likely past time for both of us to be in bed, why don't you put on your father's cloak and head back to Gryffindor Tower? Knowing he couldn't win a fight with Dumbledore, Harry sighed and took one last look at his family before throwing the cloak over his shoulders. As Dumbledore escorted Harry from the empty classroom, Harry turned to the professor and asked, Sir, you don't have to tell me, but what do you see when you look in the mirror? Without skipping a beat, Dumbledore replied, I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. Harry stared up at him, clearly not expecting Dumbledore's deepest desire to be a pair of socks. One can never have enough socks. The headmaster shrugged. Besides, the particular pair I see were given to me by an old friend. I haven't had a pair quite as comfortable since. The next morning, when Tonnie came out of her bedroom, she nearly tripped over Remus in the hallway. He was sitting on the floor, halfway in the closet, halfway in the corridor, with a box in between him and dozens of piles of old photographs around him. Morning, he murmured, as he continued flipping through the piles. Remus, what are you? Before she could finish, he had handed her a letter and went back to work. Still confused, she unfolded the parchment to find Harry's scraggly handwriting staring back at her. Tonnie and Uncle Remus, I don't have much to report back to you just yet. Quidditch practice picked back up this week. Wood is determined that the team has to win the cup, so training is becoming a bit tougher. It's gotten even harder seeing as we just found out Snape will be the one refereeing the next match. I wouldn't be surprised if I got a penalty from Snape for just flying in his direction, but Snape is not the reason I wanted to write you. I was wondering if you could do me a favor. I know we have a bunch of old pictures in the house, and if we have one, we might not, of the three of us, my parents, and Sirius, would you send it to me? I've been thinking about it a lot lately, and I'd like to have a picture of the whole family. Write back soon. Love you guys. Harry. Why do all the ones of all of us have to include Wormtail? Remus grumbled, adding another photo to one of his many piles. I've got one without Peter in it, she told him, turning back to her bedroom. A minute later she returned, holding the moving photograph. It's one of my favorites. I'm surprised I haven't framed it. Remus smiled, seeing the photo. He was in the middle, with Harry sitting on his shoulders. The 1-year-old was tugging on his light brown hair. He watched himself laugh and scrunch up his nose as Harry gave a particularly hard tug to his locks. On either side of him were his 2 best friends, James and Sirius, each sporting their respective girls, women, really, on their backs. "Look how happy we were," Tonnie said, sitting down next to him. "You know, there has been so many times I wish I could just use Dumbledore's pensive to go back and watch out memories over and over again. You know Dumbledore, he'd say something along the lines of, 'It does not do to dwell on the past, and forget to live in the present.'" He pretended to stroke a long beard as he said it, making Tonnie laugh into his shoulder. And here I thought Sirius was good at impressions. "He might have taught me a few things," Remus smirked. They packed up the rest of the photos before spending the rest of the morning laughing over who could do the best impressions of the old headmaster before work. Revelation's first year. Over the next few months, Harry did his best to update Tonnie and Remus. Most of his letters had been short, and usually focused on Quidditch and studying as to avoid talking about him and his friend's investigation in Nicholas Flamel, the Philosopher's Stone, Hagrid's pet dragon, and other things that might result in giving his guardians reason to worry what he was up to. But when McGonagall caught him, Hermione, Malfoy, and Neville out of bed after he and Hermione managed to get Norbert sent off to Romania with Ron's brother Charlie, he knew he had to write them before she wrote to them. He knew they'd be more forgiving and less likely to send howlers if he told them before a professor had the chance. Tonnie and Uncle Remus. "Well, Uncle Remus, it took me long enough, but I finally got detention. If you and Tonnie were taking bets on how long it would take me to get one, you've probably both lost 10 times over by now. How did I get it, you ask? I was caught out of bed, after hours, on top of the astronomy tower. I can't tell you the reason I was up there, because it'll lead to a lot of questions that I probably shouldn't answer in order to protect someone's secret. I know, that was cryptic, but it doesn't matter why I was up there, just that I was. Before you freak out, I wasn't up there alone. I was with Hermione." "Wait, that's not what it sounds like. Hermione and I aren't together that way. Just forget that I wrote that. Anyway, both Hermione and I got detention. Neville and Malfoy did, too, even though Neville really didn't deserve it, but we couldn't talk McGonagall out of it. I'll write back soon, or at least update you on detention. Love you guys. Harry. P.S. How many points did you all manage to lose in on Go? I think Hermione, Neville, and I might have just set a record." They replied, the following day, mostly disappointed that they'd lost the bet about how long it took him to get detention. Although, they did throw in a brief quip about their disappointment for breaking the rules. But they had no room to talk. By this time in their first year at school, both had served more detentions than they could count thanks to Sirius and the other Marauders. Harry sent another letter, post-detention, Tonnie and Uncle Remus. "I had my detention last night. It was with Hagrid, so no boring rubbish like writing lines. Instead, our detention was to venture into the Forbidden Forest and investigate why unicorns were being killed. You know, your typical detention. It was interesting to say the least. I mean, it was better than cleaning trophies or scrubbing toilets, but it might have scared Neville death. You two have served your fair share of detentions. Have either of you spent it in the Forbidden Forest? I did meet a centaur in the forest though. Firenze, and learned about drinking unicorn blood. I don't think I'll be trying that, nor do I encourage either of you to do it either. Please, don't. Love you guys. Harry. P.S. Yes, I'm prepared for exams. Hermione has had us studying almost every free moment we have. I'll write back after they're done." After their last exam, Harry, Ron and Hermione were lounging under a tree by the Black Lake. Ron was tired of studying and listening to Hermione drone on about their exams. It only made the two boys feel worse about their papers, hearing about all the information she filled hers with. So, they thought a trip to the lake would help relax them. For Harry though, he couldn't relax. He kept rubbing his forehead, because his scar kept burning. It had been doing that since their detention in the Forbidden Forest, and honestly it was beginning to annoy him more than it was hurting him. "Maybe you should go see Pomfrey about your scar, Harry. She'll probably know what to do." "I'm not ill. It's a warning." "A warning? About what?" "I dunno. I just seems like danger is coming." "Are you seriously comparing your scar burning to Spidey senses?" Hermione asked. Harry let out a light laugh. but Ron seemed very confused by the comment. Everything is fine. The stone is safely protected by Dumbledore and Fluffy. No one is getting the stone with both of them around. If you're not going to go to Madame Pomfrey, then maybe you should ask Tonnie and Remus about it. They'll probably know what to do. They might, or they may just freak out. You know Tonnie, if she thinks I'm hurt she'll flow in the moment she reads my letter. I don't want to worry her unless I'm in any real danger. Well, you need to write them anyway. If you don't want to mention your scar, fine. But, you promised you'd update them on your exams, she said, pulling a roll of parchment and a quill from her bag. Taking the parchment from her, he slouched against the tree and began to scribble an update to Tonnie and Remus. Tonnie and Remus, I just finished exams. I think they went well. I don't think I did as great as Hermione, but when it came to the practical portions, minus potions. But, that one isn't really a surprise. He continued writing, trying to fill up the parchment with as much of an update as he could muster, but he couldn't help but continue to think about his scar and the stone, and the imminent danger approaching them that no one but him seemed to be worried about in the slightest. Then again, he thought Hermione was right. Dumbledore would never let anything happen to the stone. That's why he had Hagrid make Fluffy the guard dog. Who would be able to get past a three-headed beast like him? No one. Well, Hagrid would be able to. There had to be a secret. But, Hagrid wouldn't tell anyone about how to get past Fluffy, would he? No, he wouldn't betray Dumbledore's trust like that. Well, not on purpose, anyway. Hagrid did have a habit of saying more than he should. Then it hit him. The next thing he knew he was shoving the parchment in his pocket and dragging Hermione and Ron along with him to the gamekeeper's hut for answers. After a long chat at Hagrid's that confirmed all of his suspicions, and then two failed warnings to Professor McGonagall about Snape, Harry decided he couldn't wait around any longer for help from the adults. He told Hermione and Ron that he was going to through the trapdoor, and after the stone in hopes of keeping Voldemort, whatever was left of him, from getting his hands on the one thing that could give him everlasting life. Anything that could bring him back to life in the slightest form, really. While his two best friends protested at first, but ultimately agreed to let him go if they accompanied him on his dangerous mission, after everyone left the common room that night, he scrambled up the steps to his dormitory to get the invisibility cloak. Before he left, he double-checked that he had everything. He reached into his pocket to make sure his wand was still in its place when he felt the crumpled-up parchment from earlier, his letter to the closest thing he had to parents. He knew they would be furious at him for doing this, for risking his life, but he had to save the stone. He had to keep it away from Voldemort at all costs. It was worth the risk. If he died trying to save the stone, then so be it. Realizing that might not be a reality, he flattened out the parchment, scratched out his original letter and wrote, Tonnie and Remus, what I'm about to do is dangerous, but it's the most important thing I've ever done. You've raised me to be brave, and stand up for what it's right. This is right. If I don't make it back, just remember that I love you guys, more than you know. Harry with that, he folded up the wrinkled letter and laid it on his made bed before sweeping out of the room, and off into danger. Harry woke up with a shooting headache. Unsure of how he got there, after looking around he realized he was in the hospital wing. On his bedside table was a huge pile of sweets. The tags on the treats suggested his friends had sent them. He went to reach for one, but when he pulled his hand, he noticed someone had been holding it. Looking to his right, he saw Tonnie fast asleep, resting her head on his bed. Her hand was tightly wrapped around his. Remus sat in a chair beside her, also asleep. He'd fallen asleep with his head on his shoulder. A book, titled, The Many Uses of Wolfsbane, laid open on his chest. After the events of last night, it did not surprise Harry that Professor Dumbledore had sent for them. If he hadn't, and Harry had mentioned it to them when he came home for the summer, he was sure Tonnie would hex Dumbledore, and himself, into the next year. Moving to sit up, he reached for his glasses. The movement woke Tonnie, who immediately threw out an arm to shake Remus. He sat up abruptly, dropping his book into the floor. Harry, how are you feeling? She asked, brushing a few hairs out of his eyes. What all happened last night? Thinking back to the night before, he suddenly remembered the stone. Urgently, he patted at his pockets. He had it the previous night. Where did it go? The stone. Where is the stone? Did he get it? He asked her, clutching her arm tightly. I assure you the stone is fine, Harry, he heard the calm voice of Albus Dumbledore say. I retrieved it from you when I pulled Professor Quirrell off you last night. Harry looked to Tonnie, expecting her to be asking a million questions to Professor Dumbledore, but she remained silent. Instead, all her focus was on him. Dumbledore must have told her and Remus about what happened when they arrived. You saved me, Professor. Yes, just in time. Professor Quirrell nearly killed you to get the stone. He felt Tonnie flinch at Professor Dumbledore's words. She was trying to put on a brave face for him, but he could tell she was still scared. For the next half hour, Dumbledore answered all of Harry's questions, explaining what happened with Lord Voldemort, what happened to the stone, how he managed to retrieve it, and about Snape's involvement. When Dumbledore mentioned that Professor Snape had saved his life at the Quidditch match earlier in the term, both Tonnie and Remus sat up a little straighter. He did what? Remus asked, quietly. A look of shock masked his face. Tonnie's expression mirrored his. Harry was surprised at the revelation as well, but not nearly as much as his guardians. He hated James. Why would he help his son? My belief is that he wanted to repay his debt to James. Without that hanging over him, he could resume hating your father, Harry. Still confused, Harry turned to Tonnie and Remus. Both seemed to know exactly what the professor was talking about. What did he owe my dad? His life, answered the headmaster. What? Harry was the only one that seemed surprised by the answer. Remus dropped his head and rubbed the back of his neck. Harry believed he looked uncomfortable about the situation. As did Tonnie. Had they known what Dumbledore meant? How had his dad saved Snape's life? Before he could ask anyone, Dumbledore had steered the conversation away from Snape and onto the sweets on Harry's bedside table. Birthday wishes and warnings disclaimer. There are a few lines towards the end of the chapter from HP and the Chamber of Secrets. Those particular lines are credited to J.K. Rowling. Second year. Tonnie sighed, leaning back against the door of exam room 6. Her patient, Valerie Walden, had been in and out of St. Mungo's for the past week, insisting that something was wrong with her baby because she was overdue. Tonnie had assured her every day when she had come in that babies are late all the time. Some just want to cook a little longer. Tonnie would tell her, but she kept insisting. Well, today, she came running through the doors, this time actually having something to freak out about. Labor. For the past hour, Tonnie had been in the exam room, assessing Mrs. Walden and trying to calm her down. It was her and her husband's first child, and obviously the two were quite frightened. Although they were Tonnie wasn't sure how many questions she had been asked, but now her head was spinning, after the millionth question. Tonnie had told the couple that she had another patient to attend to, a complete lie, and ducked out of the room. Are you okay, Ton? Tonnie turned her head to focus on her friend and co-worker, Violet Thornberry. The healer was sporting her typical white robes with purple stitching, and hair the same shade as her name. She'd dyed it that color years ago, on a dare. Her boyfriend, now husband, had told her it suited her, and she decided to keep it up. She'd been donning the color so long Tonnie couldn't remember her natural hair color. Tonnie shook her head and passed the clipboard to Violet. Mrs. Walden. Oh, Merlin. No wonder you look like you're about to pull your hair out. Violet chuckled, returning the clipboard. Good luck with that one. Actually, Tonnie smirked, joining her friend as they walked down the corridor. She's your patient now. Violet stopped in her tracks just as the two reached the front desk. What? She asked with wide eyes. Please, Ton, anyone but her. I'm taking the afternoon off to go with Remus and Harry to Diagon Alley, remember? It's Harry's birthday. Violet groaned at Tonnie's answer, and gently beat her head against the desk. I hate you. No, you don't. You love me, V. Tonnie smiled, trading her clipboard with the secretary, Melinda, for a couple of patient files. Fine, I don't hate you. I hate boss you that gets to pass off any patient she wants. 6 months prior, Tonnie had been made head of the Department of Magical Deliveries. Finally, the former head had retired and suggested to the ministry that they name Tonnie as the new department head. Everyone in the department, everyone in the hospital, knew that Tonnie was a shoo-in for the position. So, now, after being a healer for 14 years, she'd gotten her promotion. Even though she had her own office now, she still was a healer. She still saw patients and delivered babies. The only difference now, besides the added responsibility, was she was able to decide when she came and went. When Harry was off in Hogwarts, she'd actually worked longer hours. Since summer rolled around, she's taken more time off. She'd check in a little earlier, and head home early afternoon. However, with the new position meant she was the first person notified in case of an emergency, or urgent matter. There had been several nights since she took the position that she's left in the middle of the night to resolve issues. Well, boss me pays you, so you ought to love me. Tonnie smirked. Melinda, please leave any messages and paperwork for me in my office, unless they're urgent. I'll check into them tomorrow morning. Oh, and send. For me if Mrs. Clark goes into labor. I've already assured her I'd be the one to deliver her baby. She's not due for another week, but babies make their own schedules. Melinda agreed, jotting down a few notes. Oh, Tonnie and Owl dropped off some flowers for you about half an hour ago. I put them on your desk. Tonnie nodded, and whispered a quick thank you before heading towards her office with Violet on her heels. Let me guess, they're from that guy from the Department of Creature-Induced Injuries. What's his name again? Dean? Dave? Daniel? His name is Damien, and I'm not interested. Tonnie rolled her eyes and opened the door to her office. Like Melinda had said, the bouquet of flowers was sitting a vase in the center of her desk. Orange tulips. They were pretty, but far from any kind of flower that Tonnie actually wanted. Ignoring the flower, Tonnie settled into her desk chair, and began flipping through per patient charts. Violet, however, did take notice to the flowers, as well as the parchment stuck between two petals. Look what we have here. She chimed, snatching up the note and flopping into one of the chairs opposite Tonnie. Violet kicked her feet up on the other chair, and read the note out to Tonnie. Dear Tonnie, I hope the flowers brighten up your day. I know you were busy last week, but if you like, we could get together for lunch this week. Stop by the first floor and we can make plans. Damien. Will, isn't he sweet? Why doesn't Christopher send me flowers? Next time I see Chris, I'll tell him to send you some. Tonnie said, not looking up from the charts. You know, he's cute, Tonnie. You should have lunch with him. I told you, V, I'm not interested in Damien. Maybe you should have lunch with him. First of all, I don't think Chris would be too fond of that. Second, why not? There was a long silence, as Tonnie refused to tear her focus from her work. Even though Tonnie wasn't saying anything, Violet couldn't help but notice Tonnie running her fingers over the diamond ring on her left hand. She sighed, and stood up. It's been 11 years. Violet whispered, laying her hand on Tonnie's forearm. Sirius would understand if you decided to move on. Tonnie looked up, but not at her friend. Instead, her gaze shifted to the framed photographs in the corner of her desk. One was of Remus holding a 3-year-old, Harry. He was giggling and running his hands all over Remus's face. Remus laughed as he pretended to bit Harry's fingers, only making Harry giggle more. As cute as that one was, the one she really focused on was the second photo. That one was of a shaggy black dog. All day the dog would take turns sticking out its tongue, tilting its head and smirking, yes, smirking, and pawing in her direction as if it was waving. No one will ever compare to him, V. Before Violet could protest, Tonnie's fireplace shimmered bright green and both Remus and Harry came tumbling out of the flames. Remus pulled his wand from his pocket and gently tapped both him and Harry with it, vanishing the soot off their clothes. That's better. He smiled, tucking his back into the pocket of his robes. Sorry, we're late. I couldn't get this one out of bed. Just 'cause it's your birthday, doesn't mean you can sleep the day away. Doesn't mean I can't try. Harry laughed, turning to Tonnie and Violet. Hello, Violet. He waved. Tonnie, I like your office. It's much nicer than Mrs. Fletchney's office was. Probably because yours isn't covered in cat fur. I'm more of a dog person, myself, Tonnie said, forcing Remus to choke back a laugh. Harry looked up at his uncle, clearly not understanding the joke. Are you ready to go, birthday boy? Whenever you are. Then let's go. Tonnie stuffed a file of paperwork in her bag, promising herself she'd get to it later that night. Violet, you're officially in charge until I get back in the morning. I won't let you down, boss. She gave Tonnie a quick salute and made to leave. Oh, Harry, happy 12th birthday. Thanks, Violet. He said, just ask the three apparated off to Diagon Alley. After a long day of shopping for a few birthday presents, and a quick stop at Florian Fortescue's for ice cream, the three headed home. Remus cooked dinner, while Harry polished his Nimbus 2000 with his new broom polish, and Tonnie worked on her endless pile of paperwork. Although, Harry did convince her to take a break with him for a game of wizard chess. He was determined to get better, and have even the slimmest chance of beating Ron. However, he had a feeling that no matter how much he practiced, he still wouldn't be able to outplay Ron at wizard chess. Not long after Tonnie beat him at chess. Even on his birthday she wouldn't let him win that easily. The four sat down for dinner. They were in the middle of discussing the new school year when suddenly, there was a loud crack, and the three of them nearly fell out of their chairs, standing in the middle of the kitchen table, with one foot in the mashed potatoes, was a small creature with large pointy ears and wide eyes. A dirty sheet, maybe a pillowcase, was all he wore. "Oi, Dobby is so sorry." Dobby did not mean to ruin Harry Potter's dinner. The house elf stepped back, and tumbled off the side of the table, hitting the floor with a thud. Remus immediately pulled Dobby off the floor, and set him back on the table. "Are you okay? Hef. Dobby deserves it. Dobby ruined dinner. Dobby must punish himself," he squeaked, hitting himself over the head with a serving spoon. "There is no need for that." Remus reached for the spoon, pulling it from Dobby's tiny fists. "You didn't ruin anything. Everything is fine." Dobby didn't seem to believe him, and reached for another spoon, but Harry snatched it up before the elf could. "Dobby, was it?" Tonnie began, turning to the elf. He nodded, rubbing his hands together and flinching away from her. "You're welcome to join us for dinner, but something tells me that's not why you are here." Dinner? No. No, Dobby couldn't. Dobby has never been asked to join a family for dinner. Dobby couldn't. "Then you haven't met the right families," Remus said, smiling to the elf. He handed Dobby a biscuit and Dobby burst into tears. Harry had encountered a couple of house elves before in his life, but he had never spoken to one. He didn't realize offering food to an elf should result in crying. Along with the tears, Dobby had resulted to hitting himself with the only thing he could, his hands. Bad Dobby. Harry almost leapt forward to keep the elf from hitting himself any more. He took both of Dobby's small fists in his hands, barely having to hold to stop him. "No more hitting yourself. Not here. Dobby has to punish himself, Harry Potter, sir." Dobby almost spoke ill of his family. If they knew Dobby was here. The elf shuddered, blinking a few tears from his bulging eyes. "Dobby has to punish himself when he returns home. Pressing Dobby's ears in the oven should work. Won't your family notice if you burn your ears?" Harry looked up at his uncle, seeing the solemn look on his face, before returning to Dobby. "Dobby doubts it, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby punishes himself every day. Dobby's family encourages it. Sometimes, they tell Dobby to punish himself more. Dobby's family is not kind like you, Harry Potter, sir. Or you Tonnie Lovegood, miss. Or you, Remus Lupin, sir. You are kind to Dobby. Does everyone treat their house elves like this?" Harry asked, turning to Tonnie. He certainly hoped not. How could anyone hurt someone for helping? Or at least trying to. Harry remembered earlier in the week, breaking a dish when trying to help Remus clean up the kitchen after dinner. The plate, slippery from the soap and water, slid through his hands onto the tile. When Remus saw the plate in a million pieces, he only chuckled and reminded Harry, "Beware of falling dishes," before simply repairing the dish. He couldn't imagine Remus making him shut his ears in the oven door for something so frivolous. Not everyone. But some families, such as Dobby's, do. It's more common than you may think. Tonnie replied, resting her hand on Harry's shoulder. "If they're cruel to you, why don't you leave them?" "He can't," Remus added. "House elves are bound to their masters for life. The only way for Dobby to leave is to be set free." "How do we set him free? How can we help?" he begged, searching for a way to help the poor elf. Harry's questions only resulted in more loud crying, and Dobby frantically trying to pull his hands from Harry's. Harry Potter wants to help Dobby. Dobby had heard that Harry Potter was great, but Dobby never knew how much. Harry flushed, shaking his head. "I'm not that great, really." Much to the disappointment of these two, he gestured to his guardians. "I'm not even the brightest in my year." My friend Hermione has that honor. Harry Potter is humble and modest. Harry Potter does not speak of his defeat of the powerful wizard, he who must not be named. You mean Voldemort? Dobby flinched at the name. Sorry, Harry. Sometimes forgot how people disliked the name. Tonnie and Remus had never had a problem saying Voldemort, so neither had Harry. If they weren't scared of the name, why should he be? Dobby heard that you battled the Dark Lord L last term at S school. Harry nodded, feeling Tonnie's grip tighten on his shoulder ever so slightly. Harry Potter is so brave to fight the Dark Lord, again. But, Harry Potter, Dobby is here to warn you and Harry Potter's parents even if Dobby has to punish himself later. Harry Potter is in great danger. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts. Harry shut his eyes and bowed his head. Of everything the elf could have said, he had to tell him, in front of Tonnie and Remus, that he was in danger. Harry could feel how thick the tension in the room was now. Although the room was silent, he knew that Tonnie's head was spinning with worry. He had already overheard Tonnie asking Remus if she thought it was safe to send him back to Hogwarts this year. Remus had done some major convincing to calm her down. Of course, she was worried. Once again Voldemort had managed to reach him, but he was gone now, wasn't he? She should have nothing to worry about. But the word of one house elf was possibly going to stop him from going back to school. What kind of danger, you say? Harry sighed, letting go of Dobby's hands to run his own through his messy hair. Someone is plotting terrible things at Hogwarts, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby has known for months, sir, that if Harry Potter goes back to school he will be putting himself in grave danger. Neither Harry or his guardians bothered to ask exactly what terrible things entailed. They didn't want to resort the elf to hurt himself anymore. Instead, Remus asked, if the school was in danger, wouldn't the headmaster know about it? Not that I don't believe you, Dobby, but surely Albus Dumbledore would know about a sinister plot going on at his school. Harry internally cheered for Remus's voice of reason. Albus Dumbledore is a powerful wizard, as powerful, if not more powerful than he who must not be named was. But Dobby knows that not even the great Albus Dumbledore had the powers to stop. No one has the powers. Dobby couldn't finish before he jumped to empty Remus's plate onto the table and proceeded to hit himself over the head with it. Tonnie waved her wand, making the plate vanish from the elf's hands. Dobby turned to her. He stepped across the table, and fell to his knees in front of her. He took her hand with both of his, looking up to her with worrisome eyes. Harry knew that whatever he said next was only going to decrease his chances of returning to school in a month. Tonnie Lovegood, miss. You cannot let Harry Potter return to Hogwarts. Harry Potter is too important to lose. Tonnie Lovegood must be believed Dobby. Tonnie swallowed hard before looking up to Remus, unsure of what to say. Tonnie, Uncle Remus, you can't be considering this. It's Hogwarts. It's the safest place in the world. Voldemort begs to differ, Tonnie said, causing Dobby to cover his ears at the mention of the name. Dobby must go. Dobby's master is looking for him. Please listen to Dobby. Harry Potter cannot go back to school. With a crack he was gone, leaving the room in silent worry. Remus, we have to really consider this. No, you don't. Harry, this is your safety we're talking about, Remus added. Harry groaned, seeing Remus had switched sides. Hogwarts is safe. I'll take up residence in the hospital wing so Pomfrey can check me daily to make sure I'm not dying there. I'll use the invisibility cloak to walk to class if you're worried about me getting into danger by walking in the halls. I won't venture out of the castle except to visit Hagrid, or I'll stop seeing Hagrid if you guys think that walking on the grounds is dangerous. If I have to, I'll write to you every day to let you know I'm safe. I'll keep you so updated you get sick of receiving letters. Hedwig will end up hating me for making her fly so much, but whatever it takes I'll do it. Just let me go to Hogwarts. We'll discuss it. Great, that means no, that's exactly what I wanted for my birthday. Happy birthday, Harry. Guess what? You can't go back to school. Harry stood up from the table, leaving Tonnie and Remus without saying another word. Protesting second-year Ron, thanks for the birthday present. I'm eating the chocolate frogs now, as comfort food. What do I need to guess who crashed dinner last night? A house elf. Guess why? To deliver an ominous message that I was in danger. Basically, Tonnie and Uncle Remus interpreted it as, "You won't send Harry back to Hogwarts if you value his life." I think the warning is a load of rubbish. What place is safer than Hogwarts? Nowhere. Yet, Tonnie and Uncle Remus don't think so. They're seriously considering not letting me go back. Even if Dobby's warning is true, I've been in danger all my life and I've survived. What terrible things are going to try and kill me now? They can't be any worse than Voldemort on the back of Professor Quirrell's head, right? Uncle Remus can usually convince Tonnie I'll be okay. I'll be praying to Merlin that he's on my side. Harry. Harry tied the parchment to Hedwig's leg and sent her flying off to the burrow. He left his bedroom window open, letting the cool night breeze fill the room. Flopping down on the bed, he looked up at the ceiling, staring at the stars Tonnie and Remus had attached to it with sticking charms. When he was little, Tonnie and Remus would take turns telling him stories about the constellations the stars formed. His favorite ones usually involved the constellation Canis Major and its brightest star Sirius. Most of the time, Tonnie and Remus would end up telling a story about Sirius and his antics in Hogwarts, alongside his friends. Even though he'd never met his godfather, he felt as if he knew him. From Tonnie and Remus's stories, he seemed daring, fearless, and brave. He was bold and a character, and was always the talk of the school for leading some great prank for his friends. Harry knew that his guardians used to be like that too, but with how they were acting now, he couldn't picture them being carefree and willing to take the risks. Harry wished Sirius was there now. If Sirius were there, he'd have convinced Tonnie and Remus to let him go back to Hogwarts before Dobby had even left. What he wouldn't give for Sirius to be able to write to them from Azkaban. One letter and he'd be back to Hogwarts in no time. "Harry?" he heard Tonnie call through his bedroom door. "Are you hungry? Remus made dinner." "I'm not hungry," he lied, unwrapping another chocolate frog. To tell the truth, he hadn't left the room for more than a few minutes to use the toilet since the fight the night before. As much as his stomach growled for food. Other than the candy he had stashed away, he wouldn't give in. If his protest was going to work, he couldn't give in by going down to dinner. Instead, he decided that living off of chocolate frogs would have to do until Tonnie and Remus agreed to let him go back to Hogwarts. "If you change your mind, we'll leave you plate in the kitchen, all right?" Downstairs, Remus waved his wand, compelling the dishes to glide from the kitchen cabinet onto the dining table. He only set the table for 2 places. Knowing that Harry's protesting was only going to continue, he did, however, leave a plate on the counter and charmed it to keep warm until Harry chose to sneak down later to eat it. He had only just finished when Tonnie came down the stairs. As he suspected, she shook her head, indicating her dinner offer had failed. "Everything is going to be fine, Ton," Remus said, pulling out her chair for her. She mouthed a quick thank you before slumping into her chair. "He hates us. He thinks we're never going to let him go back to Hogwarts." "Are we?" Remus replied, raising an eyebrow. "You already know how I feel on the subject. You're the one that needs convincing. I know you want to let him go back, but what if Dobby is telling the truth? What if Harry is in serious danger?" "Dobby may be telling the truth, or at least what he thinks is the truth. Both you and I know that Harry is safe in Dumbledore's hands. Don't forget he is rather resilient, and has 2 friends that will fight to the death to protect him. Ron did risk his life fighting a giant game of killer chess to protect Harry. Oh, and that Hermione Granger. She's smarter than the 2 of us put together at her age. Now that's saying something. If anyone can keep Harry safe, it's the 2 of them. I'm not denying that they are helpful, and are loyal friends. But they are also right in there when Harry gets into trouble. Hermione was the reason Harry and Ron decided to take on a giant troll on Halloween last year. And if you recall Dumbledore's explanation, they faced a 3-headed dog, a death snare, as you mentioned, a giant game of killer chess, and a set of potions that could have poisoned them. Oh, and Lord Voldemort. You left out the parts about detention in the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid's dragon, Norbert." "Yes, I did. Thank you for reminding me." Tonnie sighed, leaning her head back. "We send him off to the safest school in the world and he actively seeks for ways to get himself killed. You think sending him back to that place, where someone is purposefully trying to kill him, is going to make sure he returns home alive? When you put it that way, sending him to Hogwarts is risky. But, Tonnie, isn't it better for him to go to school and learn to protect himself? You and I can only do so much to protect him from here. Besides, if we keep him here he will find a way to leave. I would rather send him back knowing he will have the highest amount of protection than keep him here and have him sneak out in the middle of the night to get back to school. We both know he will. It's just the kind of crazy stunt James and Sirius would pull. Honestly, we would probably do the same. Thinking it over, Tonnie pushed her food around on her plate. Deep down she knew Remus was right, but she couldn't help but worry. When James and Lily made her and Sirius Harry's godparents, she promised she would do everything in her power to protect him. After last year, she couldn't help but wonder if she was failing them. Do you think it's worth the risk? She asked, looking up at Remus. I do. Then we'll tell him in the morning. Up in his room, Harry had fallen asleep with his back against his bedroom door. At one point, he had his ear pressed against the wood trying to listen in on Tonnie and Remus's conversation. He would have tried to sneak out into the hallway, but he knew the moment his bedroom door opened, the conversation would come to a quick end. To his disappointment, he couldn't hear much. Both his guardians seemed to be doing their best to talk calmly, although occasionally he would hear Tonnie exclaiming about all the trouble he got up to last year. He wished he could hear their conversation. He was dying to know if Remus could change her mind, or if Remus felt as she did, he thought. Remus was on his side, but the longer he went without an answer, he wasn't so sure his uncle was trying to convince Tonnie at all. What he wouldn't give to land his hands on a prototype of Fred and George's extendable ears. The twins had been working on the magical listening device for quite some time, yet they hadn't yet perfected it. At this point, he didn't care if the ears buzzed the whole time he was listening as long as he had the slightest idea of how the conversation was leaning. At some point during the conversation, Harry had begun to doze off only to be shaken awake. Sleepily, he opened his eyes to find his best friend kneeling beside him. Ron? Harry groaned, rubbing his eyes beneath his wire-rimmed glasses. What are you doing here? I got your letter. You said Tonnie and Remus weren't going to let you come back to Hogwarts, so I came to get you. Well, we did, Ron replied, motioning to the window. To Harry's surprise, Fred and George were hovering outside his window in the Weasleys' flying Ford Anglia. On Ron's signal, the twins climbed through both the car and bedroom windows. Hello, Harry, they said in unison. Harry was almost certain they practiced that. If Tonnie and Remus won't let you go back to Hogwarts, Mum and Dad will. Hurry up, mate, and pack your trunk. We have to get going before the sun comes up. We don't want the Muggles to see us. Without stopping to think through what would happen when Tonnie and Remus realized RY threw as much of his stuff as possible into his trunk. He had to get back to Hogwarts, and this seemed to be the only way he was going to do it. After he had finished packing, Fred and George helped him stuff his trunk into the car. They tried their best to remain quiet, but they failed to do so when George knocked the side of Harry's trunk into the car door. Harry winced at the noise, and the pretty dent in the left passenger door. Shush! Ron hissed, climbing in after Harry's trunk. Next time, you carry the trunk, George scowled, as he followed his twin brother into the front seats. Harry double-checked his bedroom as he handed off Hedwig in her cage to Ron. The owl screeched as she wasn't a fan of having her cage turned sideways to fit through the car window. Shush, Hedwig. It's all right, Harry whispered, trying to soothe the bird. Please be quiet, you'll wake up Tonnie and Remus. Which was exactly what happened. Remus stepped outside his door, wrapping himself in his robe. Across from him, Tonnie had done the same thing, hearing the commotion coming from down the corridor. They gave each other a knowing look before making their way to Harry's bedroom door. Tonnie and Remus took turns knocking for a few minutes before they had had enough. With a quick charm, the door easily swung open to reveal an empty room and an open window with the curtains billowing in breeze of the cool night air. He didn't. Tonnie froze, unable to move from the doorway. Without even entering the room, she knew he had run off. Most of his clothes were missing, and the floorboard he hid candy, and other items had been pulled up and the space emptied of its contents. He did. Remus said, gaining her attention. He stood in front of the window, pointing out into the night sky. Crossing to the window, she saw it. Arthur's Ford Anglia disappearing across the horizon. If you're going to say I told you so, I don't want to hear it. I wasn't. Tonnie turned to him, raising an eyebrow. Okay, I was. Shall we go get him? Remus asked, extending his hand. Tonnie took one last look out into the night before nodding and taking Remus's hand. Time to go spoil his plans. He's going to love it. With a pop, the two vanished, leaving an empty house behind. Who's going back to Hogwarts? Second year Harry had been in Mr. Weasley's Ford Anglia a handful of times. Neither Tonnie or Remus had a car, because, well, they're wizards, why would they need one? But Arthur had the car as one of his Muggle projects. If they ever needed a car, they would just go to Molly and Arthur. Harry had heard rumors from the Weasleys that Arthur had enchanted the car to fly, but until Ron, Fred, and George had showed up at his bedroom window, he had never seen it happen. Flying in the car was not nearly as thrilling as flying on a broomstick. Instead, it was more relaxing. He laid back against the car's leather interior, closed his eyes and tried to get some sleep before arriving at the Burrow. He knew the moment they landed he wouldn't have much time to convince Mr. and Mrs. Weasley that his surprise visit was necessary for his education. Before they contacted Tonnie and Remus. So, as they flew he spent the time going over every possible tactic to bring them to his side. He knew if they backed him, then it would be much easier to convince his guardians to let him return to school. Harry wasn't sure when he dozed off during his brainstorming session, only that he was awakened by Fred's harsh landing on the dirt path that led to the Weasleys' shed. According to Ron, the sun had only come up a short while before they arrived, indicating it was still early in the morning. Harry felt relieved. Maybe Tonnie and Remus weren't up yet. Maybe they hadn't noticed he left, and he would have ample time to talk to Mrs. Weasley. After the four did their best to pull the car back into the shed, they gathered Harry's belongings and headed inside the house. Harry's plans to talk to Molly and Arthur were dashed the moment the boys walked in the house. Sitting before them, in their pajamas, at the kitchen table were none other than Tonnie, Remus, and Mrs. Weasley. As they heard the boys come in, Molly and Tonnie's conversation ceased, and Remus immediately put down his copy of the Prophet to address them. "Tonnie, Remus, how nice of you to come and visit. Nice morning we're having, isn't it?" George joked, trying to diffuse the tension. Harry, on the other hand, was in no joking mood. He was practically frozen at the sight of them. He should have known better to think that we would have gotten away with it, but he thought he at least had more time. "How did you?" Harry trailed off, trying to wrap his mind around it. "Next time you're planning on sneaking out of the house, try not to make so much noise. It really does ruin the escape plan if you can't keep it a secret," Remus said. Tonnie shot him a glare, but Harry could have sworn she was trying not to smile. "Not that I recommend you sneaking out." "And you three." Harry felt Ron jump next to him when Mrs. Weasley stood up next to him. "You just up and left in the middle of the night. No note. Car gone. You could have been hurt. You could have been seen." "Sorry, Mum, but they weren't going to let him go back to Hogwarts. We had to go get him," Ron said, trying to earn some sympathy. "That is not true. Harry assumed we were not going to let him go back," Tonnie added, trying to keep her voice calm. "So, you are? I'm going back." Harry couldn't help but feel the excitement rush through him. For days, he felt as though he wasn't going to go back. But now, he felt hopeful, even if it was just for a second. Instead of confirming or denying, Tonnie and Remus remained quiet, keeping him in suspense. "You three, come with me," Mrs. Weasley began. "We'll let them talk while you get a head start at denoming the garden." "Really, Mum? We just did that last week," Fred groaned. "You should have thought of that before stealing your father's car and flying off into the night. Now let's go." Molly ushered the boys from the room, leaving Harry to await Tonnie and Remus's response alone. "So, do I get to go back? After this little stunt you pulled, we shouldn't." Tonnie glared, making Harry's excited fade. Sneaking out of the house was incredibly irresponsible, reckless, and dangerous. Sending you back is almost guaranteeing that you'll end up in trouble with this kind of behavior. "Tonnie, Uncle Remus, please. I'm not finished." Tonnie stopped him. "Regardless, Remus and I have agreed that it is in your best interest to send you back to school." Harry almost jumped up in joy, but held back because of the serious look on Tonnie's face. She motioned for him to take a seat at the end of the table where Mrs. Weasley had been sitting before. "Harry, we want you to know that we didn't make this decision lightly. Every decision that we make, that concerns you, is always talked over between the two of us thoroughly. That's why it took so long for us to come to a decision," Remus said, resting against the table. "The night you were born, Sirius, Remus, and I made a promise to your Parents to always keep you safe, no matter what. That means that we will do whatever it takes to make sure that you get to live a long life. The life your parents wanted for you. We understand that this is your life, but Harry, you're only 12. We are your guardians, and every decision we make it to fulfill that promise we made all those years ago. So, even if you don't like it, we have the right to pull you out of school if we think it is going to keep you safe. While we are sending you go back, we need you to know that Dumbledore is going to keep a close eye on the situation at hand. We don't want to repeat what happened last year. If he tells us that your life is truly in danger, then we'll make the decision on whether we want to pull you out. We know that's not what you want. We hope to Merlin that Dobby is wrong, Tonnie said, taking Harry's hand in her own. But, we love you as if you were our own. All we want is to keep you safe. I love you guys, too, Harry said, jumping. I'm sorry I left. I just thought that if you saw how badly I want to go back, you'd let me. We know how much you want to be there. We were kids once too, you know, Remus added. Hogwarts was always a place where we felt wanted. Just like you, Hogwarts wasn't just a school for us, it was home. Some of our best memories are inside those castle walls. We would never want to take that away from you if we didn't have to. You just have to trust us, Harry. I do. Trust you. I promise. Also, promise not to run away again, okay? I promise. Good. Tonnie said, kissing him on the cheek. Now, go help Ron, Fred, and George denome the garden. But I thought? You thought that was it? Just because we forgave the sneaking off in the flying car doesn't mean there's no punishment. This is just the beginning. Go on. I'm sure they need the help. Harry groaned before heading out the back door to meet up with the boys. Look at that. Co-parenting at its finest. Remus joked, throwing an arm around Tonnie's shoulders. Now we just have to hope he doesn't steal any more flying cars. Not long after the flight of the Ford Anglia, letters to returning Hogwarts students were sent out. That meant the annual back-to-school trip to Diagon Alley was in order. Tonnie, Harry, and Remus met the Weasleys at Diagon Alley. After a quick trip by Gringotts, the large group planned to bounce from shop to collect their supplies on the latest supply list. First up was buying this year's textbooks at Flourish and Blots. Usually the store was busy, but never as busy as it was that day. The entire shop was filled with people wall to wall buying books. Not just any books. The new defense against the dark arts professor had assigned 7 of Gilderoy Lockhart's 12 books for their class that term. Entering the shop, the group could tell what all the commotion was about. Standing at the front of the room was none other than the Gilderoy Lockhart signing all his books that were being purchased that day. Adoring fans, the overwhelming majority being the women of the room, were fawning over the wizard and asking him questions about his books and his life. Lockhart would take the time to answer each question, emphasizing his heroics in every situation. He'd finish with his signature smile and wink, making the women scream and nearly faint. The staff was working as fast as possible to check out customers, but every time they would get a successful rhythm going, Lockhart would slow them down with another hero story and photo opposite the group stood in line for what felt like hours before they could get to the register. As Molly was checking out her kids' books, Remus turned to an unamused Tonnie. How are you the only woman in here that is not weeing over? Lockhart, oh, Remus. You know I like the bad boys. Tonnie replied, winking at him. He is immensely well-traveled, and has written 9 books about his defeating dark forces. As much as I hate to admit it, that seems quite impressive. If you like him so much, why don't you date him? I'm afraid Gilderoy is not my type, but if he was, I'd have an army of women willing to fight me for him, including Molly. Remus directed their attention to her, fawning over Lockhart and his shiny white smile, and he signed all of her kids' textbooks. After she had paid for the many sets of his books, the Weasley kids gathered their books and stepped aside for Tonnie and Remus to pay for Harry's. My, look what we have here. It seems that I am not the only celebrity here today. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Come here, we must get a picture together. Before anyone could protest, Lockhart had pulled Harry around the table and threw an arm over his shoulder. A photographer immediately started snapping photos of the two. Nice big smile, Harry. Together you and I are worth the front page. Harry flashed an uncomfortable smile and looked to Tonnie and Remus for help. Gilderoy, I think that's enough photos, Tonnie said, trying to reach for Harry. You. I know you, Lockhart said, catching her hand. Merlin's beard, Tonnie Lovegood, my favorite prefect. How long has it been? It's been a while, yes. Gilderoy, if you don't mind, can we get Harry's books? We still have some more school supplies to get. For you, anything. In fact, I'll go a step further. He smiled, even bigger than before if that was possible. This time he spoke louder, addressing the room. Harry Potter will go home with my entire book collection, free of charge. That's not necessary, both Harry and Tonnie tried to protest. Also, I think now is the right time to announce my new challenge, teaching. Teaching? I have been traveling and learning for so long. Now I am going to share my vast knowledge from my travels with the world. I have accepted the Defense Against the Dark Arts teaching position at my alma mater, Hogwarts. Wow. Tonnie said, surprised. The rest of the room erupted with cheers of excitement. Thank you, for the books, we'll just be going. Tonnie motioned to Harry, who wriggled out of Lockhart's grasp. Tonnie. I'm sorry about what happened with Sirius, Lockhart said with the least amount of sincerity in his eyes. Feel free to write me any time if you would like to talk about it. I can arrange a dinner if you like. There's this lovely restaurant around the corner. I saved the owner from a tragic troll attack. I'm sorry, Gilderoy, I have to go. Tonnie cut him off and turned to usher Harry and Remus through the crowd, as every woman in the room have her deathly glares. She kept them going until they had made their way up the street to a bench as far away from Flourish and Blots as she could get them. Okay. Can someone please explain what just happened? Harry asked, setting the pile of books down on the bench. I'd like to know too, Remus said, smirking at Tonnie. Back in our days of school, Gilderoy may have had a slight crush on me. A slight crush? Harry said, raising an eyebrow. More like a slight obsession. Even I could notice that. Okay, yes. Please tell me Sirius knew. Remus smiled, unable to stifle a laugh. Yes, he knew. Let's just say there was lots of PDA when Gilderoy was nearby. That sounds like Sirius. The Weasleys met them a few minutes later. Apparently during Lockhart's episode with Harry and Tonnie, they had missed out on a skirmish between the Weasley and the Malfoys. The rest of the afternoon, Ron retold his version of the fight to Harry several times, each time making the circumstances more extreme. Harry knew Ron was most likely exaggerating the fight, but couldn't help but cheer every time Ron brought up Arthur attacking Lucius Malfoy. Just as they did the year before, the Weasleys picked up Tonnie, Harry, and Remus at their home before heading to King's Cross the morning of September 1st. The group, now officially having one more Weasley joining the Hogwarts crowd, were running late to the platform. All the kids packed up their trolleys with their trunks and other various items and hurried towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Fred, George and Percy ran through the barrier with ease, followed by Molly, Arthur, Ginny, Tonnie and Remus. Ron and Harry, who had been dragging behind trying to situate Hedwig and Scabbers' cages from falling, were the last to reach the barrier. Both boys broke out into a run, ready to slip through the barrier. However, instead of going through the wall by magic, the boys slammed into the brick wall and crashed onto the ground. Bloody hell. What just happened? Ron groaned, pushing himself off the ground. The barrier. It's sealed. Harry replied, pushing against the brick wall to help himself up. It's never sealed, is it? Why can't we get through? The commotion drew the attention of passers-by and the King's Cross employees, who all stared at the boys in confusion and annoyance. Harry was sure he heard an older woman telling her friend that they were idiotic children that don't pay attention to where they're going. Harry, we have to get through the barrier or the train is going to. Before Ron could finish, he whacked tower chiming. 11 o'clock. Not only were they stuck outside the platform, but they'd missed the train. The boys gathered their trunks and animals' cages back into their trolleys and wheeled their way outside the station. Sitting down on the sidewalk, Ron said, if we're stuck out here, do you think that Mum and Dad are stuck on the platform? They must be. How could we miss the train? How could the platform just seal itself off? I don't know. How are we going to get to Hogwarts? I don't know, Ron. Harry said, growing more annoyed with each question. We have to get to Hogwarts. You made a whole ordeal about going back and now neither of us are going to be able to go because the bloody barrier won't open. Don't you think I know that? All I want to do is go back to Hogwarts. But unless you can find a way to break the barrier or fly us there, we're stuck. The boys sat in silence for a minute, messing with their shoelaces when Ron suddenly jumped up. Fly. That's it, I know how we're getting to Hogwarts. Ron grabbed his trolley and started running across the car park. Confused, Harry did the same, following the red-headed boy. Ron, what do you mean? We can't fly. Yes, we can. Ron yelled back, running until he stopped just before Mr. Weasley's car. I watched Fred and George fly it. How hard can it be? Ignoring the fact that this idea was ridiculous and was mostly likely going to get both of them killed, Harry replied, let's go. Howlers and Halloween disclaimer. There are several quotes from the book, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, in this first part of the chapter. Those particular quotes belong to J.K. Rowling, second year. After Harry and Ron met with Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall after their Whomping Willow incident, they knew the next morning was going to be unpleasant. To their surprise, they had not been expelled, just given detentions. However, what followed was almost worse in their opinion. Dumbledore had promised to send word to the Weasleys as well as Tonnie and Remus. That meant at breakfast that morning, they were almost positive a bright red envelope was going to appear in front of them. Both boys were nervous in the Great Hall that morning. Neither of them had ever received a howler, but they had seen other students open them. Then knew watching someone else open one was much less terrifying than having one sent to you. Ron and Harry sat down, pushing the food around on their plates, too nervous to eat. It'll be fine, Ron. Mum has sent us plenty of howlers, Fred joked, sipping on his pumpkin juice. They really aren't that bad. After a while, you just get used to them, his twin added. You're not helping. Hermione hissed at them. It wasn't long after that the morning post came, and the room was filled with owl-carrying letters, packages, and copies of the Daily Prophet and Witch Weekly. As expected, the Weasleys' family owl, Errol, crashed onto the table, dropping a bright red envelope on Ron's plate. Ron gulped as they picked up the letter, turning it over in his hands. Looks like Weasley's got himself a howler. Ron, it's best to open it. It'll only get worse if you don't. Gran sent me one once. Neville shuddered at the memory. Open it, Ron. Hermione said, nudging him. Carefully, Ron tore off the wax, seal and opened the envelope. The angry tone of Mrs. Weasley began to pour from the letter, causing Ron to jump and drop it on the table before him. Stealing the car, I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd expelled you. You wait till I get hold of you. I don't suppose you stopped to think what your father and I went through when we saw it was gone. Letter from Dumbledore last night. I thought your father would die of shame. We didn't bring you up to behave like this. You and Harry could both have died. I'm absolutely disgusted. Your father's facing an inquiry at work. It's entirely your fault, and if you put another toe out of line we'll bring you straight back home. The howler finished, and then ripped itself to pieces into a neat pile of cardstock. Harry looked up from the howler to see Ron's bright red face looking mortified. The room had fallen silent, just to listen to the terrifying voice of Mrs. Weasley. See, that wasn't so bad, Fred and George said together, and went back to their former conversation about their beginning of the term prank. After a moment, the room took Fred and George's cue that it was okay to speak again. The silence lifted and the room began to fill with morning chatter once more. Harry took a deep breath of relief seeing that no other owls were flying throughout the room. He had dodged the howler bullet, at least temporarily. Lucky, Ron said, stuffing a piece of toast in his mouth. I was sure if Mum and Dad sent a howler that Tonnie would too. As breakfast went on, Harry and Ron tried to forget about the howler, although the rest of the room didn't seem to. Harry could overhear Draco and his sidekicks from across the room reenacting the scene, and being overly dramatic of Ron's facial expressions. The boys had just begun to talk about their timetables that Professor McGonagall had handed them when they heard Hermione whisper, "Oh, no." "What's wrong?" Harry began, but stopped as he saw the owl swooping over the table. His eyes widened as another red envelope fell on the table. This time right in front of him. Tonnie. He knew without even looking. He knew it was too good to be true for Ron to get a howler and not him. He swallowed hard before peeling back the wax seal and opening the letter. Harry James Potter, what on earth did you think you were doing? You stole Arthur's car, again, and flew it to school. Neither of you even know how to drive. You could have been killed. And you were seen. You are in so much trouble, young man. You're lucky Remus talked me out of coming up there and dragging you home. If you pull something like this again, I will be up there faster than you can say Quidditch. The letter stopped screaming, and tore itself up just as Ron's had. Once again, the rest of the Great Hall began talking again. This time they were discussing not only Ron's embarrassing howler, but his own. Looking over at Ron, he saw the mortified look on his face. Well, at least I'm not the only one who's in trouble, Ron added after a minute of silence. It had been 3 full days since Tonnie had been home. Late Tuesday night, early Wednesday morning, Tonnie received a Patronus from Violet, who was working the night shift. One of Tonnie's patients, Mrs. Glenwood, came in at 1 a.m. in labor, 3 weeks early. So, Tonnie left a note for Remus on the kitchen counter, and apparated off to St. Mungo's. Tonnie's stepping through the abandoned storefront that masked the hospital's entrance was the last time she had seen the light of day. After she delivered Mrs. Glenwood's baby, every patient she had seemed to all be going into labor back to back. Just when she thought she was in the clear, and could go home to squeeze in a nap, another patient of hers would show up at the department's entrance. She had lost track of time more times than she could count, and had to have Melinda, the floor's secretary, send word to Remus that she wouldn't be home 2 nights in a row. She was almost certain all her paperwork was illegible from her tired hands scribbling on the parchment, but honestly, she was so tired it didn't seem to matter to her anymore. As department head, she could have chosen to pass off a few of her patients, but Tonnie had never passed up her patients unless she had to. So, she chose to send Melinda on coffee and food runs to keep her alive. At some point after she delivered Mrs. Morris's baby girl, she had passed out on a gurney in one of the corridors. She wasn't sure when exactly she woke up, only that sitting on the other end of the gurney was Remus, levitating a book he had borrowed from one of her office shelves, 1000 Magical Remedies for Muggle Ills, and eating chips from a paper sack next to him. Ah, there she is. I was wondering when you were going to wake up. Long couple few days, I guess. Extremiting up and resting her head on his shoulder. Did you bring me food? She asked, eyeing the bag. I wasn't sure how much you'd eaten in the past couple of days, so I thought I would bring you something for lunch. Merlin, I love you. She smiled, hearing her stomach growl. Remus fished one more chip from the bag before letting her devour the rest of its contents. Also, I didn't think today was a good day for you to be alone. For either of us really. Tonnie eyed him suspiciously. She knew her days had been running together, but what was so special about a typical Friday? Wait, Saturday. It's the 31st. Oh, she replied, pausing for a moment. Was it Halloween already? Looking around, she could see the corner of the check-in desk, with a jack-o'-lantern shifting its scary faces every 10 seconds. Above her more pumpkins, filled with lights, were hovering above her all the way down the corridor. How could she have missed the pumpkins appearing all over the hospital? The Lovegood Lupin Potter household never celebrated Halloween. The memories of that terrible night 11 years prior haunted both of them on the holiday. After Tonnie broke down on the first anniversary of James and Lily's death, and Sirius's imprisonment at the hospital, she and Remus had made a rule to stick together on Halloween. Usually, they would take the day off from the hospital, and whatever job Remus had at the time, to spend on a trip away from the magical world. The year before, they had gone into Muggle London and went to a movie theater. This year they'd been so busy, they hadn't made plans on how to escape the wizarding world for the day. I know you can't take the day off this year's, so I came to you, if that's okay. It's more than okay, Remus. I'm glad you're here. I almost forgot, Remus began, digging in his cloak for the letter. Word from Harry arrived this morning. It's a long one. He pulled out the parchment and handed it to Tonnie to read through. Tonnie and Uncle Remus, I got your howler. I deserved that. I'm sorry for stealing the car, again. Ron and I had missed the train, and we thought the only way to get to Hogwarts would be by using Mr. Weasley's car. I'm going to write an apology letter to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley too. I guess I should update you on what's happening this first week at Hogwarts. Professor Sprout taught us about mandrakes. I know that they're helpful and all, but their screeching was so loud that even with earmuffs on we could still hear them. Especially Neville, he Passed out, and had to be carried off to the hospital wing. I had my first class with your admirer, Tonnie. Want to know what we did? We took a quiz over his books. It wasn't even a quiz with important questions. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's biggest ambition? What do any of those questions have to do with us defending ourselves? Oh, and I can't forget the best part. During the actual lesson portion of class, he released Cornish pixies and then proceeded to flee. Please, Tonnie, tell me how Lockhart is a Ravenclaw. Please. I need an explanation. What else? Draco Malfoy is Slytherin's new Seeker, and Ron tried to hex him for calling Hermione a. I'm not going to write it, but you can guess what I mean. Key word. Tried. During the Whomping Willow crash, Ron broke his wand and had to spellotape it back together. His spells aren't really going so well lately because of it. So, when he tried to hex Malfoy, he ended up hexing himself. He vomited slugs for ages, even during his detention. Lucky me, got the honor of spending detention with my new favorite professor, Lockhart. I spent the time replying to his fan mail, hearing him talk about himself, and answering questions about you, Tonnie. I would have rather polished the trophies with Ron for 6 detentions than sit through that. Lastly, I got invited to nearly headless Nick's 500th death day party. Ever been to one of those? What am I supposed to expect? I'll update you with how it goes. Love you guys. Harry. It looks like Gilderoy is doing a fine job as a professor. Remus said, stealing another one of Tonnie's chips. You'd do much better. Anyone would do better, releasing Cornish pixies on a room full of 12-year-olds. What kind of descent professor thinks that it an excellent training technique? Remus waved the levitating book closed, and sat it down beside him. I mean it, you know. You'd make a brilliant professor, Remus. You should talk to Dumbledore. All the positions are full. If Gilderoy keeps up this rate, I doubt he'll be at Hogwarts long. Your confidence in me means a lot, but I couldn't just leave. What about you? What about me? Your dream job is to be a Hogwarts professor. The only thing that matters is you. Tonnie knew since their days at Hogwarts that being a professor was all that Remus wanted to do. Being a werewolf made achieving that dream complicated, but not impossible. Dumbledore did everything in his power to help Remus before. She was sure he would do the same thing now. I can't just leave you alone. I wouldn't be alone. I have Molly and Arthur, and Vi. So, I'll spend more hours at the hospital. What does it matter? We've been living together for 11 years. I don't think I can imagine you not being right down that hall. And what about days like today? We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Talk to Dumbledore when you can. You'll be an excellent professor. Plus, you know I'd be more comfortable knowing one of us was watching out for Harry while he's at Hogwarts. You mean it? You'd really be okay with me leaving? Remus, I would never keep you from following your dream. Besides, if you don't talk to Dumbledore, I will. I'll consider it. Good. Now, stop stealing my chips. I don't remember the last time I ate, Tonnie said, swatting his hand away from her diminishing pile of chips. For the rest of the afternoon, the two stayed in the same place. Melinda brought Tonnie a pile of paperwork and patient charts to update. Remus agreed to stay and help, so they both spent the afternoon filling in charts, cracking jokes, and brainstorming lesson plans for Remus's future job as a professor. Remus did take a quick break from paperwork and planning through to reply to Harry. Harry, tips for the Death Day party. 1. Eat before you go, or pack snacks. Ghost parties don't usually involve food that is appetizing for the living. 2. Wear a jacket or cloak. Ghosts tend to keep it cold when they meet in large groups. Tonnie made me add that one. 3. Talk to as many ghosts as possible. They've been around hundreds of years, and have thrilling stories. You can learn a lot from them. 4. Avoid the Bloody Baron. Talk to every other ghost but him. If I remember correctly, he's not the friendliest of fellows. Do try to survive Lockhart's class. Let us know if there are any more Cornish pixie incidents. Surely, his lessons will improve. If not, I suppose he can fall back on teaching you about how he fought ghouls and yetis. That must be better than the pixies. It must. Enjoy Halloween at the castle. That was always one of our favorite days of the year. Remus endless letters for Tonnie and Remus' second year. The day after Halloween marked an endless stream of letters arriving at the Lovegood Lupin Potter house. For months, what seemed like every morning, a letter from either Hogwarts, Dumbledore, or Harry was arriving by owl. The first of the many mornings began with 2 letters, arriving together, both bearing the official Hogwarts crest on the front of the envelope. To the parents, guardians of the children of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. On the eve of October 31st, a warning reading, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware," was found on one of the walls on the 2nd floor of the castle. In addition to the warning, the caretaker, Mr. Filch's cat was found petrified at the scene. At this time, we do not know who is responsible for this incident, but we do suspect that a student was involved. We have taken measures to ensure the depetrification of the cat, and are investigating this act. As of now, we have no reason to believe that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. If evidence proves otherwise, we shall proceed to close the school and send the students home. There is no need for panic or fear. Fear of the unknown causes only pain, and is an unnecessary grievance on the heart. We will be providing more information as soon as we can. Assistant Headmaster, Minerva McGonagall. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Ms. Lovegood and Mr. Lupin, do not be alarmed at the last correspondence from the school. If I believed the students of Hogwarts to be in danger, I would close the school indefinitely. Harry is safe in the walls of the castle, and until proven otherwise, the school will remain open. I understand if you are worried, however, at this time I do not believe that Harry specifically has been targeted for any harm. Feel free to write me with your concerns. Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore says not to worry, Tonnie, Remus said, doing his best to calm her before she started freaking out over the letters. Was Dobby right? We can't know for sure. Dumbledore doesn't seem to think so. Let's trust Dumbledore for now, okay? Tonnie nodded, and took a few deep breaths. Later that morning when she arrived at her office, she wrote, "Harry, just checking in. I hope you're doing okay. Just wanted you to know that I'm thinking about you today. Write back soon. I want to know how the death day party went. Love, Tonnie." After Harry's first Quidditch match of the year, 2 more letters arrived together. Tonnie and Uncle Remus, don't panic, but I'm in the hospital wing, again. Just a little Quidditch accident involving a Rogue Bludger. The bludger broke my arm, but the icing on the cake was when Professor Lockhart decided to heal my arm himself. Instead of fixing the bones in my arm, he made them all disappear. Madame Pomfrey has me on a healthy dose of Skelligro, which I have to say, has nothing on pumpkin juice. She assured me I'll be fine, which is why I'm updating you before you hear about it and fear the worst. Love you guys. Harry to the parents, guardians of Potter. Harry, this is formal notice that your child is being treated in the hospital wing of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry by Pomfrey, Poppy. Injury. Missing bones in left arm. Injury acquired by misuse of magic. Course of treatment. Skelligro potion. Rest. Treatment time required. Overnight stay. If you have questions regarding the health of your child, or for visitation, only allowed for staying in hospital wing longer than 5 days, in the case of a life-threatening injury, or under special permission from the headmaster, please contact Madame Poppy Pomfrey. Matron, Madame Poppy Pomfrey. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. I'm starting to think that the great danger that Dobby was talking about goes by the name of Gilderoy Lockhart, Remus said, taking a bite of his toast. He deboned Harry's arm. Sounds like it. Do you think he just didn't know the spell, or mixed it up? I think he was trying to show off, and ended up making things worse. Tonnie answered, setting down the letter Hogwarts notice. She waved her wand, refilling both hers and Remus's mugs. That is what Lockhart is known for these days. You've taken Skelligro before, right? A few times. Not since I was in school though. Harry's right, it's disgusting. He'll be very happy to be drinking pumpkin juice again. Soon after Harry's stay in the hospital wing, the two received a lengthy letter from Harry. Tonnie and Uncle Remus, I may have a problem with the attack on Mrs. Norris, Professor Dumbledore entrusted Professor Lockhart and Professor Snape to give dueling lessons to anyone that wishes. Why would I wish to join a class with my 2 least favorite professors teaching it? That's a brilliant question, which I couldn't tell you the answer to. I went to the first lesson, and Professor Lockhart, who has seemed to transfer his obsession over Tonnie to me, picked me for the first official round. Snape, who lives to torture me, chose Malfoy to compete against me. Even though the rules were to only disarm your opponent, neither Malfoy nor I seemed to pay attention to that one. Malfoy managed to use the Serpensortia spell against me and conjured a snake. To no one's surprise, Lockheart tried to be the hero, again, and failed to vanquish the snake. Here's where it gets strange. The snake tried to go after this Hufflepuff kid, Justin Finch Fletchley, so I tried stopping the snake by talking to it. Well, it worked. The snake listened to me, and didn't attack Justin long enough for Snape to finish off the snake. Here's the problem. Everyone was scared of my conversation with the snake. Ron told me that I wasn't speaking English. Instead, he thought I was speaking Parseltongue. Do you think that could really happen? Can I really talk to snakes? Regardless, everyone now thinks that I'm the one that wrote the message on the wall, and that I'm the heir of Slytherin. They're wrong, aren't they? You guys would tell me if I was somehow related to Salazar Slytherin, right? Of course, you would. Besides, I would know if I wrote the message on the wall and petrified Mrs. Norris, right? How could I forget something like that? Love you guys. Harry PSI might have signed up to stay at the castle over holiday. I know I should have talked to you about it first, but Hermione is staying, and Ron and I don't want her to be all alone. He can speak Parseltongue? Did you know he could do that? Tonnie asked, rereading Harry's letter. Do you remember that one time when Harry was 6, and we took him to the zoo? Of course, but what does that have to do with him speaking to snakes? After we visited the reptile exhibit, he told us that he talked to one of the snakes. Harry said that the species of snake was native to Brazil, but that he had never been. That the snake wanted to go home to South America. 6-year-old Harry said all of that? Tonnie asked, smirking and crossing her arms in disbelief. Yes, just not that eloquently, Tonnie. He wasn't showing signs of magic at 6. You're telling me he's been able to talk to snakes for that long? He could have been making it up. Kids to have vivid imaginations. But, Tonnie, if he can talk to them now, mostly likely he could then. So, he can talk to snakes. You don't think those kids are right? No, they couldn't be. I once went through the Potter lineage with Fleemont. Why? It was interesting. Okay. Anyway, the family tree showed nothing about Harry or James being related to Salazar Slytherin. Harry, 1. The last person on Earth that should be teaching dueling is Lockheart. Snape, I can understand. But, Lockheart. No. 2. There is absolutely no proof that you are the Slytherin's heir. 3. The only way to forget if you wrote the message on the wall if you were put under the Obliviate spell. That spell, depending on how deeply it was cast, can cause temporary indefinite memory loss. Have you been having any blackouts, or can't remember long periods of time? If not, then you haven't been obliviated. 4. As for the Parseltongue, that is incredibly rare, but very likely, if everyone in the room claimed that you were speaking to the snake, the most likely scenario is that you are. While speaking in Parseltongue has been associated with dark wizards, such as Lord Voldemort, that does not mean the same for you. It is simply a rare trait that you have been gifted with. Maybe it'll come in handy one day, like saving Justin. 5. We were sad to hear that you won't be coming home for the holiday. Tonnie and I will miss you very much. However, we do hope that you have a happy Christmas, and are proud that you are willing to give up your holiday at home to be there for your friend, Remus. Just when they thought the petrification and the heir of Slytherin business was behind them, Tonnie and Remus received 2 more letters from Hogwarts. To the parents, guardians of the children of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It is my regret to inform you that 2 of our students have become petrified. As mentioned in the school's last correspondence, Madame Pomfrey is harvest the school's mandrake to make a cure for the petrification. The students, who shall remain nameless out of respect for them, and their families' privacy, should make a full recovery once the potion is completed. I do not want to alarm you all. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will remain open until we see fit that there is a true threat at hand. If you are uncomfortable with your child remaining at the school, please contact us and you can arrange safe transportation for you student to return home. Assistant Headmaster, Minerva McGonagall. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Ms. Lovegood and Mr. Lupin, once again, please do not be alarmed at the school's previous correspondence. I assure you that I would not keep the school open if I believed that the students were in real danger. I do want to be open with you. Although we have not found the location of the chamber, it is my opinion that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. By looking at the students that have been attacked, they are only ones that have been born of Muggle lineage. How this information helps you personally, if the attacks follow the same pattern, this would exclude Harry from being a target. I am not sure if he has expressed these concerns to you, but I do not believe that Harry is responsible for these attacks on the students. I strongly suggest keeping Harry enrolled at Hogwarts, until I believe otherwise. If you do wish to take Harry home, do so knowing that he will have to repeat his second year at Hogwarts, and against my recommendation. Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore writes as if his recommendation is the only opinion that matters. We're his parents. Our opinions are just as important as his. Tonnie groaned, clutching Dumbledore's personal letter to them. Although he didn't phrase it the best way, he is trying to inform us that he thinks Harry is still safe. Surely Dumbledore would not purposefully keep Harry in harm's way. There is an ancient monster roaming the halls of Hogwarts and the headmaster is not choosing to close the school. If that doesn't scream poor decision, I don't know what does. The letter went flying across the room as she yelled. Our concern is Harry. I would rather us keep him from repeating his second year, if the headmaster thinks that he is still safe. The moment Dumbledore says otherwise, we pull him out. You may not trust Dumbledore at the moment, but you do trust me. Let's wait a little longer. Tonnie and Uncle Remus, how well do you know Hagrid? I know that he was gamekeeper while you were both in school, but what else do you know about him? I have reason to believe that he was the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets the first time, 50 years ago. Do you think that Hagrid would be capable of something like that? By now you know that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Do you think that Hagrid opened it again? He couldn't have, right? Dumbledore wouldn't have kept him around all of these years if he really did open the chamber, and would fire him now if he did open it again, right? Love you guys. Harry P.S. Have you ever heard of a diary that, I don't know, sucks you into the pages? Just wondering. P.P.S. I got a Valentine from Ginny. Don't make a big deal about it. I just thought you should know that. Hagrid originally opened the Chamber of Secrets? That must have been why he was expelled from Hogwarts. Hagrid is one of the sweetest, most caring people I've ever met. How could he have opened the Chamber of Secrets? How could he be the heir of Slytherin? I don't believe it. Harry, Remus and I have known Hagrid for a long time. He wasn't just a gamekeeper at Hogwarts. Just like you, he was our friend. He fought alongside us against Lord Voldemort during the war. He brought you to use the night your parents died. I'm not sure what your reasons are to believe that Hagrid could be behind this, but I sincerely hope you are wrong. Hagrid has no reason to hurt anyone, and I don't believe he would. As for your question on the diary, I have never heard of diary or a book that matter that pulls you into its pages. The only thing I know of that pulls you in are pensives. They are bowls that when you insert a memory, you are allowed to physically go inside the memory and observe what happened. I'll save the talk about Ginny sending you a Valentine when you come home. I'll try not to make a big deal out of it, but I make no promises. Love, Tonnie. The last letter in the series came from Harry, Tonnie and Uncle Remus. McGonagall called for Ron and me today. We aren't in trouble, but she wanted us to know that Hermione has been petrified. On the bright side, everyone believes I'm not the heir of Slytherin. I know, that's not the main concern here. Also, Hagrid has been taken to Azkaban by the Minister and Lucius Malfoy. Hagrid says he didn't open the chamber, and I believe him. Especially since Ron and I might have sneaked into the Forbidden Forest to ask Hagrid's Acromantula what happened 50 years ago. Yes, that was not the smartest idea, but we had to know the truth. If you're going to yell at me for sneaking off into the Forbidden Forest, could you at least send an angry letter instead of another howler? That would be much appreciated. Love you guys. Harry P.S. Completely unrelated question. Do either of you know how Moaning Myrtle died? Lucky for Harry, the letter arrived after Tonnie had left for work that morning. Instead of her freaking out and sending him a howler, regardless of how politely he asked her not to, Remus wrote back. Harry, 1. I'm terribly sorry to hear about Hermione and Hagrid. Neither of them deserve to be in their positions. 2. What were you thinking going into the Forbidden Forest on the search for a giant spider that could swallow you whole in one gulp? 3. Okay, calming down now. Harry, for both mine and Tonnie's sakes, Please do not risk going into the Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night. There are dangerous creatures that live out there and will mostly likely not just let you walk out if you cross them. I understand your quest for the truth, but there had to be other ways to find it. 4. Tonnie did not see this letter, and I'm not going to show her because it will only cause her to panic when there is no need. So, do not mention your spider hunt to her, please. I will tell her about Hermione and Hagrid though. You may expect a letter from her regarding them. 5. I am unaware about how Moaning Myrtle came to reside in the girls' bathroom. At the same time, I don't think anyone has bothered to ask her how she died. If you'd like to know, maybe you should start there, Remus. Here we go again. Disclaimer. I usually check the book before writing, but I don't have my copy of Chamber of Secrets with me. So, if there are any quotes that are from the actual book in the first part of this chapter, those belong to J.K. Rowling. Second year, her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. That single phrase echoed in Harry's, Ron's as well, as they ran down the corridor on their way to Professor Lockhart's office. To Harry, Ginny was more than just his best friend's younger sister. All his life, or at least what he could remember of it, had Ginny in it. Although Harry had latched onto Ron, he still considered Ginny a close friend and family. Ginny was the girl that put up a fight when she played Quidditch with the boys, could already produce impressive spells already as a first year, and sent him singing Valentine cards. Harry could always count on her to talk to. On numerous occasions he could remember staying up late at the Burrow and talking to Ginny long after Ron fell asleep. If he was being honest, he couldn't picture his life without Ginny Weasley being in it, and he didn't want to. He didn't have to, and he wasn't going to. He and Ron were going to do everything in their power to save her life, and that meant going to Lockhart to give him a heads up on the basilisk. When the boys arrived at Lockhart's office, they expected to see him preparing for battle, practicing spells, or gathering magical items to help him. Instead, the showman was filling trunnings. Every magical photo of himself had been taken off the wall and stored away. Anything he deemed important had already been packed away, and Harry could hear him debating with himself whether or not he truly needed wall mirror, seeing that it wasn't fitting into his last trunk. "Professor, are you leaving?" Harry asked, making Lockhart jump. "Ah, boys. You see, I'm going to get something to help me kill the beast. It looks like you're packing everything you own. That's a lot of stuff for a short trip. Looks more like you're leaving." "Well, okay, I'm leaving. I'm not going to get something, I'm going to see someone. It's urgent, I'm afraid. It's for your godmother, actually. I wouldn't want to keep her waiting." Officially knowing from his comment that he was lying, Ron yelled, "You can't leave. My sister is in the chamber and you, I'm not really sure why, have been chosen to save her. I can't go without the thing, Professor. She's dying down there. If you don't go to the chamber, she'll die." "I can't," Lockhart cried, frustratingly running his hands through his perfectly styled golden locks. "I can't save her." "Whatever you need, we'll figure it out. I can't save her because I haven't saved anyone," Lockhart shouted, making Harry and Ron fall silent. "Everything I've written about in my books, it's not mine. I didn't fight a Yeti, or face ghouls. Stories sell. If the people didn't believe I had done all those brilliant things, I would never have sold a second book." "You're a fraud," Ron yelled. "You've been telling everyone for years about your amazing saves and they aren't your own. You let everyone believe that you could save Ginny, and you can't. She's going to die down there because your need for fame is more important to you." "Ron, is it? I'm sorry about your sister. I'm sure she was a lovely girl, but there is simply nothing that I can do," Lockhart said, doing his best to close one of his fuller trunks. "You've written about enough stories, you can use them to help you fight the basilisk." "A basilisk? That's what is in the chamber." He shivered. "There is no way I'm going near that beast." "Come on, Ron, we need to tell Dumbledore that he needs to find another hero." "No, neither of you will be telling Dumbledore anything." Lockhart stopped them. Harry and Ron gripped their wands in their pockets, ready to fire. "I may not be the best at stopping Cornish pixies or mending broken arms, but if there is one spell I have perfected over the years is my memory charm. After this, neither of you will remember a thing. I'll give Dumbledore a gripping tale about how I fought the basilisk, but it was simply too strong for even I to defeat. It is a shame the girl must die, but at least neither of you will remember her." But before Lockhart could fully pull his wand to wipe their memories, Harry and Ron had disarmed him. "If you aren't going to save Ginny, we are. But, you're coming with us." "What? Why?" Lockhart cringed. "We may need giant snakebait." Harry smirked, only making Lockhart cringe more. With their wands poking into Lockhart's back, the boys made their way to the girls' bathroom, to meet Moaning Myrtle. Reluctant at first, she eventually told them of the story of her death, and of the large yellow eyes coming from the sink. Searching the sink while Ron kept an eye on Lockhart, Harry came across a carving of a snake, coiled on the tap. "This has to be it. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is right here, but how do we open it?" "Open it? We don't have to," Lockhart began, but quickly stopped as Ron pressed his wand into his back a little harder. "Say something in Parseltongue, Harry." Focusing on the tap, Harry thought about talking to the snake that was going to attack Justin Finch-Fletchley. Pretending the snake on the tap was the live one at the dueling club, he said, "Open." Recognizing the language, the sink began to hiss and transform until it revealed a large pipe behind it. "Congratulations, gentlemen. You found it. Looks like you don't need me anymore," Lockhart said, trying to make a run for the door. This time, both Harry and Ron stopped him by raising their wands to his throat and backing him up to the pipe. "Careful where you point those things," he said, holding his hands up as a shield. Keeping his wand raised, Ron looked down to the pipe and said, "Here we go again, jumping into the unknown. The last time we ended in a devil's snare. What do you think is waiting for us at the bottom this time?" "Dunno. Let's find out, shall we?" Harry said before pushing Lockhart into the pipe. Every Wednesday evening, Tonnie and Remus had a date night. Although the two weren't an actual couple, they treated themselves to an evening out like one. They had started the tradition after Harry's second birthday, when Molly and Arthur had noticed their obvious exhaustion. They recommended a night out, once a week, to allow them to just be adults. Once a week. Molly and Arthur would watch Harry for the evening, and they'd go out to dinner. Even after Harry went off to school, they continued the tradition. They'd grown accustomed to Wednesday nights out, and couldn't give it up. The night Harry ventured into the Chamber of Secrets happened to fall on a Wednesday night. Imagine Tonnie and Remus's surprise when their dinner at the Three Broomsticks when an owl flew through the bar door and landed directly on their table, with a letter addressed to the both of them. "Ms. Lovegood and Mr. Lupin, I would like to inform you of this evening's recent events. Earlier today, the Hogwarts staff discovered another message written on one of our school's walls. The message told of a student being taken into the Chamber of Secrets. The student in question was none other than Miss Ginevra Weasley. Do not be alarmed, Miss Weasley is alive and well. This is only because of the heroics of Mr. Harry Potter and Mr. Ronald Weasley. I understand that you both would like to see Harry yourself and hear the full story. By the time you receive this letter, Harry will be in my office. Hagrid will be waiting by the gates for the both of you." Albus Dumbledore, Tonnie and Remus had just passed a furious Lucius Malfoy when they spotted Harry, standing outside the entrance to Dumbledore's office. Immediately they ran to the boy, and enveloped him into a tight hug. Tonnie, Remus, I can't breathe." "Sorry," they apologized in unison. "I'm guessing Dumbledore wrote you?" "That would be correct. What happened? Start from the beginning. It's a long story." "We've got time." After finding a bench, the Harry sat Tonnie and Remus down and began at the beginning. Starting with, "Everything turned out all right, so don't be mad." He told them about the voice he had been hearing, starting with his detention with Lockhart and again the night of Halloween. He told them about finding the writing on the wall, and about Dobby showing up at his bedside, which he had happily forgotten to leave out of his update letter to them. Telling them about the real reason he stayed at Hogwarts over Christmas was difficult. While they were upset they lied to him, they were also equally impressed that the three of them were able to successfully brew Polyjuice Potion at their age. He told them about the diary, and how Tom Riddle pulled him into his memory of Hagrid, making him see exactly what he wanted him to see. When he told them about Lockhart being a fraud, neither of them were surprised, but were appalled that he was going to erase both his and Ron's memories. They felt slightly better knowing that his spell down in the tunnels had backfired, and caused him to lose his memory instead. What happened in the chamber seemed to frighten them both. It confirmed their fear that Dobby was right when Harry admitted that Tom Riddle was really Lord Voldemort, and that he came out of the diary to control an ancient basilisk and try to kill him, after he sassed him. They were proud that he had saved Ginny, kill a basilisk, and destroy the diary. They were less happy that he tried to trash-talk the Dark Lord, but both agreed the same thing. He also kept them in the loop on his conversation with Dumbledore. Harry did not give the same speech as eloquently as the headmaster had, but Tonnie and Remus understood. They too were surprised to hear about Voldemort transferring the ability to speak in Parseltongue to Harry, and proud of the tremendous number of house points that he and Ron earned for saving Ginny and the school. They did, however, tell him to not make a habit of getting into dangerous situations in order to win points for the House Cup. As for his talk with Dumbledore about why he wasn't put in Slytherin, they said, "Anytime that you feel insecure about your place in Gryffindor, we will happily tell you why you belong there, and why we are so proud of you for being one." Finally, he told them what happened with Lucius Malfoy and Dobby. That must be why Lucius was in an even fouler mood than usual when we passed him. Slipping the sock inside the diary, that was very clever, Harry, Remus said. While I too am impressed, making an enemy of Lucius Malfoy is not wise. Draco and I are already enemies. His dad probably agrees with him. We can worry about that later, Remus assured them. What's important now is that Dobby is free, and everyone is safe. You're right, Tonnie agreed. Now, let's go visit Ginny, and then sneak off into the kitchen, since we didn't exactly finish out dinner. Do you still know the way, Remus? How can I forget? I can tell you how many times I've visited the kitchens with Peter. You know how to get to the kitchen? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm familiar with every inch of this castle, every hallway, every secret passageway, every storage cupboard I have memorized. Secret passageways? There are more besides the one to the Chamber of Secrets? Plenty, Remus smirked, throwing an arm over Harry's shoulder. Those are kept secret though. I can't be giving a child that tends to attract danger access to secret passageways. You'll have to figure those out for yourself. Don't be giving him any ideas, Remus, Tonnie said, looping her arm around Remus's free one. The last thing we need is him discovering the secret passageways. You know about them too, of course. When you date one of the members of James Potter's crew, you learn about a few secret passageways along the way. The James Potter crew? You named yourselves? Harry laughed. That's not exactly the name, but that's a story for another time. Do you think Ron, Hermione, and I have a group name like that? Maybe one day. You may need a few more adventures first. This morning's headlines third year the last week of August rolled around. Like every summer, Harry, Tonnie, and Remus had spent lots of time at the Burrow with the Weasleys. Multiple times a week, Molly and Arthur would invite them over for dinner. During the year, while the kids were off at school, Tonnie and Remus would switch off with Arthur and Molly on hosting dinner on Friday nights. Over the summer, however, with more than double the mouths to feed, and the lack of room for at least 10 people, the Burrow was the best place to eat. Tonnie came downstairs early Monday morning to find Remus cooking breakfast. He had the radio turned on, listening to the Weird Sisters' new single. Morning. Tonnie yawned, taking a seat at the kitchen table. Morning. Remus replied, using his wand to pour Tonnie a mug of coffee. She murmured some quick thanks before diving in. Tonnie sat in silence, resting her head in her hand as she sipped her coffee. She had been up late the night before finishing Remus's Wolfbane potion. She had meant to start it earlier, but had gotten caught up at the hospital almost every night that week. Remus was very skilled at potions, but what? He had tried making the drink in the past, he hadn't gotten it right. However, whenever Tonnie brewed it, it worked like a charm. Remus had stayed up with her, trying to figure out how exactly to do it himself. He needed to learn. Not only to keep Tonnie from having to do it for him, but for when he went back to Hogwarts. A few weeks ago, Professor Dumbledore had summoned him to his office and had personally asked him to take the open defense against the dark arts position, hesitant at first. Dumbledore assured him that he would be welcomed at the school and his secret kept. For nearly 3 decades he had kept himself off the werewolf registry, and he planned to stay that way. But also, he wanted to keep the secret from Harry. He didn't think Harry needed to know that he turned into a werewolf once a month. Neither he nor Tonnie wanted to frighten him. For years, Tonnie had helped him sneak off once a month to transform. When it came time for the full moon, Tonnie would have Harry spend the night with the Weasleys, and she'd take Remus far away so that he could transform. The next day, she'd pick him up after lunch and bring him back home. Harry never suspected anything. Being at the Weasleys was such a regular thing, he never thought that something could be wrong with his guardian. After the Wolfsbane potion came around, Tonnie immediately learned to brew it. After testing it one full moon, and seeing the difference in Remus's behavior in wolf form, there was no need to sneak off. Instead, they had built a shed in their backyard, and during the full moons, Remus would lock himself up in there. His transformations, while still painful, would be more controlled. After putting Harry to bed, Tonnie would transform into her animagus form, and slip into the shed and curl up next to Remus. Full moons now were very different than he had with the Marauders, but having Tonnie there with him made him feel less alone. The one thing he was regretting about going back to Hogwarts was being unable to see Tonnie. After living together and raising Harry for 12 years, the two had become incredibly close friends. Best friends. He had already suggested that she stay with Molly and Arthur while he was away. But she declined. She assured him that she was going to be all right by herself, although he didn't fully believe her. Remus knew her better than just about anyone. He'd be sure to write letters every couple of days, to keep her updated. He just didn't want her to feel alone. During the early days of taking care of Harry, their friendship strengthened tenfold. Over the years, they had been asked multiple times by old friends from school, co-workers, and even Molly and Arthur if there was something more going on between the two of them. Who could blame them? But every time they just laughed and told them no, they saw each other as siblings. Even if they didn't, Tonnie had never given up on Sirius, even after all this time. She wore her engagement ring, she never took it off. She'd made a promise to Sirius years ago, and she didn't intend on breaking it. Regardless of Sirius's imprisonment, she still loved him. She knew he was an innocent man. She only hoped that one day they would be able to find him and that he could come home. Remus had told her that Sirius was unlikely to be freed. As much as he hated it, Sirius was probably going to spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. He assured her that Sirius would want her to be happy, to live her life, to move on. But Tonnie couldn't. She wouldn't let go of the hope that one day he'd come back to her. Remus's presence over the years took her mind off missing Sirius, for the most part. Now that he was leaving until Christmas, there was no one there to distract her. A screech owl dove through the open window and dropped the Daily Prophet on the countertop. Remus slipped a few nuts into the pouch tied his ankle, before it fell away as quickly as it came. He unrolled the paper and picked up own mug of coffee. He had barely taken 2 steps away from the counter when he dropped his mug, shattering it on the floor. Tonnie, now awake, shot up looking at her wide-eyed friend. He didn't seem to notice the hot coffee dampening his shoes. All of his focus was on the paper. His mouth hung open slightly, and his hands were gripping the pages so hard that his knuckles were white. Remus, what is it? Tonnie asked him. Nothing, he jumped, hiding the paper behind his back. Nothing at all. Accio Prophet. The paper flew out of his hands and straight into Tonnie's. Seeing the headline, she sank to the floor, gaping at the headline. Notorious killer Sirius Black escapes from Azkaban. Underneath the headline was the all-familiar face of her fiancé, laughing madly in his mugshot from 12 years prior. She clutched at the neck of her robes as she read the article. Remus called her name over and over, but she was absorbed in the article. All she wanted was for Sirius to be free, but not like this. Escaping only made him look guilty. How did he? No one has ever broken out of Azkaban, Remus asked, but Tonnie ignored him. Her focus was on the next line of the article. The guards of Azkaban say that Black has been mumbling in his sleep. He's at Hogwarts. Black is referring to Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Azkaban guards believe Black will try to hunt down his godson, who defeated his master, he who must not be named, on the 31 of October, 1981. Tonnie read aloud, her voice breaking. This is rubbish. Sirius would never try to hurt Harry. They don't know that. Everyone but a handful of people believe that he gave up James and Lily. I don't care what those people think, Remus. Sirius would never have hurt them, and he sure as hell wouldn't hurt Harry now. What's going on? Harry said, coming down the stairs, rubbing his tired eyes under his glasses. "Why are you yelling?" Before either of them could answer him, there was a knock on the front door. Curious as to who could possibly be at the door at this hour, Remus went to answer it. When he did, none other than Albus Dumbledore stood at their doorstep. Dumbledore rarely made house calls. The last time he had stopped by for a visit was Halloween 1981. "Headmaster." Remus nodded, stepping aside so that he could walk in the door. "Thank you, Remus, or should I say Professor Lupin?" Dumbledore asked, stepping through the doorway. "Remus is fine, sir. Tonnie, Harry, it's good to see you both," Dumbledore began, spotting Tonnie still crouched on kitchen floor. "I see you've seen this morning's headlines." "Is it true, Albus?" Tonnie asked, hugging the prophet to her chest. "Did he really?" "Is what true? What's going on?" Harry asked, clueless as to why his guardians were a mess and his headmaster was casually conjuring tea and biscuits in his den this early in the morning. "I am afraid to say it is correct. Sirius Black has indeed escaped from Azkaban." "How?" Harry asked, with wide eyes. "That, my boy, is a mystery, but that is why I am here." "You think we know how Sirius escaped?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Do you?" Dumbledore responded calmly, looking to not only Harry but Tonnie and Remus. Tonnie and Remus shared a look, knowing to keep their guess of Sirius's method a secret. Harry, not noting his guardian's silent conversation, spoke up. "Of course not. Do you think we do?" "I do not. Nor do I think any of you helped him, although I would not be surprised if the Daily Prophet reported that you did over the next couple of days. I have told the minister that I would question you rather than sending in orders." "Thank you, Albus. With Mr. Black's escape that does raise some flags with the ministry. There will be some extra precautions set on the school this year by the minister's request." Remus moved to speak, but Dumbledore stopped him. "Don't worry, Remus, your job is secure. The minister, as well as the majority of the staff of the school, believe that you wouldn't help anyone that could potentially harm Harry onto the school grounds." Remus had a feeling he knew which particular member of the staff did not make up the majority. However, Remus's position leaves you, Tonnie, vulnerable. "Vulnerable? You think Sirius would potentially come here and hurt me?" Tonnie scoffed, taking Harry's hand to help her up from the floor. "That's as even more absurd than the claims that he would possibly hurt Harry. Under no circumstances would I believe that Sirius would ever intentionally harm you, any of you truthfully. However, I would not be surprised if his first move after his escape would be to contact you, Tonnie. I would not put it past Mr. Black to attempt to see you in person. Molly and Arthur offered for you to stay with them during this school year. I think you should accept," Remus said, agreeing with Dumbledore. "Remus. Do you want him to get caught?" Remus asked, moving to take her hands. "If he comes here, orders will be waiting for him." "He'll think I'm here. He'll come anyway. We both know he won't make his presence known unless he knows for sure you're here," Remus said so only she could hear him. "He'll take the risk if you're here, but not if you aren't." "Okay." Tonnie sighed. "Fine, I'll stay at the Burrow." "Excellent. Now that that is settled, I must ask something else of all three of you. If Sirius makes contact with one of you, in any way, please notify me." Sirius's escape raises quite a few questions. The exact reason, although there are speculations, is not known. I would like to keep him out of Azkaban, but I cannot help Sirius if you three keep his whereabouts to yourselves. "Well, keep you informed, Albus," Remus assured him while Harry and Tonnie nodded in agreement. Dumbledore stayed a while longer, informing Remus about the upcoming school year. As they talked, Tonnie quickly poured Harry a bowl of cereal before running upstairs to get ready for work. She dressed quickly before going to her desk to scribble a note on a spare piece of parchment. She heard Harry's footsteps coming up the stairs and shoved the note into her pocket, promising to send it off from the owlry at the hospital. "I must finish what I started third year. The last days of summer came and went, until the day before they kids would pack up their trunks and ride off to Hogwarts to start the new term. As usual, Tonnie, Harry and Remus were spending the final day of summer at the Burrow. Instead of chatting the afternoon away with Molly, Arthur and Remus, Tonnie stayed put in the window seat of the stairway, hugging a cup of tea and watching the kids practice Quidditch. Watching was really a loose term. It was more like hiding. She really just wanted to avoid all the questions that came with Sirius's return. Are you okay? Have you heard from him? Do you know where he is? Did you help him escape? What is Sirius Black really capable of? That had been her week at work. The never-ending wave of questions never ceased, and she ended up locking herself in her office, doing paperwork and delegating her patience to the department staff. It was just too much to handle at one time, and she needed a break. Even though she knew that Molly and Arthur wouldn't question her relentlessly, and that she should be spending her Remus's last day home until Christmas with him, she couldn't bring herself to go downstairs. She didn't want to risk a conversation about Sirius, and didn't know if she was ready to talk about it just yet. So, being alone was the best way for her to avoid having to tell us. Is she okay? Molly asked Remus. I wish I knew. She hasn't really spoken to Harry or I much since the news broke. Her friend Violet wrote me earlier in the week to see if she had told me anything. She said Tonnie had been incredibly quiet at work and has been shutting out everyone. So, it's not just us. Remus sighed. She never thought this would happen, so now that she knows he's out there, I can only imagine the amount of worry running through her head. How are you doing? He might be her fiancé, but he's one of your best friends. Honestly, I'm angry. He's being stupid and reckless. He's the most wanted fugitive there is, and he has to know it. What could be so important that now, after all these years, he decides to plan an escape? What would make him put her through this? Put us through this? When he was in there, at least we knew he was safe. Miserable, but safe. Now, he's on the run, probably starving, and I can't do anything about it. Remus groaned, tugging on the ends of his hair. Right, or show up on the doorstep, because the moment he does he's almost guaranteed to get caught. We have Aurors sitting on our house and following us when we leave, trying to get the slightest glimpse of fugitive Sirius Black. When he's caught, they won't take him back to Azkaban. Molly rested her hand on his shoulder, urging him to continue venting. It's not as if I want him back there. He doesn't deserve to be locked up, freezing, and having his worst memories and feelings played on a loop. I want him free, just not like this. We know Sirius has a tendency to make dangerous decisions, but we also know that Sirius never does anything without a reason. If he broke out of Azkaban, it's because he thought he had to. Something right now must be important to him, Arthur said, waving his wand to refill their mugs. What about Harry? How does he feel about all of this? Molly asked. I don't think Harry knows how to feel about it. He didn't grow up with Sirius around. To him, he's someone that we've built up to be, well, a legend. He only knows Sirius from our stories and our feelings for him, not his own. I'm not sure he knows what to expect, Remus said, looking out the kitchen window, getting a glimpse of the boys and Ginny playing outside. He hasn't been getting a lot of sleep lately, but I don't think that's because of Sirius. Poor boy. Those nightmares must be keeping him up, Molly said, taking a sip of her tea. Nightmares? About what? Sirius? Oh, dear, he hasn't told you? I'm sorry, Remus. We thought that you knew. What nightmares? It's best to show you, Arthur said before running up the stairs. Show me what? A few nights a week, Hedwig drops off an owl from Harry. At first, we were surprised since they were coming so frequently, but now we tend to stay up and wait for them to come. At first, how long has this been going on? Since he's been home for the summer holiday. He's been having nightmares for that long and we didn't know about it? Here they are, Arthur called, stepping back into the room carrying a wooden box. Opening the lid, Remus could tell that there were dozens of rolls of parchment that Remus could tell were hastily ripped from the larger roll. Unrolling one of the letters, he read, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, I'm sorry for writing so late, again. I just need to make sure my dreams are dreams and not memories. Please tell me she's okay. Please tell me I wasn't too late. Write back when you can. Harry, too late for what? His nightmares are putting him back in the Chamber of Secrets. Except in his dream, he's too late. He doesn't get there in time to save Ginny, and he who must not be named regains power when he wakes up. His mind is playing tricks on him, and he can't tell what is a dream and what is reality. Remus finished for her, rubbing his temples. That's keeping him up, waiting for you to reply because the guilt of her death in his dream is waiting on him until he knows otherwise. No wonder he's tired. He's up half the night. Merlin, how did we not notice? We try to reply as soon as we get the letters. We're hoping he gets them before morning comes around. Don't even think about blaming yourselves. You're doing everything right. Has Ginny been experiencing anything like this? Occasionally, but not nearly as tough as Harry's been having it. But, Remus, when she has them, she tells us about them. Harry didn't tell you. Don't blame yourself for not knowing. I'm his guardian. I'm supposed to know when something is wrong. No, you're not. Unless you're Legilimens, you can't be expected to know everything unless he's waking up in the night screaming. He must not be doing that. You and Tonnie should sit him down and talk to him. No, I'll do it. Tonnie already has enough to worry about. I'll talk to him. 11 years, 10 months and 1 day since the last time Sirius Black saw her. 11 years, 10 months and 1 day since he let his emotion over James and Lily's death control him, and made him leave her to fulfill some revenge fantasy. 11 years, 10 months, and 1 day since he made the wrong choice. Every day since, he regretted leaving that house, for not listening to her. Every day he promised himself he would find a way to get back to her. To them. As the number of days that he remained in his cell, freezing, and remembering his mistakes, his promise was the only thing that kept him going. But the day that copy of the Daily Prophet showed up, the day he recognized the rat on Ronald Weasley's shoulder, he knew he could finally follow through on that promise. That promise brought him to King's Cross Station the morning of September 1, 1993. Donning a trench coat and a hat he tipped low to cover his eyes. He had nicked some clothes from a donation pile while disguised as a dog. He knew that if he was going to go out in public, as himself and not Snuffles, he had to blend in. Following in a Muggle-born student, and her parents through the barrier, he slipped into one of the corners, keeping his head down and his eyes peeled for the one person he was dying to see. 10:45 a.m. ticked by on the clock and still no sight of Tonnie. More and more parents were filing onto the platform, and he knew the longer he stuck around, the closer he was to getting caught. But he couldn't leave, not yet. As he waited he fumbled around with the note in his pocket. A tawny-colored owl had found him 6 days before and delivered a note. Whatever you are doing, be careful. I love you. 9 simple words. 9 words that gave him life. 9 words that let him know that after all the time that had passed, she hadn't given up on him. He read those lines over and over again, and held it close to him so much in past 6 days that he'd worn the edges and began smudging the ink. He could almost hear her voice in his head, reading them over and over. That was, until he actually heard it. Harry, I know you're in a hurry, but don't run on the platform. There it was. After 11 years, 10 months, and 1 long day he heard her voice for the first time. Looking up, he saw her. There she was, standing about midway through the platform, already in her hospital robes. Her short hair, although a little bit longer than the last time he saw her, fell in its usual loose waves. Even from afar he could still see the end of her wand sticking out of the top over her inner robe pocket. She still carried it the same way. After 11 years, 10 months, and 1 day she had barely changed, and still remained as beautiful as he remembered. He wanted nothing more than to rush to her, to sweep her off her feet and never let her go, but he knew he couldn't. He stayed put and just watched, and listened to the sound of her voice. After a moment, he recognized Remus walking up to her from the train. Are you sure you want to ride the train again? You could just apparate to Hogsmeade, and you'd be at the castle in no time. Remus is going back to the castle? For what? It's been years since I rode the express. Besides, it'll feel like old times. If I'm going back, even to teach, I want to feel like they're with me. Looks like lucky old compartment 7D awaits you. I'm not sure. Harry, Ron, and Hermione have claimed it. I'm not sure it's cool to have an adult, particularly a professor, sit with you on the train. Professor Lupin. Way to go, Moony. Uncle Remus. Sirius heard another voice yell as James approached Tonnie and Remus. Wait, James? Not James. I can't be. Is that Harry? Harry James Potter, all grown up. Sirius couldn't believe how much his looked like father. From the unruly hair to the glasses to the way the boy walked was just like Sirius's best friend. Except the eyes. There was no mistaking Lily in his eyes. Ready to go? We saved you a seat. You did? Remus asked, surprised apparent in his voice. Of course. Why wouldn't I? Harry smiled and moved to give Tonnie a hug. Be good. Stay out of trouble, okay? Harry raised an eyebrow at her statement. All right, at least try. If you don't, I'll have my eyes and ears updating me. She finished, pointing TNG to make you promises I can't keep, Tonnie. She pulled him in one more time, pressing a kiss to his head. I have to go, I love you, he finished before running off to the train. I love you, she called back, before turning to Remus. Looks like this is it, he said, checking his watch. She threw her arms around his torso, and instinctively Remus held her close. Sirius wished more than anything that he was in his friend's shoes right now. He'd do anything to hold her again. Holiday will be here before you know it. I know, she said, pulling away, but not completely letting go. Keep me updated, not just on Harry, on you, too. I want to know all about your new job. Tell me everything, especially on the troublemakers. I want to know if it's possible for Hogwarts to house another group of marauders. Please, no one comes close, Sirius whispered to himself. I'll let you know, Remus said, pressing a kiss to Tonnie's forehead. Updating works both ways. I still want to know all about your day and some of your crazy patients. Okay. She smiled. Merlin, Sirius loved that smile. One more thing, he began checking his watch, whenever you were ready to talk about, let me know, okay? You'll be the first one I come to, she said. Remus squeezed her hand one last time, before running over to the express and disappearing onto the train. Sirius watched as Molly and Arthur Weasley came over to her, and wrapped their arms around her, and the three watched the train disappear in a puff of smoke. They began directing her towards the barrier, and Sirius moved too. Hide behind a pillar. He tipped his hat, and pulled a copy of the Daily Prophet from a newspaper stand to hide his face even more. It wasn't until he was sure the coast was clear that he slipped through the barrier and transformed back into a shaggy black dog. His risk paid off. Not only had he not been caught, but he was able to get the motivation he needed. Everything move he was going to make from their one out was to get her back, to be with her again, and to be a family with Remus and Harry. He had missed so much, it was time to make up for it. Thanks, Molly, Tonnie said, wrapping her cold hands around a hot mug of tea. 1 week after she and the Weasleys had dropped everyone off at King's Cross Station, she sat at the kitchen table flipping through the pages of the Daily Prophet to see if there had been any updates on Sirius. In the past 2 weeks since his escape, the paper had printed many articles about how dangerous he was, and warning people to keep an eye out for his location. The minister had even gone as far as to offer a reward of over 1,000 galleons to anyone that could help locate her fiancé. Tonnie sighed in relief at the lack of updates on his location. She wanted to see him more than anything, but the thought of him getting caught made her stomach twist. Azkaban was a horrific place, and he was lucky to have slipped out of those guards. She hoped that maybe he was gaining at least the slightest bit of happiness being free of that blasted island. At the same time, she didn't know if he was even alive. She had a million questions. How did he escape? Even though both she and Remus had their guess on that particular question. How did he get off the island? Where was he? Is he okay? Is he hurt? Is he happy? Why hadn't he contacted her? Had he contacted Remus and she didn't know about it? Had he contacted anyone? Surely, he would have told her if he had. Part of her begged for a letter from Sirius. The other part hoped she didn't get one at all. If he had a way of using an owl, he was exposed. She didn't want him getting caught because of her. Then again, a letter would be better than him showing up somewhere to see her. She could picture him walking straight through the doors of St. Mungo's while she was at work. It would be risky and dramatic to see him in such a public place, and she wouldn't put it past him to do it. And of course, he would immediately to be recognized. He'd been in that hospital a million times before to see her. Someone was bound to put 2 and 2 together if she had a mysterious visitor. Is that an owl? Arthur asked, directing everyone's attention to the dark speck that was increasingly becoming larger as it approached the house. It has a letter. Who would be sending post this late? Molly rushed to open the window as the screech owl dove through and deposited a thin roll of parchment on the copy of the Prophet right in front of Tonnie. Examining the parchment, she noticed it was tied with a dirty string instead of wax seal, and her stomach jerked as the realization hit her. Tonnie, who is it from, dear? Molly asked, noticing Tonnie staring at the parchment, unable to open it. Please let me be wrong, she whispered, untying the string and unrolling the letter. I must finish what I started. I love you. A muddy paw print stood in place of a signature, but Tonnie didn't need one to know who the letter was from. Her dreams and nightmares were answered. Sirius had sent her an update with a message that was anything from clear. What did he start? Where would he be going to finish it? And why did it make her heart sink into her stomach at the thought of it? Tonnie. She snapped out of her thoughts when she heard Arthur's voice calling her name. Yes. Who is your letter from? Oh, it's from Violet. She wanted to switch patients tomorrow. I'll trade her the Jacobs family for the Jameson family. Both Arthur and Molly raised an eyebrow in suspicion, but didn't push her on the topic. Not long after the table sank into uncomfortable silence and Tonnie excused herself. As she sat on the edge of her bed in Ginny's bedroom, which was hers for the school year, she reread Sirius's note over and over. Tonnie knew that she needed to tell someone about the letter. Dumbledore had made them all promise to inform him of Sirius's communication with them all. But she felt that this note, although it was short, was just for her eyes. Why does Sirius have to be so damn dramatic? She sighed, falling back on the quilt. She fell asleep that night with the note clutched to her chest, trying to make sense of it. Searching for Sirius Black third year. Knock, knock, Violet said, entering Tonnie's office, holding 2 letters in her hands. Hedwig just dropped these letters off for you. Thanks, V. Tonnie smiled, taking the letters from her. Are you seeing patients today? Violet asked, taking a seat across from her, and resting her hands on her pregnant belly. No ministry officials are coming by to do inspections today. I've been here since about 4 a.m. trying to make sure that everything is in shape. Sounds like you could use some tea or some extra caffeinated coffee. I'll have Melinda fetch me some in a little while, Tonnie said with a yawn. These ministry officials say that they are coming to inspect the entire hospital today, but I'm almost certain they are really here to search every inch of this place for Sirius. Why do you say that? Because the list of officials they said would be coming include the senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic, and 2 Aurors, Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks. At least they aren't bringing the Dementors. I will not let them bring any Dementors onto my floor of this hospital. There are unborn babies and stressed mothers that do not need Dementors chilling their insides and sucking their happiness out of them, including you, she said, rising from her desk and stepping around to see Violet. How's your little one doing? Still giving you a hard time? They've been kicking every hour on the hour for a solid couple of minutes. William and Meredith were mostly clam. This one wants to use my organs for target practice. Are you sure you and Chris don't want to know the? It would only take me a few minutes to find out. We waited for the last 2. We don't want to spoil the surprise this time either. Well, if you change your mind, I'll happily let you know. I'm dying to know if Will and Murr are getting a little brother or sister. You'll be, Tay said, pushing herself up from her chair. I've to go check on Mrs. Delaney and her husband. Last I checked, she was 8 centimeters dilated and had nearly bitten Mr. Delaney's head off. Good idea, Tonnie said, holding the door open for her. Mrs. Delaney is quite impatient. Good luck. Good luck with the inspection. It'll be fine. Thanks, V. Tonnie said, closing the door behind her. Since she had half an hour to kill before the inspectors were supposed to show, she decided on reading her letters. Ton, first off, it's Tuesday. I would normally be sitting at dinner with you right now, discussing our days and what is to come for the week. But, since I'm at the castle, I'll have to settle for letter writing instead. This whole being apart until Christmas holiday may not work. Instead of during the week, we may have to move our dinners to weekends. I'm already missing our weekly dinners, and you. Last week kicked off the first week of my defense lessons. The first year's covered knockback jinxes, the third year's boggarts, and the fourth year's stunning spells. I think they went well, but I'm not 100% sure. I'll let you know how this week goes. What about you? Deliver any special babies? Didn't you mention that Violet was pregnant again? Isn't she due soon? Also, have you heard from Sirius? I haven't seen anything in the Prophet that confirms where he might be. Other than their guessing that he is coming to Hogwarts. As of now, there has been no sightings of Sirius or Snuffles on the Hogwarts grounds. Remus, it had only been a week and she was already missing Remus. When you live with someone for nearly 12 years, it takes a toll on your when they're gone for so long. Molly and Arthur were keeping her company, but nothing compared to having Remus by her side. She was incredibly happy for him getting the job, but like him she was already in desperate need of one of the weekly dinners. Hopefully they could arrange something soon. Maybe they could meet up in Hogsmeade so it isn't that far away from the school's grounds? Tonnie, this past week was the first week of lessons, including my new ones. Divination and Care of Magical Creatures. Shall I start with divination? Yes. Not to be alarmed, but Professor Trelawney has already predicted my death through my tea leaves. Apparently, the black dog in my teacup was really the Grim, and that my death is soon to follow. Professor McGonagall said that predicting students' deaths seems to be one of Professor Trelawney's favorite hobbies, and that none of them actually die. As for Care of Magical Creatures, Hagrid is the new professor. His first lesson was a great start, for the most part. I got to ride Buckbeak. He's a hippogriff. You know, eagle-horse combination. The lesson was going great until Malfoy decided he wanted to approach Buckbeak without his consent, and well, he attacked. It was only a nick on the arm, but Malfoy turned it into a show. I hope that Hagrid's first lesson wasn't his last. Hermione, Ron, and I are going to do some research to see if we can help him and Buckbeak. Now what you've probably been waiting for an update on. Uncle Remus's defense against the dark arts lesson. Tonnie. Everyone loves him. No first-day quizzes on autobiographies like last year. Uncle Remus, Professor Lupin, taught us about boggarts and had us actually defending ourselves against them. Neville went first, and the boggart turned into Snape. Uncle Remus had his case the ridiculous spell, and boggart Snape ended up dressed in Neville's grandmother's clothes, red handbag and everything. The class died of laughter. When it came to my turn though, the boggart turned into a Dementor. Before I could even think about casting the spell, Uncle Remus jumped in front of it. I didn't know that Uncle Remus was afraid of glowing orbs. Do you know why that is? Enough about my week. How is yours going? What's it like living at the Burrow full-time? I bet it's great. Mrs. Weasley is a brilliant cook. She's probably make you enough food that you'll gain 10 pounds. She never thinks we are full enough. Am I right? It's odd having Uncle Remus around, but now you. Are you sure you want to continue at the hospital, madam? Pomfrey could use some help in the hospital wing. Have you heard from Sirius? I haven't. I'm not sure about Uncle Remus though. Love you. Harry. She loved getting long updates from Harry. Usually they were short and sweet. But every once in a while, he would send a lengthy letter informing her about his life at school. Reading that divination had not gotten any better since her days at school made her laugh rather than worry about the seer's predictions. Hearing that Harry and the other students loved Remus's class made her smile. This was all that he ever wanted to do. Remus had waited so long to be a professor, and finally he was. She knew that he would do brilliantly. But him exposing his biggest fear, the moon, on of the first days of class, was probably not the best idea. Maybe everyone thought the same way Harry did. It's just a glowing orb, not the moon. There is nothing to worry about. Seeing she had a few minutes left, she took the time to reply to them both. Harry, I'm not worried about Professor Trelawney's prediction. When I was in school, our divination teacher liked the same thing. Sirius took divination from 3rd year to 7th year, and she predicted his death multiple times over those 5 years, and he didn't die. Dumbledore doesn't seem to hire the best divination teachers if you ask me. I'm proud of Hagrid for getting the teaching job. His love for magical creatures runs as deep as Newt Scamander's. I hope that his incident with Draco doesn't make him lose his job. However, Dumbledore does know that Draco has a flair for the dramatic, and will most likely not sack Hagrid for a mistake that Draco made. As for Remus, I'm glad that his class was successful. In his letter to me, he didn't seem as sure as you. He's been planning lessons for months, so I'll be glad to let him know that he has started off on the right foot. When it comes to him stepping in front of the boggart for you, I'm sure he had good reason. He mentioned the Dementor attack on the Hogwarts Express in a letter right after you both arrived. I had some strong words for Dumbledore about the Dementor's presence on the train. Maybe Remus saw that you were looking like you did on the train during the Dementor's attack. He was probably trying to help. If you want to know why, you should probably ask him about it. As for the orb, I haven't heard Remus mention anything about it. Maybe it's a new phobia. I haven't heard from Sirius yet, but I will let you know if I do. Living at the Burrow is nice and Molly is feeding me very well. Thank you for asking. Right soon. Love, Tonnie Remus, we need to arrange a dinner at Hogwarts soon. I miss having you around. Plus, I'm already in need of a meal where Molly isn't piling food on my plate suggesting that I need to gain a few pounds to put some more meat on my bones. I know she means well, but I can't possibly eat 3 helpings of everything. Harry tells me that your lesson with his class was wonderful. I knew that you would do brilliantly. Have some confidence in your teaching abilities, Remus. You were born to do this job. I'm so proud of you. You are correct, Violet is pregnant. But no, I haven't delivered her baby yet. She isn't due for another 6 weeks. I can't wait to meet the little one, and neither can they. It's their 3rd kid, and they are planning to have more. I'm starting to think that they are going to have a house full like Molly and Arthur. I still haven't heard anything from Sirius, and there have not been any Snuffles sightings. Hopefully there aren't any of those. He needs to stay in the shadows and keep his head down. But knowing Sirius, that will be the last thing on his mind. Hopefully he's not hiding out at Mungo's because the ministry is having an inspection, which I'm certain is code for the Sirius hunt. First the train and now the hospital. They aren't going to give up, are they? Love, Tonnie S. or anyone about Sirius's note. Honestly, it wasn't much to go on. She had analyzed the parchment over and over again looking for clues as to where he was. Nothing stuck out. It was simply a note, or a warning, or both. She didn't feel the need to share it with anyone. At least not until she could figure out what he meant. Just as she had finished wax sealing the envelopes for her response letters, Melinda came knocking on her door informing her it was time to meet the inspectors. Tonnie handed the letters off to Melinda for he to mail from the owlry, and walked down the corridor to meet the group at the front entrance to the Department of Magical Deliveries. Before she even reached the door, she recognized immediately Kingsley, talking with a young woman with long, deep purple hair. Tonnie assumed that must be the other Auror, Nymphadora Tonks. By her age, Tonnie guesses she was an Auror in training. However, the other woman with them did not present herself an Auror. She dressed in all pink robes, and had a toad-like face. Her nails were colored to match the pink in her robes and shoes, and she balanced a pink bow on her short curly locks. Instead of the smiles that Kingsley and Nymphadora were wearing, the other woman held a glare as she checked out the office from where she was standing. She balanced a clipboard in her hands and was writing notes on it as she waited. "Kingsley, good to see you," Tonnie said as she approached. "Tonnie, go to see you, too. It's been ages," he replied, pulling her in for a hug. "How are you doing, with everything?" "I'm doing the best I can. I don't, ha-hem." Tonnie was cut off by the toad-like woman's high-pitched interruption. "I'm sorry, Miss Umbridge. My name is Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minster for Magic. I'm afraid we are here to do your inspection, not to catch up. Mr. Shacklebolt should be acting as a professional, not as a friend." Umbridge smiled, but more of a wicked smile than a warm and inviting one. "Ms. Umbridge, my apologies. I was unaware that employees of the ministry that you were unable to have friends outside of the office. I'll make note of that." Tonnie heard Nymphadora holding back her laughter, and watched as Kingsley did his best to hide his growing smile. "Ms. Lovegood, I presume?" "Yes, you are correct. Would you like to get to the inspection? I'm sure you have a busy day ahead of you with your work for the minister." "Yes, I do. Mr. Shacklebolt, Ms. Tonks, and myself will be conducting thorough searches of every room on this floor," she began, running her finger down her clipboard. "We will be checking for Sirius Black, I presume? This is a procedural check of your department, Ms. Lovegood." "Ms. Umbridge, this department has had procedural inspections in the past. Formerly they have involved the inspection of one person rather than the inspection of the minister's undersecretary and a couple of Aurors. This is not routine. Now, you are welcome to check every room on my floor if you like, with the exceptions of the occupied exam rooms. I would appreciate if you respect the privacy of my patients. They do not need the likes you walking in on them while they are pushing out their babies. That would be a rather uncomfortable sight for you." Once again Kingsley and Tonks were struggling to hold back their laughter. Neither of them had seen anyone stand up to the likes of Dolores Umbridge, and do such a good job at it. The exam rooms are part of this hospital, they need to be inspected. Sirius Black is not hiding in the same room as a woman giving birth. I assure you, Ms. Umbridge, that if Sirius Black was hiding out in this hospital, I would be the first to know about it. Now, like I said, you are welcome to check everywhere else. But I know that you will not find anything here that would tell you that Sirius has set foot in the hospital in the last 12 years, never mind the last 3 weeks. Very well. Umbridge huffed, scribbling down on her clipboard. We will not check the occupied exam rooms. Everywhere else, including your office, will be thoroughly searched and inspected by order of the Minster for magic. Enjoy. Tonnie said, taking a step back and extended her hand to point them in the right direction. Umbridge stuck her nose up in the air and began walking away, with Nymphadora following her, still laughing. Before Kingsley joined them, he turned to Tonnie. You, Tonnie Lovegood, are bloody brilliant. He gave her a wink before going off to join the search. You're not my dad. Disclaimer. This chapter might include quotes from J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Those quotes belong to J.K. Rowling. Third year October rolled around, without any news about Sirius. Various rumors put him all over the United Kingdom, but whenever the Ministry dispatched orders, they always came up empty. Back at Hogwarts, the first Hogsmeade visit of the term was fast approaching. In the Sirius commotion, Harry had yet to have either Tonnie or Remus sign his permission form to attend the village. Knowing Professor McGonagall would not let him go, even just on Tonnie or Remus's word, he knew he had to get the physical copy of the form signed. That meant heading to Remus's office. Uncle Remus, Harry said, knocking on Lupin's office door. Remus called for him enter, and Harry instinctively took a seat in front of his desk. As Harry sat down, he stuck his hands in the pockets of his robes. Tell your godmother that I swear I'll write to her this week. I've just been busy, Remus said, reading over a scroll of parchment as he scratched his chin with his quill. Harry looked over the room, seeing several piles of rolled parchments. As Remus finished marking the essay with an A, he waved his wand, sending it a basket full of other graded essays. I've learned I have to spend more time grading than planning lessons, that's for sure, he mumbled, picking up another parchment. Tonnie didn't send me, Harry responded, trying to gain his attention. There is something else I wanted you to talk to you about. Pulling the parchment from his pocket, Harry said, the first Hogsmeade weekend of the term is coming up and you haven't signed my permission form yet. I know. I'm not going to. Not until everything with Sirius clears up, he replied, not taking his eyes off the stack of the first year's essays on Verdimillious charms. What? Harry asked, nearly dropping his permission slip in surprise. But, you said Sirius wouldn't try to hurt me. If I'm not in any danger, why won't you sign it? I am not under the impression that Sirius will hurt you, Remus said calmly, putting down his quill and looking up at Harry. But, I want to err on the side of caution for now. I'll sign the form once we know more about this, okay? No. You're being ridiculous, Harry began, getting angry. I'll just write Tonnie. Tonnie agrees with me, Harry. We are only trying to keep you safe. You said it yourself. I'm not in any danger. Tonnie and Dumbledore agreed with you. I should get to go. Everyone else does, Harry said, raising his voice and rising to his feet. I'm not everyone else's. Not everyone else's what? He scoffed. You're not my dad. There was a long pause as Harry realized what he said. Looking up at the only father figure he's ever known, he saw the pained expression on Lupin's face. Remus interlocked his fingers and directed his gaze towards his desktop. Uncle Remus, I'm sorry. I didn't mean. But he waved Harry off, not letting him finish. I may not be your father, Harry, but I am responsible for you, Remus said, rising from his chair. You're not going. My decision is final. His voice was firm, but calm. Do you understand? Unable to speak, Harry nodded. Good. Now, if you don't mind, I have some work I need to finish. Remus waved his wand, making the door to his office swing open. Without saying a word, Harry exited the office and made his way back to Gryffindor Tower. Later that night, after a rather Harry-spent dinner in without saying a word, and only looking up to sneak glances at Remus, Hermione and Ron Monroom. What's wrong? Hermione asked, noticing Harry has elected to do homework rather than mess around with his roommates. Hermione had nudged Ron, and made him aware of Harry's unusual behavior, and decided they needed to find out what had their best friend so down. Nothing. Harry lied, turning back to his defense against the dark arts essay on kappas. He'd spent the past hour digging through his textbook, and writing the best defense essay he'd ever written, hoping to make it up to Remus in the slightest. Not nothing, Ron said, closing the textbook in front of Harry. Oi! I was reading that, Harry snapped, looking up at his friends. That's why we're worried, Hermione said. Something is up. What's going on? You've been upset since you came back from taking with Professor Lupin. Did he not sign your form? Ron questioned. Harry sighed and shook his head. After motioning for them to join him at the table, he told them the whole story of what happened in Remus's office that afternoon. When he finished, he searched their faces for advice. Instead, they sat there, lips parted in surprise. I was just frustrated. I didn't mean it, Harry groaned, leaning his head against the wall. He knows that, Harry, Ron said, doing his best to reassure his best friend. Since you're not going to Hogsmeade next weekend, maybe you could use that time to spend with him. You can apologize and have some quality time together. I'm sure he'll like that, Hermione suggested. I've got to do something to make it up to him. The entire week leading up to the Hogsmeade weekend, Harry tried to approach Remus several times, but every time he tried, Remus would disappear around a corner or lock himself in his office. If Harry didn't know any better, he'd say that his uncle was avoiding him. The following Saturday, when Ron and Hermione left for Hogsmeade, Harry chose to make another attempt to catch Remus. Gathering up his finished essay on Kappas, he made his way out of Gryffindor Tower and off to Remus's office. When he got to the door, he waited outside a moment, trying to come up with what to say. I'm sorry that I'm a total idiot, and turned away the only father figure I've ever known because I wanted a butterbeer and some sugar mice. No, that didn't seem right. He paced for a few minutes more before deciding to wing the apology, and knocked on the door. Come in, Remus called, willing his unknown visitor to enter. When he entered, Remus was sitting in an armchair in the corner of his office reading a copy of the same advanced potions book that Hermione had checked out from the restricted section last term to make the polyjuice potion. Oh, Harry. If you've come to have your permission slip signed, the answer is still no. No, that's not why, Harry said, shutting the door behind him. I brought you my essay on Kappas. I finished it early. You finished an essay early? Are you sure I'm talking to Harry James Potter? Remus asked, raising his eyebrows in curiosity. I'm surprised I finished it early too. Harry flashed him a half-smile before returning his gaze to his trainers. Also, I wanted to apologize for last week. Harry. Uncle Remus, I shouldn't have said that you aren't my dad. I was mad about not getting to go to Hogsmeade. Which is not an excuse, and I took it out on you. Harry at him directly for the first time since he had entered the room. The truth is, you're the closest I've ever come to having a father, and I never should have said that you weren't. Harry, Remus began, setting down his book and getting up from his chair. I know I'll never be able to fill your father's shoes. I don't want you to fill his shoes. I just want you to be you. James Potter might be my dad, but you're the one that's always been there. I know that's not his fault, but you weren't obligated to be here either. You wanted to be my dad, and I can't thank you enough for being that. Without saying another word, Remus just smiled and pulled Harry in for a hug. Harry wrapped his arms around his uncle, glad he accepted his apology and hoped that they could finally get back to normal. Pulling back from Remus, Harry couldn't help but notice the tank in the opposite corner of the room containing green water creature with horns and spindly fingers. Uncle Remus, what is that? Harry asked, pointing to the tank. Oh, that's a Grindylow. This little guy will be the focus of our next lesson. I'm going to make some tea. Care to join me? That would be great, Harry said, sitting in his usual chair across from Remus's desk. Tea bags, please. I don't need to be reading any more tea leaves. I might see another black dog that'll mark me for death. Don't worry, Harry. I don't think any black dogs will be out to harm you, Remus said, smiling to himself. He waved his wand and levitating the kettle over the flow. Speaking of that, I never asked you, why did you jump in front of that boggart for me? Did you not think that I could handle it? My concern was that the boggart was going to take the shape of Lord Voldemort. Not only did I not want that for you, but for everyone else in the room. Lord Voldemort has caused enough people to endure fear and pain. I didn't think we needed more of that. Oh, however, I jumped before I realized the true shape of your boggart, a Dementor. That suggests that your greatest fear is fear itself. That's very good. Thanks. Harry, I hope you haven't been thinking I didn't believe in you. I know that you could have handled fighting the boggart. If it had been Lord Voldemort. Like I suspected, you've already taken down the real Lord Voldemort 3 times, and you're only 13. I have all the confidence in the world in you, Harry. Thanks, Uncle Remus. Before he could finish, he was cut off by Professor Snape barging in Remus's office door. I didn't realize you had company, Snape said, scowling at Harry. Turning back to Remus he said, your potion, Lupin. Ah, yes, Severus, thank you, Remus said, waving him forward. Snape set the potion down on the edge of Remus's desk, never relinquishing his scowl. I made an entire cauldron full, if you are in need of more. Thank you, Severus. I will probably be needing some more tomorrow. Snape gave him a sour nod before exiting his office, closing the door rather loudly. Before you ask, Remus began. Tonnie usually makes my potions. Since she isn't here, and I never seem to be able to get that one right. Severus agreed to help me. Or poison you. Well, that is a likely scenario as well. However, if I was to brew it, I would poison myself, so I will take my chances. Remus said, pinching his nose and draining the goblet of the potion. Disgusting. Uncle Remus, what is the potion for? Harry asked, keeping his eyes on the empty goblet. I'm feeling a little under the weather. I should be fine in a couple of days. Remus assured him. There is no need to worry. Halloween, 1993. The day Sirius Black planned to get his revenge on Peter Pettigrew once and for all. It was kind of poetic, Sirius thought. Exactly. 12 years from the night his former friend betrayed his trust, and sold James and Lily over to the Dark Lord. Sirius was finally going to finish what he started and kill the rat. That's exactly what he deserved. Sirius also chose Halloween, because he knew he wouldn't be spotted. Halloween at Hogwarts included a feast that the entire staff and student body attended. No one would be left in Gryffindor Tower to see, or to get hurt in the process. He knew that it wasn't going to be easy, that Peter would put up a fight. But, if no students were around, he knew he could accomplish his goal. Just like he had stolen the clothes he wore to King's Cross, Sirius had nicked a long black cloak from a rogue's shop in Hogsmeade. He knew that waltzing into Hogwarts in his prison attire alone would not help his chances of getting past the portraits or Peeves. Putting the hood up on his cloak he pushed himself through the one-eyed witch passageway, and made his way down the corridor. Every once in a while he would duck and tosher that no one would spot him. Navigating the halls of Hogwarts without the Marauders Map was not the easiest, especially for the mission that he was on now. Once he arrived at the portrait of the fat lady, he knew that this is where the hard part began. How was he supposed to convince her to open her portrait so that he could enter Gryffindor Tower? Whatever it took. Keeping his head down and his hood up, he approached the portrait of the fat lady. She was happily practicing her singing, and trying to shatter a glass by hitting a high note. The process was going very poorly, by the looks of it. All of the people in her surrounding portraits had either chosen to plug their ears to go visit their friends in another part of the castle to get away from her. Let me in, please, Sirius called, trying to get the fat lady's attention. One moment, dear, I've almost got it, she said, once again letting out a high-pitched voice that resembled a yell scream than a beautiful note. Oi! I need to get in. Oh, all right, fine. The fat lady huffed, setting down her glass. Password? I forgot. No password, no entry, she replied, picking up her glass once more. Now if you would excuse me, I have some work to do. She began to bellow once more, making the remaining portraits leave their frames. Please, let me in, it's important. I can't let you in without a password. Haven't you heard that there is a killer on the loose? She opened her mouth to sing once more, but Sirius cut her off again. Fat lady, I have to get into the tower now. As he yelled the last part, he looked up and his hood fell back, revealing his face to her. Sirius Black. The fat lady gasped, dropping her glass so that it shattered on the floor of her portrait. Help. No, please, don't yell, Sirius said, hushing her. Please, fat lady, I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't absolutely necessary. I'm not letting you in to hurt any kids. That's not why I'm here, fat lady, you remember me. I wouldn't do that. Besides, all the kids are in the Great Hall at the Halloween feast. No one is in Gryffindor Tower. No, I won't let you in. You have to, Sirius barked, slashing at the fat lady's portrait. Instead of this plan scaring the fat lady into doing what he wanted, it only scared her away. As Sirius attacked her portrait, she screamed and fled her frame. Fat lady, wait. Sirius called after her, but it was too late. She was gone, and the portrait temporarily ruined. There was no getting into the common room now. To make it worse, he had an observer to the incident. Floating above him was none other than Peeves the poltergeist. Sirius Black likes to attack. He scared the fat lady right out the back. Peeves cackled, doing flips in midair. Peeves! Shut the bloody hell up. Sirius's efforts to keep the poltergeist quiet only made him want to continue. Sirius Black likes to attack. He scared the fat lady right out the back. Peeves floated down the hall, yelling the message to all the empty portraits and cracking himself up with his own joke. Sirius, knowing he couldn't get caught in the castle, abandoned his attempt to catch Peter and ran as fast as he could to the nearest secret passageway. A trip down memory lane. Third year. It was safe to say that Tonnie was overworking herself. With being away from home, and Sirius's escape on her mind, it was best to have a distraction. Spending late nights, sometimes overnight, at the hospital was the best way she could distract herself. However, when the clock struck midnight on Halloween, Violet barged into her office, and walked her out the storefront window. You'll kill yourself if you keep this up. Go home. She waited, with her arms crossed, until Tonnie walked across the abandoned street and disapparated. As she walked up the path to the Burrow, she could help but notice the lights still on. Usually Molly and Arthur just kept one or two on if she knew wasn't home by 10. That way if she did make an appearance to the Burrow that evening, she would trip all over the place in the dark. But the kitchen was just as bright as it normally was in the daytime. What are Molly and Arthur doing up at this hour? Walking through the kitchen door, she got her answer. Sitting at the kitchen table, sipping on a cup of tea was none other than Albus Dumbledore. He and Arthur were in a deep conversation about a wizard who had enchanted all of the instruments in a music store to play themselves. Regardless of the use of magic in front of muggles being illegal, Arthur was impressed that the wizard did enchanted them to harmonize to the tune of a song by the Wicked Sisters. Tonnie, dear, you're back, Molly said, stopping her focus from her magical knitting needles. Would you like a cup of tea? I've just put on a fresh kettle. What's wrong? Tonnie asked, looking directly at Dumbledore. I would have sent Remus, but I'm afraid he's occupied at this time. Dumbledore said, tipping his cup towards the window where the full moon was shining brightly in the clear night sky. What happened? Which one of them is it? It's Sirius, Arthur said, making her heart sink. He's at Hogwarts. Earlier this evening during the Halloween feast, Mr. Black attempted to break into Gryffindor Tower. Both the fat lady and our resident poltergeist have spotted Sirius, and say that he attacked the fat lady when she wouldn't let him in. Dumbledore said, sipping his tea. Attack the fat lady? No, Sirius would never. Unfortunately, the damage to the fat lady's portrait tells another story. Sirius did indeed try to break into the tower. Why would he do such a thing? I was hoping you could tell me. You're his fiancé. Other than Remus, you know him the best. What would make Sirius want to go to Hogwarts? I dunno. I wish I did. That way they would stop printing that rubbish about Sirius being a murderer and betrayer in the Prophet. Have you heard from him? Has Sirius tried to contact you in any way? No, she responded after too long of a pause. Are you certain? It could have been an unmarked note or a symbol, or something to gain your attention. Something that could help us. No, he hasn't sent anything that could help us. It wasn't exactly a lie. As far as Tonnie was concerned, the note that Sirius had sent was a confusing message. It wasn't of any use to them. Albus, did you say he tried to break in during the feast? That is correct. It's Halloween. All of the students attend the feast, or Sir Headless Nick's death day parties. Regardless, none of the students would have been in the tower. Yes, that is true. The Daily Prophet and the Ministry think that Sirius might be going after Harry. But, even if Sirius was going to attack Harry, and he was idiotic enough to do it in Gryffindor Tower, then why would he choose the one night that he wasn't going to be in there? He wouldn't. Tonnie, what do you suppose his reasoning for entering Gryffindor Tower was? Surely, it was not to enjoy the comfort of the common room chairs. Dumbledore asked. I don't know. He's risking so much being there. There has to be a reason, an important reason, that Sirius would need to be in Gryffindor Tower, much less Hogwarts. Tonnie said, pacing back and forth. What would make Sirius risk everything to break into Gryffindor Tower? Arthur had said she knew Sirius better than anyone, but right now she felt so far away from him. She couldn't figure out his coded message, or reasoning for going back to Hogwarts. She was supposed to know him better than the back of her hand. Why was this so difficult? Was 12 years apart too long? The kettle over the fire whistled, signaling it was ready. Molly waved her wand, compelling the kettle. Tonnie watched as one of the cabinet doors opened, and a single teacup and saucer flew out and settled itself on the table in front of her. "Here you go, dear, to calm your nerves," Molly said, settling a tea bag in her cup. "Now where is the sugar?" Molly began searching the table for it, and scanning around the room. "Arthur, have you seen the sugar? Wasn't it on the table earlier?" "No, Albus Dhis tea." She huffed, and began getting up to look for the jar. "We keep forgetting where we put it." "Forgetting," Tonnie said, realization hitting her. Years ago, Sirius lived in Gryffindor Tower. When people move out, they leave things behind. What if Sirius left something there? What if that something could help him? That was more than a decade ago. How could there possibly be anything of theirs left? Many other groups of students have lived in that room. If anything was left behind, it would have been taken or discarded by now, Arthur said, weighing in. Not if it was hidden. Sirius always said that they had multiple secret hiding spaces in their dormitory. What if it's in one of those? If your theory is true, we need to get to whatever Sirius needs soon. If he tries to come back, he will be captured. If the students don't do it, the Dementors certainly will. Then we need to get started. I guess now the only question is, who lives in that room now? After Remus had recovered from the full moon, Dumbledore stopped by his office to tell him about Halloween night. Remus took the news of Sirius' return to school better than Tonnie, but not by much. He too racked his brain for a possible explanation as to why his mate would risk everything. However, when Dumbledore told him of Tonnie's theory, he immediately volunteered to help. The headmaster casually walking into Gryffindor Tower would only spark chatter and rumors. No, it would be much easier for him to do it. That brought him to his lesson on Tuesday afternoon. Don't forget that your essays are due next week. Also, it's never too early to start studying for your OWLs, Remus said, as his class of 5th years began packing up their belongings. Fred, George, and Lee, can you please stay back a moment? If this is about the dark arts corridor being in a state of constant rain, we had nothing to do with it, Fred said, sporting a smirk. I should have known it was the three of you. Remus smiled, shaking his head. Fixing that one took longer than I thought? Wherever did you find that spell? We combined a couple of them, Lee said, with a laugh. Very impressive, boys. Thanks, Remus. Professor Lupin, Remus corrected him. If we're calling you Professor, then I'm Mr. Weasley, George said, crossing his arms. Fine, Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Jordan, I need your help. Can I ask a favor of you? Whatever you need, Professor. As the three of you know, Sirius Black tried to break into Gryffindor Tower over the weekend. Of course, that's all everyone is talking about. Why did he do it? Who's he after? Is he dangerous? They won't shut up about him. Professor Dumbledore and I have been talking, and we have a theory about why Sirius would choose to do such a thing. It is of our opinion that Sirius might have been trying to get something he left behind when we were in school. You mean, something he left there 15 years ago, maybe a tool or weapon? Lee asked. Precisely. Where do we come in? Well, the three of you are the lucky inhabitants of our old dorm room. As much as we'd like to help, our room is highly top secret. No one other than the three of us and the house elves are allowed in. Knowing the real reason they didn't want them in their room, Remus said. Lads, it doesn't matter to me how much illegal contraband you have in your room. I assure you that room has seen its fair share. I'm not Mr. Filch. I could care less if you set off filibuster fireworks all over the castle, unless it happens to be in my office or classroom. Seriously, Remus said, smiling to himself. Afternoon, Sir Cadogan. Remus nodded to the portrait. Do you think you could let us into the tower? Only if you can help me in my quest, the knight said, waving his sword towards the boys. I'm afraid we don't have time. I have another class soon. Will the password do? Sir Cadogan sighed. I suppose. Remus turned to boys, who all looked at one another thinking hard. What is it now? Wasn't it Excalibur this morning? I think so, but when I passed Wood earlier, he told me he had changed it too. Oddsbodkins. No wait. I've got it, Flibbertigibbet. Correct. Sir Cadogan said, raising his sword in the air and allowing his portrait to swing open. The four quickly filed through the portrait hole. Before the knight could ask anything else of them, someone better convince the fat lady to come back. Sir Cadogan changes the password at least twice a day. No one can remember. Longbottom had to write them all down. George said, leading the way. I'm starting to think we all should. As they passed, several Gryffindor students nodded to Remus and gave him hellos. Others were surprised that a teacher, other than Professor McGonagall, was making their way through the common room. Remus simply told him he was on business for Dumbledore and continued on his way. Here we are, Fred said, opening the door and allowing them to enter the dorm. Remus, however, stopped at the door, running his fingers over the middle. They fixed the carving. He whispered to himself, thinking of the day. James and Sirius took turns carving their group name into the door as deep as they could. Remus, George said, gaining his attention. You okay, mate? I'm fine. Remus lied, just a trip down memory lane, and it is. Professor, remember. Professor, come on in, Lee said, waving Remus into the room. Walking into the Marauders' old dorm room, Remus couldn't help but feel the nostalgia. Just like when the four of them had lived in the room, it was still messy on every surface. Every wall had parchments coated with ink and different prank and invention ideas. Clothes were strewn over chairs, desks, and beds. Boxes of sweets with interesting titles were stacked around the room. Remus remembered Peter's constant snacking, and knew his dorm had never been absent of candy. The sweet smell of the candy mixed with the filth in the room, bringing him back to his days at the school. Even though he stopped living there, nothing had truly changed. How many of the hiding places have you found? Remus said, snapping back to the task at hand. That depends. How many are there? More than you know. The one under the far right window, under the loose floorboard by Fred's bed, the hollow compartment in Lee's nightstand. The one behind the drapes on the left window, and the one under George's bed. You boys did a pretty good job. However, you're missing one, Remus said, crossing to one of the open walls. He pulled a few sketched of extendable ear prototypes and an aviatomobile. That's just a blank wall, Fred said, crossing his arms. There's nothing there. I assure you, there is, Remus said, pressing his ear against the wall and knocking in various places. Once he heard that hollow sound, he pulled out his wand and tapped it, Revelio. Before their eyes, a small door appeared, missing a handle. Remus leaned forward, tapping his wand to the door and whispering, Maradentium, so that the boys wouldn't hear him. Recognizing the password, the little door swung open. Bloody hell, Fred and George said together. Reaching inside, Remus found that in the commotion of moving out the dorm, they had in fact missed cleaning out the hidden compartment. He pulled out the contents and laid them on the four-poster nearest to him. A stash of 15-year-old chocolate bars and licorice wands, a handwritten Gryffindor Quidditch playbook James had made in his days as Quidditch captain, 2 unused filibuster fireworks, a textbook titled Unlocking Your Animagus, and a worn leather-bound journal. The last item was what caught his attention. Opening the journal, he immediately recognized Sirius's scrawl. Most of the pages include detailed, top-secret prank ideas and sketches. But occasionally, when flipping through, Remus would come across a page or two that was dedicated to something else. Towards the end, one page read, Best Man Speech. I'm not usually one that believes in destiny. I believe that regardless of where we came from, we make our own path. We decide our fate, and we want. With that said, if I was to believe in destiny, for just a moment, I'd say that James and Lily were those two destined to be together. I watched James fall in love with Lily the moment he met her, and he never stopped. Now, for those that don't know the James, Lily story, she spent the majority of her time turning him down. Trust me, I've never seen someone get turned down as many times as he did. But James never gave up, he kept trying. As much as Lily protested, as much as she claimed to never be with James Fleeman Potter, she couldn't help it. Some say that he wore her down, that his relentless efforts to win her affections finally made her take pity on poor old Prongs. But, I think that when it comes to the two of them, there was no pity involved. When two people are meant to be together, it'll happen. And so, I may not believe in destiny, but I do believe in James and Lily. Lils, with this toast, I pass my best mate and my brother off to you. Take care of him. The scratches and ink smears told Remus that Sirius had started and restarted the speech multiple times. He knew that Sirius wasn't much of a perfectionist, but when it came to his best man duties, Sirius would have done anything to make James and Lily's day perfect. Reading his first draft of that familiar speech only proved his point. He kept flipping through the pages, coming across more prank ideas, different ways to team up with Peeves the poltergeist to annoy Filch and possibly get the Marauders Map back, and a few more personal notes. In between the last page of the journal at the back cover, was a Polaroid photograph that Sirius had tucked it. The photo was of Tonnie and Sirius, sitting by the Black Lake. Lily had taken it with the Muggle camera her parents had given her for Christmas their last year at Hogwarts. They had all just finished their NEWTs and had gone down to the lake to relax. Sirius had leaned back against the tree, and Tonnie between his legs with her back to his chest. They were both laughing and smiling at a joke someone had made. Remus flipped over the picture, once again seeing Sirius's handwriting. In black ink, he had written, "The day I decided to ask her to marry me." Sirius had come back to the dorm that night and told him that he was going to marry Tonnie. That even though they had only been together less than a year, he already knew. Just like James knew, he knew. "Remus. I mean, Professor, did you find what you were looking for?" George asked, looking curiously at Remus. I'm not sure." Remus gathered up the playbook, the Animagus textbook and the journal, before looking to the boys. "You can keep the filibusters. I believe they'll be of more use to you than me. The candy, on the other hand, I wouldn't try to finish off," he said, before hurrying out of the room. He knew that regardless of the sentimental value, Sirius wouldn't have broken into Gryffindor Tower just to get the journal. Tonnie's theory was wrong. They needed a new explanation, and soon. One bad day after another, third year, the perfect word to describe how Harry had been feeling since Halloween. Annoyed. Sirius's attack on the fat lady alarmed not only the students, but the staff. Even though Dumbledore had assured the staff that Harry wasn't in danger, the staff continued to follow his around. Harry had personally told him that he didn't need a group of bodyguards, but they still made excuses to be going in the same direction. Madam Hooch watched over Quidditch practices, and Harry could have sworn that he spotted nearly headless Nick tailing him occasionally, and the portraits watching him as he walked down the corridors. On top of the prying eyes, the students couldn't stop talking about Sirius's return to the castle. The younger students were terrified of notorious murder Sirius Black roaming the halls. The older students, the ones that knew Harry, were gossiping about Sirius's plans, and brushing up on spells to defend themselves if he was to come after them. The Slytherins, led by Draco Malfoy, had made a bet on how long it would take before Sirius offed Harry. Harry felt as if the gossip would never end. He already blew up on a couple of Ravenclaws who had been walking behind him, insisting that he was going to die at Sirius's hands. Luckily for them, Hermione and Ron held him back. He knew that Sirius would never try to hurt him, but he wished everyone else knew. If he tried defending Sirius, they called him crazy, and kept telling him sane people don't break into towers. Even Hermione was starting to have her doubts about Sirius, but Harry assured her that if there was even the slightest bit of doubt in Harry's safety where Sirius was concerned, Tonnie would have already petitioned Dumbledore to bring him home. Leading up to the first Quidditch match, everything only got worse. With Malfoy's injury, caused by Buckbeak, Gryffindor wasn't going to be able to play Slytherin as planned. Instead, the schedule was rearranged so that Gryffindor would play Hufflepuff for their first match. Oliver Wood had told them to not underestimate Hufflepuff's team, seeing that their seeker, 6th-year Cedric Diggory, would actually be able to give Harry a run for his money. Wood called for more practices, under the watchful eye of Madam Hooch. The day before the first match was especially awful. Harry had actually been looking forward to attending a class with his favorite professor, and one of the only ones who understood about the Sirius situation. However, when the Gryffindor third years reached the defense against the dark arts classroom, they had the lovely surprise of being taught by Snape. When asked about Professor Lupin's absence, Snape assured everyone that he was ill, and that he would be back in a couple of days, then proceeded to go off schedule and teach a lecture about werewolves instead of hinky punks. After class, when Harry tried to approach Remus's office, Snape refused to let him near the door. "Do you have ears, Potter? I said he is ill. We wouldn't want you to catch it." "Since when have you cared about my health, Professor?" That line earned Harry a detention and a loss of 20 house points. Later that night, determined to see his uncle, Harry used the invisibility cloak to sneak off to the defense against the dark arts classroom. However, when he got there, he found the door locked. The Alohomora charm wasn't strong enough to unlock the door. "Uncle Remus, it's me, Harry. I know it's late, and you can be mad at me in the morning, but I just wanted to check and see if you were okay. Snape said that you were ill, but I trust him about as much as I trust Lockhart to teach me how to defend myself." Harry laughed, but heard no response from inside the door. Uncle Remus. Pressing his ear against the door, he couldn't hear his uncle inside of it. The one noise he did hear was a light scratching, but Harry thought that had to be the next creature that they were going to learn about. Surely, if Remus was inside, he would be responding to Harry, if anything to scold him for being out of bed so late. "Uncle Remus?" After another long pause without a response, Harry decided that he wasn't in his office, and turned back. On his way back to Gryffindor Tower, he did make a quick stop by the owlery to write to Tonnie. "Tonnie, Uncle Remus wasn't in class today. When I went to check on him, he wasn't in his office. Do you know where he is? Is he well? Write back soon. Love you." Harry. The next day was the morning of Gryffindor's first Quidditch match. Sirius, who had been waiting to see Harry play, had transformed into his animagus and found a seat in the stands, where he was out of sight of most of the students and Dementors. Unfortunately, the weather was not the best for viewing or playing. The wind blew the players around easily, and the rain made the view difficult if not impossible. Sirius had no idea how either Harry or Cedric were going to be able to catch the snitch in this weather. However, even with the storm flowing around him, Sirius was not going to miss his opportunity to see Harry play. As he had been traveling, he hulking about Harry not only as a celebrity, but as an impressive Quidditch player. James and Lily had told Sirius that Harry had taken a liking to the toy broom he and Tonnie had given Harry for his first birthday, but from what he was hearing, they had gotten an upgrade. A Nimbus 2000. Although no the hottest broom on the market at the moment, it was still impressive for a 13-year-old boy to be flying around on one. From what he could tell, Harry could fly like a pro. Even with the intense weather, Harry seemed to be able to handle the storm, just as James would have done. Seeing Harry up on the pitch, using goggles to protect him from the rain, wearing his Potter jersey on his back and flying like a pro made Sirius think that he was watching James play rather than his godson. He had to remind himself who he really was. That became easier when he saw Harry start to falter for the first time. As far as Sirius could tell, Harry was looking directly at him. He stopped flying and just stared. Did Harry know that he was an animagus? How much had Tonnie and Remus told him? He wasn't sure, but the look on Harry's face didn't resemble curiosity or excitement, but rather fear. Instead of flying for the snitch, he seemed to be frozen in the air. That's when Sirius saw it, Dementors flying above the pitch, with their sights on Harry. As Hufflepuff's seeker, Cedric Diggory flew after the snitch. Harry was busying trying to defend himself against the Dementors, but it was too late. Sirius watched as the Dementor's influence caused Harry to faint and he fell from his broomstick towards the ground, while the wind carried his broomstick off in the direction of the Whomping Willow. Sirius barked, as if that would stop Harry from falling, but he could only watch as his godson began barreling towards the earth. The crowd gasped in horror at the falling boy, and finally in relief as Dumbledore cast a spell to lower in unconscious Harry safely to the ground. Sirius sighed in relief, seeing Dumbledore and Madame Hooch running out to the pitch to collect Harry. Hopefully, he was going to be okay. Sensing the chill in the air of the Dementors coming his way, Sirius gave one last look to Harry and jumped from his seat, took the quickest way out of the stands, and ran for the tree line of the Forbidden Forest, out of sight and reach of the guards of Azkaban. As he ran for the Shrieking Shack, he couldn't help but feel incredibly guilty. He had just watched his godson fall off the pitch because of the Dementors. Dementors that were only on the castle grounds because of him. He knew firsthand at the devastation that the Dementors caused. The overwhelming chill that filled every inch of your body, The flooding of the worst memories and feelings you've ever felt, and the absence of any hope and joy you felt slowly being sucked from your body. No one should have to feel that. No one should go through that pain, especially not an innocent 13-year-old boy. Sirius knew that he couldn't help him until he was free, until his plan had worked. But, in the meantime, he knew that there was some way that he could make it up to him. As he reached the tunnel under the willow, he saw the fight going on in the branches of the tree, and knew exactly what his first step in making it up to Harry would be. Harry woke up from a long nap to find Tonnie sitting at his bedside in the hospital wing. Ron, Hermione, and the majority of the Quidditch team had visited him earlier to inform him of the outcome of the match, and deliver him his damaged beyond repair broomstick. Madame Pomfrey didn't have them stay long, and told him they could visit him later over the weekend, which she insisted that Harry stay for. He had begun to think he was going to think that his streak of bad days was going to continue. That was until he saw that Tonnie had come to see him. "Tonnie? What are you doing here?" "Dumbledore sent me an owl. Since Remus is feeling under the weather, he thought that it would be best for me to come sit with you instead." "You know I agreed fully," she said, squeezing his hand. "What happened during the match? I know about the Dementors attacking, which if Dumbledore doesn't go to the Ministry about, I most certainly will. But, what else?" "I dunno. The weather was horrible, and I was looking for the snitch and I saw." Harry recalled seeing the shaggy black dog resembling the one made from his tea leaves on the first day of divination. He had just been sitting in the stands, watching. But, it could have been, right? It had to have been a figment of his imagination. "Saw what?" "Nothing. It couldn't have been that. That's ridiculous." "I don't think it's ridiculous, Harry," she assured him. "I saw. Well, it looked like the Grim. I know that I couldn't have been, that it's just some story that Professor Trelawney is making up to scare me, but, I dunno, I just thought I did." Harry couldn't read the look on his godmother's face. It seemed to be a mix between shock, fear, and happiness, if that was even possible. She had assured him earlier this year that Trelawney couldn't possibly be right, but now her face didn't read as so sure of her former statement. "Then what?" she said, snapping out of her odd expression. "Then the Dementors surrounded me. I felt the bone-chilling cold, and I heard this screaming. A familiar scream. I heard it last time too, on the train. This woman was screaming, and then everything just went black." "A woman screaming, you say?" "Yes, I don't know who. But I know I've heard it before that first time. I've never heard of a Dementor making someone hear screaming before. I'll look into it for you." "Thanks." "What's that?" Tonnie said, pointing to the clumps of wood and straw on his bedside table. "Oh, that's my broom. It seems that the wind carried it to the Whomping Willow when I fell. First, I faint, then we lose the match, and then my broomstick loses a duel with the Whomping Willow. What an excellent day." Harry groaned, leaning back against the bed frame. "I'm not sure when we will be able to get you another one. You may have to use a school one temporarily." "Great news. I'm sorry. Remus and I hadn't planned on buying you a new broomstick for a while. We thought your Nimbus would have lasted longer." "Can't we use the money in my account? There's more than enough to afford a new broomstick." More than enough was correct. He knew the funds in his account at Gringotts rivaled the money of the Malfoys. "You know that money is for school and your future. We'll get you a new broomstick, just not right away, all right?" He had heard that speech before. Tonnie made great money at the hospital, and Remus brought an income whenever he could find work. But things would be much simpler if he could use the money in his account for when he needed it, like now. "It's my money, shouldn't I have access to it? When your parents made me your godmother, they also gave us permission over your account. It may be your money, Harry, but you're young. Having access to all that money is a big responsibility. We don't want you spending it on frivolous things. You should be saving it for now, for when you're on your own, with your own family. When you are responsible enough to handle it." "You don't think that I am responsible?" "I think you're responsible, Harry, but I don't think you at the point when you need all of this money. I don't want you going off to buy the fanciest broomstick available in a solid gold cauldron." "I wouldn't do that." "Oh, really?" Tonnie said, crossing her arms. "All right, that might be something I would do," Harry said, truly laughing for the first time in weeks. "See, I know you too well." Tonnie smiled. "We'll get you a new broom, and we'll figure out what is going on with you and the Dementors. It'll just take some time. Speaking of we, How is Uncle Remus? Did you get my owl? I got it this morning, but I didn't have a chance to reply. Remus is fine. He's not feeling well, but he should be better in a couple of days. You sound like Snape. Did you rehearse that? Rehearse something with Severus? Never. Tonnie of us know what is going on. Whenever Remus becomes ill, it doesn't usually last for that long. I'm sure he'll be back teaching next week, she said, pouring herself a glass of whatever from the pitcher on Harry's bedside table. I hope so. I can stand having Snape for potions, much less filling in for defense. Did you know he skipped out entire lesson on hinky punks and had us jump ahead to werewolves? Tonnie nearly choked on her water at his statement. Are you okay, Tonnie? I'm fine. I just had a little trouble swallowing, Tonnie said, still coughing. Skipping ahead, you say? Severus would do anything to change Remus's plans. Don't worry, he shouldn't be teaching your class much longer. Remus will be fine. After that, Tonnie quickly changed the subject to anything else, trying to avoid the subject of Remus's absence, or Snape's impromptu lesson. Doubts disclaimer. This chapter may include similar phrases, or quotes from Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. All of those quotes or phrases belong to J.K. Rowling. Third year Monday morning meant the return to classes. After starting off the morning with Snape snarling at them throughout the entirety of potions, they didn't think they could handle him subbing in for Remus that afternoon. Their prayers were answered when Harry, Ron, and Hermione strolled into defense against the dark arts to find their favorite professor back at work. Before Remus could even begin to teach the class, the room had erupted into complaints about Snape's brief teaching stint. Remus assured everyone that Snape's essay on werewolves was not necessary, giving everyone a moment of relief except Hermione, who had finished the essay days prior. Everyone seemed preoccupied with the lesson, except Harry. He was glad to see that his uncle had returned, but he was more interested in why he had been out in the first place. He hadn't heard from him in days, and the constant reminder from everyone that Remus was okay felt rehearsed rather than reassuring. After the lesson on hinky punks had finished, Harry told Hermione and Ron he would meet up with them, and immediately went up to Remus. Where have you been? I've just been ill, that's all, Harry. I assure you, I'm fine now, Remus said, becoming Harry to his office. Harry eagerly followed, still intent on questioning him. I came to visit you one night. Before you say that I shouldn't be sneaking around the castle at night, just remember that I was only worried about you. But when I came to your office, you didn't answer the door, not a word. I was probably asleep, Harry. Poppy gave me some sleeping draught so that I could get some rest, Remus said, brushing off their remark. Nothing the dark circles under his uncle's eyes, Harry didn't believe that Madame Pomfrey's sleeping draught had been very effective. Besides, you shouldn't be worried about me. I should be more worried about you. I'm terribly sorry I missed your match. I was really looking forward to it. Well, we lost, and my broom took a dive into the Whomping Willow, so you didn't miss anything worth watching, Harry replied, slouching into his usual office chair. Yes, Tonnie wrote to me about that. Are you sure that you're okay? Do you need some more chocolate? It truly does help with the Dementors, Remus said, taking a seat behind his desk and reaching for his chocolate stash. I should have a lifetime supply of chocolate bars, Uncle Remus. You always make sure that I have plenty. What about your broom? Tonnie said it wasn't likely going to be repaired. Not when it's been shattered into a million pieces by the willow. Honestly, why does Hogwarts have to have a killer tree on the grounds? As if the giant squid in the Black Lake wasn't enough. That killer tree, as you say, has been at Hogwarts since my first year. I've actually grown quite fond of it. Well, when it smashes your broomstick to bits, then you'll be rethinking your fondness for it. Harry groaned. I'm going to have to use one of the old school brooms for now. They're incredibly slow. Next time a Dementor comes flying onto the pitch, I doubt I'll be able to outfly it on one of those, if I don't fall off my broom again. Dumbledore was furious about your fall. They weren't supposed to be. Inside school grounds. Right after he contacted Tonnie, he went straight to the Ministry to complain to the Minister for Magic. Although I doubt that his rant will have much effect, at least the Dementors will hold back for a while, Remus said, waving his wand and putting a kettle over the flames of the flow. Uncle Remus, Harry began, sitting up in his chair, why are the Dementors coming after me? First the one on the express, now at the match. Why am I so special to them? Is something wrong with me? Nothing is wrong with you, Harry. The Dementors just have a stronger hold on you because of the darkness in your past, because of what happened to you that night your parents died. They would do the same to anyone who has experienced similar horrors. Is that why I hear screaming when they come near me? Is it my mums? Am I reliving that night? Dementors take away your happy memories and have you drown in your darkest ones. It would make sense for you to hear Lily's screams that night. They are replaying your worst memory on repeat. Remus said, his voice filled with pain and worry. Sirius was in Azkaban a long time. How could he survive that long, reliving his worst memories? I dunno, Harry. If anyone could put up a fight against a Dementor thought, Sirius could. You fought the one on the train? Could Sirius have done that? Could I? Harry asked, hope in his voice for the first time. That was only one, Harry, but you fought it, Uncle Remus. You saved me. Now I need to know how to do it myself. Will you teach me? It's a complicated spell, Harry. It's not usually taught to students until you're in your later years. Please, Uncle Remus. I need this. Besides, you know Tonnie would want anything that could help me keep from falling off broomsticks. Playing the Tonnie card, very smart, Remus said, as Harry smirked. All right, but after the holidays. Just before the holidays was the last Hogsmeade trip of the term. After the last time he tried to get Remus to sign his permission slip ended poorly, the thought that he would be spending the last Saturday of the term curled up in the common room. However, Fred and George had other plans for him. As an early Christmas present, the twins had stopped him to give him what Harry had originally believed to be an old piece of parchment. What happened when Fred and George tapped it with their wands and whispered, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," changed his perspective. When that map came to life, and the ink began to fill the page, Harry couldn't believe his eyes. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs had created a map of the entire school that marked everyone inside the castle grounds location every moment of the day. He searched the map, finding his and the twins' location in the empty classroom, Dumbledore pacing in his office, and even Remus sitting in his favorite chair in his office. The Marauders Map, as the title read, was everything that Harry could have needed. Paired with the Invisibility Cloak, he could be anywhere in the castle and not have to worry about being caught. Better yet, Fred and George's idea for the map's use was even better in his opinion. Not only did the map show everyone at every time, but it was also a detailed map of the castle, displaying all of the secret passageways that Tonnie and Remus had told him about at the end of his second year. Fred and George eagerly pointed out the accessible passageways, and gave Harry a heads up to the one-eyed witch passageway that was sure to get him to Honeydukes without being caught by Filch or any teacher. Harry knew that Remus had not signed his permission slip for a reason, and that going to Hogsmeade was probably a bad idea to begin with. But the allure of Honeydukes' sweets, Zonko's joke shop, butterbeers and spending time with Hermione and Ron that didn't require studying or get trouble was too strong. Besides, Uncle Remus would never know that he was there. Being invisible had its perks. Fred and George bid him goodbye after they let him know how to wipe the map, and a promise of seeing him again in the village. Harry, taking one look at the map, made his was to the one-eyed witch and off to Hogsmeade for the first time. Harry had been enjoying his afternoon in Hogsmeade with Ron and Hermione. The village had lived up to everything that he thought it would be, and the best part was that no one knew he was there except Hermione and Ron. After a while of touring the village, the trio decided to stop by the 3 Broomsticks for a butter beer. They grabbed a booth, and Harry did his best to remain unseen while he enjoyed the drink that lived up to the hype it had received. Their nice afternoon was cut short by the table next to them being accompanied by Professor McGonagall and Flitwick, as well as Hagrid and a man Harry recognized from the cover of the Daily Prophet, Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Hermione and Ron ushered him and his butter beer under the table, hoping to keep him out of sight and trouble. Madame Rosmerda brought the table of professors and the minister an order of their usual drinks before taking a seat herself. Almost immediately the topic on everyone's mind came up: Sirius Black. "Do you really think that he is Hogsmeade, Minister?" Rosmerda said quietly, hoping only the table would hear her. "I do indeed. There is nowhere for him to hide on the school grounds. He must be nearby. You know the Dementors have searched my pub twice? Scared all my customers away. It's very bad for business, Minister." "Necessary precaution. Unfortunate, but necessary. I've met a few of them. They are in a fury with Dumbledore. He won't let them inside the castle grounds, Fudge replied. He shouldn't. Your Dementors have already gone after a student twice, trying to kiss the very person they're supposed to be protecting. McGonagall huffed. They attacked a student. Rosmerda said, clearly intrigued. Knocked Harry Potter off his broom. Lost match. Hagrid pitched in. Oh my. Mr. Potter doesn't need their protecting anyway. Sirius Black would never go after him, McGonagall said, rolling her eyes. Harry was surprised that Professor McGonagall would be disagreeing so openly with the minister. Dumbledore must have told her about Halloween night, or Tonnie. But for her to believe it so strongly, brought to disagree with the minister with the odds stacked against her. It seemed that Professor McGonagall was more protective of her students, or former students, than Harry knew. I beg to differ, Minerva. The minister replied, setting down his red currant rum. We all know the story of that night at Godric Hollow. How Sirius Black willingly gave information on the Potters to he who must not be named. Everyone but Professor McGonagall shook their heads in agreement, including Hagrid. That'll all it is, a story. How can you be so sure? Fudge asked, raising an eyebrow. Sirius Black was James Potter's best friend, best man at his wedding, and the godfather of his only son. He would never have given them up. He was more than just that, Fudge said, leaning in close. Not everyone knows this, but when the Potters went into hiding, they made Sirius Black their secret keeper. He was the only one who knew of their location. Originally, he was. But James and Lily changed at the last minute, on Sirius's orders. They made Peter Pettigrew their new secret keeper. Peter Pettigrew? Wasn't he one of their friends? Yes, the fourth, right after Remus Lupin. Professor Flitwick joined in. The one that Black killed, along with those 13 muggles, the minister added. Oh yes, I remember him. Always carrying a bag of sweets a-tailing after the other 3. He was supposed to be their new secret keeper? That is one rumor. It's not a rumor, Cornelius. His fiancée confirmed the switch. She would say anything to clear his name. The minister added. You were there that night, Hagrid. What do you remember? I just remember Sirius at the Potter's house, begging me to give Harry to I.M. But I had me orders from Dumbledore, and I told Black no, Hagrid said, draining another of his 4 pints. Wasn't Hagrid supposed to be on Dumbledore's side? That doesn't mean he gave up James and Lily, it means he wanted to see his godson. What about Peter Pettigrew's murder? He obliterated him, so that all that was left of him was his finger. Fudge said, making Rosmerda cringe. If Sirius suspected Pettigrew of giving away the Potters, of course Sirius would have gone after him. And the Muggles? What were they? Collateral damage? We don't know exactly what happened that night. But the witnesses do. They saw Black kill Pettigrew and those Muggles, Flitwick added. Up until then, Harry had heard the arguments before. He knew what people thought of Sirius, and their assumptions of what happened that night, 12 years prior. But Fudge's next point was news to him. Of course, you have to remember his family, too. The Blacks. That entire family was dedicated to you-know-who from the beginning. Sirius Black's own brother, Regulus Black, was a known Death Eater. Sirius is not his brother, Cornelius, Professor McGonagall said, narrowing her eyes. He grew up in a house full of people that worshipped you-know-who. A person cannot just grow up in a home like that and not be influenced by it. I taught Sirius Black for 7 years. So did you, Phileas. You knew him. Did you once ever have the impression that Sirius Black was under the influence of the Lord Voldemort? No, of course not. But those were different times, Minerva. There were students all over the school that would eventually join his side. How can we be sure that Sirius wasn't hiding it? Professor Flitwick responded before taking another sip of his drink. What about you, Rosmerda? Surely you remember Sirius. How could I forget, Sirius Black? Madame Rosmerda said with a laugh. I couldn't tell you how many times Sirius Black and James Potter entered my pub. Those two always made me laugh. Sirius's betrayal. I never would seen it coming. No one did. He fooled us all. You can try to compare Sirius to his rotten family, and insist that he killed all of those muggles on Halloween night, but there is one thing that you have to agree on. Tonnie Lovegood. Ah, yes, Ms. Lovegood. Flitwick said, leaning back in his chair, his feet dangling high above the floor. "Oh, I remember the two of them. I watched the two of them fall in love in this pub, right alongside James and Lily Potter. We all saw them together. It was obvious that Sirius loved more than anything. He would have never done anything to hurt Tonnie, don't you agree?" "Of course, Minerva. I wish someone would love me the way Sirius Black loved her." "Phileas, Hagrid, don't you agree?" The pairs of them nodded in agreement. Lily Potter was Tonnie's best friend. Sirius would never have risked losing her to hurt the Potters. "Minerva, he fooled us before. Who is to say that his relationship with Ms. Lovegood wasn't an act?" "I don't believe it was." "Then how do you explain what is happening now? Sirius Black escaped Azkaban and the first place he went was Hogwarts, not to her. He broke into the castle and tried to get into the tower where Harry Potter's, who Ms. Lovegood considers a son, house tower. If he isn't a servant of Who, then how do you explain his behavior? Why would he go after the one person that means the most to her?" For the first time, Professor McGonagall didn't have an explanation. There has to be a misunderstanding. Or it's simple. Sirius Black is a murderer who is only at Hogwarts to finish off Harry Potter. "No," McGonagall said adamantly. "Minerva, even if what you were saying is true, Black has been in Azkaban for more than a decade. If he wasn't mad already, the Dementors have surely driven him to the edge now." "The Dementors said that Black was mumbling about, he's at Hogwarts. Who else do you know that Sirius Black was there? Someone that he knew was going to be there? There is no understanding, or other explanation. Sirius Black is trying to kill Harry Potter." Professor McGonagall still refuses to believe that Sirius had done wrong, and Harry wished that he could say the same. Even with McGonagall defending Sirius to end, everyone else's suspicions began getting to Harry. For years, he had it engraved in his mind that Sirius would never have betrayed his parents, would never have killed 13 Muggles, and now, would never go after Harry. He had believed it. Tonnie and Remus believed it so strongly that he had too. Normally he would have ignored everyone's personal beliefs of Sirius, but now, here, he had to listen. He had to hear the opposite side of the story. For the first time, even if it was just for a moment, he began to have doubts about Sirius Black. Return to the Shrieking Shack third year. The morning after the secret Hogsmeade trip was the first official day of the holidays. All of the students who were heading home for the break packed their trunks and made their way down to the Express. Since Tonnie was staying at the Burrow with the Weasleys, Harry and Remus would be accompanying them for Christmas. Remus, though, would have to wait. The full moon was kicking off the holiday. Unlike their house, the Burrow was not equipped to handle the presence of a werewolf. Besides, having him transform there, with a house full of people, did not sound appealing or safe. Since their house was under the constant eye of Aurors, transforming in the shed as usual would also be a problem for the unregistered werewolf. That left the only place that he could keep 100% out of the public eye during the holidays was the Shrieking Shack. So, when Harry stopped by his office to collect him for the train ride home, Remus had to tell him he would be staying a few extra days due a personal request from Dumbledore, but assured him he would be home Christmas Eve. Not long after the students had gone, Remus had packed his briefcase full of supplies to keep him busy during his time in the shack. A bundle of essays he still had to grade, as many bottles of the Wolfsbane potion that Snape had provided him with, several books for a bit of light reading, including Sirius's journal he recovered from their old dorm room, and multiple blankets to keep him warm during the freezing temperatures, and some food from the kitchens, not that he would be eating much of it. Before he could lock up his office though, he had a visitor come knocking on his door. "I'm just about to step out for the afternoon," Remus said, closing his case and not looking at the door. "I promise I won't keep you long." Remus spun around, hearing the familiar voice of the headmaster behind him. "Dumbledore. Come on in. Have a seat." "That won't be necessary. I simply dropped by to escort you out to the Shrieking Shack, for old time's sake," the headmaster said, stepping out of the doorway. "After you, Professor Lupin." "Oh, that's very kind of you, sir," Remus said, shoving a few more items into his briefcase before exiting the room. The two men made their way through the castle, taking a few short cuts as to hide from the prying eyes of the students and the portraits. As they walked, Dumbledore asked him questions about his class and the upcoming holidays, anything but the questions that Remus knew he truly wanted to ask. "Headmaster, why are you really walking with me? We haven't spoken in a while, except in passing." I thought this would be a good way of catching up. You thought that this would be a good way to ask me about Sirius. If the topic of Mr. Black were to come up, that would also be very beneficial. I haven't heard from him, and as far as I know Tonnie hasn't either, nor am I any closer to figuring out why he is here at Hogwarts. I see that Sirius's journal didn't reveal anything. Not anything that would explain his presence. I brought it with me to continue looking through it, but I doubt that I will find anything new. Sirius did always strike me as someone that would be very good at keeping secrets. When he had secrets to keep, yes. He was never the one to spoil a surprise party or spill the details of a prank. But Sirius never kept anything from us, not intentionally. I just don't know why he wouldn't be telling us anything. Now, not when he knows we have a million questions. In my experience, people tend to keep secret in order to keep others out of harm's way, physically or emotionally. Sometimes, it is better to have not known, than to have the weight of worrying on your shoulders from knowing. Do you not have secrets that you keep from Harry or Tonnie? Remus nodded in agreement. He had kept the secret about Harry's nightmares about Ginny's death from Tonnie. He didn't feel the need to worry her, especially since he had talked to Harry about it, and being back at the school kept the nightmares at bay. Somehow knowing that Ginny was in the same tower as him made the nightmares fade. Also, the secret about him being a werewolf. Both he and Tonnie had been keeping that from Harry his entire life. Hiding that detail about his life was only to keep Harry safe, and from worrying about Remus's safety on full moon nights. Also, what better way to cause a kid nightmares than knowing his uncle transforms into a deadly werewolf once a month? I am certain that Sirius must have his reasons. In time, he will share those with you. Let me guess, when he does you should be the first person I come to. I do not believe for a moment that you will come to me before Tonnie. After her, I would appreciate if you dropped by my office. That is if I ever hear from him. Something tells me, Mr. Black will not be able to resist contacting you or Tonnie in some way. Especially not this time of year. Dumbledore finished, just as they arrived at the Whomping Willow. I seems that it is time we part ways. Enjoy your holiday, Remus. And you, Albus. Remus nodded before levitating a stone to hit the knot on the tree trunk. With a quick look around for safekeeping, he made his way through the familiar hole, and down the long path to the shack. Throughout most of the train ride, Harry spent filing in Hermione and Ron about his doubt on Sirius. He came to find out that they too were having the same thoughts. Fudge's stories have been convincing enough to plant the seed of doubt in all of their minds. Maybe we should talk to Mum and Dad, and Tonnie and Remus about this. They did know Sirius. Ron recommended while chewing on a licorice wand. We can't. Tonnie and Remus will just insist that we're wrong and Fudge is wrong. The moment you mention anything about Sirius not being 100% innocent, Tonnie will go mad. She stand by him to the very end, Harry said. Besides, I don't think we can count on them to tell us the absolute truth, Hermione added. What do you mean? I just think they might be hiding something. You said it yourself, Harry, that they were acting strange about Professor Remus's absence. You don't think that he was ill? What do you think then, that he met up with Sirius, that he's helping him? No, of course not. I just think you should ask them about it, again. There is something else going on there. When the express arrived at King's Cross, the three Gryffindor gathered their belongings and made their way out onto the platform. Just as the day the train left at the start of term, the platform was full of smiling parents, and almost every Hogwarts student. Hermione spotted her parents quickly, and wished the boys goodbye and reminded them to ask questions before joining them. Without Hermione, the two boys pushed their way through the crowd of parents and students, and found the majority of the Weasley siblings with their parents. Mrs. Weasley took turns hugging everyone, while Mr. Weasley was doing his best to wish everyone hello, while simultaneously trying to gather everyone's luggage. However, there was one person missing from the platform. Tonnie. The blonde healer was not in her usual space, right beside the Weasleys welcoming Harry home by her hugs. Where's Tonnie? Several of her healers are ill, and she has to fill in for a few days. She hated missing your arrival, but she will be home in a few days. Don't worry, dear. She'll be back in time for Christmas. Mrs. Weasley said, making up for Tonnie's missing hug with one of her own. Now do you have all of your things? It's time to head home. It seemed like the time for questions would have to wait. As Remus walked down the tunnel to the Shrieking Shack, he couldn't help but wish he was anywhere else. While his return to the shack brought up fond memories of late-night adventures with the other Marauders, it also meant that this was the first time since he left Hogwarts that he was going to be there without them. He was going to have to return to the dark days of pre-Animagus Marauders where he spent the nights in the shack cold and alone. This school year was the first time he had spent a transformation alone. Since he was 15 years old, he always had someone with him on the full moon. Whether it was the James, Sirius, and Peter or just him and Tonnie. He never had to be by himself. That first night he spent cooped up in the office, scratching at the floor was the hardest full moon he could remember. While he was sane of mind, the loneliness he felt without one their presence filled every inch of him for those 3 days in there. The other full moons since then had been better, but not by much, but those were just in his office. Remus didn't want to imagine what it was going to feel like when he actually spent the nights in the beloved Marauders' full moon hangout. Pushing open the trapdoor, he braced himself for the days ahead. When he entered the shrieking shack he was expecting to find the place dark and empty. Instead, he couldn't help but notice the light illuminating from the living room down the hall. Confused as to who would be brave enough to enter the haunted shrieking shack, he quietly tiptoed down the hall with his briefcase, careful not to let them know he was there. Peeking his head in the doorway, he found that the intruder wasn't a brave villager or student, but rather a familiar face. Sitting on the wooden floor, covered in blankets and casually flipping through a copy of Witch Weekly was Tonnie. "Ton? What are you doing here?" Remus asked, gaining her attention. "You didn't think I was going to let you spend another full moon by yourself, did you?" Tonnie said, waving him into the room. "Now, get over here. This place is freezing." Remus smiled, and set his briefcase down before sitting down next to her. Tonnie threw Remus's half of the blankets over his legs, and pulled him close to her, trying to gain as much body heat as she could. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Remus asked, throwing an arm around her shoulders. "Because you would have tried to talk me out of it." "I would have. Tonnie, like you said, it's freezing. You don't need to be out here, really. Besides, Harry's home, shouldn't you be with him? 1. That's what all the candles and blankets are for. 2. Harry is at the Burrow. I told Molly to let him know I was working for the next few days. He's not expecting me home until you are. And work. Perks of being the boss means that I can designate people to work when I need a few days off. I'm on call all the time already. I have to take free time when I can get it," Tonnie said, snuggling up closer to Remus. "Speaking of Harry, I think that he is getting suspicious of you." "Oh," Remus said, pulling his arm away from Tonnie and wrapping himself tightened in one of the blankets. "He is older now, Remus. Maybe it is time that we should consider telling him." Without hesitation, Remus said, "No, Remus, no. He's a smart kid. He is going to find out sooner or later, if not him. Hermione will do it for him." She did have a point there. Hermione was the brightest witch of their age. If anyone could figure out his secret, she could. Maybe Hermione will figure it out, but not Harry. While he is smart, he is also oblivious. "Ton. Did James and Sirius figure it out or did you tell them?" This time, he did hesitate a moment, not wanting to help her argument. "They figured it out. James and Sirius paid attention to you, worried about you. Yes, Harry can be oblivious, but he cares about you. He notices when you aren't there and only wants to know what is going on. We both know once he is onto something he won't let it go. Just look at his past 2 years at school." "I'm not ready to tell him." "Why not?" "Because I don't want him to see me differently," Remus said. "Stand up. I just made a breakthrough with him, Tonnie. He considers me to be a father to him. The moment I tell him, that goes away." "Did James and Sirius see you any differently?" Tonnie asked, standing up too, immediately regretting the loss of the worn blankets. She purposefully left out Peter, knowing that he had. He paused. "No, not for a moment. Then what makes you think Harry will be any different?" "Remus, Harry loved you. I'm sure he'll be surprised by the news that you're a werewolf, but that fact that he can come to you about anything, look up to you, count on you, that won't change. You are still going to be a dad to him," Tonnie said, squeezing his hand. I need to think about it. Take your time. Just know if you do want to tell him, you don't have to do it alone." As the snow began to fall once again, Sirius pulled the hood of his cloak up over his head. He knew that in this weather, It was safe to be himself rather than in his animagus form. It was still early in the morning, the sun had just come up and began to peek through the cloudy sky just a bit, letting the sunlight shine off the icy branches of the trees. As he walked, his wand, or a used wand he had Crookshanks steal for him, erased his footsteps in the snow. Even if no one was going to be around, he still needed to keep away suspicion that he was in the area. He had been staying in a cave, close enough to Hogsmeade so that he could get supplies, but far enough away that a lost witch or wizard would wander upon his hideout. Whenever he could, he got out and stretched his legs, his human ones that is. For the most part he had been living as Padfoot just in case he was spotted, especially when he was near Hogwarts. After Halloween, he knew that he could only show his face at the school when he was sure that he could slip in and find Peter without being seen. Sirius's walk through was not just to stretch his legs, he had a destination in mind. The full moon the night before had sparked an interest in returning to the Shrieking Shack. He knew that no one would be occupying the old building, and that everyone was too scared to approach the old, haunted house. Since his return to Hogwarts, he had yet to stop by. His plan to hunt down Peter and keep an eye on Harry had taken up too much of his time. But now, knowing the only place Peter would be was the crowded Burrow, Sirius through taking a break to stroll down memory lane would be any harm. As he approached the edge of the forest, the sun took another dip behind the clouds, sending a shade over the area. The snow began to fall harder, and he couldn't wait to reach the shack in hopes of allowing for even the slightest bit of warmth. However, as he finally reached the old house, he realized he wasn't alone. Although not very bright, the poorly boarded-up living room window allowed for light to shine through from the inside. It can't be, he whispered to himself. Careful not to make any noise, he swiftly made his way onto the porch to peer inside the window. His years of practice at stepping on the right boards. To not wake Remus paid off as he didn't make a sound. Looking through the window, he spotted Tonnie sitting on the floor, with Remus's head in her lap. He was fast asleep on the floor, covered in a dozen's blankets from head to toe. He watched as she lightly ran her fingers through his hair, a trick she learned would calm anyone down and ease them to sleep. He had seen her do that to Harry multiple times when he was a baby, and had even experienced it himself. Sirius stood frozen in place, unable to look away. He was almost as close as he had been a few months prior on platform 9 3/4. The glow of the candle light danced off her blonde hair, marking her, in Sirius's eyes, even more beautiful than before. He didn't know how long he had been standing there staring, or when his hood fell down, but the moment Tonnie looked in his direction he bolted off the porch and ducked behind the nearest tree. Idiot, he scolded himself. His heart racing. She spotted him, she had to have. His suspicions were confirmed when he heard the door of the shack open, and footsteps coming in his direction. Hello? Who's there? Tonnie called, and she continued moving towards his hiding place. Sirius? Is that you? Sirius heard her say, her voice changing this time. Instead of an angry and slightly scared tone from before, this time he could feel the pain in her words. Sirius? Every bone in his body wanted him to come out of hiding, to see her and to never let her go. He knew he had to stay hidden. He hadn't finished what he came to Hogwarts to do. Going to her now, as himself meant he would never want to leave her side. I know it's you, Tonnie said, stopping in her tracks. Sirius, I understand why you're hiding. You don't want to get caught. I get it. I don't want that either. So, stay hidden, but I have something to say. Last time we spoke you didn't listen to me, so please listen to me now. The desperation in her voice reminded him of the night he left. She begged him then to listen, and he hadn't. Look where that had gotten him. I know what everyone is saying about you, that they think that you are after Harry, but I want you to know that I have never doubted you, not even for a second. Sirius, whatever your reason for being here is, whatever you have to finish it. Then when you're done, come home to me. Please, Sirius. Please. She choked on the last word, crying. He couldn't leave her crying, not again. She needed to know that he was there, that he could hear her. Sirius knew she needed to know that he was going to listen this time, and he needed to tell her. Sirius bent down, reaching for a frost-bitten flower. He cupped the bulb between his fingers and whispered a quick spell, transfiguring the dead flower into Tonnie's favorite, a beautiful light blue rose. He stuck the stem between his teeth and transforming into the familiar shape of the shaggy black dog. Then, he stepped out of his hiding place, right into her line of sight. "Sirius?" she breathed, dropping to her knees in the thick snow. Sirius cantered over to her, setting the rose at her knees and looking up into her glassy gray eyes. Picking up the flower, her frown bloomed into a smile. "Even as a dog you're still a flirt," she laughed, shaking her head. He gave her a wink before nuzzling up close to her. Tonnie wrapped her arms around Sirius's frame and buried her head in his neck. Although his intention was to make her smile, he only seemed to increase her tears. "Tonnie is everything," Remus's strained voice said, as he approached the both of them. His shirt was missing, showing off his scars. He had one of the many blankets from the shack wrapped over his shoulders. Tonnie pulled away from Sirius, sitting back so that Remus's could fully see him. "Padfoot?" Sirius nodded, walking in his direction, stopping at his feet. Remus bent down, letting his grip on the blanket loosen so that he could scratch Sirius behind the ears. Sirius jumped up, resting his paws on Remus' shoulders and licking his face wildly. "Gross, pads." Remus laughed, trying to push him off, but only making himself fall back into the snow. Tonnie's cries quickly turned into giggles as she joined the two friends, and tried to help Remus push Sirius off of him. "Sirius, come on, get off him." Tonnie laughed, finally getting Sirius to hop off. Remus sat up, tugging the blanket around his shoulders, trying to catch his breath from laughing so hard. That was quite the greeting, Sirius. Sirius barked in agreement, then immediately held a paw up to his mouth, noting the mistake he just made. Tonnie looked around, double-checking their surroundings, before turning back to Sirius. "I don't think anyone heard you," she said, but still noticed Sirius dropping his head. "You have to leave now, don't you?" Sirius nodded, before nuzzling his nose into Tonnie's outstretched palm. Seeing the pain on Tonnie's face for having to say goodbye, Remus wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "This won't be the last time you see him." "I know," she said, wiping her eyes. "Are you going to listen to me this time? Please say you are." Sirius nodded once more, before nuzzling close once more. This time it was harder to pull away. He knew that Remus was right and that they would see each other again. He just didn't know when. His plan wasn't going as smoothly as he had hoped. But he knew he had to finish, he had to come home to her. Tonnie was the first to pull away. "I love you." She pressed a lingering kiss to his head before standing up, and helping Remus do the same. "We'll see you soon, Padfoot," Remus said, waving goodbye. Sirius raised a paw to do the same before taking one last look at his fiancée and running deeper into the Forbidden Forest. "To make up for everything I've missed, Christmas Eve, 1979. The Potter household had been the group's rendezvous point for as long as anyone could remember. The six of them always met up there for every occasion, casual get-together, and holiday. Christmas Eve was no exception. When Fleamont and Euphemia were alive, the Potter mansion always smelled of Christmas cookies and hot cocoa on Christmas Eve. Always accompanied by a bottle of fire whiskey to spike the drinks, the Christmas decorations would cover every inch of the house, including their 10-foot Christmas tree, complete with twinkling fairies. The gang had always enjoyed spending their Christmas Eve there. The house always felt warm and inviting, and the Christmas cheer was contagious to anyone who stepped foot inside. Now, with Fleamont and Euphemia's passing, James and Lily wanted to carry on the Christmas tradition. Everyone had taken off work and order duties, except Peter, to help restore the Christmas cheer. Although their cooking and decorating skills were not as impressive as the Potters had been, the house still felt as if it had before. "Mind if I join you?" Tonnie said, handing Lily a mug of hot cocoa. The redhead nodded, and made allowed for a space next to her on the hearth. "How are you feeling?" "That depends on what kind of feeling. Physical? Emotional? How about all of the above?" Tonnie smiled, taking a sip from her mug. "How's the little one treating you?" "Well, he, or she, isn't churning my insides at the moment, so I say it's okay." "That's good. So, if the baby isn't causing you any trouble, then what is? It's Christmas for Merlin's sake. You're supposed to be smiling, joking about, singing Marauders' Christmas carols off-key, and stuffing your face with gingerbread cookies, not sulking about by the fire. Of course, I'm excited about Christmas, and the baby. It's just the timing. You can't really stop Christmas from coming, Lils." "No. But the baby. With the war going on right now, Bringing a baby into the world is scary enough. Of course, James and I are excited, but we're worried. All I want is for our baby to be happy and healthy and safe. Voldemort grows stronger every day. People we know and love keeping dying. How are we supposed to protect our baby from the likes of him and his followers? How do I keep him, or her, safe? I know that having a baby wasn't exactly in your plans at the moment, but you and James are going to be great parents. Voldemort may be something to worry about, but Dumbledore and the Order is doing everything that it can to protect everyone, especially your baby. We are all constantly fighting to keep your little one safe and sound," said Tonnie. "Besides, I know that you and James would never let anything happen to your baby. Voldemort doesn't stand a chance against the two of you. Just what to say, don't you? It's my job to comfort terrified parents to be." "Very true," Lily laughed. "Now, how about we change to the subject to something a little happier? Have you and James picked out any names yet?" "Actually, we have. For a boy, I really love the name Oliver. Oliver Potter. It has a nice ring to it." "That's what I said, but James is set on naming him after his grandfather, Henry." "Henry. Maybe. Well, we wouldn't call him Henry. James says that everyone called him by his nickname, Harry. So, we would do the same. I have to admit, I am a fan of Harry Potter. I know, I am too. I'm just not ready to admit to James that he won that battle just yet. Keep holding off. We all know that we have to keep his ego at bay for as long as we can," Tonnie said, causing Lily to laugh in agreement. "What if it's a girl?" "That one we agree on. Going to name her after one of your relatives this time? Please tell me that it isn't Petunia?" "Oh no." Lily nearly choked on her drink. "I love Petunia, but there is no way I am naming my baby after her. We want to name her after someone who we not only love, but admire. Someone that we know would do anything and everything for us, who has, and who always will." "All right, out with it. The suspense is killing me. If it's a girl we want to name her, Tonnie." "You want to name her after me?" Tonnie gasped, nearly dropping her mug. "We thought it was only fitting to name her after her godmother. That is, if you are willing to take the job." "Are you kidding? Of course, I will." Tonnie jumped, wrapping her arms around her best friend. Meanwhile in the kitchen, James, Sirius, and Remus were standing around the island, spiking their mugs of hot cocoa with a dash of fire whiskey. Before James could fill Remus's, he pulled his mug away. "None or me, mate. I'm on call for the Order tonight." "I thought you took off Christmas Eve." "I did. But, you know Voldemort doesn't care about the holidays," I told Dumbledore to send a Patronus if he needs backup. "Besides, the two of you will be passed out from the fire whiskey in about an hour. Not like you'll be any help." Remus smirked, taking a sip of his drink. "Looks like I'm drinking for two then," James replied, pouring an extra shot into his mug. "Not 2, 3. Remus said, picking up the bottle and pouring a third shot into James's mug. "Don't forget about Lily. You've got to make up for her." "Share." "Thanks, Mooney. A hangover is just what I wanted for Christmas. Happy to oblige, Prongs." "What do you think they are celebrating over there?" Sirius asked, tipping his mug towards the girls by the fire. "Lil's probably asked her to be the godmother. Looks like she agreed." "You two are asking tonight? Where's my invite?" Sirius said, crossing his arms. "Hey now Pads, I'm in the running for this, too," Remus said, setting down his mug. "Prongs?" Sirius questioned, as both he and Remus turned to James. "I already decided, and I've picked Sirius." "Yes." Sirius jumped up, and hugged James tight enough that he picked him up. After Sirius set him down, James said, "You've got the next one Mooney, I promise." "Thanks, mate. I'll remember this if I have kids." "So, you're going to pick Sirius first? He can't be the godfather to both our kids first. You've got to switch it up." "You should have thought of that when you picked." Remus smirked. "Fine, I'm switching. Mooney is first." "What, you can't take that back?" Sirius argued. "Sure, I can." Sirius moved to fight him on the matter, but Remus stopped him. "Mates, I'm just kidding. Sirius is the godfather. I'll happily take your next kid, James." "You can be the godfather to my first kid, Mooney," Sirius added. "Oh Merlin, when will that be? I need time to prepare for a miniature Sirius." "Soon, I hope." Seriously, are you and Tonnie trying? James asked, taking another swig of his strong fire whiskey-laced drink. Plenty of practice, but we're not trying yet. We're not even engaged mates. Not because I don't want to be though. If you want to be, then what is taking you so long? It's just not our moment yet. Ever since you and Lily got engaged, it's just been a series of your moments. Your engagement, your wedding, and now your baby announcement. It's your moment, mate. We'll have ours. Sirius, with everything going on right now, there isn't time to wait around for your moment. Our future is uncertain. No one knows how long we have. You love her, right? James asked. More than anything. Sirius reached into his pocket, pulling out a small envelope with a circular indentation in it. Do you think I would have carried this ring around since you bought Lily's if I didn't? Then what are you waiting for, Pads? Make your own moment, right now. Right now, James said, pushing Sirius into the living room. Sirius stumbled right before the girls, gaining their attention. Careful, babe, maybe you should cut back on the fire whiskey just a little. Tonnie laughed, reaching out to help him upright. Evans, do you think I could talk to Tonnie for a minute, alone? Lily shot Tonnie a curious glance before shrugging. I need some more cocoa anyway. Sirius helped her to her feet, and then she went to go meet up with James and Remus in the kitchen. What's going on? Is everything okay? Tonnie asked, sounding worried. Oh, everything's fine. Sirius paused, taking a deep breath. He could feel the nervousness washing over him, something he hadn't felt since that summer night where he kissed Tonnie for the first time. Are you sure? Sirius, you don't look fine. What's going on? I have been waiting, just waiting for the moment to tell you just how much I love you. I thought that there would be a certain time and a certain place. For it. That I would need a specific moment that was just ours, that we wouldn't be taking someone else's moments. But Prongs over here has informed me that my theory was ridiculous. We make our own moments. So, I don't want to wait for our moment anymore. It's time for our moment. Sirius said, removing the ring from his pocket. Sirius. Tonnie's hands covered her mouth, as tears began forming in the corner of her eyes. Tonnie Lovegood, will you marry me? This is real, it's not one of your pranks? Tonnie smiled. It's real, Ton. You're sure? This is serious? Who else would I be? Oh, shut up, Tonnie said, silencing him with her kiss. Is that a yes? Yes, yes, of course it's a yes, Tonnie squealed, quickly followed by James, Lily, and Remus running over and crushing the two in a group hug. Third year, the morning of Christmas Eve, Remus and Tonnie packed up their bags, and finally left the Shrieking Shack. Their original plan had been to leave the night before, but Remus was still a bit out of it from his transformation. On Tuesday night, so they agreed one more night wouldn't hurt. It also gave them ample time to discuss their surprise visitor. Both of them had agreed that it was best to keep Sirius's return to the Shrieking Shack a secret. With Sirius showing up as his animagus, the two of them didn't get any information out of him. So, if Dumbledore asked, they wouldn't have anything to tell him. Besides, outing Sirius as an illegal animagus was not part of the plan. After a quick stop by St. Mungo's for Tonnie to check on her staff and pick up a couple of patient files, Tonnie and Remus finally made it back to the Burrow. On Christmas morning, Harry and the Weasley siblings swiftly made their way downstairs to the living room. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, as well, and Tonnie and Remus were already up and waiting on them. It's about time you lot got up. We've been up for hours. Doubt it, Fred said, as they all entered the room. After everyone settled into their respective spots around the room, Mrs. Weasley enchanted the presents to each go to their owners. The kids tore through their presents, relinquishing chocolate frogs, Weasley sweaters and scarves, as well as various other goodies from their colorful packages. Ron was thrilled by his new poster of the Chudley Cannons. While the twins were wrapped up in their new joke books, they went through the books marking new jokes and writing their own ones in the pages. As everyone showed off their new gifts, Ms. Weasley passed around breakfast and levitated cups of tea to everyone. Remus and Tonnie sat on the couch, while Tonnie read over Remus's shoulder at the Daily Prophet. No word on Sirius, she whispered. No sign of him, Remus replied, and Tonnie felt the relief wash over her. That relief came all too soon. Hey, Mum, you missed one, Ron said, pulling a long, skinny package from deep under the tree. It had gotten stuck on the bottom branches and hadn't been freed when Mrs. Weasley had charmed the packages. "Harry, it's for you." "For me?" Harry asked in disbelief. The moment Ron handed him the package, he knew what was going to be underneath. There were only so many ways to wrap a broomstick. "No way. I thought you guys weren't going to get me another broom for a while," Harry said, looking up to his guardians. They too were wearing the same look of disbelief. Tonnie turned to Remus asking, "Did you? Me? No wait, it wasn't you?" Remus said, raising an eyebrow. Even though he didn't know who sent the package, he didn't care. He was tired of practicing with a mediocre school broom. No matter what model was under that brown paper, it didn't matter, as long as he had his own broom again. When he ripped the wrappings off, his jaw almost fell to the floor. The fastest, newest, and most expensive broom on the market sat in lap. "Bloody hell, Harry. That's a firebolt," Ron gasped, sinking down on his knees to admire the broom. Harry sat in silence as ran his fingers over the name carved into the handle of the broomstick. He had only seen a firebolt in magazines and in store windows in Diagon Alley. There were professional Quidditch players that were still using Nimbus models, and he was the proud owner, the best broom in the world. He couldn't wait to show up to the Gryffindor Slytherin match with it. Malfoy and his new Nimbus 2001 would be incredibly envious. "How does it feel, Harry? Is it everything we dreamt it would be?" George asked, as he and Fred joined Harry and Ron to see the mysterious gift. "It's even better," Harry grinned, unable to take his eyes off the broom. "Oh look. There's a note," Ginny said, pulling the letter from under the brown wrappings. "What does it say, Ginny?" Tonnie asked, still confused as to who could have sent it. "It says, 'To make up for everything I've missed.' What is that supposed to mean?" "Is there a signature?" Remus asked, curious as well. "No, at the bottom there is just a paw print." Without a word, Tonnie immediately left her seat. Without grabbing her coat, she walked right through the kitchen and out the door. The door closed behind her. She let out a breath that she had been holding in. Part of her knew that package had to be from Sirius, but it hadn't been confirmed until Ginny had read the letter. Even without the signature, she knew. No one else had missed that much of his life, and would have been dramatic and over the top enough to go out and get the best broom in the world to make it up to his godson. She had only saw him a few days prior, sort of, and had no indication that he was going to be sending it. Tonnie had hoped seeing Sirius, that he was okay and safe, would have put her mind at ease, but it hadn't. Without getting any answers, all she did was have more questions. Especially now. She knew he had been at Hogwarts when Harry broke his broom, but to get him the most expensive broom on the market. How did he afford it? It wasn't as if escaped convicts got the best deals on top-of-the-line products. All she could do was pace as she went over every question in her mind, but it didn't help. The more she paced, the more questions she had, the more answers she was needing. The past 4 months had only added more stress. Is he alive? Is he safe? Why did he escape? Why haven't I seen him? What he doing at Hogwarts? What does the letter mean? Why would he attack the fat lady? What the bloody hell is he going to do? Why can't he just tell me what is going on? Why did he just listen to me in the first place? Why couldn't he have just stayed when I asked? If everything works out, if he comes home, is it going to be any different this time? Tonnie hadn't realized she had stopped pacing until she felt Remus wrapping a blanket over her shoulders. "Are you okay, Ton?" She turned to look at him, determined to keep up the act she'd been giving the past few months. But one look at Remus, and she knew she couldn't. Without a word, for the first time in months, she allowed herself to break down. Still clutching the blanket, she threw her arms around Remus and sobbed into his chest. Although surprised at first, Remus wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close. He could feel her body shaking from her crying rather than the cold. "I'm going to take that as a..." "No," Tonnie wanted to laugh at his joke, but it only led to her crying harder. "Hey, Ton, talk to me. I know Harry's new broom had to have been sent by Sirius, but that wouldn't cause this," he said, trying to wipe away her tears. "Do you want to tell me what is going on?" "He's driving me crazy, Remus. Everything he does only gets more confusing. He breaks out of Azkaban and doesn't give us any real indication of where he's going. He goes to Hogwarts for only Merlin knows what reason. He attacks the fat lady and tries to break into Gryffindor Tower. We see him at the Shrieking Shack, briefly, and not even as himself, and now this. He sends the broom with another note that he signs with his damn paw print that he thinks is going to be comforting. That it will tell us something, anything that he's thinking. Well, he's wrong. That note gives me no more comfort than the last. The last? Did he write you? Tonnie fell silent, realizing what she had just admitted. When? About a week after you and Harry went back, only because I wrote him first. Tonnie. It doesn't matter if he wrote anyways, she said, trying to defend herself. His note told me nothing more than Sirius enjoys writing in some damn code that for some reason I can't translate. What did it say? I must finish what I started. That's it, Remus. For the life of me I can't figure out what he started. The only thing I remember him starting before he left was a load of laundry, and I doubt he would be going through this much trouble to complete that task. He wrote the note and signed it the same way. I know it's from him, but honestly, Remus, that is it. And now, with every move he makes, the more confused I am. I want to see him, in person, to talk to him and ask him what the bloody hell is going on in his head, but I can't. I was risky enough to see him as pads. Really, seeing him in person will only increase his chances of getting caught. And if he gets caught, they won't send him back to Azkaban. With as much trouble as he's caused, the Dementors will kiss him on sight. You don't know that. I don't know anything anymore, Tonnie yelled, lashing out around her. Sirius and I have always told each other everything. But now, there are so many secrets, so many things that he is hiding. I understand that he has to have those secrets, but Remus, I can't take the not knowing. I need to get inside his head because the not knowing is killing me. Every move he makes is only making everything worse. Sirius isn't making the best decisions, but he always has his reasons. Wherever he is, I have to believe that he has a damn good reason for what he's doing. It no longer matters where he is. Whether he's in Azkaban or at Hogwarts. Hell, he could be standing right next to me. But I have never felt farther away from him. Hey, look here, Remus said, turning her to face him. I've known him a long time, and Sirius always has and always will be complicated. That includes his ways of communicating. He reached out before, and he'll do it again. When he does, we'll connect the dots. I promise that together, we will figure out what he means by finishing what he started. Sending the broom was the first time he has purposefully How do you know that'll he'll do it again? He will. If there is even a chance of him going back to Azkaban, he'll reach out before it's too late. As for getting inside his head, I may be able to help with that, Remus said, reaching into the inside pocket of his jacket. We agreed to no gifts. However, this is more of returning a piece of Sirius to you. Remus reached out, setting the leather-bound journal in her hands. I found this when I was going through our old bedroom with the twins and Lee. Jordan. I thought that you didn't find anything of significance in there. I didn't. The journal doesn't help us in figuring out what his motives are, or that he could possibly need it. But it might help you. It's mainly filled with prank ideas and thoughts. The first draft of his best man speech is in there, plus several things about you, including a picture you might like to see again. It may not give you some insight into what he is thinking at the moment, but it'll help you remember who is it you're missing. Maybe by combing over that, you realize he isn't as far away as you think he is. Without saying a word, she wrapped her arm around Remus once again. This is exactly what I needed, Remus. Thank you. You're welcome. Reassurance. Third year. The winter holiday came and went, and it was finally time to return back to school. Although he had spent much time with his guardians over break, Harry had not approached them about his doubts about Sirius. After Harry had received the firebolt from Sirius, he felt that it was best to avoid the subject. Besides, when he returned to school, Hermione had Professor McGonagall confiscate his new broom for inspection. Even though Remus insisted the broom was fine, McGonagall gave him a speech about being thorough, which Remus couldn't argue with. Hermione turning over the broom, and McGonagall's insistence only encouraged his doubts about Sirius. The longer Sirius was on the run, the larger Harry's suspicions seemed to grow. He found himself staying up nights, endlessly checking the Marauders Map to see if Sirius was lurking on the grounds. When he wasn't checking the map, he was struggling to fall asleep, letting his doubt clutter his mind. After he fell asleep in Transfiguration due to his sleep deprivation, and lost 15 points from Gryffindor, he decided he needed to talk to someone, to ease his mind. Friday afternoon, Harry left Hermione and Ron to do homework in the common room while he walked to Remus's office. He knew that Remus was the only one who could reassure him of Sirius's intentions, while not defending him endlessly, unlike Tonnie. "Uncle Remus," Harry called, entering the defense against the dark arts classroom. Remus yelled back for Harry to join him in his office. "Coming." He took a deep breath before crossing the room, and up the short staircase to his office. "Harry, good to see you. Come in, I just put a kettle on." "Sounds great," Harry said nervously, taking a seat in his usual chair. "Planning next week's lesson?" "Just editing it. We're going to be, well, I won't ruin the surprise, but I think you'll enjoy it," Remus said, just as the kettle over the fire started whistling. He swiftly waved his wand and poured the hot water over 2 cups with chamomile tea leaves. Remus asked, "Are you okay, Harry?" noticing him meddling with the bottom seam of his school robes. "Yes. No. I wanted to talk to you about something. Well, not something serious." "Of course, tell me what's on your mind. All my life you and Tonnie have told me stories about Sirius. You've talked about Sirius's bravery and loyalty, and how much he cared for all of us. But you are still having doubts about him. Why?" "Azkaban is a horrible place. It's cold and lonely, and the Dementors lurk around every corner. People go mad in there. How do you know what the Sirius that went into that prison is the same person that left?" "I don't." That was the last thing Harry expected to hear. At least he thought Remus would have some sort of comeback, something to convince him. "I can't tell you that he's the same person, and the likelihood, Harry, is that he isn't. If you're trying to change my mind, you're not doing a good job, Uncle Remus. Azkaban changed people, and I would be remiss to believe that Sirius is still the exact same person that he was. He has suffered through the torture of Azkaban for too long. You felt the Dementor's influence on you, and you've only been around them for half of the term. Sirius has done that many times over, and has felt their presence around the clock for the past 12 years. You know that the Dementors feed off your happiest memories. Sirius was full of them, and I know the Dementors must have fed off those memories frequently. But Harry, Azkaban can change the way he feels. It can make the happiest person lose all hope. But I have to believe that his fundamental principles, the qualities that make him Sirius, haven't left him. Then what is he doing here? Why would he come to Hogwarts? Why would he sneak into the castle and attack the fat lady? Why would he try to break into Gryffindor Tower, my house? Why is he making it look like he is coming after me? What if he really is?" Harry's voice broke on the last sentence, and he took a deep breath to steady himself. He hated how scared he felt. He was sorted into Gryffindor for Merlin's sake. He knew he was supposed to be brave. But, here, with Remus, he knew that he didn't have to be. "I don't know the answer to that either, Harry. Dumbledore, Tonnie, and I have all been trying to figure that out. After he tried to break into Gryffindor Tower, I investigated to see if there was anything in the tower he might need, besides you. You didn't find anything, did you? Nothing of value?" Remus peeked out his door to see if anyone was listening in, and then quickly go up to shut the door. "I'm going to tell you something that not even Dumbledore knows, okay? Tell me." Remus took a seat on the edge of his desk, facing Harry. "A week after you and I came to Hogwarts in the fall, Tonnie received a letter from Sirius." "What? No way. What did it say?" "I just included one phrase. I must finish what I started. That's all." "I must finish what I started? What the bloody hell is that supposed to mean?" "That is what we've been wondering. Tonnie has been racking her brain for months. To be honest with you, Harry, you aren't the only one that has had doubts about Sirius. Tonnie has had them. You can't be serious. Tonnie doesn't have the same doubts as you, but she does worry that he has changed, or really that he hasn't changed." "Now I'm confused. The night that Sirius left, he went off to your parents' house. He had heard that Peter has betrayed your parents, and he had to go see for himself what happened. So, the last thing he did was go to Godric's Hollow. That's where he found Hagrid. Hagrid was holding me, and wouldn't give me to Sirius. Even Hagrid didn't trust him, Uncle Remus. Hagrid was under orders from Dumbledore to keep you safe. That meant not give you over to anyone unless Dumbledore was present. Hagrid had his reasons to keep from giving you up. But he was suspicious. I mean, it would make sense to believe that Sirius was working with Voldemort, his family did. Remus paused for a moment, taken aback by Harry's response. How do you know that? I overheard some professors talking about it. It wasn't exactly a lie. Remus didn't ask where he overheard it. I hate to think like this, Uncle Remus, but are you sure it wasn't all an act? May the last thing he started was to finish the job that Voldemort started? There was a time, Harry, when I was the one under suspicion. Many people that worked with the Order of the Phoenix believed that I was working with Lord Voldemort. Why would they think that? The reason isn't important, it's the fact that they did. Sirius and Tonnie believed in me. They never suspected that I was working against them, and I wouldn't believe that Sirius would have joined Voldemort either. But your family weren't Death Eaters. Sirius hated his family, and they felt the same towards him. To them, Sirius was a disappointment. He didn't uphold the family name of being not only a Slytherin, but a pureblood that only associates with other purebloods. His family called him a blood traitor for being friends with Peter, your mum, and I, and your father, another blood traitor. His parents burned his face off of their family tree when he left home at 16 to live with your dad. The minister may have mentioned the Black family being pure blood supremacists, but he didn't say a single thing about their mistreatment of Sirius. Yes, Harry, that could have been an act, but it would be difficult to fake the bruises on him when returned to school, or the chill that would go through him when he thought about returning home during the holidays. If anything, Sirius's family was a reason to defy Lord Voldemort, not support him. I may not know why he is here, Harry, but I don't believe that it has anything to do with Voldemort. Then what could it be? What didn't he finish? Harry groaned, resting his head in his hands. I wish we could just see him and ask. You haven't seen him, have you? Actually, Tonnie and I did see him. What? Harry practically yelled, jumping to his feet. You saw him and you didn't ask him what was going on? Yes, we saw him, but he didn't say anything. It was very brief, and he wasn't really able to speak to us. When did you see him? Recently, Remus replied, shoving his hands in the pockets of his robes. Wait, is that why you didn't come home for the first days of holiday? It's because you and Tonnie went to see Sirius? No, Tonnie and I saw Sirius then, but it wasn't planned. He came to us. Tonnie and I not being at the Burrow had nothing to do with Sirius. Then what was it about? You and Tonnie. You aren't? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. Remus flushed at Harry's statement, and waved his hands as disagreement. No, Harry, I assure you that isn't it. Then what? Does it have something to do with you being sick all the time? Mrs. Weasley said that Tonnie had to work. Did you go to the hospital? No. Why are you sick all the time? You miss class all the time, and Snape has to cover. I know you wouldn't just miss class unless you absolutely couldn't make it. It's not serious, is it? You don't have what Tonnie's mum had, do you? Are you dying, Uncle Remus? With every question Harry could feel himself fighting back the tears in the corners of his eyes. He already lost one father, he couldn't lose another. No, Harry, Remus said, reaching out to wrap him in a hug. I promise you, I'm not dying. Pushing Harry out slight so that he could look him in eye, Remus put both hands on his shoulders. Me being sick has nothing to do with the disease Tonnie's mum had. It is completely different, and I will tell you about it in time. But I promise, Harry, I'm not going anywhere. Are you sure? I'm sure. I'm not dying, and you aren't going to. We may be unsure of Sirius's intentions, but I will not let anyone hurt you. If I am wrong about Sirius, I will make sure that you are safe. Okay. One more thing. Before holiday we talked about Patronuses. Stop by tomorrow afternoon and we will have our first Patronus lesson. Maybe that will keep you from falling off your firebolt when McGonagall clears it for you. Does that sound good? Yeah, it does. Good. I better get going, Harry said. I have to go keep Ron and Hermione from killing each other. They've been having a row about Scabbers and Crookshanks fighting, and now the firebolt. Let's just say their friendship is on thin ice at the moment. Remus wished him good luck as Harry headed for the door. Just as he opened the door he stopped and turned back to face his uncle. Uncle Remus? Yes, Harry? Thanks for the reassurance. I needed it. He smiled before slipping out the office door. Tonnie, I'm sorry I haven't written in a while, but I have plenty to tell you. A few weeks ago, Uncle Remus began teaching me how to use a Patronus charm. I know that is supposed to be an advanced spell, but Uncle Remus said you should be alright with it seeing that it will keep the Dementors away from me, which it already has. Don't be alarmed, I don't mean real Dementors. Gryffindor just played Ravenclaw in Quidditch today. Ravenclaw put a good fight, I mean, they have a great seeker, Cho Chang. She's really pretty, and talented, and good at distracting. But, that's not the point. During the match, I thought I saw 3 Dementors, so I used my new spell on them. It was successful in keeping them back, but they happened to be Malfoy and his goons. Not only did Gryffindor win the match, but McGonagall gave all 4 of them detention and took away 50 points from Slytherin. Let's just say that I was a good day. On the downside, Hermione and Ron are still having a row. Ron is convinced that Hermione's cat has gone after Scabbers, and Hermione disagrees. They've just been building up to this fight and now I'm stuck in the middle of it. They will get over it. Once Scabbers reappears the fight will be over, maybe. I just hope that happens soon. I'm getting tired of the constant bickering. Anyway, I have a post-match party to get back to, but I'll write back soon. Harry later that night, after Harry had sent his letter to Tonnie, and McGonagall had dismissed the party, everyone in the Gryffindor common room filed into their beds. But, the Gryffindor students were not the only ones occupying Gryffindor Tower that night. After whispering the password to Sir Cadogan, Sirius shoved the password list into his pocket, and slipped through the portrait hole for the first time since his last days at Hogwarts. His cloak was held up over his head, keeping him covered from the prying eyes of the portraits or any students that could come downstairs. Although he was hiding his eyes, he couldn't help but look around the room. It hadn't changed much since his days there, in fact, he felt as if he was sneaking in from a Marauders mission or a late-night date with Tonnie. Being in the empty common room again, he shook his head, trying to regain his focus. He was in Gryffindor Tower for one reason, and one reason only. To find and kill Peter Pettigrew. He tiptoed up the staircase, being careful not to make a sound. Finally, when he reached the third-year dormitory, he paused for a moment. He took a deep breath, reassuring himself of his plan. This is what he had been planning for months. Escape Azkaban, get to Hogwarts, find Peter, and kill the little rat. But for a split second he was second-guessing himself. But when he thought of his godson on the other side of that door, his godson that was in danger of Peter. That was all the reassurance he needed. Making sure not to let the door creak, he pushed the door open, and squeezed through the doorway, making sure to let in as little light as possible. Sirius closed the door behind him before swiftly walking across the room, scanning for Peter in his rat form. But what he saw first, was the sleeping form of his godson right in front of him. He stood there, over him, watching him sleep, just soaking in the moment. The last time he'd been this close Harry was just over a year old. Now he looked just like his father did. Harry's messy black hair fell across his eyes, as he slept, with his glasses still on. His arm was draped over the Marauders Map, still open and showing the figures throughout the castle. Sirius couldn't help but smile at it. Even though the map had been confiscated years ago, it still managed to end up in Harry's hands. A marauder already. Not wanting anyone else to see the map's secrets, Sirius quickly reached for his wand, tapped the parchment lightly and whispered, "Mischief managed," and watched as the ink faded from the paper. Just as Sirius tucked his wand back into his pocket, he heard a faint squeaking sound come from the bed next to him. He reached into his pocket, carefully pulling a knife from it. As quietly as he could he turned around and moved as quietly as he could towards the bed. The curtains were still drawn exactly where Peter was, but he knew that this was his one chance. Sirius pushed through the curtains, and spotted the rat on the bed near Ron's sleeping figure. Peter squealed as Sirius began slashing at the rat, taking bits of the curtains with him. Sirius missed Peter, and he took the opportunity to scamper across Ron's chest to the other side of the bed. Aggravated, Sirius reached over the boy, once again trying to hit Peter. But Peter jumped and fell off the side of the bed to the floor, landing with a thud. About to run to the other side, Sirius couldn't help but hear Ron shifting to sit up, and realize what was happening, before he could transform and hide. Ron focused long enough to see a glimpse of Sirius with the knife and began to freak out, causing Sirius to shove the knife back into the pocket of his cloak and sweep out of the room just in time for the other boys to throw open their curtains in surprise. Another explanation. August 11, 1981. Long day? Violet asked, seeing Tonnie fall almost face first onto the couch in the healer's lounge. More like a long month. Tonnie groaned, tilting her head so she could speak without her voice being muffled by the cushion. Amelia Fletchney has had me on double shifts for the past month. I'll get maybe 12 hours off and then I'm right back at it. She hates me, and the feeling is mutual. Amelia doesn't hate you. She's new at her job and she knows that you're the best healer she has. She just wants everything to go smoothly, and you make that happen. She's going to have to find someone else to split the time with me. With the double shifts and the missions for the Order, I barely have any time to sleep, much less see Sirius. He keeps having to drop in just to spend 5 minutes with me since the second I make it back to the house I'm passed out from. Exhaustion. Maybe you should talk to her. Go by her office before you leave for the evening. If she won't change it, at least get a few days off. You and Sirius could use some quality time. Like you wouldn't believe, Tonnie smirked, sitting up. It's been too long. Then after your shift, go talk to her. You deserve some time off. I'm sure you can convince Sirius to do the same. I know I can. Tonnie laughed and looked at her watch. It's 9, I've got to go. I have to go get the newest Weasley baby and take her to the nursery. For the night. I can do that if you want a few more minutes of rest. No, it's okay. I want to. I've taken care of every Weasley baby. I can't stop now. Besides, I'm on nursery duty until 3. I might as well settle in for the night. 6 hours left. Tonnie insisted, standing up and giving Violet a pat on the shoulder before leaving the room. Arriving at the Weasleys' room, Tonnie opened the door to see Molly fast asleep in her bed. Arthur, on the other hand, was pacing around the room, bouncing with his newborn daughter. She too was sound asleep, but Tonnie could tell that Arthur kept going because he was too afraid to stop the movement and wake her. Hey there, how is she doing? Tonnie whispered. I finally got her to stop crying about half an hour ago, Arthur said, still refusing to stop rocking her. A girl. Tonnie, I have 6 boys. I don't know what to do with a little girl. The same thing you would do with your boys. You take care of her when she cries and scrapes up her knees when she falls off her broomstick. You tell her stories about your vast collection of Muggle objects and read her bedtime stories. You protect her with everything you have, and you show her just how much you love her, just like each one of your boys. Just because she's your little girl doesn't mean you love her any differently. You are going to be a great father to her. Worrying about it means you are already. Thank you, Tonnie. I needed that. What you also need is sleep. Now, give her to me and you get a couple hours of sleep. I'll take her to the nursery. Tonnie insisted, reaching out to take the youngest Weasley. Arthur was hesitant but eventually agreed. I guess a little sleep wouldn't hurt. The moment he handed her over, he crumbled into the chair beside Molly's bed, his eyes beginning to flutter shut. Before you drift off, Arthur, did you and Molly decide on a name yet? Ginevra, Arthur yawned. But I think we'll call her Ginny. I'll take Ginny. Tonnie stopped, seeing he had already fallen asleep, and swept out of the room as quietly as she entered. The lights were burning low in the hallway as she made her way to the nursery. Most of the rooms had fallen silent for the evening, except for the few mothers-to-be that were still in labor and undergoing very painful contractions. Even hearing the occasional cries of pain, Ginny remained fast asleep in Tonnie's arms. Tonnie could only hope that it was a good sign she was in for a quiet night. There was only supposed to be 6 newborns in the nursery that night. Maybe she would get lucky, and they would all try to sleep until 3 a.m. Most likely not, but she wouldn't complain about a couple of 5-minute power naps to make it through the night. Arriving at the nursery, she relieved Hannah, one of the newest healers, on the magical deliveries floor. She had barely finished school, and Amelia had also been putting Hannah through the ringer when it came to long shifts. To build experience, Amelia would say, but Tonnie knew she was just looking for unmarried, childless people to work longer shifts on the floor. Unfortunately, she and Hannah seemed to be the only ones with those titles. An exhausted Hannah left the nursery almost immediately after Tonnie's arrival, leaving Tonnie alone with the newborns for the night. Around 2:30 a.m., just 30 minutes left in her night shift, Tonnie had gotten up to change the Jones baby, and just as she was putting him back to sleep, that's when she saw it. Out the window, a figure in a black cloak had stopped in his tracks, pointed a wand towards the sky, and a jet of bright green light flew from the tip directly into the air. Oh shush, Before she could finish, the whole building shook violently beneath her feet, knocking a portrait of one of the hospital's founding members off the wall beside her. The frame crashed to the floor, snapping to pieces and causing the woman in the portrait to shriek. Her shriek was just the tip of the iceberg. The newborns throughout the room awoke to the sound and all began to cry out. Tonnie didn't have time to settle them down. It was too late. Protecting them from what was coming was more important. Immediately she began casting locking and protection spells on the windows, knowing that the Death Eaters would do anything to get into the hospital. Right after she ran to the double doors, threw them open and almost slammed them behind her. She hated leaving the babies alone, but she knew they would be safer with her defending them from the outside. She cast spell after spell on the nursery. Every spell she could think of or read about was cast on the doors, trying to protect the children inside. The wailing from inside the doors only intensified as the hospital once again began to shake every time a Death Eater would cast a spell. Their screaming was accompanied by many other as she could parents down the hall were casting their own spells in defense against the approaching Death Eaters. Mid-spell, a bolt of green light flew right past her, just missing her shoulder as it crashed into the door with a bang. Tonnie spun on her heels, firing a disarming spell, directly followed by a stunning spell, hitting her attacker square in the chest. His wand flew to her hand, and she gripped it harshly. "How dare you go after children?" she seethed, throwing his wand to the floor with enough force that she could have sworn it cracked upon impact. The first Death Eater was not last to come after her or the kids. They continued to come and be hit with spell after spell. The wooden doors behind her were filling with ashy marks as the Death Eater's curses would just miss her, because they had been hit by her spells while casting their own. Terrified patients would occasionally get to the nursery, but Tonnie would do everything she could to send them away. Their children were safe behind the nursery doors, but if they tried to get in, they would be caught in the crossfire. These children were only days, if not hours old. Tonnie couldn't have them be orphans already. If that meant stunning the new dads that were losing their minds with worry, so be it. The numbers and consistency of the attackers were dying down, and for a brief moment, they stopped, giving Tonnie enough time to repair the protective shields on the nursery. But only for a moment. Rounding the corner, Antonin Dolohov, Tonnie's former classmate turned Voldemort supporter, came, throwing spells in all directions. Tonnie had only just ducked to miss a killing curse that went bounding into the nursery doors, eliciting more loud screaming from the babies inside. A few other Death Eaters had put up a fight, but Dolohov was the only one who ended up having a full duel with Tonnie over the entrance to the nursery. The two fought, sending countless spells and curses in each other's directions, both only slightly missing one another each time. As she fought, she couldn't help but wonder why they were here. Why would they attack the hospital? Why would Lord Voldemort send an army of Death Eaters to come after a nursery filled with newborn babies? What was so important made the children in that room a target on Lord Voldemort's hit list? Her thoughts almost cost her as she dove to the floor, another killing curse coming dangerously close to her. As she fell, her wand slipped from her grasp, rolling towards the floor. Tonnie caught her breath, scrambling to grab the wand to avoid the next curse coming her way. She picked up her wand, and directly above her, pointing his wand back at her, was Dolohov. His cloak was ripped, and he was breathing heavy, a giant smirk plastered on his face. "You've put up a good fight, Lovegood." "Who said it was over? From where I see it, we both have our wands, and we are both doing whatever it takes to beat each other. You won't kill me, but I will most certainly kill you." "Good luck with that," Tonnie said, right before using all her strength to kick him in his knee, causing him to stumble back towards the wall. While disoriented, he fired a curse at her just as Tonnie sent one in his direction. Her stunning spell hit him in the shoulder of his spellcasting ribs, knocking him unconscious and into the wall, leaving a hole where he crashed directly through the dry wall. As for Tonnie, the curse came bounding her way. At that moment it was as if time slowed, and she could see the green light coming at her while she couldn't move. All she could do was wait for it to come, to hit her, and for all of the work she had done to protect the children in the room behind her had come to an end. The fighting was over. But what she felt wasn't an explosion of the spell hitting her in the chest, it was the feeling of her being pushed directly into the tile floor, with Arthur Weasley tackling her down. For the first time that night, she was glad a worried parent had come after their child. In doing so, Arthur Weasley had saved her life. Third year. What happened? Remus said, throwing open Dumbledore's office door, his voice laced with panic. 10 minutes earlier he awoke to a house elf standing on his bed, shaking him awake. All he knew was that Dumbledore had summoned him to his office in the middle of the night, and that wasn't a good indicator of everything being all right. He felt a slight amount of relief seeing Harry sitting in one of the plush armchairs but was confused to see Ron in the other. "Professor Lupin, I am terribly sorry to wake you. Please, take a seat." Dumbledore waved his wand and transfigured a paperweight on his desk into another plush armchair to accompany Harry and Ron. Once again, without moving from his spot by the door, Remus asked, "What happened?" "In a moment, Professor. We're just waiting on a few more guests." Almost immediately after he finished his statement, Tonnie, Molly, and Arthur came tumbling through the flow. "Harry," Tonnie called, just as Molly did the same with Ron. Both rushed to their sons, enveloping them in hugs. "Thank Merlin you're okay." "What's going on, Albus?" Arthur said, after making sure his son was safe and sound. "What's happened?" "This evening, Sirius Black broke into Gryffindor Tower and attacked Mr. Weasley." "Come again?" Remus said in disbelief, while Molly gasped, and Tonnie remained speechless. "Mr. Black obtained a list of passwords for Gryffindor Tower, and Sir Cadogan let him into the tower. He then proceeded to enter the third-year boys' dormitory and attacked Mr. Weasley with a knife." "A knife, Ron?" Remus turned to the boy, still slightly shaken from the night's events. "Are you sure it was Sirius?" "I've seen his picture a million times, Remus. It was Sirius. He was standing over me, a knife in his hand, and madness in his eyes." "My dear boy, he could have gotten you," Molly said, hugging her son once more. "That doesn't make any sense, Albus. I know Sirius would never attack, Ron." "Oh please, Tonnie, will you shut up about what you know about Sirius?" "Sirius has been locked up in Azkaban for 12 years. You don't know what happened to him in there. Your undying faith in Sirius is going to get our sons killed." "It's not undying faith. Do you not think that I have doubts? He's been breaking in, and attacking the fat lady, sneaking into Gryffindor Tower. I understand what is going on, but regardless of what happened to Sirius in Azkaban, trying to kill Ron is not something that he would ever be capable of doing. Azkaban has changed him. You don't know what he is capable of now." "Sirius would never hurt Ron because he is indebted to you, Arthur. Killing your son is no way to repay that debt." Arthur paused, thinking back to that night she was referring to. "Do you not remember? August 11, 1981, Sirius reappeared in front of St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, his heart beating out of his chest in fear of the worst. Seeing the dark mark flashing above the building did not help calm his nerves. He crossed the abandoned street and banged on the window of the abandoned storefront. "I'm here to see Tonnie Lovegood." He repeated the phrase he'd used 1,000 times before. He visited the hospital to see Tonnie so regularly, half the time the mannequin in the window just nodded and let him through. Carefully he watched as the mannequin gave him nod, beckoning him inside. "Welcome to St. Mungo's." The mannequin began to speak, but Sirius dove through the window without waiting to hear the familiar speech. As he ran past, he heard the cries of people all around him. The waiting room was overflowing, and the exam rooms were filled. Witches and wizards moaned in pain or wept for loved ones that had fallen. On his way to the stairwell, he saw Frank Longbottom with a gash on his arm, oozing blood. A healer stood over him, wrapping a bandage around his bleeding arm. Frank spotted Sirius and tried to call out to him, but it was too late. Sirius had dismissed his call and had pushed past the door, bolting up the stairs. When he reached Tonnie's floor, all he could hear was the sounds of infants crying, or new parents begging healers to find their significant others or visiting family members who had disappeared during the attack. Healers were running rampant trying to meet the needs of new parents and those soon-to-be mums who had gone into labor and came rushing into the hospital in the midst of the crisis. But Sirius didn't care about them. His goal was to find one person, and one person only. He weaved his way through healers and patients, winding down hallways, and constantly checking room signs. He kept running his last conversation through his head, trying to find a clue as to where she could be. "So, whose baby are you delivering tonight? Anybody I know?" "Molly and Arthur Weasley's." "Where the bloody hell are Molly and Arthur Weasley?" Sirius yelled, running down the hall asking any healer that came his way. Most were too busy or didn't know and every healer on its payroll to tend to the wounded, and the hospital regular patient load. Most healers passing Sirius wore different colored robes for their departments, leaving them clueless as to the whereabouts of a specific patient room. After 10 minutes of frantically searching, a flash of lime green robes caught his eye. "Melinda," he called, just as she was about to disappear around the corner. She stopped in her tracks, gave him a look and held up 4 fingers, then proceeded around the corner. Sirius didn't even need to hear her. Countless times, she had given him the signal as to where to find Tonnie. 4 fingers, room 4. He bolted down the hallway, heading for the patient rooms. It didn't take long before he was there, bursting through the doorway. Sure enough, there she was, sitting on the edge of the bed, Molly's chart in her hand. A wave of relief washed over him seeing her sitting there, safe and sound. Minus the post-duel bruises and scratches. Thank Merlin. Sirius almost yelled, nearly tackling Tonnie in a hug. Tonnie dropped the chart, throwing her arms around him. "I'm okay, Sirius. Everything is okay," she reassured him, but that didn't loosen his hold on her. After thinking the worst, he couldn't let her go. "I heard about the attack from James and Lily. They didn't know if you made it. Bloody hell, Ton. I was scared out of my mind I had lost you. I'm only here because of Arthur. He saved my life. You shouldn't thank Merlin, you should thank him." "You saved her?" Sirius asked, standing up to face Arthur, but not letting go of Tonnie's hand, too scared that if he left her go she'd vanish before his eyes. "I owe you a great debt, Arthur." "No, you don't." Arthur tried to disagree. "I was just in the right place at the right time. Tonnie would have done the same for me. She did. She saved my daughter. If anything, I was just returning the favor. I do owe you." "Tonnie may have saved your daughter, still can't believe you have a girl instead of another boy. But, you saved Tonnie, the most important person in my life. I owe you a debt, and I solemnly swear to repay you for that someday," he replied, meaning every word. 3rd year. How do I trust that the Sirius that made that promise then, is the same Sirius that is here now? How do you know that he didn't just forget about it in his time in Azkaban? Arthur asked, wishing he could believe her claims. "Have you forgotten about the night you could have lost Ginny? Of course not." "Then Sirius hasn't forgotten either. I don't know why he was in Gryffindor Tower, but I am certain he was not there to hurt Ron. There has to be another explanation. Let me know when you find it, but until then, I can't trust Sirius. Not the way you do," Arthur said, gripping onto Ron's shoulder so tightly. Ron was doing his best not to complain. "Albus, you understand, don't you?" Tonnie asked, hoping for his support. "Ms. Lovegood, unfortunately, it no longer matters if I am understanding. After this evening's events, I had to contact the Ministry with the details of Mr. Black's entrance to Gryffindor Tower. As of tonight, the Ministry is handling all matters of Mr. Black's capture. The number of Dementors will increase on the school's grounds, and the Ministry is confident this will allow them to capture soon. There must be something you can do. This is still your school, and you know Sirius wouldn't do this." "I'm terribly sorry, Ms. Lovegood. The fate of Sirius Black is no longer in my hands. I need answers." Serious disclaimer. This chapter may contain passages from Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Those passages and ideas belong fully to J.K. Rowling. 3rd year. Another round, for the two of you. Madame Rosmerta asked Tonnie and Remus. Nearly 2 weeks after Sirius's break-in, the two had decided they needed to make sure their dinner plans were actually carried out this time. With Tonnie working late and the commotion with Sirius, they hadn't been keeping it up regularly since he and Harry returned to Hogwarts. But, now, was one night they truly needed it. "Yes, please, and make it strong," Tonnie said, finishing off her current glass of fire whiskey. "Not for me, but you can bring her as many as she wants," Remus said, knowing showing up tipsy at the castle was probably not the best of ideas. Although, if he had, it wouldn't have been the first time, thanks to Sirius and his love of prohibited school items, fire whiskey and fireworks being his favorites. Tonnie, on the other hand, would be drinking his share. Nothing had been going right for her lately. There had been no sign of Sirius for the past few weeks. She had been drowning trying to find someone to train the new healers, and the tension between her and Arthur had been keeping them at odds. She had barely spent any time at the Burrow, and when she did, it was mostly to sleep or to pop in while she knew Arthur and Molly were out. Tonnie and Arthur had barely spoken 2 words to each other since their fight in Dumbledore's office, mostly due to neither of them knowing what to say. She had been spending most nights asleep in either her office chair or an empty bed or gurney if it was a slow night. Remus, on the other hand, had been consistently in Dumbledore's office trying to get any updates the Ministry had on Sirius. Each time, Dumbledore was lacking information. Even with the increased Dementor presence and hyper-alertness of the Ministry, there had been no progress on finding Sirius. He had fallen completely off the grid since that night. Also, Remus continued to plead Tonnie's case with Dumbledore about Sirius, but it was less convincing than he hoped. Both of their doubts were growing, and the longer they went without hearing even a rumor of Sirius's presence somewhere on the castle grounds, the worse it got. Madame Rosmerta dropped off another glass of fire whiskey in front of Tonnie, and she quickly began to drain its contents. "You know Harry's got a match coming up after the Easter holidays. Maybe I can convince Dumbledore to let you attend. It would do you some good to spend some time with Harry. You haven't seen him since the Christmas holiday. I doubt the Ministry will allow Dumbledore to let me anywhere near the castle right now. I'd be surprised if there weren't undercover Aurors scoping out the place right now to keep an eye on me," Tonnie grumbled, taking another large gulp of her drink. "You'd be there to see Harry, not Sirius. Surely, it won't be a conflict of interest. I'm still on school grounds for now. Wait a few days, they may have you fired out of suspicion of harboring a fugitive," Tonnie mocked, doing her best Dolores Umbridge impression, complete with her signature evil smirk. "They've already done a sweep the hospital. If the Ministry had any reason to believe Sirius left the castle grounds, I'm sure Umbridge would have me fired and thrown in Azkaban faster than you can say Quidditch, or slur it in Tonnie's case. They have no proof of us helping him. They had no proof to arrest him either. Look how that turned out." Whatever Remus might want to believe, Tonnie did have a point. At this moment, the Ministry didn't care about their claims of Sirius's innocence. All they believed was that Sirius was guilty and dangerous and that anyone aligned with him must be the same. He couldn't help but think that Tonnie was right. If Sirius was being as reckless as he was being now, both of them would be in the hot seat sooner rather than later. Trying to look on the positive side, Remus said, "It won't hurt to ask Dumbledore. He loves you. Maybe he'll make an exception." "You heard him, Remus. The Ministry is in charge now. Our fate and Sirius's is no longer in his hands. We're just going to have to sit back and wait for the Aurors to come and haul us off to Azkaban now. I don't know about you, but I'd rather keep drinking until that happens." "Rosmerta," Remus called, gaining the bartender's attention, "I changed my mind. I'll take a fire whiskey." "Coming right up." Remus stayed true to his promise of not getting drunk. He finished his one drink with Tonnie before to the Burrow, tucked her in, and returned to the castle. Yawning, Remus pushed through his office door. Dinner with Tonnie had gone much longer than he expected. "Lupin." Remus jumped as the fireplace roared, bright flames spitting Snape's words at him. "I want a word." "What the bloody hell does he want at this hour?" Remus sighed before throwing a dash of flow powder from the jar on the mantel and following the voice into the flames. Moments later he had walked directly into Snape's office, brushing ash off his already tattered coat. "You called, Severus." Before Snape had even answered, he knew it couldn't be good once he spotted Harry across the room. "I certainly did. I just asked Potter to empty his pockets. He was carrying this." Snape held out the parchment, which Remus immediately recognized as the all-too-familiar Marauders Map. Instead of its usual appearance, the map had hidden its secrets and instead chose to insult Snape. A precaution that Sirius and James had thought up in case the map ended up in the wrong hands. Remus knew the moment that Snape read Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs that regardless of not knowing the parchment was a map, that it belonged to the Marauders. Snape had heard those nicknames too many times before not to recognize them. Remus tried to keep his face expressionless while he searched for an answer to keep Snape at bay. Well, he was also realizing, Snape only had the map because he had taken it from Harry. Somehow, after all these years, the map, which had been confiscated by Filch his last year at school, had ended up in the hands of the descendant of one of its creators. Well? Snape called once more, trying to get a response from Remus. This parchment is plainly full of dark magic. This is supposed to be your area of expertise, Lupin. Where do you imagine Potter got such a thing? Snape glared at him, clearly believing Harry had received it directly from the source. Before answering, Remus looked directly at Harry, doing his best to tell him silently to keep quiet. Full of dark magic? Remus scoffed. Do you really think so, Severus? It looks to me as though it's a parchment that insults anyone who reads it. Childish, but surely not dangerous. I imagine Harry got it from a joke shop. Indeed? Snape questioned, appearing to have a new shade of red flushed on his face. A joke shop? Do you expect me to believe that Potter got this from a joke shop? How daft do you think that I am, Lupin? I know he must have gotten it directly from the manufacturers. Quickly, Remus asked, Severus, as Harry's acting guardian, I can assure you that he does not know a Mr. Wormtail or Mr. Mooney. Do you, Harry? No, I've never met them, Harry replied, his voice shaking. You see, Severus? It looks like a Zonko product to me. Remus was cut off as Ron burst through the door, just long enough to take responsibility for the map. So, he knows about the map too? Of course. I gave Harry that stuff, Ron said, gasping for air. I bought it in Zonko's ages ago. Without giving Snape time to respond, Remus said, There we go, problem solved. Now, Severus, how about you let me discipline Harry and Ron? It's late, you should be getting to bed. I'll take that. Remus swiped the map swiftly from Snape's hands. Harry, Ron, follow me to my office. Remus ushered the boys out the doorway as quickly as possible, leaving no time for Snape to protest. The three of them walked in an uncomfortable silence the entirety of the trip to Remus's office. Without even looking at them, he knew the boys could sense the lecture Remus was about to rip into them. As the trio reached the office, Remus closed the door behind them and began. Where did you get the map? And yes, I am aware that it is a map, so do not even think about lying to me, Harry James Potter. After a long pause, Harry replied, Fred and George Weasley gave it to me. Of course. Out of all the troublemakers to have recovered the map and discovered the capabilities, it had to have been the Weasley twins. They had to have known what this was when they gave it to you. So, tell me, why would Fred and George be willing to part with something of such value? I'm not sure, they just did, Harry, Remus said sternly. Fine. They gave it to me so that I could go to Hogsmeade since you and Tonnie wouldn't sign my permission slip. I see. Not only have you been using this to sneak around the castle, I'm assuming this isn't the first time, only the first time you've been caught. You've been using it to sneak out of the castle when Tonnie and I specifically told you not to. I just wanted to go Hogsmeade, and you would have. The moment that Tonnie and I knew where Sirius was and what he was up to, you would have been free to go, instead of listening to us. You blatantly disobeyed us. Remus raged, gripping the map fiercely. I'm sorry, Uncle Remus. Not only am I keeping this map, but you are also not, under any circumstances unless I am informed. The next Hogsmeade weekend you will be spending in my office under my watch. And both of you, Remus said, pointing to Ron and Harry, yes, both of you, will spend the next 3 weeks in detention working on essays of the topic of my choosing. I will also be checking carefully, and if either of you receives help on that work from Miss Granger, you will spend 3 additional weeks in detention. Do you understand? Why me, too? Ron began to protest. Because you knew about the map, lied to a professor, helped put me in a position to lie to Professor Snape, and helped Harry sneak out of the castle when you knew he wasn't allowed. Maybe it was the lack of answers finally getting to him, but Harry and Ron's lies only made Remus angrier. While he was normally calm and level-headed, everything kept piling up, and he was letting his anger out on the boys. Now both of you, back to your dormitory now. I'll be watching on the map, so I will know the moment you aren't where you are supposed to be. The boys nodded, staring at the floor and refusing to lock eyes with Remus. Just as Harry reached the door, he doubled back. Before I go, how did you know it was a map, and why did Snape think the manufacturers gave it to me? Because I wrote it. Harry's eyes widened in shock. While he doesn't know exactly what this is, Severus assumed I gave it to you. However, I know just how valuable this piece of parchment is. I also know that if it fell into the wrong hands, It could be extremely dangerous. Uncle Remus. It's getting late, Harry. You and Ron need to go to bed, immediately. Yes, sir. Harry nodded, dropping his head, and following Ron out the door. Just as the door closed, Remus slouched into his desk chair, throwing his head in his hands. Remus had thought that being at Hogwarts with Harry would only make the two grow closer. Instead, it has only done the opposite. This year the two had fought more than ever before, and now they were lying to one another. Remus refused to tell Harry about his werewolf identity, and now Harry was sneaking out and keeping secrets that may or may not get him killed. He felt as if everyone was keeping things from him. First Tonnie kept her information about Sirius a secret for months, then Harry with the map, and of course Sirius's ability to consistently keep him out of the loop this year. His frustration only continued to grow. Everything was falling apart in front of him, and he felt that until he had some answers, there would be no way to fix it. Sitting up, Remus sat the Marauders Map down on his desk, spotting something in the process. A piece of parchment, loosely tied up with a simple string, sat directly in front of his used teacup from that morning. His stomach dropped as if he knew what it was before he even opened it. With a shaky hand, he reached out and untied the string, letting the parchment uncoil in front of him. It read, "The Black Lake. Midnight. Come alone." Once again, the letter was signed with Sirius's signature pawprint. Immediately, Remus looked up to the clock on the mantel, seeing that it was nearly midnight. If he hurried to make it, he still had time to get the answers he so desperately needed. Getting up from his chair, Remus creaked open the door to his office, checking to see if Mr. Filch or Peeves, or really anyone for that matter, would spot his late night wanderings through the castle. Luckily, the coast was clear, allowing him to slip out and into the night. As he made his way through the castle, he couldn't help but run the impending conversation with Sirius through his head. What could possibly be his excuse for attacking Ron Weasley? Out of all the things he's pulled since his escape, attacking Ron was by far the dumbest and most out-of-character decision Sirius had made. He needed an explanation, and he wasn't letting Sirius leave this time without one. Remus stepped out into the moonlight, hurrying across the grounds. He did his best to travel as quickly as possible, hoping not to catch the attention of the Dementors floating above the castle. With 1 minute until midnight, he arrived at the tree line of the Forbidden Forest, right at the edge of the Black Lake. The Marauders had occupied that very spot time and time again over the course of their time at Hogwarts, making it a perfect and nostalgic meeting place for old friends. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, Remus wrapped his cloak tighter to him. Now that he had stopped moving, the crisp winter air was beginning to give him chills the longer he waited on Sirius. Why couldn't Sirius have suggested an indoor meeting place, one with a comfy fireplace and maybe a warm kettle of tea for them to share? Why he questioned him endlessly on his return to Hogwarts. After half an hour, Remus was freezing and beginning to worry that the Dementors were going to make their sweep soon, and thought it was about to turn back. Just as he stood up, he spotted the familiar outline of the shaggy black dog, tiptoeing his way out of the forest and over to him. Padfoot stopped nearly 3 meters ahead of Remus, checked his surroundings, and when he was sure the Dementors weren't close, he arched his back and transformed back into a man. "Sirius." Remus breathed, unable to come up with another response. The yelling he had practiced on his walk over has suddenly disappeared from his mind when he saw his old friend before him. The handsome man with the perfectly styled flowing black locks had been replaced by a shell of what he knew. He's become much paler than Remus remembered, and his clothes were baggy, faded, and ripped at the seams. His normally well-kept hair reminded him of James and Harry's unruly hair now, except longer and unclean. He'd grown a beard that was just as dark as the circles under his eyes from lack of a good night's sleep in 12 long years. "Remus, I knew you'd come. You never could resist a walk in the moonlight." There it was. Although he didn't appear to be the Sirius that Remus remembered, his greeting said it all. "Is that why you called me here? To make a joke about me being a werewolf?" "No, of course not. I just couldn't resist." "Then why am I here, Sirius?" "I know what that night in Gryffindor Tower seemed like, but I swear to you, Remus, I didn't intend to hurt Harry or Ron Weasley. I would never." "You didn't? Then please explain to me, Sirius, why Ron remembers you standing over his bed with a knife, slashing at him and his bed curtains?" "I wasn't aiming for him. Trust me, Remus, the boy was never in danger. I have excellent aim." You hit his bed curtains. I don't believe your aim was your strength that night. Besides, if you weren't aiming for Ron, then what were you doing in the boys' dormitory? I was in there to finish this once and for all. I was so close, Remus. I could almost taste it. I thought I had him. If Ron didn't wake up, this would have all been over weeks ago. What would have been over? Remus asked, so close to getting the answer he had been waiting for months to hear. All, Sirius began, but stopped, feeling a chill in his bones. The Dementors. They're here. I have to go. Remus turned to see the hooded figures, flying across the lake towards them. He knew Sirius couldn't get caught, but he was too close to let him leave now. No, Remus yelled, grabbing Sirius's wrist, stopping him. You can't leave. No more cryptic messages, or unhelpful conversations. I need answers, Sirius. Tonnie needs answers. Why are you here? I'm here for our dear friend Wormtail, Sirius said, before slipping through Remus's grip and transforming back into his animagus. Peter. Sirius. What the bloody hell are you talking about? Peter Pettigrew is dead, Remus called after him. Right before he reached the trees, Sirius turned back and shook his head of shaggy black fur in disagreement, before disappearing into the woods as he came. We have to stop him. Third year. Good morning, Ms. Lovegood, Melinda began, but Tonnie immediately waved her hand, cutting her off. Please, don't speak, Tonnie begged, focusing all the attention she could on making it to her office. Her head was pounding, and even the slightest noise signaled shots of pain. Her only hope was to make it to her office and find her copy of the book of hangover-dampening potions she and Sirius had created. She hadn't needed it in so long, but the amount of fire whiskey she had consumed the night before was hitting her much harder than she expected. But Ms. Lovegood, shush, Melinda, I need quiet. But Ms. Lovegood, there's someone in your... Tonnie had already turned the corner, unable to hear Melinda's update. She had just begun taking off her sunglasses, already feeling the stinging pain of the hospital lights when she opened her office door. To her surprise, sitting behind her desk, a cup of tea in hand, was Remus. The extra dark circles under his eyes and the 5 other cups filled with what she assumed were Crush's aconite tea leaves assured Tonnie he hadn't just arrived. He must have been waiting all night for her to come in. Before she could say a word, Remus removed a vial from his pocket and set it down on the desk in front of him. Hangover potion. From how I left you last night, I assumed you would be needing it. Thank Merlin, Tonnie said, lunging forward towards the vial. You. Remus Lupin, are a gift to this earth. It only took a second to uncork the vial and drain its contents. Even after a brief moment, she could already feel her headache slightly softening. It should take effect momentarily. I'm not sure I could have even read my copy of our potions book. My headache was pounding so bad. I've never had a hangover like this. I've been vomiting in the Weasleys' bathroom for hours this morning. That must be why you're late. How long have you been here? Since 1 a.m. Why not just come to the Burrow? Did you even sleep? Because what I'm about to tell you shouldn't be overheard by anyone. Just as he finished, he whispered, muffalato, making sure anyone that could be listening in wouldn't be able to hear their conversation. Remus, what's going on? I spoke to Sirius last night, in person, where we all used to meet down by the Black Lake. Without me? I didn't find the note until after I met you for dinner. Besides, I don't think you could have made it even if you wanted to, he said, raising an eyebrow. True. How was he? How did he look? Was he still Sirius? Azkaban may have hollowed him, but he's still the same Sirius. Tonnie felt a weight lifted off her shoulders at Remus's words. As much as she tried to have faith in him, she had been so worried that the Sirius that left her home that night wasn't the one that returned to Hogwarts. Hearing the news. Hearing that Azkaban didn't take him away, that was a relief she truly needed. What did he say? He told me that he didn't intend to hurt Harry or Ron that night. I knew it. He would never be capable of doing such a thing. He cares about both of them too much to intentionally hurt them. He also told me the real reason he's at Hogwarts. Wormtail is alive. Bullocks, Peter died 12 years ago. We thought he died, but somehow he lived, and now he's at Hogwarts. Sirius is at Hogwarts not to go aftething that everyone has been worried about. He's there to catch Peter Pettigrew. The realization hitting her, Tonnie slouched down in one of her office chairs. Out of all the reasons she could have thought up for Sirius being at Hogwarts, she didn't expect it to be because Peter had returned from the grave. She didn't know much about that night, but one thing she was sure of was that Peter was dead, not anymore. "Are you okay, Ton?" Remus asked, regaining her attention. "For the longest time, Remus, I thought there was only one good thing that came out of that night. We lost everything. 2 of our best friends died. Sirius was thrown in Azkaban. But what I've been holding on to is that the person that betrayed us, the person that single-handedly led Voldemort to their doorstep, was obliterated from this world except for his finger. I knew that Sirius didn't kill those muggles, but killing Peter. That I was okay with. But, right now, you're telling me that one of their murderers has been walking free all this time, while Sirius rots in Azkaban for more than one crime that he didn't even commit." "Unfortunately, yes," Remus said, walking around the desk and sitting beside her. After another long moment of silence, it suddenly dawned on Tonnie that maybe Peter being alive could work to their advantage. Wait. If Peter is alive, that means that he could tell the Ministry what really happened on Halloween. He can testify that he became James and Lily's secret keeper, that he sold them out to Voldemort, that he killed those muggles. Remus, if Peter really is alive, Sirius could be a free man. There is only one problem with that theory. In order for Peter to testify, he has to continue to be alive. Do you really think that Sirius broke out of prison to find Peter and drag him to the Ministry? Don't you remember his first letter? I must finish what I started. When Sirius left your house, I fully believe he had every intention of killing Peter. Knowing what we do now, Sirius didn't finish the job. He broke out of Azkaban and followed Peter to Hogwarts to finally, after all the time, finish exactly what he started. Can you blame him? Just as we lost everything, so did Sirius. He's not thinking of being free, Tonnie. He's only considering revenge. Right now, there is only one thing I want more than to see Peter dead. That's a free Sirius. Without Peter, without his testimony, Sirius is still a fugitive. There is only one way to save Sirius. As much as I hate it, we need Peter alive. Then what do you suppose we do? We find Peter before Sirius does. How? Tonnie, besides making that potion for you, I spent the whole night going through every inch of the Marauders Map over and over again, searching for any sign of Peter. I found nothing. The map? Bloody hell, where did you get the map? I confiscated it from Harry. Apparently, he had been using it to sneak around and out of the castle to go to Hogsmeade without our permission. I hate to admit that is exactly what we would be doing with it too. Did you punish him? They're weeks of detentions and a paper of my choosing, without the help of Hermione. Oh, no help from Hermione. Smart move, Professor. I thought so, Remus smirked. Back to the issue at hand. Finding Peter. Keep checking the map. Peter knows his way around the castle just as well as we do. Check the secret passageways, anywhere that he could be hiding. I'll look for clues outside the school. Something that will tell us how we got there in the first place. He may have gone unnoticed in school, but he definitely would be identified now. We're missing something. He's been somewhere for the past 12 years. We need a reason for him to go to Hogwarts now. I probably already know your answer, but should we tell Dumbledore about this? Maybe he could help. We'll go to Dumbledore when the time is right. Until then, this stays between you and me. What about Harry? I don't want to worry him even more than he is now. He knows Sirius isn't a threat. Telling him that Peter is alive and roaming the school won't do him any good. What if Peter goes after Harry? Shouldn't we warn him? Peter has been in hiding for a long time. He won't just jeopardize his safety to attack Harry out in the open. Keep him close. He has detention with you for 3 weeks, right? Keep an eye on him. Make sure someone is with him at all times. It's almost the end of the year. If we don't find him before the term ends, he'll be under our protection anyway. If the end of the term comes, how long do we keep this up? However long it takes. 1 month later, over the past month, finding Peter had been nearly impossible. Remus had kept an incredibly close eye on Harry and tracking him on the map constantly while searching for Peter. At night, when he knew Harry was asleep in Gryffindor Tower, he took to the secret passageways, trying to find any trace of Peter being there. So far, his search kept coming up empty. On Tonnie's end, things hadn't progressed much either. Whenever she wasn't with a patient, she was looking for any way to find Peter. She even made an impromptu trip to the Ministry of Magic and begged Kingsley Shacklebolt to let her look over the case files and official reports Halloween 1981, to look for messages. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for Dolores Umbridge to find her and personally escort her out of the building. Since then, Umbridge, even more convinced that Tonnie knew of Sirius's whereabouts than before, had been making bi-weekly visits to St. Mungo's magical deliveries floor, the Burrow, and Tonnie's house, which had been unoccupied since September, to search for Sirius or clues as to Tonnie's help in hiding him. Her intrusions made Tonnie's search for Peter nearly impossible. With the end of the term fast approaching, both of them could only hope that something would turn up soon to help them find Peter before it was too late. Class dismissed, Remus called, doing his best to sound cheery. His last exam was supposed to last another 20 minutes, but he was achy due to the approaching full moon. So, he ended class early, promising extra credit on the students that hadn't finished their exams in hopes of being able to brew a cup of aconite tea to ease his pain. As the last few students filed of the classroom, Remus gathered a couple of textbooks and hurried as fast as he was able to up the stairs to his office. He kicked the door shut behind him and immediately dropped the textbooks onto the top of the bookshelf, promising himself he'd put them up later. Aguamenti. With a flick of his wand, he filled a kettle and whisked it over his newly ignited fireplace, hoping the water would heat as fast as he could find aconite leaves to put into the steaming hot water. Remus groaned as he rummaged through his drawers, doing his best to find the leaves. Every motion caused him discomfort, and he begged he'd find the leaves soon enough. It wasn't long before the professor found the leaves, and the kettle finished heating. He waved his wand, his hand trembling slightly as he kettle poured the water over the leaves. The first sip brought him a small wave of relief. Thank Merlin. He sighed, walking around to his desk. Remus froze, nearly dropping his cup of aconite tea over a pile of the 7th-year students' essays. Laying right next to his framed photograph of he, Tonnie, and Harry was a roll of parchment. Just like the one he had received a month prior, this one too was wrapped by a used piece of twine. Without even opening it, he knew it was from Sirius. But how did it appear on his desk? He was certain it hadn't been there earlier that morning when he went to breakfast, so it couldn't have been dropped off the night before. But that meant it had to have been placed upon his desk in the last 2 hours. Sirius was reckless, yes, but was he stupid enough to sneak into the castle in broad daylight? He could have been caught. What was he thinking? Both worried and frustrated, he carefully untied the letter and unrolled the parchment. This all ends tonight, Mooney. One sentence. That was all it took for our chair. Mooney. He hadn't been called that in over a decade. Tonnie hadn't used it since Sirius left, and with Harry being blissfully unaware of his furry little problem, there was no need to tip him off. Any doubt about Sirius that had begun to flood his mind over the past few months had ceased when he read his nickname. Shaking his head, he tried to snap out of it. It all ends tonight. If he didn't hurry, Peter would die that night. He had to warn Tonnie, as see if she had found anything new about where Peter could be hiding. If they didn't act fast, there would be no chance of saving Sirius. Sending a quick Patronus message to Dumbledore that he was leaving the castle temporarily, he drained the rest of his tea and flowed off to the Burrow. Officially sleep-deprived and overworked, Violet, who finally back from maternity leave, she had given birth to a baby girl. Andrea sent Tonnie home for the day. Tonnie tried to put up a fight, but when Violet insisted that she would give Dolores Umbridge just as much hell as Tonnie would during her visit that day, Tonnie agreed to go home and get some much-needed rest. Not long after she arrived back at the Burrow and got uncomfortable on the sofa, Hedwig flew through the kitchen window and dropped a letter on Tonnie's lap. She sat on the arm of the sofa while Tonnie softly stroked her wings as she read. Tonnie, the Quidditch final was last week, and we won. The firebolt worked like a charm. Slytherin tried to cheat, but it didn't matter. I caught the snitch just in time. I wish you could have been there to see it. Remus told me that he tried to get you permission to come, but the Ministry has been on your case with Sirius still in the wind. Is it true that Ministry officials have been visiting your office? We've been taking our exams this week. Luckily today they finally finished. I wanted to ask you something about divination. Professor Trelawney made a prediction during my divination exam. It was something along the lines of Voldemort's servant returning tonight. Hermione thinks that divination is a pile of rubbish, but the way she said it wasn't anything like her previous predictions about my impending doom. What do you think? There is no way any of that can be true, right? Don't answer that, it's ridiculous. I'm going to Hagrid's tonight. I know I probably shouldn't be out, but I have to. Buckbeak, his hippogriff, is being executed tonight because of a little scratch he gave Malfoy. I think that's a load of rubbish, but Hermione, Ron and I are going to go console him, or try to. What do you say to someone that has their hippogriff executed? Well, probably just make some tea and chip our teeth on his rock-hard cookies. It'll be worth it to help Hagrid though. Do you know any teeth repairing spells? I will need them. See you soon. Love you. Harry. While Trelawney's prediction made her feel slightly uneasy, she had to agree with Hermione. She let Sirius stick to the divination classes rather than sitting in on them herself. Sirius had hated the subject as well. She was sure that out of all the things to worry about, Trelawney's unreliable predictions were the last thing she should concern herself with. Tonnie hadn't been finished reading long when Remus came tumbling first through the fireplace, clutching a roll of parchment in his fist. The noise surprised Hedwig, causing her to screech and take flight out the window. Remus! Tonnie immediately closed her book before getting up to brush the soot off the werewolf in front of her. What are you doing here? Did you get one? Remus asked, holding up the parchment. Is that from? He nodded eagerly. When did you? I found it just now. He risked getting caught to put this on my desk this morning. If he's willing to do that, then he definitely sent you one here. Did you get one today too? No, the only letter I've gotten today is from Harry. What did Sirius say? He said. Remus struggled to catch his breath as he got up and walked over to clutch the back of an overstuffed chair. Remus, are you okay? Tonnie asked, rushing to his side. The full moon is tonight. I'll be fine. He sighed, stepping around her to sit in the plush chair. Sirius said that it all ends tonight. He's going after Peter. Have you found anything that can help us get to Peter first? Unfortunately, no. With work and Umbridge on my case, I haven't been able to find anything. You? I've checked everywhere. There's no sign of him, Ton. I don't know how he got in, or where he's been hiding, but I can't find him. What are we going to do? Remus, Sirius is going to throw his one shot at freedom away tonight for revenge. Tonnie yelled, tugging on the ends of her blonde curls as she paced back and forth in front of the fireplace. Silence lingered over them as they tried to think of a solution. Silence lingered over them as they tried to think of a connection. Tonnie scanned the pictures of the fireplace, begging one of them to give her an idea. On the far side of the mantel was one of Fred and George shooting off miniature filibuster fireworks. Next to that one was one of Ginny riding on one of her brother's brooms while still in her Christmas dress and stockings. Another one was of her and Remus, accompanied by Molly and Arthur in front of the Burrow, with huge smiles plastered on their faces. Tonnie remembered Arthur struggling to work the camera. The photo on display was one of many attempts. But the last photograph is what caught Tonnie's eye. She recognized the photo from the Daily Prophet. Molly had cut the photo from the article on their family trip to Egypt and framed it. She skipped over most of the Weasleys but stopped at Ron. Tonnie thought back to the night that Sirius entered Gryffindor Tower. The one person that Peter Pettigrew got close to was Ron. Why with Harry so close, hover by Ron Weasley? Ron was the key to all of this. But why? What was so special about the boy? He was just like any of the Weasleys in the photo. Fiery red hair, freckles, wearing a wide grin and waving hysterically. Unlike everyone else, Ron had a pet rat sitting on his shoulder. But that wasn't out of the ordinary. Scabbers was just a rat. A three-toed rat. They have witnesses that put Sirius at the scene of the 13 murders, as well as what is left of Mr. Pettigrew, his finger. Tonnie mumbled as Albus Dumbledore's words rang through her head. What? Remus asked, looking up to her. How long have the Weasleys had Scabbers? I dunno. Percy had him first, and now Ron. A long time. What does that matter right now? How long, Remus? Tonnie demanded, approaching him. As long as we've been good friends with them. Why? 12 years. They'd been close friends with them since James and Lily's deaths 12 years prior. He transformed. He cut off his own damn finger and transformed. Sirius found him that night, intent on killing him, but it didn't work because Peter transformed. Somehow Sirius knows that Peter is Ron's rat. He knows that Ron is at Hogwarts, and he knows Peter is there somewhere and tonight he's going to finish him. Tonnie was rambling now, thinking out loud. Remus, who could already feel a headache coming from the full moon, was having trouble following her now audible train of thought. What are you talking about, Ton? Peter is missing a finger. Yes, I know. They found it at the crime scene. He cut it off himself. Why would Peter cut off his own finger? He needed proof that he died, so when the rest of his body was gone. Everyone thought that Sirius killed him. He's an animagus. He transformed that night. He cut off his own finger as proof of death and transformed into a rat to flee the scene of the crime, and left Sirius to take the blame. What does Peter being a rat have to? Remus paused, the realization hitting him. Ron Weasley has a rat. A rather old, gray, three-toed rat, Tonnie replied, taking the framed photo from the mantel and thrusting it into Remus's hands. When Sirius broke into Gryffindor Tower, the reason it looked like he was attacking Ron was because Peter was right there with him. And Sirius tried to get him, not Ron. He's known all along that Peter is Ron's rat, and he made sure to follow him to Hogwarts because he knew he'd be there with Ron. We need to be looking at the map for places a rat could hide, not a person. Obvious places, small places, anywhere. Ron's rat has been missing for a while. He thought that Hermione's cat ate him. No, he's still alive. If Sirius is going after him tonight, he knows how to get him. We have to stop him before he kills Peter tonight. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, Tonnie said, taking Remus's hand and apparating the two of them as close to the castle as possible. Give me a reason. Disclaimer. This chapter includes passages, or similar passages from Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Those passages are property of J.K. Rowling. Third year. The moment Hagrid led Tonnie and Remus through the gates, they did their best to hurry up to Remus's office. They had to check the map immediately. Once the map was unlocked, Remus spread it out as full as it could be across his desk. Both took a side as they scanned intently for any sign of Peter. There, Tonnie cried, pointing to his footprints on the map, his name hovering over them in its name banner. Oh no, Remus, he's with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. That's not the only person he's with. Remus pointed to the approaching name banner and footprints. Fast approaching was Sirius's name banner and footprints. We may be too late. Just as Sirius's name appeared, it vanished, along with Peter's and Ron's. Where did they go? They must be off the map. Remus, look where they are. Hermione and Harry's names were right beside the Whomping Willow, and the tunnel leading off the map. Sirius is taking him to the Shrieking Shack. We have to go, now, Tonnie yelled, heading for the office door. Remus, forgetting to lock the map, followed her out of the door. The two began rushing down the corridors, trying to find the fastest route to the shack. Tonnie could remember doing the same thing years ago, following Sirius out to the Shrieking Shack as quickly as he could. She could only hope he didn't make it there faster than he normally would have. Just as Remus and Tonnie turned a corner headed for the front doors of the castle, Tonnie heard, "Ms. Lovegood, what are you doing here?" Stopping in her tracks, Tonnie turned around to see Minerva McGonagall approaching her and Remus. Minerva. They had been so busy trying to get out to the Willow that they had completely missed the professor in the corridor. Remus, Albus didn't tell me Tonnie was visiting. It's the end of the term. Harry should be home in a couple of days. Is something wrong with him? For the first time, Tonnie and Remus could not come up with an excuse. They just stood there, searching endlessly for a reason as to why Tonnie was there, but their minds were too preoccupied. Luckily, Professor McGonagall realized very quickly what was wrong. Looking directly at Tonnie, she asked the one question she already knew the answer to. You know where he is, don't you? Tonnie remained silent, unsure how to answer. Would McGonagall help them, or take them directly to Dumbledore's office for knowing the whereabouts of Azkaban's only escaped convict and most wanted man alive? With a quick glance in both directions, the professor said, "Go." Tonnie's was aghast. "Go now before I change my mind." "Thank you," Tonnie whispered before running after Remus. It didn't take long before she caught up with him at the edge of the Whomping Willow, before Remus could even attempt to levitate a stone too. Hit the knot on the willow. Tonnie leapt forward, transforming into her animagus and scampering up to the edge of the tree. She had learned that trick from Peter years ago. His animagus was so small that he had been able to sneak past without signaling the willow. Although Tonnie's rabbit animagus was bigger, she still was fast enough to slip by and hit the knot, pausing the tree before it had enough time to react. That's one way to do it, Remus smirked as he followed a rabbit-sized Tonnie into the secret passageway. Tonnie transformed back into herself as soon as Remus entered the tunnel. Noticing him struggling, she did her best to help him through. Lumos, she whispered as the tip of her wand lit up, giving the pair light to guide their way. As they walked, Tonnie's heart was pounding. After all this time, she was finally going to see Sirius in person. If everything went well, Sirius could be a free man that night. All they had to do was get to Peter before Sirius finished him off. Surely, they could. Even at the slow pace that they were going, they had to reach the Shrieking Shack before Sirius killed Peter. Not only were they not that far behind everyone, but she knew Sirius better than anyone else. He was going to have to make a dramatic speech before he did anything. He couldn't help it. It was just his style. You should go on without me. I'm slowing you down, Remus said, trying to slither out of Tonnie's hold on him. You said it yourself. Sirius needs us both. Sirius loves you. One look at you and he'll do whatever you say. Tonnie scoffed at his words. Bullocks. I begged him not to go after Peter that night, Remus. He didn't listen then. He needs you, and I need you to make sure that he listens now. He can't say no to both of us. What if we're too late, Ton? I hope to Merlin we aren't. The rest of the walk, the two remained in silence, focusing on the fight ahead of them. Tonnie didn't know what was running through Harry's head. Was he scared? Would he believe them? Would he believe Sirius? How would they convince him? She was starting to rethink her choice to keep Harry out of the loop. She didn't want to scare him then. But she didn't ever think that Harry would be in the situation he was now. There it is, Tonnie said, pointing her wand at the trapdoor at the end of the passageway. Letting go of Remus, she pushed it open, letting it fall backward with a clash. But that wasn't the only clash she heard. She paused when she heard a loud thud come from upstairs, followed by a loud crashing in voices and gasps of pain she couldn't help but recognize. Remus, we have to get up there. Tonnie pushed herself up through the doorway and extending both her hands to Remus, helping him through. Remus winced in pain as he nearly tripped coming through the door. Bloody full moon. He murmured as he followed Tonnie up the staircase, the boards creaking with every step they took. Going to kill me, Harry? Sirius' voice rang out, making Tonnie's breath catch in the back of her throat. Tonnie and Remus believed in you. I did too, not anymore. You may have come to kill me, but you're not going to get the chance. Hearing his words, Tonnie practically dove through the door, her wand ready and the spell on the tip of her tongue. Expelliarmus! Tonnie cried. Harry's wand flew from his hand, directly into hers. Silence fell over the room as the attention shifted from Sirius to Tonnie. Harry backed away from Sirius, the sting of betrayal shining in his eyes. I'm sorry, Harry. I couldn't let you hurt him. Remus came barreling in the room, nearly crashing into Tonnie in the doorway. What did I miss? He asked, seeing the scene in front of him. He looked down, spotting the extra wand in Tonnie's hand. What did you do? Tonnie didn't respond. Instead, she dropped Harry's wand to the floor and rushed over to Sirius. She nearly fell to the floor as he sat up, meeting her halfway. Tonnie threw her arms around his neck, holding him as tightly as she could. Instantly, Sirius wrapped his arms around her torso. Tonnie could feel him relaxing in her arms. Tears began rolling down her cheeks as she buried her head in his neck. After 12 years, finally, she saw him in person. Finally, they were together again. You should have told me what you were planning. I would have understood. I would have helped you. I couldn't risk you getting caught and being sent to Azkaban, too. Tonnie leaned back and cupped his face with both hands, looking directly into his eyes, now glassy with tears. It's the risk. What? You would have helped him? Harry's question broke up the moment, directing Tonnie and Sirius's gaze to him. If Tonnie thought Harry was hurt before, this moment didn't even compare. How could you? And you? He looked to Remus. You too. Harry, you don't understand. I understand just fine. He's trying to kill me, and the both of you, the people that I thought loved me, would have helped him at the drop of a hat. We do love you. You're lying, Harry roared. If you loved me you'd never do this. That's not the only thing they're lying about, Hermione added. Remus, he's a werewolf. You didn't tell him. Sirius asked Remus, looking surprised. Of course, I didn't tell him. I didn't even tell either of you. I told you she'd figure it out, Remus. This is not the time to say, I told you so, Tonnie. So, it's true? Harry said, interrupting their bickering. You really are a werewolf? Yes. Remus nodded reluctantly. I knew something was wrong. You haven't been ill at all, have you? And you knew, too, Tonnie. I asked you about it, and you lied right to my face. I wanted to tell you, Harry, I just didn't know how. How about, Happy Christmas, Harry? Let me let you in on a secret that controls my bloody life. That's one way to put it. Remus turned to Hermione. How long have you known? Since Professor Snape assigned the essay. You've known for that long and didn't tell me? Harry said, surprised. I was hoping I wouldn't have to. I thought if I figured it out, Dumbledore was sure to. Dumbledore already knows. So, do all of the staff. What? Hermione, Harry, and Ron yelled in unison. He willingly hired a werewolf. Ron asked, clearly confused. He let me attend school here as one, so yes. He's mad. Some of the staff thought so. I had to work hard to convince certain professors I was trustworthy. What did you do? Lie to them too? Harry said bitterly. Harry, we may have lied to you about Remus being a werewolf, but that was the only thing. I promise. You've been pretending to love me. Darling, you have this all wrong. Please let us explain. Sirius isn't here to kill you. He's here to kill someone. If it not me, then who the bloody hell is it? Him, Sirius said, pointing a bony hand at Ron's chest. Me? Ron gasped. Not you, you rat, Scabbers. Why would you want to kill him? That's not a rat? What do you mean? Of course, he's a rat. Ron asked, clutching a squirming Scabbers close to his chest. No, he's not. He's a wizard, Remus said. An animagus. Sirius corrected. Standing up, slowly. By the name of Peter Pettigrew. Now, you're telling me Pettigrew isn't dead? Was that another lie you told me? No, Harry, we thought he was. Remus and I only recently found out he was still alive. Pettigrew can't be an animagus, the Ministry would have known about it. Professor McGonagall told us that the Ministry keeps records of all the animagi. Peter isn't on the registry. Neither is Sirius. They became animagi when we were still at school together. Remus stopped, hearing a loud creak. Behind him. Briefly checking the hallway for visitors and coming up empty, he continued. When James, Sirius, and Peter found out about me being a werewolf, they did everything they could to be with me during the full moon. That included becoming unregistered animagi. My dad was an animagus. Yes. His was a stag. For the first time that evening, Tonnie could have sworn Harry had smiled for a brief moment. Once they mastered their transformations, they joined me on every full moon. They kept my mind at ease, brought me back when the wolf took over. I was able to leave the Shrieking Shack during the night, and travel throughout the forest. Hogsmeade in the castle grounds with them. A loose werewolf on the castle grounds? I never said it was a good plan, Hermione. Remus continued, adding, our trips throughout the grounds and Hogsmeade gave us the ability to know more about the castle than anyone else. Harry, I told you I wrote the Marauders Map, remember? I wasn't the only one. Your dad, Sirius, and Peter wrote it with me. The names at the top the map. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs, that was us. I was Moony because of the moon. Sirius was Padfoot. Peter was Wormtail, and your dad was Prongs. That was reckless to do that. You could have bitten someone. I know. It was irresponsible, and we weren't thinking clearly. I wasn't thinking straight just then. I was too caught up being incredibly happy and honored that 3 people were willing to break the law just so I didn't have to be alone on the full moon anymore. So, no one else knew about you being a werewolf, and my dad, Sirius, and Peter being a legal animagi? I did. So, did your mom, Harry. Other than that, no one else knew. It was our secret. That's why when I confronted Peter that night, he was able to slip away from me, Sirius said, speaking up. Just before he transformed when I cornered him, he yelled for the whole street to heed that I'd betrayed Lily and James. Then, before I could curse him, he blew up the street with the wand behind his back, killed everyone within 20 feet of him, and then sped down into the sewer with the other rats. I've heard enough of this. A familiar voice rang out. Appearing out from under the invisibility cloak. Wand drawn was none other than Severus Snape. You've concocted an entire story just to convince Potter and Lovegood to be on your side. They may be naive enough to believe you, but you can't convince me, Black. Snape. I should have known you'd show up. Sirius spat, his words laced with disgust. Severus, Remus began but was immediately interrupted by Snape. I told Dumbledore that you had to have been helping Black all along. He insisted that you couldn't have, but here you are. And you, Lovegood. You've probably been helping him too, haven't you? You fool. Remus spat. Is a schoolboy grudge worth putting an innocent man back in Azkaban? Snape, not seeming to like Remus's response, aimed his wand at Remus. Silently, he cast a spell shooting ropes out the end of it, binding Remus so tightly that he was unable to keep his balance and fell to the floor with a thud. How dare you? Sirius raged, charging at Snape. Give me a reason, Snape seethed, stick his wand into Sirius's throat. Give me a reason and I swear I will. No. Tonnie shouted, pushing the two apart and leaping between them, her wand at the ready. Get out of my way, Lovegood. Make me, Tonnie said, her voice steady. She tightened her grip on her arm. Everyone in the room could feel the tension intensify, their glares filled with hatred. He's a killer. No, he isn't. But if you go through with this, you will be. How can you have so much faith in him? At one point you hated him just as much as I do. He changed. I can't say the same for you, Severus. You think he's changed? Snape laughed coldly. Black is still the same man that tried to have me killed years ago. He may not have succeeded with me, but he did with Pettigrew and the Potters. I was just trying to scare you, Snivelus, not kill you, you slimy git. Sirius yelled, making Snape tighten his grip on his wand. Look at me. Tonnie yelled, forcing Snape to look at her instead. If you want to kill Sirius, you'll have to kill me too. The Ministry will understand. They know that you would never let anything happen to Black. I explained that I was just defending myself. This isn't about going to the Ministry or doing the right thing for you. You hate him, and you hate me. So, you know what? Tonnie loosened her grip, letting her wand fall to the floor between them. If you are going to kill me, do it. Tonnie, no. Sirius tried to plead with her. Do it, Severus. Kill me in front of my godson. Kill me in front of her son. Even it was just for a moment, Snape wavered. That was all it took. Expelliarmus. Just like that, Snape was thrown backward into the floor, knocking him unconscious. Looking back, Tonnie could see not only Harry but Hermione and Ron with their wands raised. Hermione was wide-eyed that she was in absolute shock of her actions. Harry. Show me. I probably just earned detentions for the rest of my days at Hogwarts for that. So, show me. Prove to me that you aren't lying about this. Prove to me that the man I have heard endless stories about isn't the killer everyone says he is. Prove to me that Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew. Harry. It's Scabbers, of course, it's not Pettigrew, he's been in my family for 12 years, Remus said, as Sirius untied his binds. That's quite a long time for a rat, Ron, Remus added. I take care of him. It doesn't look like it, Sirius added. Look how thin he is, probably due to the stress of knowing I was after him. He's been evading me for months, faking his death, and trying to flee the castle. He's just a rat. Let us perform a spell then. If he's really a rat, it won't hurt him. Tonnie pleaded, walking over to Ron, who was holding the squealing rat as close to his chest as possible. Please, Ron. Hand him over, Ron, Harry said sternly, adamant on finding out the truth. It won't hurt him? He asked Tonnie. Not a bit, Tonnie promised. With a sigh, Ron held out the rat. Tonnie had grabbed him by his tail, gripping it tightly so it wouldn't slip from her grasp. She returned to her spot by Remus and Sirius, holding the squirming rat out in front of her. Together, Sirius asked. On 3. Remus nodded. 1, 2, 3. A jet of bright blue light shot out of Tonnie, Sirius, and Remus's wands. With a flash, in the center of the 3, the gray rat dropped from Tonnie's grasp and began to shake and grow, transforming back into a human. If Harry, Hermione, and Ron were not convinced of Peter's animagus form before, they sure were now. Their mouths were open and eyes wide, staring at the shell of a man in front of them. "Hello, Peter," Remus began, smirking at his old friend. "It's been too long." "R. Remus. S. Sirius. T. Tonnie. My friends." Peter reached out to Tonnie, but Sirius swatted his hand away. "Don't you dare touch her, Wormtail. So, it's true. Everything you've ever told me." "Harry, darling, we wouldn't lie to you about that," Tonnie said softly. "Why, you don't believe them, do you? Please, he tried to kill me. I barely escaped with my life." Peter panicked. "You shouldn't have." Sirius seethed. "See, he tried to kill me then, and he's going to do it now. I had to hide. I knew he would come after me." "You knew Sirius was going to break out of Azkaban when no one has done it before?" Remus questioned, raising an eyebrow. He's got dark magic. Save it, Wormtail. Tell Harry the truth. Tell him how you were a spy for Voldemort." Peter shivered at Sirius's words. "What's wrong? Afraid to hear your old master's name? The master you served for a year before you betrayed James and Lily? The moment you became James and Lily's secret keeper, you sold them out. You handed them directly to Lord Voldemort, you spineless piece of filth." "I had to," Pettigrew squealed, tightening into a ball to protect himself from an enraged Sirius. He was taking over everywhere. He was going to find them regardless. If I didn't help him, he would have killed me too." "Sirius. Then you should have died rather than betray your friends, just as any one of us would have done." "For you." Sirius was standing over Peter, his wand forced under Peter's chin. Peter was wailing, his whole body shaking as tears streamed down his face. "I'm so sorry, Sirius. Sorry does not bring back James and Lily. Sorry does resurrect those Muggles who you obliterated in order to frame me. Sorry does not change anything. If I could take it back, I would. You've already admitted you killed them. There's no use in lying anymore, Wormtail. You latch on to the strongest, most powerful people. When James, Remus, and I weren't strong enough for you anymore, you moved on to Voldemort. You would betray anyone to save your skin. You wouldn't change a single thing about that night, and you know it. I just wanted to make it out of the war alive. You may have survived the war, but you won't survive tonight." Sirius finished, stepping back to fully raise his wand. It was possible. Peter curled up even tighter, clenching his eyes shut as he choked on his tears. Unable to watch, Hermione turned to hide her face in Harry's shoulder. No. For the second time that night, Tonnie had jumped in front of a wand. This time, her fiancé's. Without a second thought, Sirius lowered his wand. "You can't kill him." "Oh, Tonnie, thank you," Peter cried, grabbing on to Tonnie's legs. "Peter, touch me again and your finger is not the only appendage you'll be missing." Peter gulped and crawled back. "I can't let you kill him, Sirius. Do you know what he's done to us? He deserves to die. Do you not think I want that? Believe me, Sirius, I would love for you to kill him. You're right. What he has done to us, to James and Lily, to Harry, he does deserve death. Then why should I spare him? Give me a reason, I'm the only reason you need." Sirius froze for a moment, clearly not expecting that to be her response. "You keep saying that Peter is the reason you lost everything. Yes, you lost Lily and James. Yes, you lost the ability to raise one hell of a godson. But you didn't lose me. I have never, for a second, given up on you, Sirius. So, don't you dare give up on me. Peter deserves to die, but his testimony can save you. You will finally have proof that Peter was the one that betrayed James and Lily, that he killed those muggles. If he's dead, he can't tell all that to the ministry. If you kill him tonight, any chance of you coming home to me dies with him." "Would he really testify?" "He will testify, even if that means I have to personally pour the Veritaserum down his throat. Your name will be cleared. You can come home. And instead of you being kissed by the Dementors, it will be him." Peter whimpered behind her, scanning the room hoping for an exit. Unfortunately for him, Remus's eyes were glued to him, and his wand, as well as Harry, Ron, and Hermione's, was ready for any of Peter's sudden movements. "If you're not going to spare him for yourself, do it for me. Do it for Remus to have one of his best friends back. Do it so that you can finally help raise Harry like you should have been able to do before. Do it so we can have the life together we were supposed to have already started 12 years ago." Stepping away from Peter, she reached forward to take Sirius's hand. This time, she spoke more softly than before. "Please, Sirius. Let's take him to Dumbledore." Sirius was silent, just staring down at his and Tonnie's intertwined hands. Tonnie could see the pain and struggle in Sirius's eyes. She knew that he wanted nothing more than to get revenge for James and Lily, but at the same time, she could sense he was coming around, that everything she was saying was getting to him, making him change his mind. "Sirius," Harry said, stepping forward. Sirius looked up, staring at the boy who so closely resembled his father. "My dad wouldn't want his best friend to become a killer just for Peter. Do it for my dad." That was the final thing they needed to convince him. "Okay, we'll take him to Dumbledore." He sighed. "Tie him up, Moony." "My pleasure, Padfoot. More powerful than magic." Third year. If you had asked Tonnie at the beginning of the previous summer where she would be by this one, she would never have believed she would be strolling down the tunnel to the Shrieking Shack hand in hand with Sirius, levitating an unconscious Snape, occasionally letting his head scrap the ceiling of the tunnel, on the way to Dumbledore's office. For the first time in 12 years, she could picture a future with Sirius that could actually happen. Finally, after all this time they could get married. Give Harry a few siblings, and just live their lives together. Just thinking about it almost brought tears to her eyes. In just a short while, Sirius was going to be a free man. Wow. Surely it was too good to be true. "Tonnie, we might want to consider putting a Fidelis charm," said. "Once the story breaks that I'm a free man, we'll be surrounded by reporters. Either that or we should consider moving to Grimmauld Place. Not that moving back to that hell is my first choice by any means." "Grimmauld? Trust me, that is a last resort kind of place." "I guess we should be looking for a reliable secret keeper then," Sirius said, squeezing her hand and directing his gaze ahead of them. In front of them were Remus, Peter, and Ron, all shackled together to keep Peter guarded at all times. When asked, Ron had insisted on being the other person tied to him, sickened at the Scabbers' Peter's betrayal. Harry and Hermione followed right behind the trio and helping a struggling Ron and Remus with the difficulties of not only being in immense pain while navigating the tunnel but doing so while being tied to 2 other humans. The group had barely made it out of range of the Whomping Willow as the clouds rolled away, revealing the shining bright full moon. Immediately, Remus stopped in his tracks. Tonnie and Sirius looked up at the moon, and back to one another, the realization hitting them at the exact same moment. "Oh no. What's wrong?" Harry asked, seeing the panic on his godparents' faces. "Harry, Hermione, back up very slowly. Ron, don't move," Tonnie said, not taking her eyes off Remus. Before her eyes, she watched as Remus shrieked in pain as every bone in his body began to crack and shift. With a particularly loud pop, he fell to the ground, taking Peter and Ron down with him onto the grass. Remus' back began to arch, and his painful cry transformed into a deep howl. "Reducto!" Tonnie cried, breaking off Remus's shackles from Ron's and Peter's. The breaking of the chains only made the transforming wolf angrier as he shifted his focus to Ron and Peter. "Tonnie," Sirius said, grasping both of her hands in his. "Take the kids to the castle. I'll handle Remus." "No, you can't take him on alone. This wouldn't be the first time, remember? Now, go." Sirius immediately dropped both of her hands and leapt towards Remus, transforming into Padfoot midair. Padfoot tackled Remus, wrestling him away from Ron and Pettigrew. Ron jumped back in fear, tugging a struggling Pettigrew with him. Pettigrew, eager to escape, began kicking at his ankle shackles, doing whatever he could pull away from the restraints, including fighting off an already badly hurt Ron. Tonnie froze, feeling as if everything was in slow motion before her eyes. Remus and Sirius fighting one another in a series of slashing and growling, tumbling over one another towards the Forbidden Forest. Ron fighting to keep Peter from trying to escape, and Harry and Hermione trying to keep Snape from floating off, still under the levitation charm. 5 minutes ago, everything was fine. All her problems were about to be solved, the future was so bright. Now, pure and utter chaos. She was so lost in the moment that the only thing that alerted her was Ron's scream. Breaking free of her thoughts, she saw Peter punch Ron square in the stomach, and lunge forward in the grass, in his shriveled little hand Remus's fallen wand. Instantly she realized what was happening. "No!" Tonnie yelled as she dove after Peter. But it was too late. She landed on the ground, her hands just brushing his worm-like tail as he darted out of her reach and disappeared into the tall grass. Not only had Peter disappeared, but so had his confession. "Tonnie, help!" Hermione cried, catching Tonnie's attention. She turned around, to see Ron, lying on the ground, moaning in pain. The bite on his leg was oozing thick blood, and his wrist, now covered in gashes from being shackled to and fighting with Pettigrew, had begun bleeding as well. "Ron, it's going to be okay," Tonnie promised. Raising her wand, Tonnie began to chant, Vulnera Sanantur. As the spell started working, the blood flow began to slow, and the skin started slowly, and what Tonnie took from Ron's intensified moaning, painfully etching back together. "Ron, please be quiet. We don't want to attract Remus," Tonnie said quickly before returning to the spell. "Here," Hermione said, taking Ron's hand in hers. "Squeeze my hand when it hurts." Ron nodded, biting his lip and holding on as tightly as he could to Hermione's hand. She winced in pain quietly but didn't tell Ron to stop. As Harry and Hermione gathered at Ron's side, Tonnie continued the incantation. Ron's cries of pain were not the only ones the group heard. Coming from the forest was another whine, that of a dog's. Before Tonnie could respond, Harry had already jumped up and began running towards the trees after the sound. "Harry, no. I've got to help him, Tonnie," he yelled back as he disappeared into the tree line. "I have to go after him," Tonnie began, getting up. "Wait," Hermione caught her arm. "What about Ron? The bleeding should have stopped for now. His skin is knitting back together. It should hold long enough to get him to Madame Pomfrey. Go, now," Tonnie finished, following in the direction Harry headed. Tonnie reached the lake just in time to see the rest of the Dementors scattering as different directions. What were they fleeing from? Across the lake, lighting up the water around it, was a shining bright stag. The stag, what she recognized as a beautiful, incredibly powerful Patronus, took one more look at her before running off and fading into the darkness. Tearing her attention away from the Patronus was the two incredibly pale bodies, Harry and Sirius. Tonnie rushed to their sides, terrified of what she had missed. Was the Patronus too late? Had the Dementors administered the kiss to both of them? First reaching Harry, she pressed her ear to his chest, hearing his faint heartbeat still ringing through him. Mentally, she checked off that he was going to be okay. Taking his icy hand in hers, she then leaned over to her fiancé. Sirius' already tattered shirt was covered in more gashes, this time accompanied by blood from the open wounds on his chest and arms from what she assumed were Remus's claw marks. Luckily for him, the wounds were not as deep as the bite he had given Ron. Leaning down, she listened for his heartbeat too. Relief washed over her body hearing that familiar sound. Although it was even fainter than Harry's, it was still there. Dropping Harry's hand, she waved her wand, silently casting a charm. Instead of the tip of her wand lighting up, it began to blow warm air. She took turns, waving her wand over their bodies, doing her best to heat them up. In the processes of trying to suck out their souls, the Dementors had drained almost every bit of heat from their bodies. She knew that the charm wasn't going to be enough, but at least for the moment, she could warm them up and return some life to their dying bodies before finding a way to get them back up to the castle. "Everything is going to be okay," Tonnie whispered to them over and over again. Knowing they probably couldn't hear her, the words were mostly to reassure herself. Everything was falling apart, but at least two of the people she loved most in this world were alive. How? She didn't know. Who could have cast such a powerful Patronus? Who would have? Who even knew that? They were down there at the lake? She didn't know and didn't care. Whoever it was, she was going to be thanking Merlin for them for quite some time. Focusing so strongly on the charm and the two in front of her, she didn't hear the person creeping up behind her until, stupefy. That was the last thing she heard before everything went black. Tonnie awoke in Dumbledore's office with her head pounding. She reached up to feel it, but her wrist stopped as if it was caught on something. Looking down, she noticed her hands and ankles, chained up. What? Those are shackles. That's what happens when you break the law, Ms. Lovegood. Tonnie didn't even have to look up to recognize the high-pitched voice taunting her. I would tell you it's nice to see you, Dolores, but I would be lying. Ah yes, I remember that wonderful attitude. The Dementors are going to love that in Azkaban. Umbridge finished with a wicked giggle. I would over being locked in this room with you. That's enough, Ms. Lovegood. Tonnie turned to see Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge leaning against a cabinet. Before she could retort, Dumbledore's office door swung open. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Cornelius," Dumbledore said, elegantly sweeping into the room. "I had a brief matter to attend to." Looking to Tonnie, he said, "Are the shackles necessary, Minister?" "Yes, Ms. Lovegood has been arrested for helping a fugitive." "Helping a fugitive? All I did was try to help Sirius and Harry after they were both nearly kissed by Dementors. What did you want me to do?" "Minister? Let my fiancé and my godson slowly die? I don't think so. That is not what Severus Snape has informed me of." "Well, that's a shocker," Tonnie replied, rolling her eyes heavily. "He says that you and Mr. Lupin, an unregistered werewolf, assisted in keeping Black at large, as well as fighting him off to keep Black out from being brought in. Neither Remus or I helped Sirius. He specifically kept us out of the loop. Because he knew that you, and the rest of the world, would assume we were on his side. As for the fighting, it was only to keep Sirius safe while we got an explanation as to why he escaped Azkaban, and to collect proof of his innocence." "Proof of his innocence?" Umbridge scoffed. "The Ministry has been through this. Sirius Black is guilty of murder." "No, he isn't. I had proof. Peter Pettigrew is alive, and up until an hour ago he was going to confess to framing Sirius for murdering those 12 Muggles and handing over James and Lily Potter. Peter Pettigrew died ages ago, killed by Sirius Black." "No, I promise he isn't dead. Then where has he been all this time?" "Right under our noses. He was an unregistered animagus, a rat. He's been in his rat form since that night, unknowingly being housed by the Weasleys as their pet rat, Scabbers. I had him tonight. Sirius and I were bringing him in when... well, you know. But he escaped during the struggle." "He escaped, very convenient." Tonnie had to conjure every ounce of self-control to keep herself from breaking out of her chains and forcefully ramming her wand down Umbridge's fat throat. "Cornelius, while Ms. Lovegood's actions have shown us anything tonight, it's that there is more to the story of Sirius Black than we have previously thought. Maybe it's time to consider investigating her claims." "What is there to investigate? It's a lie, Albus." Tonnie tuned out the two as their discussion began to get heated for the minister, that is. She knew that the minister was never going to believe her story. Tonnie looked to Dumbledore and Fudge, watching their debate. Dumbledore was trying to plead with Fudge to stay the Dementor's kiss. If only he had a reason. If they had just stopped Peter from escaping, Sirius would be free. But no, of course, it wasn't that simple. Or was it? When watching the two, a cabinet behind the headmaster caught her eye. Shining brightly in the middle of what looked to be 1,000 vials filed with wispy memories, was a pensive. Tonnie may not have had Peter's confession in person, but earlier in the evening, in front of everyone, he admitted what really happened that night. "Take my memories. Excuse me? I have a memory of Peter Pettigrew confessing everything to me. You don't need him. All you need is a pensive. You can see it for yourself." "Minister. That would be evidence that Mr. Black might not be as guilty as you once believed," Dumbledore added. "Everyone believes he's guilty because all they have heard one side of the story. I have the other. Please, use my memory. Listen to the other side." "One memory cannot be enough to keep Mr. Black out of Azkaban," Umbridge argued. "Then might I propose a trial?" Dumbledore said, making Dolores. Umbridge nearly started fuming. Sirius Black was denied a trial 12 years ago. Give him one now. You say the memory isn't enough, then allow him to have witnesses. People that knew him at the time, that were with him that night, let them tell their stories in front of the Wizengamot, and let them decide if the evidence is enough to set Mr. Black free. Sirius can also testify on his own behalf. Let him tell you everything that happened. Give him the opportunity to clear his name. You can't possibly let an innocent, or a possibly innocent, man suffer the Dementor's kiss. This is preposterous. Sirius Black is a convicted murderer, and even entertaining this idea is the only opportunity to save the Ministry from scandal, Dumbledore interjected. Scandal? Scandal? Not even Tonnie had seen that one coming. Harry Potter, an innocent boy, was nearly kissed by a Dementor this evening. The Dementors, being under the orders of the Ministry of Magic, nearly caused the wrongful death of a student of Hogwarts. When that news is broken to the public, reporters from all over will come to question Harry Potter. Not only will he be able to tell them of the Ministry's negligence, but knowing Mr. Potter, he will also inform the reporters of his godfather, and the Ministry's denial of his final plea of innocence before his execution. "You'd be willing to smear the name of the Ministry?" Fudge asked through gritted teeth. No, not at all, Cornelius. However, the reporters would truly enjoy exposing the truth about the Ministry's wrongdoings. I know Rita Skeeter and Xenophilius Lovegood specifically would happily jump on the story when given the opportunity. Gossip can be more powerful than magic. I predict that if that story breaks, you'll be out of a job before you know it, Tonnie smirked, doing her best to look smug even being restrained by shackles. How dare you threaten the minister? Umbridge squealed, lunging towards Tonnie. Fudge, acting quickly, stopping her. With a huff, he replied, Mr. Black will have one day to present his case to the Wizengamot. Until then, the kiss will be postponed, and he will remain in custody of Aurors at the Ministry. If found guilty, the Dementors will be waiting on site to administer the kiss. If found innocent, although it is highly unlikely if Mr. Black is found innocent, Fudge sighed, he will be free to go. Tonnie felt a wave of relief wash over her. Maybe her future with Sirius was still possible. She just had to make sure that he didn't do anything stupid. Before they had the change to clear his name, Dolores, send for Shacklebolt and Tonks. They can come to collect Black. Before you take him, I need to see him, Tonnie said, standing up and nearly tripping over her shackles. Ms. Lovegood, I believe you've already asked for a lot this evening. He needs to know what's going on. He will come with Kingsley and Tonks willingly if I talk to him first. Please, this is the last thing I'll ask for. Just give me 5 minutes. Cornelius, don't make this harder than it has to be. With one final groan, the minister replied, 5 minutes. Then he's off to the Ministry. The Trial of Sirius Black, Part 1, 4th year. It's been 1 month since fugitive Sirius Black was arrested from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry after his escape from Azkaban last summer. Today, after almost 13 years, Black will stand trial for the murder of James and Lily Potter, Peter Pettigrew, and 12 Muggles on the 31st of October 1981. When questioned about the trial, Minister Fudge replied, "This trial is merely a formality to confirm what we already know. Sirius Black is a murderer." Regardless of the charges, Black's fiancée Tonnie Lovegood and godson Harry Potter, James and Lily Potter's son, remain adamant of Black's innocence. Yesterday at the Ministry, Lovegood told reporters, the wizarding world has made Sirius out to be the villain for almost 13 years. They have believed in the guilt of the wrong man for too long. This trial is the opportunity for the world to finally know the truth. If not Black, who is this mysterious killer? Luckily for you readers, today we will find out. I'll be sitting in on the trial, giving you all the juicy details about who is the real killer. Is it Sirius nay else? Rita Skeeter. Sirius crumpled up his copy of the Daily Prophet and threw it across his cell. The last thing he needed was Rita Skeeter and her quick quotes quill listening in on his trial today. At least if he was found guilty, he could find peace in knowing that he didn't have to read her over-exaggerated gossip column in tomorrow's Daily Prophet about how after all this time he really the criminal was everyone believed. A month ago, when Tonnie came to him in the tower at Hogwarts, she begged him to go through with the trial. For some reason, Cornelius Fudge granted him one. Why? He wasn't exactly sure. But he knew that Tonnie wouldn't give up until she made one happen. Sirius had stood in that cell wanting with every fiber of his being to make her happy and hoped she was right. That hopefully they would have enough evidence to convict Peter instead and set him free. But, when Harry and Hermione showed up outside his window on the back of a hippogriff, pleading with him to fly away from this madness, the thought crossed his mind. He wanted to jump on and escape. He wanted Tonnie to understand his fear of this trial. That maybe running away was the only way to save his life. That he would make an effort to see her, so be there for Harry as he continued at Hogwarts. That he could search for Wormtail and bring him to justice eventually. At the same time, he knew he had left her for too long. That he wanted nothing more than for this madness to be over. That if she was right, he would be free. He wouldn't have to miss any more moments. They could finally get married. They could live the life he promised her almost 14 years ago. She had waited so long for him. Could he bear to make her wait any longer? Could he wait any longer? He didn't want to. He couldn't. He had to take the risk. So, he sent Harry and Hermione off and agreed to a trial that would either save him or condemn him. That brought him to his cell at the Ministry. Fudge was paranoid that if they sent him back to Azkaban he would somehow flee, again. At the Ministry, they could keep a close eye on him. To be fully honest, Sirius couldn't blame him. The thought crossed his mind more than once over the past month. However, with him being at the Ministry, he was allowed visitors. Well, allowed might not be the correct phrase. It was more like Kingsley and Tonks snuck in Tonnie, Remus and Harry to see him occasionally. Those visits kept him going. Tonnie would come in and update him on the witness lists, and evidence that she had fine-tuned with Dumbledore. She would also bring snacks and have them a picnic. Well, a picnic separated by cell bars, but still a picnic. It reminded him of him bringing her lunch, dinner at Mungo's. Harry would come in and talk to him about Quidditch and Hogwarts. He even brought the Marauders Map with him one time and Sirius walked him through all the secret corridors and the best ways to sneak around the castle. Yes, Remus had given the map back to him. The moment that Harry mentioned wanting to show it to Sirius, Remus gave in. How could he deny the man a potentially last look at one of his most prized creations? Remus came a few times to talk about old memories and fill Sirius in on everything he had missed. He recapped birthdays and pranks he and Tonnie still pulled on each other. He talked about her being there for him during the full moons and their weekly dinners while he was away. Sirius couldn't help but feel that the two of them had grown overly close. He feared maybe their friendship had become more than just co-parents. But Remus put his worries to bed, reassuring him that Tonnie had only ever loved him. Sirius looked up as the chamber door creaked open to see Kingsley and Tonnie entering the dungeon. "It's time," Kingsley announced, approaching Sirius' cell. "All right," Sirius replied, swallowing hard. With a flick of Kingsley's wand, the cell swung wide open. "This is it. Just think, in a few hours this will all be over, and you can finally come home," Tonnie said, taking both his hands in hers. Her eyes were beaming with hope. Sirius tried to mimic her smile, but he didn't think he could be as positive as her at this moment. "Kingsley, can you give us a minute?" Sirius asked. "Be quick. We don't have long," Kingsley replied, heading towards the door. "Tonnie," Sirius began, cupping Tonnie's face in his hands, "if this doesn't go my way." "Don't say that, you're going to win, they have to see that." "If this doesn't go my way, remember that I love you. Tell me that when you're free," Tonnie said, throwing her arms around his neck. Sirius responded, wrapped his arms tightly around her waist and burying his head in her shoulder. He wished more than anything he could freeze this moment in time and never had to let her go. This moment, right here, could be the last time he ever held her. Letting go might be the hardest thing he would ever have to do. "This has to go your way, Sirius. I can't lose you again." Sirius pulled back just far enough to look into Tonnie's eyes, now brimming with tears. "You'll never really lose me, Ton. I'll always be with you. Until the very end." Bringing her as close as he could, Sirius kissed her deeply, hoping, begging, this wouldn't be the last time he ever got the chance to. "I love you, Sirius. I love you too, Tonnie." Their moment was broken up by Kingsley, knocking on the chamber door, signaling their time was up. "Let's finish this." As Sirius entered the courtroom, all he could see was the rows upon rows of Wizengamot members, staring coldly at him. The trial hadn't even begun, and he knew he was going to be convicted from the looks on their faces. In the middle of them, sitting high up at his podium, was Minister Fudge. He glared smugly at Sirius as he made his way to his seat in the center of the room. In the corner, sitting in the mostly empty spectator stands, was Rita Skeeter. Her quick quotes quill was already fluttering all over her parchment pad as she whispered comments about his arrival. Fudge had agreed this was to be a private trial, cutting off the public access to witness his eventual demise. Unfortunately for him, Rita Skeeter had wormed her way into the courtroom. How? Most likely with dirt she had on Fudge. Waiting for him in the center of the room was Albus Dumbledore, his counsel. His periwinkle robes contrasted the dark, cold atmosphere of the courtroom. "Welcome, Sirius." Sirius nodded and took a seat next to Albus as Kingsley fastened his chains to the chair, looking directly above him. Sirius saw a sea of Dementors floating high above him, trapped by a barrier charm, waiting to attack. Which one would ever be so lucky to get the opportunity to kiss him one last time? He'd find out soon enough. As Kingsley fastened his last shackle he stopped and whispered, "Good luck, Sirius." "Thanks, mate," Sirius replied right before the Auror patted him on the shoulder and swept out of the room without even a look at the minister or the Wizengamot. "Now that Mr. Black has finally arrived, we may begin." Fudge's voice rang out across the chamber. "The charges against Mr. Black are conspiracy to murder James, Lily, and Harry Potter, the murders of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles on the night of the 31st of October, 1981. Conspiracy to aid he who must not be named in his quest to control the wizarding world. Fleeing Azkaban. Breaking into the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Endangerment of young witches and wizards. Mr. Black, how did you plead? Had the charges increased since his conviction? It seems so, and not guilty, sir." "Very well. Mr. Dumbledore, I see you have elected to defend Mr. Black?" "I have, Minister." "You may begin with your opening statement." "Thank you, Minister, Under Secretary Umbridge, Wizards and Witches of the Wizengamot. I am here today to tell you of the story of Sirius Black. For the past 13 years, Sirius Black has been declared a murderer in the eyes of the wizarding world. That is only because on the night the 31st of October 1981 Mr. Black was taken into custody by the Minister of Magic and convicted on RDER charges that the minister just read. However, had Mr. Black been given that trial all those years ago, he would have been cleared. For Mr. Black is not a murderer the world perceives him to be. As I call witnesses today, their testimonies and memories will sway your preconceived opinion of Sirius Black. Instead of a murderer, you see a concerned best friend and godfather. Instead of a Death Eater, you will see a proud member of the Order of the Phoenix. Instead of a criminal, you will see a young man just fighting for the freedom he so desperately deserves. Rita Skeeter was hanging on to every word, completely enthralled with Dumbledore's speech. "Are you finished?" Fudge asked, rolling his eyes. "Yes, Minister." "Then call your first witness." The sass. Sirius couldn't help but wonder if Fudge was even taking this trial seriously, regardless of what his witnesses claimed. There would be no convincing him. Sirius could only hope the other members of the Wizengamot were more open-minded than the minister. "I will begin by calling Tonnie Lovegood." "Tonnie?" "Yes, of course, that would be Dumbledore's first choice," Sirius thought, starting off strong. Upon hearing Tonnie's name, the heavy door of the chamber pushed open and Tonnie walked into the room. Dumbledore took a handkerchief from his pocket and immediately transfigured it into a chair that sat right next to Sirius's. He then extended a hand to Tonnie and guided her to her seat. "Ms. Lovegood, thank you for joining us today. Of course, I wouldn't miss this," she said, looking over to Sirius. She flashed him a sweet smile, making Sirius's heart warm in this cold room looming with dementors and death stares. "Ms. Lovegood, how do you know Sirius Black?" "He's my fiancé. Has been for nearly 14 years. Even when Sirius was in Azkaban, you still proclaimed he was your fiancé. Why would you declare an alleged murderer as your fiancé?" "Because I knew he was innocent. I still do. Sirius isn't capable of committing such crimes." "Why not? James and Lily were two of his best friends in the world. James was more of a brother to him than his own brother ever was. Hurting James would have been hurting his family. Lily and Harry became his family too. Hurting them wouldn't have been an option." "Ahem." Came a cough from above. Sirius looked up to see Under Secretary Umbridge raising her hand, attempting to speak. "Yes, Ms. Umbridge?" Dumbledore asked. "May I ask a question?" "You may. You and Mr. Black were not always as close as you are now, correct?" "Well, yes, but that was ages ago. Sirius and I have moved way past that." "Ah, yes, that is what it seems. I have a record of your visits to the hospital wing at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry ranging from your first third year there." She paused briefly, holding them up for everyone to see. "The reports specifically claim that you yourself stated that Mr. Black put you there. Specifically, an incident where Mr. Black gave you a cursed candy that made you vomit slugs. Is that correct?" "Yes, but I sent him to the hospital wing too. We had an ongoing prank war for years. Going to the hospital wing was just a consequence of a good prank. Besides, those visits stopped by the third year. We moved on." "Yes, why the third year? Did your so-called prank war end?" "No, we continued the prank war. The hospital visits stopped because Lily talked to Sirius about my persistent vomiting and made it clear that he should stop giving such vicious pranks. I agreed to stop them as well. When you say, Ms. Potter made it clear, do you mean that she threatened Mr. Black? I wouldn't call it a threat. I was more of a mutual understanding. Do you believe that Sirius Black could have been thrown by said threat, giving him a disdain for Lily Potter or a hatred? Over that? No, of course not. Sirius and Lily grew to become friends, just like Sirius and I did. That all became water under the bridge a few years later. Are you sure? Because to me, a threat like that could cause a deep distrust between people. She was only trying to protect you, correct? Maybe Lily thought that Mr. Black was no good for you, Ms. Lovegood. Mr. Black might have turned the Potters over to he who must not be named. Because of his hatred for Lily. Rita Skeeter's quill was moving faster than ever before. Sirius could have sworn his heartbeat would stay in sync with her quill for the remainder of the trial. Lily encouraged Sirius and I getting together. She came to both of us, begging to know our feelings. Her advice helped Sirius and I decided to give us a shot. She is part of the reason we are together. Why would Sirius hate her after all that? Ms. Umbridge, I think it is time I resume questioning Ms. Lovegood. Umbridge sighed, but Sirius could tell that wouldn't be her only outburst in the trial. If she kept putting accusations like him hating Lily in heads of the Wizengamot, Sirius may not stand a chance. Ms. Lovegood, Dumbledore began again. When Lord Voldemort targeted the Potters, how did Mr. Black react? He was terrified. We all were. James and Lily were two of our best friends in the world and Harry is our godson. We were so scared of losing them. Sirius went to James and Lily and suggested putting a Fidelis charm on the house to keep them safe. Yes, I was there at that meeting. The Potters elected Sirius to be their secret keeper. At first, yes. They trusted Sirius more than anyone, but after talking to me later that evening, Sirius decided they needed to change the secret keeper. That it would be too risky for them to choose him, and why is that? Let me tell you. Fall, 1981. Did you talk to James and Lily about putting a Fidelis on their house at Godric's Hollow? Tonnie asked, passing Sirius the salad bowl. They agreed it was a smart idea. They want me to be their secret keeper. Of course. I can't think of anyone better for the job, you know, besides me, Tonnie said with a wink. I thought that too at first. Since I've been home and thinking about it, I'm not so sure, Sirius said, setting the salad bowl down without putting any on his empty plate. Why? You would never betray James and Lily. You love them too much. Voldemort finds out that James and Lily are hiding under a Fidelis. The first person he'll assume as their secret keeper is me. I can handle any torture that he and his Death Eaters can throw at me. You know it. You know I would rather die than give them up. Then what's the problem? Tonnie asked, clearly confused. The problem is it's not just me they can get to. I have to think about you. I almost lost you a couple of months back because Death Eaters attacked St. Mungo's. What happens if they take you and friend to torture or kill you in exchange for James and Lily's whereabouts? Sirius said, with his eyes glassing over. Tonnie reached across the dining table, taking Sirius's hands in hers. You don't give in to their demands. You keep the secret and save James, Lily, and Harry. Standing up for the people she loves is one of the things Sirius loved most about Tonnie. But he knew it could easily get her killed as well. He couldn't bear the thought of losing her. He thought it might break him. I don't know if I can do that, Ton. I love you. I love you more than anything in this world. I would give anything to keep you safe. I don't want to be in a position where I have to choose between you and them. I don't want to choose you and they die. And if I choose them then I lose you. I can't lose any of you. A single tear glided down Sirius's cheek before he quickly swatted it away. If not you, then who? Remus. I'm not so sure about trusting Remus with this either. The confusion showed on Tonnie's face once more. Sirius, Remus would never give up James and Lily. You know that. Yes, deep down I know that. But it's not just Remus. It's Wolf Remus too. Oh, come on, you don't want to trust Remus with this because he's a werewolf. No, of course not. I don't care that he's a werewolf. What I'm worried about is Greyback. What happens if Greyback comes and uses his alpha muse to his will? Remus wouldn't have any choice but to give them up. I don't want to put him in that position. He'll never forgive himself. Sirius knew that if Remus was to give them up, he would end up in a never-ending and unforgiving spiral of guilt. He'd never be okay again. I'm not exactly sure that's how that works, but I see your point. If not you or me, and not Remus, then who? I know this sounds ridiculous, but I think they should choose Wormtail. Peter? Tonnie laughed. You can't be serious. First off, I am always serious. Second, I mean it. Tonnie, Peter is the only person we trust that absolutely no one would expect to be their secret keeper. Think about it. Would you think to put Wormtail in charge of your Fidelis charm? No, of course not. I would probably choose Lily. See? No one will ever suspect Peter. He has to be the perfect choice. James and Lily trust Wormy. He can do this. And we can all come out of this alive. Do I sound crazy, or does all of this nonsense actually make sense? Will this really keep them safe? As much as it pains me to hand over the Fidelis to Peter, I think it is a good call. Sirius sighed in relief, feeling the weight off his shoulders for the first time since he stepped into the house this evening. I guess you can write to Dumbledore and James and tell them about the change of plans. Not Dumbledore. I can't risk his owl getting intercepted. If a Death Eater got their hands on this information, making Peter secret keeper will all be for nothing. I'll write to Peter and tell him to meet me here, and we'll go see James and Lily tomorrow to cast the spell. No one will intercept his owls, only Dumbledore's. I hope this works, Tonnie said, squeezing Sirius's hand tightly. Me too. So, in other words, Sirius was too worried about risking your life as well as James, Lily and Harry's lives by being the obvious choice for the secret keeper. Instead, it was his idea to make Peter Pettigrew the Potter's secret keeper. Dumbledore clarified. Yes, Headmaster. Sirius thought that would be the safest move. Unfortunately, he didn't see Peter's betrayal coming. None of us did. Ah, yes. Blame the murder on a defenseless dead man. Fudge groaned from his seat. He's not dead, Minister. Peter Pettigrew is still alive. The night that Sirius confronted Peter about his choice to hand over James and Lily, Peter planned everything out. He tricked Sirius and loudly accused him of murder in front of the Muggles and other witnesses. He then set off an explosion that killed the 12 Muggles, cut off his own finger and faked his death by transfiguring into his animagus form, a rat, and fleeing, leaving Sirius there to take the fall for everything. Peter Pettigrew framed Sirius Black. We have no records of Mr. Pettigrew being an animagus, Umbridge spoke up again. That's because he was an unregistered animagus. He because on when he was back at school. Tonnie looked over at Sirius as if asking for permission to reveal his secret. Sirius, hoping the revelation would help him rather than condemn him, nodded yes. He became an animagus alongside James and Sirius to help Remus control his urges during the full moon. Peter was a rat, James a stag, and Sirius a dog. You're saying that Mr. Black is an unregistered animagus as well? I guess we should add that to the list of charges. Fudge said, scribbling on a piece of parchment with a quill. Yes, but this isn't about Sirius. It's about Peter. Peter used his animagus form to escape. Last summer, when the Weasley family won their vacation to Egypt, they had their picture taken on the front page of the Prophet. In that picture, Peter was resting on Ron Weasley's shoulder. Sirius saw that and knew that Peter had been living as the Weasley family's pet rat for so long, and that he was in close proximity to Harry, Sirius's only grandson, and only living connection to his long-lost best friend. So, he broke out of Azkaban to find Peter and save Harry's life. Ms. Lovegood, please tell the Minister and the Wizengamot about how you know this information. The night Sirius was arrested at Hogwarts, Sirius, Remus and I got Peter to confess to everything. I have a memory of the events of that night that I would like to share with you all. Dumbledore swept across the room to pick up the pensive. He had brought the one from his office all the way to the Ministry just for this. For the memory that Sirius hoped would give the Wizengamot enough clarity to acquit him. Ms. Lovegood, may I? Tonnie nodded as Dumbledore held his wand to her head, and with a quick spell elicited a wispy white memory from it. He placed it carefully into the pensive as the liquid started to spin quickly to form the memory. What are we supposed to do, Albus? Go one by one to see this memory? We don't have all day. Not at all, Minister. I have been working on a projection spell with a colleague of mine in hopes that would make memories viewable for an audience of more than a few people. With a few waves of his wand, the liquid evaporated out of the pensive, spreading around the room. They then began to knit back together to form the image of the shrieking shack. Just like that, the memory took them inside the bedroom, right after Harry, Hermione and Ron had all stunned Snape. Oh, Sirius would have loved to have seen that memory again, but he felt Tonnie made the right call that the minutes leading up to it were best left out of view from the Wizengamot. Show me. I probably just earned detentions for the rest of my days at Hogwarts for that, so, show me. Prove to me that you aren't lying about this. Prove to me that the man I have heard endless stories about isn't the killer everyone says he is. Prove to me that Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew. Harry's voice rang over the room as he begged to know more about Scabbers. Peter. Harry. It's Scabbers, of course, it's not Pettigrew. He's been in my family for 12 years, Remus said, as Sirius untied his binds. That's quite a long time for a rat, Ron, Remus added. I take care of him. It doesn't look like it, Sirius added. Look how thin he is. Probably due to the stress of knowing I was after him. He's been evading me for months, faking his death, and trying to flee the castle. He's just a rat. Let us perform a spell then. If he's really a rat, it won't hurt him. Tonnie pleaded, walking over to Ron, who was holding the squealing rat as close to his chest as possible. Please, Ron. Sirius watched as the Wizengamot were hanging on to every word. They didn't have to be sucked into the pensive to be sucked into the memory. Hand him over, Ron, Harry said sternly, adamant on finding out the truth. It won't hurt him? He asked Tonnie. Not a bit, Tonnie promised. With a sigh, Ron held out the rat. Tonnie had grabbed him by his tail, gripping it tightly so it wouldn't slip from her grasp. She returned to her spot by Remus and Sirius, holding the squirming rat out in front of her. Together, Sirius asked. On 3. Remus nodded. 1, 2, 3. A jet of bright blue light shot out of Tonnie, Sirius, and Remus's wands. With a flash, in the center of the 3, the gray rat dropped from Tonnie's grasp and began to shake and grow, transforming back into a human. The members of the Wizengamot let out a gasp as they watched Peter transform right in front of their eyes. Even Undersecretary Umbridge held her mouth ajar at the discovery. Hello, Peter. Remus began, smirking at his old friend. It's been too long. R. Remus. S. Sirius. T. Tonnie. My friends. Peter reached out to Tonnie, but Sirius swatted his hand away. Sirius remembered this next part. Oh, he knew this was where it was going to make him look bad for a minute. He hoped they could look past the anger to see Peter's confession. Don't you dare touch her, Wormtail. So, it's true. Everything you've ever told me, Harry said, his tone relaying his shock. Harry, darling, we wouldn't lie to you about that, Tonnie said softly. Why, you don't believe them, do you? Please, he tried to kill me. I barely escaped with my life, Peter panicked. Eurius seethed. Umbridge and the minister wore smiles seeing Peter beg Sirius. This part of the memory was giving them everything they needed to convict him. Just a little bit longer and they could see the truth. See? He tried to kill me then, and he's going to do it now. I had to hide. I knew he would come after me. You knew Sirius was going to break out of Azkaban when no one has done it before? Remus questioned, raising an eyebrow. He's got dark magic. Save it, Wormtail. Tell Harry the truth. Tell him how you were a spy for Voldemort. Peter shivered at Sirius's words. What's wrong? Afraid to hear your old master's name? The master you served for a year before you betrayed James and Lily. The moment you became James and Lily's secret keeper, you sold them out. You handed them directly to Lord Voldemort, you spineless piece of filth. I had to. Pettigrew squeaked, tightening into a ball to protect himself from an enraged Sirius. He was taking over everywhere, he was going to find them regardless. If I didn't help him, he would have killed me too, Sirius. Here it was, the moment that Sirius could feel the energy in the room change. Peter's confession. This is exactly what he needed. Then you should have died rather than betray your friends, just as any one of us would have done for you. Sirius was standing over Peter, his wand forced under Peter's chin. Peter was wailing, his whole body shaking as tears streamed down his face. "I'm so sorry, Sirius. Sorry does not bring back James and Lily. Sorry does resurrect those muggles who you obliterated in order to frame me. Sorry does not change anything. If I could take it back, I would. You've already admitted you killed them, there's no use in lying anymore, Wormtail. You latch on to the strongest, most powerful people. When James, Remus, and I weren't strong enough for you anymore, you moved on to Voldemort. You would betray anyone to save your skin. You wouldn't change a single thing about that night, and you know it. I just wanted to make it out of the war alive. You may have survived the war, but you won't survive tonight." Sirius finished, stepping back to fully raise his wand. If it was possible, Peter curled up even tighter, clenching his eyes shut as he choked on his tears. Tension began to rise in the room once more as they watched Sirius get ready to kill Peter. Sirius begged for Memory Tonnie to hurry up and stop him. He needed everyone to see that he didn't actually go through with it. He made the right choice, in the end. No. For the second time that night, Tonnie had jumped in front of a wand. This time, her fiancé's. Without a second thought, Sirius lowered his wand. "You can't kill him." A sigh of relief swept over every person in that room, even the minister. Not that Sirius could ever get the minister to admit that. "Oh, Tonnie, thank you," Peter cried, grabbing on to Tonnie's legs. "Peter, touch me again and your finger is not the only appendage you'll be missing." Peter gulped and crawled back. "I can't let you kill him, Sirius. Do you know what he's done to us? He deserves to die. Do you not think I want that? Believe me, Sirius, I would love for you to kill him. You're right. What he has done to us, to James and Lily, to Harry, he does deserve death. Then why should I spare him? Give me a reason, me. I'm the only reason you need." Sirius froze for a moment, clearly not expecting that to be her response. "You keep saying that Peter is the reason you lost everything. Yes, you lost Lily and James. Yes, you lost the ability to raise one hell of a godson. But you didn't lose me. I have never, for a second, given up on you, Sirius. So, don't you dare give up on me. Peter deserves to die, but his testimony can save you. You will finally have proof that Peter was the one that betrayed James and Lily, that he killed those muggles. If he's dead, he can't tell all. That to the ministry. If you kill him tonight, any chance of you coming home to me dies with him. Would he really testify? He will testify, even if that means I have to personally pour the Veritaserum down his throat. Your name will be cleared. You can come home. And instead of you being kissed by the Dementors, it will be him, Peter." Whimpered behind her, scanning the room hoping for an exit. Unfortunately for him, Remus's eyes were glued to him, and his wand, as well as Harry, Ron, and Hermione's, was ready for any of Peter's sudden movements. "If you're not going to spare him for yourself, do it for me. Do it for Remus to have one of his best friends back. Do it so that you can finally help raise Harry like you should have been able to do before. Do it so we can have the life together we were supposed to have already started 12 years ago." Stepping away from Peter, she reached forward to take Sirius's hand. This time, she spoke more softly than before. "Please, Sirius. Let's take him to Dumbledore." Sirius was silent, just staring down at his and Tonnie's intertwined hands. "Sirius," Harry said, stepping forward. Sirius looked up, staring at the boy who so closely resembled his father. "My dad wouldn't want his best friend to become a killer just for Peter. Do it for my dad." That was the final thing they needed to convince him. "Okay, we'll take him to Dumbledore." He sighed. "Tie him up, Moony." "My pleasure, Padfoot." Watching the exchange all over again, he couldn't help but thank Tonnie all over again. She might have saved Peter, but she also saved Sirius with one conversation. That was one of the things he loved about her. Her ability to say all the right things. Just like that, the memory shifted. There they were walking about of the tunnel of the Whomping Willow, making their way across the grounds. This is where it all went to hell. The group had barely made it out of range of the Whomping Willow as the clouds rolled away, revealing the shining bright full moon. Immediately, Remus stopped in his tracks. Tonnie and Sirius looked up at the moon, and back to one another, the realization hitting them at the exact same moment. "Oh no. What's wrong?" Harry asked, seeing the panic on his godparents' faces. "Harry, Hermione, back up very slowly. Ron, don't move," Tonnie said, not taking her eyes off Remus. Before her eyes, she watched as Remus shrieked in pain as every bone in his body began to crack and shift. With a particularly loud pop, he fell to the ground, taking Peter and Ron down with him onto the grass. Remus' back began to arch, and his painful cry transformed into a deep howl. The Wizengamot filled with terror watching the memory ahead of them. Unlike Sirius, most of them had never watched a werewolf transform in front of their eyes. He knew all they could see was the danger ahead of them. What they really needed to be watching was Peter. Reducto! Tonnie cried, breaking off Remus's shackles from Ron's and Peter's. The breaking of the chains only made the transforming wolf angrier as he shifted his focus to Ron and Peter. Tonnie, Sirius said, grasping both of her hands in his. Take the kids to the castle. I'll handle Remus. No, you can't take him on alone. This wouldn't be the first time, remember? Now, go. Sirius immediately dropped both of her hands and leapt towards Remus, transforming into Padfoot midair. Padfoot tackled Remus, wrestling him away from Ron and Pettigrew. Ron jumped back in fear, tugging a struggling Pettigrew with him. Pettigrew, eager to escape, began kicking at his ankle shackles, doing whatever he could pull away from the restraints, including fighting off an already badly hurt Ron. Tonnie froze, feeling as if everything was in slow motion before her eyes. Remus and Sirius fighting one another in a series of slashing and growling, tumbling over one another towards the Forbidden Forest. Ron fighting to keep Peter from trying to escape, and Harry and Hermione trying to keep Snape from floating off, still under the levitation charm. 5 minutes ago, everything was fine. All her problems were about to be solved. The future was so bright. Now, pure and utter chaos. She was so lost in the thing that alerted her was Ron's scream. Breaking free of her thoughts, she saw Peter punch Ron square in the stomach, and lunge forward in the grass, in his shriveled little hand. Remus's fallen wand. Instantly she realized what was happening. No, Tonnie yelled as she dove after Peter. But it was too late. She landed on the ground, her hands just brushing his worm-like tail as he darted out of her reach and disappeared into the tall grass. Not only had Peter disappeared, but so had his confession. Once again Sirius looked up at the faces of the members of the Wizengamot. Many of them wore terrified looks and their hands over their chests in hopes to calm their heartbeats. This was it. They were seeing the whole story. One moment they're going to turn in Peter, the next he's fleeing off into the night. Tonnie, help! Hermione cried, catching Tonnie's attention. The memory faded out slowly, letting everyone listen to Tonnie's healing spell until the memory fully returned to the pensive. Well, that proved nothing, the minister said, causing Tonnie to respond with, what? Not only did Sirius's jaw drop as the minister's comment, but the Wizengamot's faces all bore similar confused looks as they awaited an explanation. Cornelius, minister. That was exactly the proof you needed. Peter Pettigrew confessed to trading the location of the Potters in exchange for his life. He admitted to killing the Muggles and framing Sirius. Also, his mere presence proves that Sirius Black did not kill him 13 years ago as we all previously believed. This proves Sirius's innocence. All the memory proved was that Pettigrew confessed, under duress. Please, Dumbledore, you saw the memory. Pettigrew confessed while being held at wand point by Black and Lovegood. At that point, Pettigrew would have said anything to save his life. Black would have killed him if it wasn't for Lovegood. When we first transfigured Peter back, he was lying. He kept saying that he didn't kill anyone. That part was him trying to save his life. But then he confessed. After we yelled and showed him how horrible of a friend he was, he confessed to helping Voldemort. He admitted to it. Felt remorse for it. We didn't make him say anything that wasn't true. He is the one responsible, not Sirius. Tonnie claimed, doing her best to set the record straight. It was your memory, Lovegood, not Pettigrew's. You don't actually know what he meant. You are being ridiculous. We wouldn't have even needed the memory if he hadn't escaped. You could have had him sit right where I am and confess to everything live, right in front of your eyes. And for all I know, you could have coerced him into saying whatever you wanted to fit your narrative. You, Ms. Lovegood, are either so blinded by your love for Sirius Black that you don't see that he is a murderer, or you have been working with him this entire time. No, 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 no. Everything was going wrong. The minister's take on the memory was ruining everything. Sirius could feel the dynamic in the room shift as Fudge blamed Tonnie. The Wizengamot's faces went from certain of his innocence to no longer so sure. They were being swayed but Fudge. Sirius could feel it. And the whole time, Sirius could spot Dolores Umbridge watching the exchange with an evil smirk. Are you accusing me of being an agent of the Dark Lord? Are you accusing me of taking part in killing my best friend? Sirius could tell Tonnie was enraged now. He hadn't seen her this mad since their 6th year when she discovered Remus's secret. Yes, I am. The only reason to believe Pettigrew's testimony is if he was here and prepped by Ministry personnel. Not you or Black. If you would prefer to ask Mr. Pettigrew directly, Minister, then may I suggest we put these proceedings on hold until he can be located. Dumbledore said, breaking up the fight between Tonnie and the Minister. No, I told you Black gets 1 day. 1 day only. We are not putting this trial on hold so that you can stand up here and continue to try and make a mockery of me when we already know that Black is guilty. Minister, the point of this trial is to present the evidence. If you cannot be impartial and review the evidence of this case before determining your position, then I believe it would be in the best interest of this court for you to excuse yourself. Excuse myself? I am the Minister for Magic, and I am seeking justice for James and Lily Potter. Are you, Minister? At that moment Sirius swore that smoke was about to start fuming for Fudge's ears as it would in a Muggle cartoon. Forcing himself to stay calm, Fudge replied, we will not pause this trial to wait on Mr. Pettigrew. Whether the members of the Wizengamot will choose to believe Mr. Pettigrew's confession or not will be determined by them individually. We will proceed with this trial. Ms. Lovegood, you are excused. But I'm not done, Tonnie yelled, standing up from her seat. Shacklebolt, get her out of here, the minister ordered, summoning Kingsley. Kingsley came immediately and began to push Tonnie from the room. Let go of me, Kingsley, I have more to say. But Kingsley was too strong to stop her and made more progress towards the chamber door. Sirius. Sirius, this isn't over. Don't give up, she cried as Kingsley shut the door behind them. But Sirius could help but feel that if Tonnie's memory couldn't save him, what other evidence was Dumbledore going to bring forward that could? For the first time, he really felt that all hope might be lost. The Trial of Sirius Black, Part 2, 4th Year. Next, I would like to call Remus Lupin. Remus came limping into the chamber, doing his best to stand up straight as he walked. Sirius could tell he was hurting. From what he remembered, the next full moon was only a few days away. He had to be in immense pain. Now, he was glad Remus was willing to fight the pain to be here for him today. How's it going in here? Remus asked Sirius as he sat down. It's looking pretty bleak, mate. Let's try to fix that, Remus said before looking back up at Dumbledore. Let's begin, shall we? Mr. Lupin, how do you know Sirius Black? We have been best mates for over 20 years now. Even though he has been in Azkaban for so long, you still consider him your friend? Absolutely. I've never doubted his innocence. Tonnie briefed us on how Peter Pettigrew was the one that actually gave up the Potters. However, I would like you to talk about Sirius's character. Does that work for you? Remus nodded in agreement. Very well. Mr. Lupin, everyone here now knows that not only are you a wizard, but you are also a werewolf. Werewolf. Hearing it out loud almost made Sirius cringe. They had been protecting Remus's secret for so long that hearing him referenced as one was difficult. He felt as though he should be defending Remus. Yes. Prior to this past year at Hogwarts, who knew your secret? Other than you and Madame Pomfrey, sir, the only people alive that knew were Tonnie Lovegood and Sirius Black. When did Sirius learn of your lycanthropy? Sirius has known since we were 12 or 13 years old. Our 2nd year at Hogwarts. How did Sirius react to this information? Oh, I didn't have to tell Sirius. He figured it out all on his own. Gryffindor Tower, 1972. I've been doing research, James, I know I'm right. Sirius exclaimed, nearly throwing his hands up in the air. The boys had just returned to their dormitory from setting a prank for Tonnie, changing out her inkpots with ones that would gush ink the moment she dipped a quill into them. When they returned and noticed Remus and Peter were not in their room, Sirius had decided to finally share his suspicions about Remus's behavior. Stop being ridiculous, Sirius, he would have told us. He was probably scared. Come on, would you want to tell everyone this? My best mates? Yeah, I would. James huffed, crossing his arms and leaning back against his bedpost. That is a big secret, one that he has probably kept his whole life. Do you think he kept it from Dumbledore? Please, Sirius, no one can keep anything from Dumbledore into our school. Why the hell not? With someone as smart as Remus. Come on James, he's a bloody genius. Dumbledore wouldn't deny Remus into Hogwarts just because he's Sirius, James said, cutting Sirius off the moment he saw Remus standing in the doorway of their bedroom. Just because I'm a what? Remus asked, closing the door behind him carefully. Just because you're a werewolf. The moment Remus heard those words, his body grew weak. He felt as if he was going to throw up, but at the same time, he couldn't move. He had been keeping this secret since he was 6 years old. How in the world did Sirius find out? What? Remus said, the words barely escaping his lips. Look, Sirius, you're scaring him. I'm sorry, Remus. You look, James, Sirius said, reaching for his journal. He tore through it until he found a select page and threw it wide open on his bed. I've marked every date Remus has been sick this term. Every date aligns with the full moon. He's ill for a few days before, and 1 or 2 after. And every night of the full moon, he's supposedly in the hospital wing. But Madame Pomfrey never lets us visit on those nights. James picked up the journal, studying it carefully. You've been tracking me? Remus asked as he let his schoolbooks fall from his hands. They crashed on the floor, but Remus didn't bother to pick them up. It was as if he didn't notice. He was so focused on Sirius, that nothing else in the world mattered at the moment, including folded corners on old textbooks. I was worried. You've been ill so frequently all term and I wanted to know why. You're one of my best mates, Remus. I just wanted to see what was wrong. It really has been every full moon this term, James whispered, not looking up from the journal. You're also sneaking off to have tea with Dumbledore right around those times. Why else would he want to see you that frequently? It's not like you're the one getting in trouble that often. That's my job. That was true. Remus only got in trouble a handful of times when he helped out with Sirius's pranks. Normally, he would help plan and then let Sirius be the showman. That way, Sirius was the main one getting detention. Tell me I'm wrong, Remus. Tell me I'm wrong and I'll never bring it up again. You're not wrong, Remus whispered, as he fell back into the door. James immediately dropped the journal on the floor, in shock.